Hello, I'm AbbyX Toycat, and I'm destroying an entire ancient city. The biggest structure in Minecraft's history is going to be totally annihilated, burned to the ground, or mined to the ground to be more precise, and it's all happening in today's video. And rather than doing intense, inauthentic engagement editing to get the most from the YouTube algorithm or whatever, rather than doing that magical thing that saves a lot of time for you, and maybe for me, where we say, wow, look, here's the ancient city one moment, and the next it's gone. No, none of that is happening today. Instead, it's just me, my trusty pickaxe, and my desire to destroy Minecraft's biggest structure. It's going to be a mega project, and you can watch the entire thing, which I think is the much more honest and legitimate way to show stuff like this. It takes a lot of time, and is it worth the 4 to 5 hours I'm putting in for this video? We'll find out as we go through. It's going to be a lot of fun, and just one more message before we start, because this whole video is actually sponsored by golden carrots. That's right, it's the best food source in the game when measured by saturation, and this will last the entire video. The video will run out when the golden carrots do, which is to say when the project is finished, because 4 to 5 hours of mining is nothing for this. To prove it, use code TOYCAT to get nothing off golden carrots because they're items in a video game, just like how all of these things I'm mining right here are items which I'm picking up and taking in my inventory. And yeah, even though the destruction part of a mega project is the most exciting bit, it's the bit I want to start with. I think we do have to be honest with ourselves here and say, yeah, we're gonna get... My inventory is already full, by the way, because of all the mobs that keep spawning in this non-mob spawning area. But even though it would be, this can be very fun to destroy every block in here, put it in a chest, I do think it's also important to admit and acknowledge. I'm really worried about having a warden spawn in. I think it's really important that we admit, we acknowledge, and we, pay attention to the fact that every big project like this requires some planning. It requires scope. I mean, do you want to commit to something that takes this many hours without knowing too much about it, for example? But also, it requires some serious infrastructure to set up. I'm going to be mining literally tens of thousands of blocks today, and so I need to have a plan for a place to put them, and my plan is to go out via the middle of this structure. I'm assuming this is a middle. It's going to work, roughly, even if it's not. I'm going to go out by the middle of this structure and just actually make a big minecart rail track to the nearest nether portal. I want to take all this stuff and have it actually be in a useful place for me, which is why I'm going to be doing a lot of mining and a lot of moving to start things off. Again, it's not the most exciting, the sexiest part of this all, but it's going to be something you're going to be seeing, because this is what a project really is. A project is not just 5 minutes of highlights. A project is not just a before and after, even though I love those things. A project is actually a lot of planning and a lot of putting stuff in, and my planning has told me that the smartest thing to do is to use minecart rails. Actually, my planning didn't tell me that. My planning just said, you know, I really have been missing minecart with chests in them. I feel as though... Also, look at this. Whole of a part of the deep dark here. You know, like, even though it's one of those really fun like items, you don't really get to use them much anymore. Like the minecart rails are basically dead because you would just use any of the other forms of transport in Minecraft, but not today. No, I am going to be committing to using this very outdated method, and it's going to be fun, and if it's not fun, then, I don't know, sue me. It's going to be a long video, so we got a lot to discuss. Just like, you know, like the obsoleteness of old items doesn't mean you shouldn't use them necessarily, and I feel as like it means you should probably use them less, but I feel as though it makes the uses for them especially fun. Like today we are genuinely using this whole thing to place some rails and we're gonna need to place more powered rails, but like have some powered rails, but put a little thing on them, have some powered rails, etc, etc. That is the goal of this entire little thing. I guess we're gonna need a lot more powered rails based on the gaps that are gonna have to come between these. We're also gonna need some levers, so let's just get those out of the way, craft those now. Place one over like here. Does that even work? It does. It's easier to place it on the underside of blocks usually, but you can see why we can't do that here. But yeah, we're going to be placing our rails, we're going to be placing our powered rails, we're going to be making a minecart track solely for my minecart chests, which I'm going to be sending up every single time I fill one up. It's going to be important not just because I'm using an old item, but it's also really good for progression. Seeing that every single time a chest is filled up, we can send it away. You know, like, and know that it's going to go into something and have something happen by itself. It's really important in my opinion. Just like how, I really like when I'm done with, here's a basic household task. I really like being done with the washing because it means like, oh, now it can go in the dryer and the dryer can start doing its important thing. I love when I'm finished with a task and now something automatic can happen, because it means it's kind of out of my hands. Like with this video, you know, it's going to take me, God, I'm going to be here for another 4 to 5 hours, because I'm destroying this entire thing. You better believe it's happening. Non-stop too. There's, again, no magical cuts. We could use some editing to show stuff like, hey, look, on screen here's a boat chest. I think that makes some sense, because I think I like editing when it's like basic and it's like, you know, kind of hidden away. The best editing is the stuff that you don't really think about as editing. Whereas I feel like the modern YouTube trend is to say like, if you're not blowing people's minds, if you're not every few seconds ignoring the previous thing that you're doing to focus on something else, you've lost out entirely. Which is, you know, maybe that's just like being old school versus new school YouTuber. In the same way, old school Minecrafters, like, you know, we make jokes, but when you see memes like this saying, yeah, you're not a true hardcore Minecraft player unless you make your beds like this, or and it's like, first of all, those aren't even that old school Minecraft things. Like, the bed dyeing change was only in like 2016, 2015. Before that, all beds were red. Like, for 6 years of Minecraft's history, or it's more like 5 years because they didn't exist for a while, but let's ignore that for a second. For most of Minecraft's history, there hasn't been, you know, like dyeable beds. So, like, to argue it's only an OG thing is just to say, yeah, things are only good the way they are right now, which is why I'm always hesitant even to criticize, like, you know, even though I made a pretty clear point that I don't like super hyper-focused engagement editing, where every 2 seconds has to be something brand new, rather than being honest and saying, this is what a project really looks like. Also, oh, this is annoying, but we can easily solve it. Even though you know, that's not my personal taste, you know, that you have to admit when enough people have a taste for something. Also, is that going to destroy my minecart rails? I think it might. Well, let's hope we don't run into another one of those, huh? But yeah, it's really easy to just say that things from the past suck. But I think the ultimate reality is that things in the present are amazing. I love that every time a new update comes out, your possibilities for building go up like near exponentially. Like, there's so many more things you can do in 1.19 than you could do before that. To argue that it's a bad update because you preferred things in the past, you know, it's fine to say that things aren't as good as they could be otherwise, but Minecraft is getting better every single time. The fact that there's this whole mega structure we're going to be destroying today, I think that is a testament to something really, really fun. And so yeah, even though the Let's Play is never going to be in the normal form that you might expect, even though I'm now just yeah, the same basic idea of, yeah, we can take a structure and destroy it, it's still here. Also, it's so dark. Like, I mean, the render distance is so low. Look at that. I can see like 2 chunks or something like that. Very, very, very low. So now we're going to place a ton of rails. We don't need powered rails because it's like, you know, we don't need powered rails. We're going to place a ton of powered regular rails going this way, just so we can see what happens in this direction. We're going to try and follow the terrain as closely as we can. I don't know what to do about this village that's over here. I guess we'll just use deep slate to connect over to it. You know, let's just place these 2 torches down. Let's rip that band-aid off. One over here, and then we could place the rails down, and we could pick up some of the mist blocks. Honestly, having a full inventory is terrible, but again, this is the preparation thing from before. I am 10,000 blocks away from my world origin, you know, the spawn, and so this is an important thing. So, got a bunch of rails. Probably need to mix in a powered one here or there later, but we'll deal with that as it happens. We're going to go over this guy's house. That is my solution to this problem. We just go over it, just like this. Yep. Yeah, definitely some powered rails needed here or there. And then from there, we'll go across this guy's house too, because, you know, it fits. Probably should have gone a block higher up. Would have been a bit prettier later on. And then we go forwards through here. Across this, we're going to have to dig up through this dirt right here. Dig through this too. And then over this. And into the jungle where the Nether portal is. That's right. That is my entire journey I'm going to be following. It's going to be a long one. Also, look at that. I've never seen jungle leaves in winter mode before. They look like they've got some mysterious berry in them. But that's just bedrock being bedrock, don't worry. Okay, so do I have a bed on me? I do have a bed on me. Let's lay it down over here, because this is where I'll need to sleep the most. And let's get our infrastructure moving. So, yeah, here's something worth considering. We're going to be moving all of our stuff, every, you know, big thing, via rail, right? And so you might think you want to have that on the ground level. But I'm thinking ahead right here, hopefully, maybe wrongly. I'm thinking ahead that I want to actually have this go quite high up. I want the deposit station to be relatively high in the air, solely because of the fact that I'm going to do a lot of chests and a lot of hoppers to automatically move stuff around. So like right here, for example, I need to make a crafting table. I need to make a lot of things with this. But right here, for example, we have a hopper. We can make one of those, I think. Yep. So this hopper is going to have like a chest below it, although we need to actually we need to have a block below to represent that. So we'll place block here, and now we can make another chest. We're going to make a lot of chests. Let's just commit right now to having 8 chests. There we go. So now we place our chest there. We place our hopper up here, and then we place some rails on top of it. And boom, look at that. Now there is a way for minecart chests to empty out all their ingredients right here. We should probably make this powered rails, actually, because then, oops. If we make this powered rails, we can only make 6 stacks of that, apparently. But if we make this powered rails instead of whatever we just made it, then the wonderful advantage of that is the minecart will come to a stop when it's on top of there. And then we just have to push it back manually ourselves, or we can set something up for that later. But that's not our big deal. So there, as you can see, wonderful. We'll have some powered rails be right over here. Just, I don't know, 2 of them. Do we even need 2 of them? Just a single one will do great, because there's no hills. And then for the hill, we have some powered rails. Yep, that makes some sense to me. And then we'll evenly distribute the rest in a way that makes sense as it comes to it. So yeah, here is my basic idea for a minecart that is going to go all the way from the deep dark all the way to my portal over here. It's going to take it into a chest. That chest is then going to be, I don't know, let's just say it's a double chest. Then that chest is going to have hoppers that lead it into more chests. And those chest hoppers will lead them into more chests, etc., etc., etc. You get the basic idea. For now, see, even the height we went for is still not as high as I'd like, because then from here we want to have a hopper that goes into another chest, and we want that chest to be accessible. But you know, it's a start. It's a beginning to what we can do here. So yeah, this is going to be a hopper later, by the way. I'm just using a chest as a placeholder. This is going to be my system where all of the blocks I mine in the ancient city will go. Deep slate bricks, and because I want to actually measure how much there is of every single block, but also I need a place to store all of these extra blocks that are going to be picked up. So we take this chest, and for now this is where, like, you know, things from the mining, creeper drops, etc., etc. You always need to have like a junk chest, and so this is where the deep slate and the snow and all that stuff goes. Boom, we have now got a vague solution to a problem, which we're obviously going to work on more later, because we have to make another stack of minecart, another stack of chests, so we can then make a minecart of the chest. I can prove my proof of concept right here by sending it along. Look at this. So minecart rail goes along, and then it stops on there, right? Yeah, it does. And then it empties all of its cargo, just to prove that. Here you can see, it all goes into this chest, and from that chest, we'll filter it out later. Boom, we've got something going on right here. Okay, so we can work on the details of this later. For now, we just need to make sure we've got the basic functioning thing here. Also, since I'm going to need more gold, let's grab my ender chest. Well, let's put that over here as well, just so it's all on the ground. So I've only got 29 gold ingots, but I'll make the most of these, making as many of these powered rails as I possibly can. And so powered rails, levers, and regular rails is what we need a ton of. We're going to need like 2 stacks of regular. We're going to need like 4 stacks if we're being honest. But yeah, let's run and let's do this. Underneath every one of these blocks, we place a lever. That's the... I prefer doing so many different ways, but I'm trying to be efficient and fast. And sometimes that means making a sacrifice. So over here, we do the exact same thing. Place a lever just over there. And now we activate it. And so yeah, at the very bottom of this, by the way, is going to be all of my shulker boxes. That's how I'm going to later move this around. But for now, we'll just place them off to the side to kind of prove the point that, yeah, we got some shulker boxes. Also, this is going to be my one that I store all of my... Oh god, I've got so many mangrove logs I didn't move. But this is where I'm going to store all my skulky stuff, because that's actually rare, valuable, interesting stuff. We're mostly going to be picking up deep slate during this mission. It's going to be a long mission, but I'm looking forward to it. Honestly, yeah, I think that's the cool thing about big Minecraft projects sometimes, is like the process of putting it together is exciting, and almost when you start, you're like, oh yeah, there's a lot to be done here. And that's why you need to be ready, because otherwise, you'll quickly overwhelm yourself as you realize, like, how do you even begin destroying an entire city? Like, what is the process like? It doesn't seem obvious to most people, but that's half the fun sometimes, isn't it? Is in doing something that doesn't seem obvious to everyone. Also, I probably could have gone over this. Yeah, because otherwise mobs will spawn. You know what? Let's not think about that. Let's when in doubt, just don't think about how bad things could be, and you'll have a great time in life. So yeah. Also, if any of these ice blocks melt, as we know is a thing that happens, we'll be in a bad place. But again, we'll just hope that it doesn't. I think we're gonna need some powered rails here. That's my estimation, is that this is definitely gonna be a powered rail style situation. So I'll place a thing there. Will that work? I don't actually know. Yeah, I don't think it will. Yeah, no, we need to have a better one of those. We'll just place it there for now. Power those rails, move it along here. Probably some powered rails along here. Again, I could test all of this, but it's way more fun to just assume and then fix things later. At least that's how I like to build. That's another thing about Minecraft, is like everyone has a very different style. You know, actually, if we place it there, we can save ourselves a little bit of effort. And so I'm going to just move my powered rails where the easiest torch placement was, or the easiest lever placement. So move this there instead, and then place our powered rails over on this side. It's probably more efficient to do that anyway, so I'm glad the game gave me an opportunity. And now we're going to start with the long descent downwards, with a lot of blocks to be picked up. So it's really important on slopes that we get the right number of blocks of each type. Don't know what that is. I just know we've got to do it. So over here, power the rails, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I don't even know. And then more rails. Make sure we power those. Throw that in. And yeah, this is going to go all the way down until we have our minecart rail system working perfectly as planned. I always am a little bit worried that it's gonna be so messed up, because minecarts move at different speeds depending on whether there's a player in them or not, which is the most ridiculously arbitrary, silly thing in my opinion. But it's true, and we just got to accept that. And also we've got to accept that we don't have enough activating things. We need to mine some blocks with just our regular pickaxe. So if we switch this out to that, now we can mine some regular blocks in the ceiling here, get some cobblestone, use those cobblestones to make some levers, and then get right back to it. Okay, so keep on using rails, then minecart rails, and then we'll be down and onto the main destruction. I think the best thing about destruction projects that people don't talk about, because obviously this whole part, it's fun that you get to build sometimes. Like the fact that I started the building shows that I don't hate the very concept. It's funny sometimes to say that on the internet. They're like, yeah, I literally can't build. It makes me physically sick to imagine working on something. Also, I'm going to have an inventory crisis for a long time, aren't I? It makes me just physically sick to imagine building something in Minecraft. That's like a funny persona to have. But I do think the best thing about destruction projects that people don't appreciate because they're so busy being like, Minecraft's all about creativity and building. The best thing about destruction projects that you don't admit when you're saying that is that, oh god, come on Minecraft, this is why we need more inventory slots. I have just the right amount of stuff to actually do a big project, and the game is not happy with me for doing that. So yeah, we'll power these rails later, I guess. I would like to power them now, but I've got an inventory crisis to deal with. That's not the correct way to deal with it either. Yeah, Minecraft is a game which is mostly about building to a lot of people. That's probably where a lot of people fall in love with it, where it's like this creative building tool. But I think it's also worth mentioning that as a game, it's all about resource management. And one of the key things in managing resources, as far as I am concerned, is in making sure you have enough of them, is in making sure that you have the stuff. And so what better a project than one that actually... Oh, we can just go powered all the way to the bottom here. Perfect. What better a project than one that actually allows you to... this is a project that genuinely is going to give us more resources that we can then make more projects with. Because ultimately, if you're always building, you're going to run out of stuff, or you're going to have to make collection things that you're not going to enjoy. But if you enjoy destruction, not only do you get the catharsis of knowing that one of these biggest structures in the game is going to be entirely gone because of your doing, but also you're going to get the joy. I want to light this place up. Because I'm going to be taking minecart journeys too. I want to make sure they're pleasant and as enjoyable as can be. But also, it's important to say that when you're doing a big project, you have the resources, and so a big destruction project gives you not only resources. Oh look, yeah, this is gonna light itself up because of the the redstone. It's important that you not only have that, throw those on the ground, and replace it with some of whatever this is. It's important that you not only have all of the stuff. It's also important that you pick up the resources in exchange, and that's what I want to do today. Not only by breaking the blocks one by one and doing all of the fun, but also I want to make it clear that also it's so hot. I always forget just how hot it is when you turn on a PC and you tell it to do like heavy lifting. Like the PC gets to 70, 80 degrees, and so when it blows that hot air into the room, it's like having a reverse air conditioner. And you don't remember it until it's too late. But yeah, so now we can throw these on the ground in a place that I will never pick them up because they're kind of getting in my way. And then we can place our first proper station to build this. Come on, buddy. Oh wait, I've got an idea. I'll just send the minecart up with the mobs I don't like. When in doubt, send things you hate away. But yeah, just there's too much stuff being picked up here. We're gonna make our crafting table, and that's gonna allow us to make minecarts, and that's gonna allow us to do our first proper test of this system. Will the minecart chest go all the way up? Probably not, is my guess. It's also gonna get stuck because there's a render distance, there's a simulation distance limit to them. But let's see if it works anyway. It looks like it is, right? It hasn't come back yet. Yeah, there we go. That's as good as done as far as I'm concerned. So now we make another minecart that we're gonna go in, and whenever we're done, oh no, it did come back. Okay, well that's concerning, isn't it? That's a sign we need to fix something or other. Place a block over there, and now we can get to the destruction. This whole project can be worked on and tweaked and refined. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot more powered rails, is my guess as to what went wrong there. But you know what else is my guess? My guess is the structure needs to be destroyed. I think we could... I think it's like something this big, it's important we go in with like a plan. I think we go piece by piece so we can feel the progress that we're making. If you feel what I'm saying with that. Like, I think it's important that we see... Also, I need to store all of my garbage in here so it doesn't get mixed up with what I'm mining now. So cobble deep slate and regular deep slate and gravel and andesite and just... all this stuff, it's garbage. It goes away into the chest and hopefully leaves me with more space to pick up all these blocks. Okay, so yeah, if we take this whole area first, for example, then we'll feel good when it's gone. We'll be able to see the difference of like there was a structure, now there's not. And obviously we need to then address the the skulk shriekers. Those are going to be a big concern, but I think we should address those as they're coming up. I think it's not that huge of an issue before we've done anything. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but we'll find out. But yeah, so destruction is really a fun thing, and this is like a weird desire that I think everyone has inside of them a little bit. I mean, they wouldn't have break rooms as a concept. See, look at that. Using that very subtle editing to show you what a break room is. They wouldn't have break rooms or destruction rooms or whatever you know them as a concept if there wasn't a sizable number of people who just enjoyed the idea of, yeah, sometimes you gotta destroy stuff. Because as humans, we're very good at wanting to destroy things. We like to make things, and we know that making things sometimes involves destroying things. Even the premise behind recycling, which, you know, let's be honest, in a lot of places is kind of a scam. But like in many forms, in many categories at least, and in many places too. But you know, like it's a concept that doesn't work the way that is advertised, at least. Maybe is a better way to word that so it's less controversial. But yeah, you know, actually no, just recycling is a scam. There's parts of it that work, and there's much larger parts that don't. But the idea is like so appealing to people because, like, yeah, we could take this stuff we don't want, literally trash, and we could reforge it into new amazing things that we do want. You know, this structure in Minecraft is great, but we've all seen ancient cities before. What if we reforged it into something better? And that's always the fun part of these recycling projects is like, you know, like seeing all the stuff in a chest and knowing I can build whatever I want with it. And that is, by the way, the long-term plan. Like, do something with the remnants of this ancient city that we're mining. Also, picking up a lot of deep slate. Would you say the deep slate's a part of the structure? I would say that it is, even though it doesn't feel like it is. It is not flat from the ground. They have to, like, raise the rest of the structures up. So I guess we'll mine with this, and we'll count that as one of our things. But yeah, so, also, look, so now I'm going to have a second minecart chest. Don't want to get these guys mixed up. Although that's now going to go into a hopper, into a thing, so that's something we should work out. I think I just sent it away again. Let's make another minecart with another chest. And then this one is going to be where all my stuff is stored until it's... Yep, sure, that works for me, I guess. So this is where... Oh, God. Oh, God. Now they're in the same block. You've ruined everything. Yeah, okay, so we just... If we push them out... No, come back! At least the slime will despawn while he's in there. Actually, I don't think mobs despawn when they're in minecarts. You know, the idea is solid. I think it shows maybe that we should do something like that. There we go. We still need to put a block behind it, clearly. So, like, lead it into there. No, come back! Okay, this is my not very genius idea. Minecart comes in. Second minecart comes in. Like, we need to deal with the pace that they're coming in, basically. And that's what I'm hoping will happen when the... There we go. Second minecart chest comes back. They're bunching into the same block. Okay, there we go. And now we can store all of these things that we're picking up into this chest. We probably should, like, rename it or something so it doesn't get confused. But look at how many blocks this structure is made of. You'll start to realize why this is hard very quickly, I guess. Maybe we just need to make the minecart less that-y. There we go. That should solve all of our problems, I'm sure. Okay, let's get back to this. Okay, so more destruction, more fun, and more discussion of what I'm going to do with it later. Because I love, this recycling idea, like taking things that exist and like kind of reforging them into different stuff. There's a reason whenever I like make custom structures, I always like to base them on the default Minecraft ones. Like I think also, is this a part of the structure if it has diamond ore in it? That definitely confuses things. Worst case, I'll put it all in there and we can say there was this much deep slate required to flatten it. Also, we're going to have to remove the lava to remove these structures, but these are all problems we can work through. But anyway, yeah, like I was saying, there is this funny human tendency that we like to, like, make things better than we made them before. I think the genius behind, you know, like people like to say, like, oh yeah, the iPhone was a revolutionary device. And it's like, well, no, all the technologies in an iPhone already existed. The smart thing was putting them together, and the smarter, you know, like putting GPS on a phone. Why would you want GPS on a phone? Everyone wants GPS on their phone now. Everyone wants GPS on everything. Like, if you have a car without GPS, how are you going to go places? If you have a tablet without GPS, then when a website asks for your location, you got to be like, use approximate locate. You know, that's annoying. No one wants that. Everything. Taking stuff and putting it together is the real genius behind something like an iPhone. But the smarter thing is realizing that people want, people say they want revolutionary new ideas all the time. But what people really want is a slightly better version of what they've already got. The genius behind the reason Apple is a multi-trillion-dollar company is not because they worked out how to make a good phone. It's because they worked out how to make a brand new product that is very expensive with very high profit margins that people want a brand new one off for some reason every single year, or nowadays every 2 to 3 years. But still, like you just there's something just that people love about the idea of like what if like the existing thing but better? What if we could have everything we have now, and it could all be better? It could all be so much more. And that's that's the same appeal that Minecraft has if you think about it. Every single time a Minecraft update comes out, huge swaths of people come back to this game. Okay, we got the same chest. That's great. Huge swaths of people come back to playing Minecraft, and you know the reason? it's because it's that same game they fell in love with all that time again. But you know what the twist is? It's better now. It's definitely better now. Also, I'm going to try my best. Okay, if I go up with it, the minecart chests hopefully will go up further than... No! Okay, I went through it. It's fine. So you can see where the gaps are. You can see where the acceleration starts to run out. No! Why did I fall out? Okay, it's going to come back to me and then... No. Okay, can I steer it away? Nope. I'm bound by the G-forces at this point, I'm afraid. All the way down we go. A little bump there. And let's just try not to end up in the stack. We ended up in the stack, but we can leave. Okay. So zoom, zoom. Yeah, you can see it's weird where the acceleration gaps are coming in. I think the lesson I'm learning is that you need to space out your rails. Like, you need to have, like, one on one the other. No! Yeah, I had to do that myself, too. If I leave the minecart running, it's going to be fine. Oh, not for long. Yeah, momentum is slow. Minecart journeys are hard. I think this is the first brand new minecart that I've been, like, excited to make since the... Okay, we need to put a block behind there, too. Is it going to hit a powered rail? No, 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 no. Come back, come back, come back. This way, this way, this way. No, 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 no. God. Okay. Can I stop this, or am I at the... Why can you only put momentum in the way a minecart's already going? Okay, let's just get out and let's break the minecart. Okay, it's gone. It's gone. That's fine. That's A-okay of me. Yeah, we need to have some form of system that, like, redirects minecarts somewhere or other, I guess. We could do that over here. We just... Yeah, let's do that over here. Just to make it easier. We'll have, like, multiple sets of... You know, that doesn't make any sense. Let's not think about that either. Let's just break this, take it with me, and let's also put away some stuff. I love my scaffolding. I really do. I don't think it's... Actually, no, that is going to be important. Okay, I love my 1 rotten flesh. I really do, but in it goes. I love my 7 iron ingots, but, you know, right now, not necessary. My redstone dust really didn't come in useful. The sticks are probably going to be great, and also I'm going to need some torches. And also, you know, all of this wood, I think I'm using it all to make chests anyway. Let's just commit to that now. 12 chests. I'm going to need more than 12 chests by the time we're done. So now we're going to make ourselves a... What are we going to make? Also, I just realized this is like an old-style Let's Play, but rather than doing the thing everyone did, where, like, do an hour of footage, split it up into 4 videos, that's 4 days worth of content done. We're, like, building this from the scratch way. Which I think is fun. So we'll now take a stack of this and a stack of this, but we'll take half and half. I've already got half, it seems. We'll take 32 of those, make a whole stack and then some, and then we'll leave this... Yeah, it's going to be annoying to remember which of these to bring and which of these to leave, but we'll leave this here just to free up that extra inventory space. And then also I'm going to take some more gold. I don't know how many gold we're going to need, if I'm being honest with you. 18, maybe? And we're going to make some more powered rails, which require more torches, actually. So I hate when I do things in slightly the wrong order, as I've just done. Okay, so make ourselves, like, I don't know, that many redstone torches. Place the rest of the sticks back in here. Place the redstone in there, too, just to confuse future me. And now let's make the powered rails, which we clearly need for everything to function. What are they missing? What is... Oh, you need them separate. You don't need them together. I don't know why you don't do it. It doesn't make any sense that you can't use them together, but that's fine. Now we'll place the redstone back where it actually belongs. And then place the coal back where it actually belongs. And there we go. Okay. I think we're good now. I think we're ready and raring to go. I definitely need to do something better with this whole thing rather than having just a block. So, you know, we could use scaffolding, we could use just, you know, some way to represent that this is an end. I think a chest, it's a lazy solution, but it's one that works. And it kind of points out what this whole thing is. And now I need to make another minecart to go back down. There's a lot of minecarts being made today, and I guess that's fully okay. Also, we've got too many rails on us. Like, this isn't the right number. So we're going to use those for something or other later. Or just place 26 in there. Okay, this is a now fully sorted inventory, as fully as I can sort one. And the only thing it's missing is iron. which comes from the ender chest. See, Minecraft requires a lot of, like, organization now. Like, if you want to do stuff and actually... Like, this is why an inventory update is needed, in my opinion. Like, I admit I have worse inventory management than most. But it's still so frustrating thinking, like, okay, I need to use 50 distinct items during the course of this. And then I need to store 30... I need to store thousands of stacks of items. What's the most efficient way to store things? Also so that I don't lose them in the future. You know, it feels like a resource management sim sometimes. Yeah, I'm going to get out, and I'm going to just extend these a little bit. And I'm going to see if that solves all of my problems. It won't solve all of my problems, but I'm going to see if it does anyway, because that sounds fun. Do the same this way, just a few more blocks. Turn them into powered rails. Oh, I destroyed a whole thing over here. Should we place another chest down? No, let's do this correctly. Okay. So that should now allow minecart chests to go all the way up. I don't want to do it yet, so I won't test it. But I'm hoping that I'm correct about that. Go another couple blocks this way too. Because I think this was a long stretch without one. Yeah, especially with that flat area. If we make that a bit longer. Yeah, that's good. That's probably everything we need. Now we make this stretch way longer. So break that. Place that. Okay, that doesn't work how I expected, but sure. Because I want to have the minecart kind of like head further into this little sanctum. Because that way I can actually line them up in a more reasonable way. But yeah, we're gonna have to do something about this before we can do that. They go so fast. Like, where is this speed when I need it? Why do they do the opposite of what you want all the time? That is my question here. It's never the exact logical thing that you would expect them to do. Okay, so now we have this track run around on itself. Okay, lots of zombies. It's meant to be a deep dock where no mobs spawn. No idea why mobs are spawning here, but we don't question that, huh? And then this goes round. This piece of track needs to be moved. Okay, and then we can replace and destroy this one. And now we got like a long stretch that the minecarts can run on. And then we'll loop back round one more time. There is no way they should run forever on that. That is enough track that we should not have any problems. I hope. Yeah, we probably need to make little signal junctions too. You know, this is too complex. But we need to have signal junctions so we can like let minecarts through. Yeah, I think that's what we should like realistically look into doing. Is like have a series of things here. Where it goes down here, and then it goes down here. Solely oh no, without that though. Solely depending on whether there is... oh yeah, how do I stop that from happening actually? So I place that one first, and then that one. Nope. I place this one first. And then... Okay, I guess there's no way. I guess we place a block up there. No, that... Okay, yeah, that's the idea. And then when we remove this one... Yeah, there we go. Problem solved. So then we just have to place a little switch over here. We use a redstone torch to prove what it does. Apparently not. We place a switch over here, I said. And then that, you know, I'm done thinking about this one. Now we place a switch over here. And then it goes straight when you... There we go. That's how we rotate which one of these two it goes to. In theory, at least. Let's get back to them. You know, if there's one thing I can do effectively in Minecraft, it's mine a lot of blocks. And that's what we need to do effectively today. Right off, we torch the place up. And also off, we use our Silk Touch tool to break as many of these tools as we can. Again, it's just... They're needlessly concerning. They're going to be taking mob XP away from me. It's not a smart thing to be doing right now. In my opinion. Okay, so... Run around, place torches on the ground level where they won't be destroyed and where they'll be very necessary later. And destroy all of the scary, scary, scary blocks. Because, you know, that is something I don't want. That is something I'm not sure I'm a fan of. I think I got it. I'm not sure if I destroyed it. And, yeah, if the warden comes in, we'll remove him. There'll be no issues. There'll be no issues of wardens. Oh, apparently I didn't get the warden anyway. Perfect. So yeah, we need to do that, run around this whole place. Just make sure none of that can happen. Because if there's one thing that you'll learn very easily in life, It's that there's a huge amount of pain to be had in incorrectly preparing for something with huge consequences. I mean, I learned that last week, right? I just figured, let's go around the Nether in a structure filled with mobs that can hit you twice as fast as normal, and let's just hope for the best. You know, hoping for the best is a solid strategy if you're 5 years old, but once you're a real adult and you have to... No, I'm just kidding. Once you also, look, there's a little campfire over there. That's fun. Hoping for the best is a great strategy, and it's like a nice one for optimism, like to keep your motivation sensors going. But if you are someone, ideally you should be doing more than hoping. You should be planning, you know? Hope is what you do from a position of powerlessness, and we're all powerless in the universe in our own way, right? Like there's so many things outside your control. Even if you're the most powerful human being, the most powerful being in the universe, there are things you don't get to control. I mean, even if you deconstruct the argument of like, well, there's, you know, some deity that controls the world. You know, did he control his own existence? Did he get to create himself, or has he always been? If he's always been, can he uncreate himself, or is that a form of being trapped? Also, I hear some concerning noises. I hear what sounds like it might be a warden. Do you hear that? You know, I'm probably imagining it. It's probably nothing. Yeah, that's what it is. What you're hearing right now is the sound of silence. Also, this place is so much bigger than I thought. I should have picked a small one. Oh, God. Yeah, this thing is huge. This thing is absolutely... Oh, okay. So I need to get out my fireworks. I need to get them out now. And I need to fly all the way around. Oh, no. I'm going to actually die. And I can't even see my way around. So yeah, that's why being prepared is important. I said, while not being prepared for the warden by not having my fireworks on my hotbar. Valuable lessons for everyone there, I'm sure. Not least myself. Oh, okay, he's gone. You can hear the creepy noises fading away. And yeah, I think, honestly, this... Oh, okay. This torching it up business is probably one that's better done as we... Ooh. Probably best done as we're, like, roaming around the place. Because it's so big that genuinely torching this place up can't be done as an easy 1-2 task. You've got to actually have, like, a system, a strategy, and we're going to need a lot of torches for it, too. Because just look at the size of this thing. Isn't this... You know what Toycat realizes 40 minutes into a video where he's trying to destroy a structure, just how big it is. Look at it. Look at this monster of a... Whatever. Let's get to the destruction. So this island is the first thing I need to destroy. Rather than getting overwhelmed, because that's what's going to happen if we just endlessly let ourselves wander. Let's get some important destruction done. This whole island, it needs to go. It needs to go now, and so let's make sure that it goes now. The less recognizable it gets, the more I feel like we're doing a big thing, a good thing even, and that's important. Is this diamond ore part of the structure? See, that's harder to justify. But logically, if we say that these are part of the structure, then that too probably has to be part of the structure, right? It's hard to argue otherwise. But I kind of want to anyway. I kind of want to say, well, ores are definitely not an intended part of the structure, whereas deep slate definitely is. Maybe. Or maybe that's wrong. Who knows? I mean, like with everything in life, sometimes we're just kind of arguing. We're arguing from feelings, and then we're picking facts that match those feelings. Like something I think about a lot recently is, you know, because we're all trying to solve this issue of there's a lot of resource struggles in the world because human population has gone up so fast, and you know, like we're always working out like, oh, should we eat bug meat? Is that our solution to proteins from now on? Like, what if we just take all of our existing stuff and we make it into bug meat? And what if everyone stops showering as much? You know, everyone's taking showers that are just far too long. You guys have got to stop. And these all sound like fun arguments. I mean, it's really easy to just say like, what if everyone just kept doing what they were doing right now and we all ignored the problem? But most people admit that, like, okay, we can't just ignore the problem, right? We gotta do something about it. And so, oh god, yeah, we have already You know, I guess I'll just put more stuff in the sculpt chest if it comes to it. We're all trying to solve this like issue. If there is some, you know, like everyone's seeing it more and more because extreme weather events, I guess, are becoming more common, or maybe they're not becoming more common. I think they are to some extent, but I also think as you live longer, more extreme events are just bound to happen to you. And by that, I'm not trying to talk about weather. We can talk about environmentalism. Don't worry, we can do that. But something that is really interesting. Also, I hate these guys, but they're the lesser of two evils. If you have too many of these little slimes spawned in, the big ones can't happen. And I hate every second of this, but this is how it's gotta be. This is how it's gotta be. Yeah. So the big crazy things happen like once in a generation or once every 20 years. And that sounds like an impossibly long time until you realize humans live like 80. And so one of the weird things about growing up and being around a lot of other human beings who are, let's be honest, they're also growing up at the same speed as you. Every single person aged 1 year last year. You know, it might feel like we age at different rates, and sure, we emotionally mature at different speeds based on different events. But actual age, actual time progression is pretty consistent. That every year, 1 year passes. You know, every 60 seconds, a minute passes in Africa. Like it's true. This is a fact, whether you want it to be or not. And one of the weird realities of that fact is that terrible things. So like financial crises, like, you know, like the Great Depression or the financial crisis of 2008. These like once in a generation events. It's like, yeah, of course we had another one 14 years later. In fact, here's the funny thing: the current economic crises we're going through, it's actually like way over. Like it's longer than we would have expected. Like the dot-com bubble followed by the late 90s, the early 90s issues in the world, like Black Wednesday and all that stuff, followed by, the dot-com bubble bursting, followed by, also there was like an Asian stock crisis we'll ignore, but like followed by the Great Financial Crisis. These events were like 6, 7, 8 years apart. The fact that we had 12 or 13, depending on how you measure it, solid years without like a giant crisis is like a testament. Like, wow, bad things didn't happen for a long time. We had a really good stretch for a decade there. But what sticks in people's minds is like, man, things are terrible now. Things will never get better. Things will always be this bad for till the rest of time. And yeah, it's like it's a tempting belief set. It's easy to want to believe, but it's also not, borne out by the data. Like the things that you're going through right now, we'll recover from, and we'll pretend oh yeah, this can never happen again. And then in 2035, the exact same thing will happen. In fact, I expect not even 2035. Maybe the year 2028 or something. Like, oh, guess what? Some overextended bank in insert country here has destroyed the world because now they can't lend credit on insert thing there. The world is just filled with bad things that are happening all the time. It's just the truth is that they're not really affecting you most of that time. In fact, I think there's such an overabundant, a lack of terrible, life-destroying, but big collective events. But we almost try to create them, and that seems silly. But we really do. We really, especially looking at the current world. If you see, if you look at news in the modern world, it's not about here's what happened today. It's here is the most terrible thing that we estimate will generate clicks today. Do you want to hear about some crises? You wouldn't have heard about them if not from the news, and it wouldn't have affected your life, or really, it wouldn't have affected your life. But because you read about it in the news, you're so sad. It genuinely is crazy to me how many people are like, yeah, I don't know how I expect to get any work done with the things that have happened over there on that other side of the country. And it's isn't that the weirdest thing? This is an America criticism, especially, I think, because it's such a big place, 330 million people on a continent, 1/7 of the Earth's surface or something, basically. That's factually inaccurate. Ignore that. But it's 1/7 of the Earth's continents, and it's all this one place ruled by this. And just because it's ruled by one leader, everyone's like, man, things that happen literally 2,500 miles away from me are ruining my life. Don't you know what's happening to the people there? They literally don't have rights or lives or whatever else is, whatever else it is. And say, you know, like, I'm not going to act like this is like a one-sided thing. It's like, yeah, do you see all the terrible destruction of... Because, you know, I'll admit, like, you see something terrible in Sri Lanka or Venezuela, and you're like, my God, yeah, these people's, you know, governments have failed them. These people's societies are crumbling, and all their savings and all their value that they've created for themselves and their family, it's all being destroyed. And, you know, like, it's tempting to, like, buy into it. It's tempting to fully shut down and say, yeah, this is terrible for me too. But I think that's like a human... Yeah, I think sometimes that's because we're happier being sad. It's hard to admit, and it feels wrong to say. But I think genuinely we are sometimes happier being sad than being happy. And that's all, we're more content. We're more driven towards doing it. I think happiness without sadness means very little, and so we're always sometimes looking for that. And there's a lot of people who are in the other boat, by the way, where there has not been a happy event in their life for so long. Like, I think the rise in depression, the rise in all these mental health concerns is nothing but proof of that. That there are some people for whom there is happiness just not happening on any occasion, maybe even maybe not on a regular basis, but there's very few occasions that bring joy. And that's just the crazy reality of the world we're living in. You know, something else that, while we're here anyway, right? We're talking about destruction. So natural disasters and, you know, like the climate and all that is basically relevant. I'm the natural disaster that destroys this structure. But yeah, I'm going to make sure I stick to my goal of destroying this one structure first, by the way. It's really tempting. Like, my brain tries to wander and say, what if we went over there instead? But I think it's important we stick to destroying this thing first. Even though it raises questions about what is a part of the ancient city and what isn't. Because this really is just a platform, I'm pretty sure. But I've started destroying it, so I'm going to commit to finishing destroying it. And that does involve using my scaffolding to go deal with this lava, I think. Yeah, let's go do it. Let's stack up. Can we do it on top of... We can't do it on top of there. Okay, from up here, we'll just stack up. Remove that, because it's going to mess with me. And we'll place whatever block we can. I'll have to mine a block from the ceiling to place up there. And, in fact, this could be way easier than I hoped. I just go up. And because it's on, like, a ledge, we just have to, yeah, place a few blocks. In fact, some sculk veins would do nicely. Because for whatever reason, sculk veins can block the flow of... Like, this doesn't make any sense to me. Are they going to flow over it? No, they're trapped even... Okay, that makes even... You know, it's fine. So now we place a few more sculk veins there. That doesn't... Yep, that does make sense, but we're not going to question it. Then we get the same number of sculk veins back. And we call it a day. Also, I hear a sculk sensor. Whatever. It's gone. The lava is no longer causing me an issue. And also, this is gone. Okay, so back to what I was saying. The, So yeah, there's this, like, big, like, debate about how do we make all these resources on this planet, like, work for so many more people. And we've always got these, like, ridiculous ideas. Like, what if everyone just showers less? And then also if we all switch to eating bugs and, like, you know... But, like, ultimately it's like, okay, here's my solution. Kill half of all humans. Just, you know, actually, 65%. 65% just gone today. Right now, it's over. I'm sorry. Your name starts with, what is it, N through Z. So you have to die. Actually, I think there's a... I bet more people have a name in the bottom half of the alphabet. Because, even though I feel like there's a lot of names starting with A. Yeah, I weighted the scale on this one. So what? I'm going to be alive. It's not my problem. But I think more people have a name that starts with, like, M to Z. Because of all the Mohammeds in the world. So you know what? Yeah, that's my way of killing 60% of humans. Just, sorry about it, friends. Your name started with the half the alphabet we decided wasn't good, and so now you're gone. And now everyone else can do exactly what they want all of the time. Obviously, this is actually a terrible, untenable solution, because I think randomly killing lots of people isn't good. But I think what a lot of people might like to say is, what if we could have... I like your idea there, Toycat. What if, though, we could alter that and have all of the do what we want stuff, you know, like we don't have to alter our lives, we can just enjoy a climate-free existence. But also, I want to have that, don't get me wrong, but I do also think that we should not kill the people. Okay, sure, we'll compromise, we'll have a plan where everyone does what they want, but we don't kill people. But the problem is, even though that works great in a democracy, and it is actually a great example of pragmatic decision-making, it's also like, you know, we pragmatically solved the difference between our opinions, but we didn't solve the problem. We just solved our opinionated differences. We both feel better about the plan, but now the plan requires more work that no one's willing to put in. And that's always the struggle to me. It's like, good compromises take a lot of like ingenuitive thinking to actually implement, you know? The compromise, you know, and that's something that we're always lacking when we're coming up with ideas, because we're usually coming up with ideas from this place of like madness. Just, I don't like something, I want it fixed. And you know, it's even the same with me with like, I like big Minecraft updates. I like the idea of them doing 2 updates a year. I don't like the idea of them doing 2 small updates a year versus 1 big update. I would like 2 big updates a year. That's the perfect mesh between those ideas. That's what I'm saying, but it's what the community is saying, if we're being honest. Like, when there's a smaller update, people are disappointed. When it's a year wait between an update, people are also disappointed. There is, you can't please all of the people all of the time. It's a near impossibility. And the struggle is working out how to please the most people for the most time. And the answer to that struggle is, honestly, it's that's a whole field we dedicate things to. But I think a lot about how there's like shifting goals often that make it even more hard and confusing. Because even if we say like, okay, everyone agrees that the environment is this key concern, that we're going to put a lot of effort into that, and it's like, great, thank God, we finally have this source of agreement. Let's go. However, also, these minecarts are definitely moving around. I think they're getting moved by mobs, maybe. Maybe it's me. You know, I'll blame myself. It's definitely the mobs, though. But, like, you know, it could have been me. It's not me, but it could have been. So, you know, that's fine. Also, throw these slime balls in here. I'm collecting... Oh, yeah. Where's my slime balls? Also, where did I get that from? Yeah, I'm collecting far too much garbage. This is Minecraft's biggest issue, also, is I want to tell the game that I don't want this garbage. Like, rotten flesh has 0 value to my Minecraft world, and also I have genuinely chests full of it. Like, I had a zombie farm many, many years ago. How do I say that I don't want that? What do I have to do? I know there's always people that say like, oh, just use this mod. And it's like, no. In regular Minecraft, because I'm having this issue in regular Minecraft, I'm not having this issue in modern Minecraft. Okay, I have a carrot now. I don't want to have a carrot. What am I going to do with a carrot out here? Yeah, damn it, what am I going to do with a carrot? I don't know the answer to that question. If you know the answer, please tell me, because I'm having an issue over it. Also, there's going to be a lot of carrots today. I mean, a lot of candles. Candles are like carrots, but you light them on fire, and so they have a use that way. At least, you know, if carrots lit up my world, then maybe they'd be nice. I guess I could take my gold and put it around the carrot, make an extra golden carrot that way. But then I'd have some spare gold ingots, because they don't perfectly craft, and you know what? Life is a pain. And then, I know you marry one. Yeah, that's what it is. That's how things be. Also, yeah, talking for 5 hours straight is, it's always the part that most people find intimidating about this, but it's always the part I enjoy the most. I'm like, oh, heck yeah. I've been wanting to talk about this for a while. I've been wanting to talk about how people find 40-hour a weeks to, like, one of the biggest, like, complaints I see is like, oh man, 40 hours a week is too much. How does anyone expect us to work that? Like, because it's 8 hours every single day. That's 9 to 5, if you include a lunch break. No, it's 9 to 6 if you include a lunch break. So 9 to 6, and then you've got to travel to and from work. So, and like, you know, like, so that means you're waking up at 7 or 8, and then you're getting home, and that time's not very useful because you're so exhausted from the day. And it's like, oh man, yeah, you work from 7 to 7. Like, your time is worthless from 7 to 7, and then you just have to spend the rest of the time recovering. And that's like a real valid concern I think about. But I also think that, like, it's historically against the grain. Like, you know, I still think this is the best time to live in history because of the fact that. Also, I'm gonna do a lot of silk touch damage right here, just to make this whole place a little bit prettier and less skulky. there's just so many of these blocks, you know. They're kind of getting in the way. But yeah, there's this funny. My issue with that whole dichotomy is the idea that now is like this uniquely awful time to live. That in the past, 40 hours is the most anyone has ever had to work. But I think historically speaking, not only are we working way less than people used to work, and we have way better lives on average than people used to have. But I also think that, like, when you think about what is required to keep a life going from now compared to, like, I don't know, even if you go back to the start of the 40-hour work week, when things were the best, when your boomer parents could buy a whole house for, like, a year's wage or something. When you think about, like, the very best times, you forget that, like, life took so much more work then. Like, not only did you have to spend 40 hours at work, and you have to commute to and from it, so same 7 to 7 thing, but now the rest of your hours, you have to spend, like, okay, I need to pay bills, and that's not like an automatic direct debit. That concept of bill pay or whatever didn't exist. No. That you have to go mail a check to the energy company in the amount that they tell. I don't know how so many people did it. Honestly, I don't understand how bill delinquency was not through the roof. Because not only did you have to want to pay a bill, and like have the money to pay it, you had to like go through all the steps to go do it. Think about how much faster it is to pay someone now versus getting a check, writing their name, getting their account details, paying it to them. You just ask for someone's Cash App or Whatstagram or I don't know the American Venmo, I think it's called. PayPal, right? You know someone's email address, send them some money. It is so incredibly easy to pay someone if you want to. If you have the money and the funds, you just do it. It's instant. You save yourself like an hour after, an hour a month easily just in payments. Then you think about like, laundry. We have laundry machines like it's the last 100-year invention that just you throw stuff in it and then it gets clean. You admittedly need to buy laundry powder or something. It's quite expensive. It cost me like £7, like 100 capsules or something. So like, what is that? 7 pence a wash, 10 cents maybe in US dollars. It is expensive, and that's annoying if you ask me. But as far as the base premise of as far as the core idea in that of you want to get washing done, it's like, go to the washing machine, put it in, and then it's done. And then you want to then dry those clothes. You used to have to like go leave them out in the sun and then hope it didn't rain that day, because if it rained, your clothes wouldn't dry, they'd get wet. No. The way it works now is you put them in the magic drying machine immediately after it's done washing, and at least in all the apartments I've stayed in, they're right next to each other. They're directly, it's amazing. You want food? You saved like a few hours a week on cleaning clothes. Also, you can have way more of them, but that's a quality of life. That's not a time improvement. Like the time improvement of like, just being able to throw something in the microwave, and now that's cool. The time, like the air fryer, which is like a microwave but not awful for you. Honestly, I love the. Okay, let's go. I love the modern day efficiency. You can buy like a pre-cooked burger that just takes 30 seconds and it's done. You can buy so much pre-cooked food that just sits in a fridge and is delicious. I'm gonna have to take a lunch break at some point in this video because I made the mistake of doing it early in the day, and my body doesn't. I just need energy in the middle of the day to keep it going. I'm sorry. There's gonna be one cut in this cutless video, just to warn you now. But like there's just a pre-made. It's an amazing looking Caesar salad. It's got some bacon on there. It's got potatoes. It's got some great looking grilled chicken. It's just sitting in the fridge. I will go, and in 10 minutes later, I'll be done with my food, and I'll come back. Genuinely, like, most of human labor, for most of history, has been spent on the pursuit of food. And it's, like, comical now, because, genuinely, you're on a lunch break, and you have 10 minutes. You'll get some food, and you'll eat it, you maybe, like, an hour, let's say, to, like, eat it, and enjoy it, and to, like, socialize and stuff. But that's still an incredible thing when you really get down to it, right? That's still mind-blowing that you can just You just go to any of the millions of establishments that exist out and about, or and you know, think about, okay, you want to socialize during that lunch hour, right? Because you wanna take advantage of it, and it's like, yeah, you use this magic device that contacts every single person you know. If it doesn't contact everyone you know, it contacts the overwhelming majority. I'll admit it might not be everyone. I don't know you or your life. Also, I need this minecart to keep yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to go back manually with all this stuff. Also, no, okay. Oh, I hate you so much, slimes. I'm gonna have to make a ton of boats because this is time consuming. Okay, so let's throw in the slime balls, and then I'll just bring my stuff manually, I guess. Oh, damn it! What did I just do? Is the minecart chest still loaded up? No, that's my minecart. Okay, so then I'll take my minecart, and I'll take as many items as I can. So that's going to involve stacks, I think. No, I can't even take the stacks because. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's okay. Just everything's great. We're just going to move up with our minecart, and we're going to manually deposit all of this. I'm meant to have a functioning minecart system. Yeah, honestly, let's bring this one up. Actually, let's test my concept. So we need to move this past because it's currently just stuck on the wrong part of this loop. Move it over there, and now we can move this over. Oh, but it doesn't want to leave the rails. Okay. So once it falls off the rails over here, as it will, now we move it back on. No, life is pain. Yeah, having a functioning minecart system is harder than it sounds. Yep, move it onto the tracks. There we go. And now we just put the rails back. Oh god, what have I done? And then I get in my minecart, and I'm gonna follow this minecart. Okay. So now we see if that one properly works. If it doesn't, I've got more powered rails, right? Yeah, I've got more powered rails. I got 11 of them. I'm hoping it goes all the way. I feel as though I deserve. No, it doesn't. It makes it almost all the way, and then it pushes me back down. Okay, so clearly over here, there's a little bit more needed with that and with that. Also, I think because it de-renders, I think every chunk boundary needs to have powered rails on both sides of it, which means I have to now work out chunk boundaries and all that nonsense. But also, I think this is just a not very effective batcher track right here. I'm hoping that's what it is. I'm really hoping that that's what it is. Just 2 more powered rails and everything will be okay. It's a little bit exhausting, but that's Minecraft projects for you. It takes a while to get off the ground. We can magically pretend, because you know that even preparing for this, I had to get my pickaxe back up to full durability. I did some trading with villagers. Wow, you're seeing that right now. Look at that! Look at that small screen editing on the corner there. There's a. You know, thank you to Harrison for editing a 5-hour video, by the way. There's not too much to do here, but it's still. You know, the amount of time it takes a PC to render out a 5-hour file, you know, it's big. It's a big thing he has done right here. Okay, so we're just gonna move it onto that. I hate you. I hate you and everything you stand for. You have to ruin my day, don't you? Is that just what you enjoy? Do you like that my day is hurt by your presence? Do you like that is this good? Do you think you're good Minecraft design? Because you're not. You only exist because the developers didn't think about what it would do when they lowered the slime chunks, and by the time they realized it was too late. That's your whole reason for existence. That's your whole reason. You're not going to exist forever, you know. Why can't I move him? Why is he trapped in there? Why? Why does this happen to me? Okay, life. Just stop. Just please. I'm not okay with this. I don't know how. Okay, he's finally back, so we're gonna murder him. I don't know why I had to break the minecart to do that. Doesn't seem like a reasonable existence as far as I'm concerned. And then we'll move this track. No, stop. Yeah, just. I hate you all. I hate all of this. Okay, so now we move him back, and just like so. It's exhausting, and it proves that I haven't solved any of my problems. But we send it up anyway. Oh no. Okay. We send it up anyway. And we'll see how that goes for me. Also gonna eat a golden carrot. See, I wish I didn't have to eat a golden carrot. It would be chill if I didn't. So yeah, because there's a max simulation distance, I'm playing on a realm, so it's 4 chunks. If the minecart gets just outside... Yeah, it's going to keep coming back. Because it gets trapped outside of that range. Which means you have to go up with the minecarts every time. Kind of defeating the point of them somewhat, in my opinion. Also, oh, that's... Oh, no, don't send me back. Don't send me back. Oh, gosh. Okay, so just... keep the minecart going. This is efficient, trust me. This is way easier than just having shulker boxes that I move from place to place. This is the way to move stuff. Just you trust me. Yeah, no, it'd be nice if they made an exception to simulation distances for minecart chests. But I guess if they made an exception for that, what else are they going to make an exception for? I mean... Also, no, don't leave me. Okay, we're good. So I'll leave it like in this little space here. Just, as you can see, it moves and drains all that stuff out of there. And now we can take advantage of this to start properly filtering out what we want to go in each chest, right? Because if we place a hopper down here, which we'll do in a second, it'll allow us to decide which items in this chest. Because, okay, let's say we want to have deep slate bricks. We make a whole row of those. Wait, there's a chest below this one, right? Okay, let's say in this bottom chest, we want to have deep slate bricks. We can now make a whole row of those. So let's just say this is building blocks right here. Because, you know, it is. And then we could have polished deep slate be a whole row too. And then we could have deep slate tiles be a whole row. And then we could have cracked deep slate bricks be a whole row, but they're not, but we'll ignore that. And then we could have regular deep slate be 2 whole rows. Because, of course, we've already got 2 rows of deep slate, if we're being honest with ourselves. Okay, now not only when we manually move things in here will that happen, but also when it automatically sifts through, it will only let those things through. That's actually not going to work because it's going to, like, all the wrong blocks will get stuck in the hoppers. But let's not think about that too hard. Let's just see what happens if I ignore the fatal flaw that I know is inside of my system. Okay. So now all the stuff filters through. It goes into there. Well, right now it's working exactly as intended, actually. So, yep. No issues here. Also, instead of going into the pile, it goes into... You know, that's fine. That's not what's important right now. Yep, this is great. Everything... This is working as intended. Okay, now it's going into the right blocks. Okay, there we go. Now the minecart chest slowly empties out, and it does its magic. We could double the rate by having a second hopper over there, but we don't need to worry about that right now. For now, we just need to worry about making more minecart chests, because my god, do I need more of these. So we'll have at least 2. You know what, we need like at least 5, right? At least 3, I'll say. So now we make, using our crafting table, 3 minecarts. That allows me to make 3 minecart chests. And that allows me to spend longer without coming back up here and facing the unfortunate consequences of this very huge project. Okay, let's head back down. I'm definitely extending the time on this with these minor mistakes, but that's half the fun, isn't it? Maybe that's not half the fun. Maybe realizing that you're making a time mistake is important so that you ideally don't make it in the future. No, that's probably not it. Let's head down the zooming pathway. Yeah, I think it is a real disappointment that you can't send minecarts up unaccompanied. There might be a way to do it, like by having the staircase be a spiral, but this design at least does not work. I'll say that much. Okay, so now we place minecarts here and no over here, and then also one over here, just for good measure. They'll get a little bit confused if I place one there, actually. So then we'll place more rails over here, and we'll have another minecart chest. I don't like when that happens. Don't like when that happens at all. Also, when that happens, whatever. There we go. Just it all goes out onto the ground. Okay, so we place these tracks in such a way that that happens. Okay, this is my... Oh, gosh. This is my genius level solution. Damn. I figured that would stop it from... Whatever. There we go. No! It never works how you want it to. It never does. But that's okay. Everything's pointing in the right direction. I've got a lot of minecart chests, and they can all later be moved up. Let's get back to the destruction. So, yeah, one of the things I think is interesting is this interesting juxtaposition we've seen in the last 2 years of, you know, because there's lots of things you can do to save the planet. Let's name a few, right? You could take public transport instead of private transport. You know, ditch the car, get on a bus or train or something. That would help out the world. If you want to help out, you could stop using single-use plastics. You get like a reusable bag, and as long as you use it more than 100 times, yeah, and every time you use it past then is helping out the planet. It's really quite a useful thing, and so on and so forth. Right? I could name every single method, but you get the point by now that there's lots of things you can do. But a lot of these things came into direct conflict with what people, you know, like the zeitgeist would say those things are good, until all of a sudden we have a flip on our head where we say, whoa, there's a big global health crisis. You can't be using reusable things because reusable things could have germs on. Whereas single use, you know, it's brand new, it's fresh, no germs on single use plastic. You know, okay. Also, I'm finally gonna have inventory spaces. That's my hope. I'm also gonna have a garbage chest down here because I think I'm gonna need it. Like my garbage chest is just it's filling up so much. But whatever. That's a point for another time. So yeah, this rail system is getting silly, by the way. Yeah, one of the interesting things is those were like directly in opposition to each other, and a lot of people figured like, oh yeah, well we're shifting our priority right now, just temporarily, from the environment as the most important thing because there's a climate catastrophe, which is obviously we can pretend we care about the planet all for the sake of like the planet all we like, but we care about the planet because it's where we live. I think that's an important point to make for a lot of people. A lot of people think the environment and they're picturing like dolphins and turtles, but like we should care about the planet because we live here, humans. Instead of whenever there's like ads being like, yeah, don't litter, protect the environment or whatever else. Instead of showing dolphins, just show a picture of like Steve, not Minecraft. Show a picture of Anna or Tim. Yeah, show a picture of Tim. Just be like, yeah, this is Tim. He doesn't like when beaches are dirty because now they don't look as good on Instagram. And like then we'd be like, whoa, I didn't realize it was a human that was disappointed. In reality, we actually have the opposite approach where we don't care about things till someone says, oh yeah, but also for the wildlife. Because we have a much better compassion for animals than for humans. Which is weird because we then eat the animals. But that we don't like to know that we're eating animals at the very least. So that shows that we care. And anyway, one of the weird things is like this shift in priorities, right? Where we all of a sudden said to everyone like, whoa, you're making journeys by public transport? You got to stop those right now. For like at least like, I don't know, like 18 months, 2 years. Just honestly, as long as I feel like you should, no more public transport. That's real bad. The trains in the UK had like a 70% full in passengers because you were told only travel if it's absolutely essential. And public transport networks across the US have had the exact same effect. Like, people have been told, don't do this unless it's 100% necessary because there's germs everywhere. And statistically, one person in your train carriage, one person on your bus has COVID. And this is a disease that we didn't really understand. We just knew it jumped from person to person quickly. Do you want to be in a confined space with a germ haver? No, you don't. And so one of the interesting things is that like everyone was told like, yeah, you got to stop doing that. But the thing is like people weren't just taking journeys for the fun of it, right? Most journeys that people take, there are some that are for leisure, but a lot are for some essential good, whether it's to go to the store to buy that food that just sits in your fridge and is immediately ready to eat, or takes very little cooking in comparison to the hours and days you might spend in time past. You go to the store, and that's kind of essential. You need the food, okay? you go to work. Kind of essential because we need an economic system because our whole system, including getting that food, runs on it. Okay. The only things that you could say is like, yeah, if you're gonna do something like for fun, not essential. But even then, it's like, well, it's still it's not. I guess essential is a very hard word to define, but it's like this is important too. And so what people ended up doing is like, okay, if you anything that even essential journeys, if you really could, but just like any extra journeys, take them via another method. Like, okay, and so if you look at like car ownership rates during that time, the amount of people like learning to drive, passing their test, etc., skyrocketed. The number of people who, during a time where it was illegal to, like to get on public transport, or where it was at the very least implied that it will harm your health in an irreparable way to get on public transport, a lot of people said, okay, well, I will stop doing this thing. And now we've got this huge campaign now that we're like over the health side and we're back to environment. We're like, wait, everyone, back to the train. Take the train's places. Take the bus. Take the, there's this huge desire to get people back to doing this because it's not just environmentally friendly. It's like good for there's like a lot of social benefits. But it's like, it's really hard to like put a genie back in the bottle once you tell people that like, yeah, you gotta do this thing because it's so important. And I think what a lot of, because a lot of people say like, yeah, that's just people's reaction to events. But I think for some number of people, it's this, for me, this is like important, is realizing that you can do the thing that is seen as really important right now, and you can feel really good about yourself, and you can, this is a big point in society. But the thing that is seen as really important is going to change all the time in a way that human priorities just cannot, flying is real bad is a useful thing to learn. But what if, there's what if you live on an island, let's say, and, then what are your options? Even if you think about it otherwise, it's like, how would you get between continents besides taking a month-long boat that requires you to quit your job or work remotely from the middle of the Atlantic Ocean? Obviously, quickly things come into, practicalities. And for most practicalities, you can say, okay, we just shift things in the right direction. But I think a lot of people say, okay, the political priorities of the 1960s were so different to the priorities of the 1980s, were so different to the priorities of the 1980s. And I think you see a lot of people through those times realizing about themselves that, oh, yeah, I thought I liked big control over how people did every micro part of their lives because that way we could make them have better lives until the things that people wanted from their lives were different to me. I think an interesting idea behind majority control, which is how we do most political systems in the world, is this struggle between what happens, there's an idea of majority tyranny sometimes, right? Some of the worst events in history were popular amongst 50% or more of the populace. Even the terrible H-Man from 1945, even he, people say oh yeah, there was something fascism, dictatorship. But it's even in a democratic election was the largest single party or the second largest party, a third of the voters, and that's that's just people who voted, right? That's ignoring the more fanatics. It's man, yeah, people like a lot of very unsavory things. And the only way to really have and exercise control in your own life is to work out and limit, okay, how much... Let's not say that just because something is good, we should control it. Let's work out what is disastrous if we don't. It's an interesting shift in difference, I guess, is in, working out not what is optimal and how we can force people to be optimal, but instead what is disastrous if we don't stop people. It's the reason we have, because think about how unjust it is to be locked away in a prison for 20 years, despite having because, how can you ever prove a crime? But it's yeah, we lock people away, and there is a percentage rate that shows that there are thousands of people in prison right now whose lives are ruined, whether they get out or not, and a lot of them will never get out in their entire lives. Their lives are ruined, and we know statistically some percentage of those people didn't do that thing. We are choosing to ruin these people's lives because, we know that some percentage, a much greater percentage, did. This is an awful, terrible thing, and I personally find it really hard to get over. But it's yeah, the alternative is having murderers out there, having a burden of proof so high that more people commit crimes and that the world is a worse place. And we say, okay, we got to do that, right? We gotta as a society work out how to stop people from committing the most heinous of terrible of crimes. Okay, sure, easy. But then it comes down to stuff like, you know, we move down the level of like, okay, there are all these terrible things that people choose to do if we don't limit them. So, for example, you might choose to, I don't know, ingest. You know, there are food manufacturers might choose to put something in a product like this blows my mind that this is a real thing, but in the United States this is how it used to be. Like, yeah, you would buy food sometimes and just oopsie, turns out this one had a bit too much poison in, or something, sorry, a bit too much of something that was poisonous, and you died. The idea of having like filler like wood chips be in bread was just a normal thing, and people's taste palates were used to that, I guess you could say. Like, it's not as horrifying to people back in the day, because it's like, yeah, well, I mean, wood, it has no flavor, and it bulks out food. And it's, you know that sounds absurd, but have you ever run bacon under a tap? This is like actually what people recommend. You put bacon in water and it grows like 40%. It's like, well, it doesn't actually grow 40%. It just, you know, it inflates with water, and now 40% of your product is water. But like, it looks bigger and it tastes bigger, and it somehow does work out in the whole process. And it's like, yeah, because our taste buds expect, you know, I'm guessing most people cook bacon in a way such that large percentage of it's water, because a lot of that probably burns off anyway, and it just works out better for everyone. But it's like, yeah, in the future when we work out how to do that without filling it with a nonsense ingredient, or even right now, if you look at food that you eat, there's stuff like emulsifiers. I every time I look at the list of ingredients, I'm like, I don't understand this stuff, and you know, like, from this like futuristic, oh man, yeah, we could be perfect, you're like attitude, it's like, yeah, why do we have things in food that aren't food and aren't tasty and aren't good for you? And, you know, like, have you ever looked at bread, by the way? Have you seen bread? Do you know what bread really looks like? Wait, so here's sandwich bread, and here's real bread. This is real bread right here. This other stuff that you eat in sandwiches and probably have a loaf of in your cupboard is like an invention by the sandwich industry, but it's an invention by the bread industry, because selling fresh bread is so hard. This weird sandwich stuff, it lasts for weeks. Like, you can, this was cooked so long ago, and you can just, that's just okay, you know, that's just an acceptable compromise we make as a society, because fresh bread gets stale so quickly. You know, a stale version of this delicious bread is actually worse than a 2-week-old version of this bread. And because we value the convenience, the ability to just have bread on us all the time, we accept that even though it tastes different, it looks different, and it's filled with very strange products. Seriously, look at what's in bread sometimes. This is worthwhile in having. And honestly, I'm not one of those people who says like, oh, it's so terrible, I only put natural things in my body, because that's not true. I don't know. I had a full English today. That's pretty good. But I'm gonna eat something awful at some point in the next 24 hours. It's just a guarantee. There's no questioning. I'm gonna put literal poison in myself at some point, and then it's gonna be enjoyable. I'm not here to judge. Although you're not. Am I here to judge? But instead, I'm just here to say that the idea of having these things in foods is what is the norm now. And we do it because it's the least of the bad situations we have in front of us. The alternative is having stale bread or having so much more food wastage, which is really bad for everyone. And you know, the alternative to that alternative is, what if you just ate bread in the first 2 days you got it? Then buy fresh bread. Go to the store. You can do it no matter where you live. Probably it's slightly less common, but it's not impossible to find. It's nowhere near impossible to find. I hate you so much. Yeah, I think I need to put some, like, some blocks in the way to stop whatever is happening exactly here, because this is frustrating. Okay, so miscellaneous blocks go in this one, I think. Yep, sure, why not? Put the candles in there. I've got a full stack of candles now, too. And also, this place is finally starting to, like, come down. I feel like I see the direction we're going. We've laid the infrastructure. Now we just have to wait till it all magically comes into being. Okay, so, yeah, something I think about is how priorities are shifting all the time. And the problem with majorities is majorities of people literally change. And I don't mean like people change their opinions. Statistically speaking, it's really depressing. But even though a lot of people change their opinions over their life, the majority of people, like politically, just kind of stay roughly where they are. Because again, we make feelings and then we find facts to back up those feelings. And you know, like nothing would be as heartbreaking as saying everything I believed and put my effort and my thoughts into, I've changed my mind on, and now I want the opposite. You know, that would be, I guess heartbreaking is not maybe the word, but it would be very hard to do. And, you know, especially if people then tie into, because nowadays, you know, your politics is not like how you vote solely by itself. It's also like, well, how do you buy products? You know, companies have strong political statements now. I'm playing Minecraft. Have you know, like they make political statements all the time. It's not quite politics, but it's the same vibe. They had a big thing against NFTs recently. It's like there was no Minecraft. I mean, there was some products based on Minecraft using NFTs, but it's like they took this hard stance because you know, like they're a company with opinions, and you better believe it. You know, they have extremely strong opinions about animal cruelty and preventing it via Minecraft, as we've learned from the last few years of discussion about mobs. There is, you know, like, and again, like, I hate animal cruelty too. I want to come firmly down on that stance. But yeah, the products you buy, the people you interact with, sometimes, I think this is an insane thing to do. People genuinely make their friends based on political preferences. They're like, yeah, I can never be friends with someone from insert party here. And it's like, do you hear yourself right now? Do you know, like the slight, because, you know, like the preferences we have are all based on, like, it's more based on personality type than it is based on, you know, like basically anything else. I think your geographic location tends to indicate that quite strongly. But if you look inside of one geography, the thing that determines whether people are left or right, it's like, it's personality based. If you believe in loyalty, you'll believe very heavily in the idea of maybe one set of beliefs, whereas if you believe in equality, you might believe in another. You know, if you believe in freedom, you might believe that, and a lot of people use the same words but in different orders to mean entirely different things. So, like, can you have true freedom if you don't have equality? Some would argue no, because if you're not all equal, then you don't all have the same rights. You know, like, I'm free to get on a private jet and fly around the world, but I'm not really, because I don't have a private jet, whereas Elon Musk does. So is he more free than I am? He kind of is. So we don't both have the same amount of freedom, which is not what freedom should be. Freedom should be an equal thing. Whereas also you could say, can you have equality, true equity, true, you know, like individualism without freedom? Like if you don't give everyone the right to do anything, then you're controlling people's outcomes. You know, the difference between the idea of, because, you know, like something most people get on board with is we should bring down, you know, like being born into a rich family and doing well just because you were born into a rich family sucks to everyone. Like, yeah, no one likes that idea. And so we try to bring, some people call it equity, some people call it whatever else. We try to bring these ideas to people in the form of opportunity. The opportunities that you should have should be equal. But the place where I see an interesting difference, this is, I think it's an idea from Milton Friedman. It's a very old school economist. Is like, what if instead of focusing on equality of opportunity, we focus on equality of outcome? And the answer is you get what you get in very heavily planned economies, which just mathematically don't do as well. But it's what everyone is tempted to believe, because how is, you know, when we... Okay, let's... We all are very, very tempted to say, how can... If there was true, you know, equality of opportunities, then you could expect perfect, like, why do some people do worse than others if everyone has the same opportunities? There's no good explanation besides that actually we don't have equal opportunities, and so until everyone has the exact same, you know, outcome, that we're not really there. And I personally am of the belief that, like, actually, people have different personality types that lead us to be... I need to repair my pickaxe any way I can, by the way. It's not going to last for a whole... Like, look at the size of this structure. I've been off more than I can chew, but I'm willing to keep chewing it. Also, I clearly needed mending shears for this, so I'm gonna have to like craft some disposable ones. There's a lot going on around here, okay? But yeah, it's one. I think that's like the big issue of our times. Like, because there are different types of personalities that lead some people to say, I have enough to be comfortable. You know, because the 40-hour work week example is like, once you're home, do you say to yourself, okay, I'm just gonna prepare for the next day, and I'm gonna enjoy what little I have now? Or are you someone who says, actually, nah, I don't stop until I have insert big goal here. And, you know, if there is a difference between those two types of people, should they be treated the same way? You know, should they have the, you know, like, should it just be that, like, well, if you come home after 40 hours of work and you still want to do more, you basically have, like, a, you know, like a, what do we want to call that? Like a personality defect. You have, like, a mental illness, maybe. You know, whatever you want to describe that as, like, that's not normal. 40, or should you say, whoa, yeah, we don't, not only do we want to say that that's cool you're doing that, we want to reward that. We want to say you're putting more in, you should get more out. Or, you know, another example. You know, let's talk about something spicy, because I've got 5 hours here. Something that's always bothered me, as someone who, just to clarify, I'm not a student, I don't have a horse in this race. I mean, I have a horse in the race of, like, also, am I just trapped under this? I think I am. I have a horse in this race in the sense that I know I exist in society. But, a lot of people say stuff like, okay, I don't think that schools should cost money. You know, like, and obviously they're referring to higher education, which is generally, it's really weird to me, but that is the line where we say that actually, yeah, there is no good reason. Like, it's very strange, but we say that school is free, it is provided for by the government, until you hit, like, you know, college, university level, where now it's going to cost you money, and obviously you don't have money because you don't have a job yet, so you pay it back when you have a job in the form of student debt. That's the vibe we go with. And so a lot of people say that's unfair that it costs money. And I think that's like a reasonable stance to take by itself. But then a lot of people then take it a step further and say, everyone who went to school and got these huge student debts, let's get rid of those. Like, people spend so much money on student debt, and apparently it's true. I've only started speaking to Americans who have been to university in the last, like, 5 years of my life. But apparently, like, yeah, it's this huge burden that, like, it's like a commercial debt. It has to be repaid on certain timescales. It's not like a tax like it is in the UK. It's like but, you know, the idea is there that, yeah, you pay back the money that you know, like, that you owe because you got this great service. Or maybe you didn't get a great service. Let's be honest. I'll talk more about that later. Probably. But, like, the problem with saying that, like, you paid for this thing, and now we should, like, remove the debts because it wasn't fair that you paid for it in the first place, is what about the people who, like, paid up front in cash, right? They, or even the people who paid off their student debts as aggressively as they could. Like, it's almost like incentivizing the bad decision. Like, there are some people in life. This is one of the most interesting ways you can, like, tell a lot about a person. If you give someone, like, a dish with a lot of different things on it. The classic example to me is a roast dinner in the UK, but, like, you know, I don't know, like, not a buffet even either, but, like, give someone, like, a bunch of different things, some of which they like, some of which they don't like. And here's an interesting question for you, the viewer. I'm now 38 minutes in, but I'm going to ask you a question. What do you think, you know, what do you think you would do first? Would you eat the best food first because it's the best and you want to enjoy that? Or are you going to eat the worst thing first? Because you have to eat everything on this plate, let's just say. Or are you going to eat the worst thing first and you're going to save your favorite thing for last? Because that way, you know, you can savor the taste of it the most and, you know, whatever else. Because I've always been in the second camp, right? I heard a pillager. Please, did they really spawn in here? They must have, right? That's crazy if they did. That is actually crazy. Okay, I don't see them, we're fine. Where? Oh, it's a wandering trader. Huh. Do I want some small trip leaf? I kind of do, but not bad enough to go through the effort. So yeah, I think there's a really interesting difference between those two types of people that tells you a lot, like delayed gratification versus right now gratification. And so, you know, in that same scenario, when you say to people, oh yeah, we're going to pay off all these debts or whatever else, you're saying that, yeah, everyone who who made the worst decision to eat the cake first rather than later, you know, you're going to get this great benefit of all your problems go away. You ate your cake first, and now you're still paying for the cake. We'll pay for your cake. Whereas if you're not yet going to pay for a cake, you've been saving all this time so that you may later have a cake, well, you've already got the money for the cakes. We don't need to help you. That's like the tempting thing that it's easy to see why it's believable, because, you know, you want to help the people in the most need first. But when you have incentive systems that say, oh yeah, you don't have to worry about, if you worry about and you pay for things, then now, you know, don't worry, everyone else will pay for them later. Then now everyone stops worrying and they start thinking, yeah, that's like a later problem. And the best example of this is like pensions, right? If you're not familiar, pensions are money that you pay into for your whole life. There are both government and there's private ones. But we'll talk about the private ones for now. So you put money into it your whole life, and then later you pull that money out of it and you live on it, right? Like, so, you know, let's say you put away 100,000 over the course of your life, and then you retire for 10 years. Now you get 10,000 a year to live on when you're not working, because obviously, oh god, I'm just gonna go break that now. It's just gonna save myself a lot of pain. Oh please, oh, I don't have any inventory slots for it. Oh gosh, it's gonna get a lot easier to avoid the warden once I flatten this place. Yeah, I think I might place a few down just for the fun of that afterwards. Yeah, it's good that that's gone. Okay, let's empty this out as I see the chests flicker on and off for some reason. But yeah, it's there's a really interesting argument in there that, like, why would we actively discourage people? Because you know, and it's an interesting argument that a lot of people, something like 50% of people have nothing in their pension. They've been, like, working people, I should say. If you're under the age of 20 or whatever, you don't have a pension because you're not working. But when you work, you get to choose what percent of your salary to put into this money pool that then later you draw on for the rest of your life. And there's real tax efficient advantages for doing so. Like, it's basically the equivalent of, like, for every dollar you put in, it's worth $2 later in your life. Plus, because it's invested in, like, high interest accounts, it's worth more like 8 by the time you retire. So, you know, the same cake example is you can have 8 cakes in the future for every 1 cake you don't have now. That is, maybe call it like 4 or 5 if you're being more conservative, your guesses. But there's a huge disparity between the amount of cakes you can buy now and the amount of cakes that you could buy in the future if you just, you know, throw your money in the right place. But most people go, nah, you know, I would like, I want to deal, I don't want to deal with that later. I just want to have the cake now. And so, some of the logic behind it, and it's actually a fair piece, is like, yeah, they'll probably, if you have money for your own, if you put away your own money for your own cakes, then that means that every single, you're actively giving up cakes right now, again, right? And then if you say, yeah, I'll just deal with that later, you're saying, yeah, I'm just presuming that'll be dealt with. You know, because there is a form of government pension where you just get a certain amount of money just for existing. Everyone predicts that at some point in the future, that will become based on if you need it, rather than... Right now, every single old person just gets money. It's universal basic income, but only for old people. Old people just get a ton of money, and that's just how it be. That's just how the system works. And I know it's interesting to me, right? There's an interesting thing in there that is that, like, because of people's thinking of that, everyone is now making really poor decisions for themselves that are going to cost us all in the long run. And what do we do about that? Oh god, if I know. But it's a big crisis, and that's what my point was here. It's been on my head about how different delayed gratification is versus other stuff. Should we talk about other things in the future, or should we go back to Minecraft? I feel like that was basically politics, and like, is talking about politics in a Minecraft video great? No, because you get people who say don't talk about politics, because everyone knows Minecraft viewers are only 10 years old. And I think it's fair to say there's no 10-year-old on the planet that has a 5-hour attention span. I've accepted it's probably the longer of the two estimates. It's probably 5 hours, not 4 hours now. Because, like, look at the amount we have to go. Like, I like seeing the progress now. I like that we can see it. But I'm also appreciating how much there is to do. That's That's the other side of the sword. Oh, I should get allies in here. Oh, how have I not thought about that till just now? Yeah, that's such a fun idea. Imagine getting some allies out here. Because then they could pick up all the blocks. And I could put note blocks down with like little hoppers into minecart chests. That's a really good idea, huh? Because there's so many... Like, this is the scenario where allies would be great too. This is like the perfect... And I could go get my mending shears at the same time. I might be onto a winner with that idea. I might be onto... Come on, just... I don't want to deal with you guys. I don't... You know, you shouldn't be spawning here anyway. That's all I'm saying. So yeah, you know, let's not talk about anything too political. Let's talk about flying cars. Everyone, like, I'm a big believer in futurology. You know, I love talking about things from the future because it's a great way to examine our current societies, to think about what we want from the future. In the same way, like, looking at history, you see how many problems have repeated themselves time and time again. You know, like, I'm not going to be shocked when the next economic contraction happens. It's going to affect me in some awful way. You know, like, this time round, like, advertising budgets were super low during COVID. Like, I think I was fortunate that, like, a lot of the world said that legally people had to stay at home watching YouTube for a bit, so, like, it balanced out. But, like, the amount of money made per view was way lower during COVID because, you know, there was this big financial crisis. No one could buy most of the world's products. Like, you're gonna go out and buy yourself a new, I don't know, vacuum. Well, you know, some governments are saying that's not okay. Some governments are saying that if you dare buy anything besides the bare minimum for life, then you're I guess that's politics, isn't it? That's pandemic politics, which you'd figure wouldn't be politics anymore. You'd figure we could all say that's silly, but it's not. So I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna talk about flying cars. I love futurology. I love the idea that we could one day have flying cars. Except I wanna like preface that and say, actually, no, I don't love the idea we'll one day have flying cars. Do you know why I don't look forward to flying cars? Do you know why I'm not, like, excited for the future that involves flying cars? Because we already have flying cars. I think this is a truth a lot of people need to accept for themselves. Like, we're not, like, one technological development away from flying cars. We have flying cars right now. They're called helicopters. They can go anywhere, and you can get one right now if you have... You know, like, I don't know, like 150 grand lying around. How much does a helicopter cost? You know, Harrison, Google average cost of a helicopter and show the viewers. Yeah, I'm probably wrong. It's probably more like $500,000, I'm guessing. Actually, no, you can get a cheap plane for like $250,000. So a cheap helicopter could be a little bit less. You know, it costs you... It's an expensive amount of money, but, like, you know, it's less expensive than a house and also less expensive than some cars. So you can get a flying car right now. But you're saying to me right now, but, like, that requires years of training. And it requires, like, a really, really hard to get pilot's license. And, I guess, helicopter pilot's license. And also, you have to, like, check in with, you know, like, every time you want to take off, you have to request clearance from the air traffic controllers. You have to tell people exactly where you are at all times so they don't crash into you or you don't crash into the public. Like, it's being in the sky... is a very, very, very... Oh, I'm out of inventory space again. Is a very, very, very involved task. And what people are really saying when they say, I want flying cars, is they want helicopters without all of the other... Because if you think about it, the insane thing is not that helicopters and planes require these, like, super intense, very involved, you know, like, licenses with super crazy... emergency procedures that result in basically no one... Like, it's very few people who die every year in commercial aviation or commercial piloting. It's always, like, some private pilot who, like, maybe was going a little bit riskier than they should have been or something like that. That's usually how most people die in accidents. Also, I've been going for almost 2 hours, and I've used 10 golden carrots. If that is not the biggest symbol of the golden carrot success, I don't know what is. This is amazing food for this sort of activity. It has to be said, right? It has to be said. But yeah, I think that most people want, like, car level things, but, like, you know, like for like helicopters basically, or for planes. But I think that's like a genie that doesn't go back in the bottle. I think Sorry, I think it's a genie that doesn't go back in the bottle. That is the reason that we can still drive cars with basically no requirements. Like, you might think, oh, what about driving license requirement? It's like, well, you know, like, it's not really that much. And also, like, most of the things that I've learned from driving, I've learned, like, while driving, rather than from a driving instructor that I paid a lot of money for and spent, like, a week of my life with. So, like, you know, like, the truth is that, like, you know, having actual, like, learning all the ways things can go wrong would probably make us all way safer. Like, there's something like, there's a huge number of car deaths every single year because we all just accept that the convenience of getting around with a car, like we have for our whole lives, is easier than, you know, it's that thing where the priorities from the 1950s or whenever cars were developed. Honestly, I know that, like, there's been cars since the 1800s, but, like, you know, widespread cars and road networks to actually handle them. I think ever since, also, yeah, this is such a big structure. It is, like, overwhelmingly large. I kind of want to take out a big piece just so I can see the progress. Because right now, by kind of taking it off bit by bit like I've been doing, it's hard to see the big progress improvements. So I think I'm gonna take this little nub off right now. I'm gonna use my fist just to show how much worse it is, and then we'll go get a mending shears later, because you know we need mending shears. Mending shears are the solution to all the world's problems. Honestly, for this amount of work, we might not want mending shears. We might prefer because otherwise we're gonna have to do stuff like, okay, this is silk touch, wrong tool, silk touch, not silk touch. I could repair my axe by breaking these slowly, but it's not gonna be pleasant. Also, that's good. You know, that's exactly what I want to see. Also, there's just so many mobs in the structure. Like, you can see this is a deep dark too. That's the worst thing. Mojang's response was, oh yeah, don't worry, you're probably just not in a deep dark. Like, I felt like kind of gaslit by that. It's like, can you not see? This is a deep dark biome in every sense of the word. But why are there mobs spawning everywhere here? Because even the explanation that it's not a deep dark biome, it's like, why don't you make the ancient city a deep dark biome? If it's the structure that's meant to spawn here, is that impossible to do? It might be. Also, another spider jockey. 2 in 1 video. What good luck we have. Or bad luck. Depends on how you see things, really, doesn't it? But yeah, I'm going to go through here just to show with my fist how painfully slow breaking wool is. I think the hoe is far... No, it's not faster. Also, that skeleton moved some real distance to get over to me. Okay, so deep slate away. Gonna try and just max out all these stacks so that I'm using as little of these other things as possible. And then the next chest, here we go. Although this has to store all of this nonsense. Next chest. Okay. I have to murder him because the arrows can break chests, I think. Okay, so another chest now. Fill it with all the nonsense. We're gonna have to do several empties off these, but I think having 5 or so of these at least does something for me. So put that back on the rails, maybe? Yeah, this is this is a version of hell when it comes to inventory sorting. But I think I'm at least getting better at it. So sort these chests together. Sort more of the garbage I just got into here. And now, like, you get 3 drops from a spider jockey. At what point do we say this is too many drops? We've run the maths, and we've decided this isn't okay anymore. And the answer is not right now, apparently. But yeah, if we want to break this thing, doing it by hand is not the way. It might seem like the way, but it's not the way. It is painful, it's slow, and have I mentioned it's painful yet? I hope I've mentioned it's painful. So yeah, we're going to get a ton of this grey wool, which is going to go in this chest right here. But I'm not going to get it right now, because I don't have shears. That's going to be a after lunch plan. Yeah, I think I'm going to remove this little structure here. I think it's just kind of getting in the way, and I have a silk touch tool anyway. And also, this is like the fastest set of blocks to mine. So let's treat ourselves. Let's do a little bit of fast mining, and then we can also start placing more torches, so we can have fewer mobs spawning, and it's a nice self-solving problem. Also, there's so many books and like that I'm going to pick up a lot of useful stuff while I'm doing this. I don't know what I'm going to do with it all yet, but like Bane of Arthropods, Impaling, you know, where else could you find these things? Literally nowhere, I tell you. Literally nowhere. But, yeah, it's gonna be a long day today, huh? 5 hours is, You know what? Destroying a whole structure. It's one of those projects. I think something like this, you really do need to, like, dedicate a lot of time for on a day. Which is kind of like, almost what you should do is, like, if you're working out what you should do for yourself, I would say it's better to, like, reverse engineer. How much time do you have? Work out what Minecraft projects you should do based on that. Rather than saying, I'll just find 10 hours to do this silly thing. Because it's going to take me, like, at least a dozen hours to build something out of all of this. Rather than saying it that way round, just say to yourself, yeah, how much time do I have? What should we do with this? And then you can work from it that way. You know the worst bit about spending 5 hours on a video is like, there's absolutely... You know, if this video... Because, you know, like, I'm doing this solely just to share with you the whole experience. I've always valued that on YouTube, and even though the algorithm values it less and less every single day, it's something that I really personally like. Like, you get to see the whole thing, whether you like it or not. You get to treat this as a podcast if you really want to, which I think a lot of people enjoy. This is like a Let's Play. This is basically a Let's Play episode. This is... People have been saying they wanted for a long time, long uncut Toy Cat segments, and you know what? You got it. Do you want to hear about my solution to all the problems in the world, being what if we killed all the people? This is the place to hear that. You want to hear about how we have flying cars already? You know what's even crazier? Is like, if we just required the same standards of cars that we did of, like, pilots, imagine how many fewer people would die, how much, like, safer the world would be, but also how much better the roads would be. Like, driving with other people who don't know how to drive is unpleasant for you too. Like, people potentially killing themselves means they potentially kill other people, but it also means they inconvenience people all day long. Like, bad drivers, you know, people who don't want to be driving, people who are doing this because they feel like it's the best option, are, like, ruining your day as well. And that's the fun thing to me. It's like, you know, what if we just said we need this to go for everyone? But you know what's funny? So in Wales, in Cardiff, I think it was, a woman was spotted, masquerading as, like, under a false identity to do a driving test for someone else. It was the theoretical one, but she'd done practical tests as well. So she would take people who didn't have a good grasp of English, and she'd say, "Hey, I will pretend to be you." If you're curious about the ethnicity that makes that possible, you know, maybe they're of the same ethnicity that's not the same ethnicity of the majority in the country they're in, and so maybe people were just like, well, you know, like, kind of taking advantage of people's existing biases, or you could say taking advantage of the leeway provided because of those biases. You could take it either way, but, like, basically just said, like, yeah, I'll pretend to be you. You know, my name is Shemima, but I'll pretend to be an Arbid for today. I'll pretend to be, you know, like, I can't name enough names from that type of community, but you get the point. Like this one woman took people in her, like, world that didn't know how to speak English, and she took the driving test for them. She took both the practical and the theory, and you know what's crazy? She did this for 120 people, which means it probably got commercial at some point. Right, like, that blows my mind that she took 120 separate tests. And you know what's even crazier than the fact that one woman did this, by the way. Like, one woman took tests for so many other people. The crazier fact is that the only reason we learned about this is not because someone got their driving license without doing any work, by the way. So this license that is meant to, like, save the roads, make them all safe. We didn't learn about this terrible thing that she'd been doing, this fraud. It's fraud. It's, like, actually fraud that she'd been committing. We didn't learn about the fraud. Oh gosh. Okay, it's fine. It works out in my favor. My pickaxe needed repairing anyway. We didn't learn about the fraud because, you know, like, someone got into some accident or someone was driving really poorly and got pulled over by the police. We learned because someone at a test center thought, this person looks like someone I've seen before. Because she'd been there like 120 times or something. And, to me, that's so funny. Because it really does prove that, like, 120 people out there. I don't know if they went and tracked them down and, like, took away their licenses yet. But, like, those people have been driving for a long time between them, you know, like a collective lifetime or more. And, you know, despite them not being qualified in any way, they haven't caused any issues. In fact, there was this is a news story I want to show. There was a 70-year-old man who was caught driving without a license. He's in Nottingham, and obviously, like, that's a big offense. But, like, he drove his whole life without ever being noticed. He only got noticed because I think it was automatic number plate recognition system or something. Like, he hadn't made a mistake being worthy of being pulled over in 70. At that point, that is more valuable experience than a license would ever be, right? Anyway, the only reason I mention all of that is just as a reminder that, like, yeah, we like to say we have a driving license that proves, like, yeah, you're capable of but, like, it's not true. Like, a simple look at the roads will tell you that, like, yeah, driving licenses don't really certify anything about being willing to drive. What they really prove, in my opinion, because I've mentioned before that I think it's, like, it's basically this, it's almost like a tax on the poor. Like, as a teenager, there was no way I could just afford like, you can spot rich teenagers from poor teenagers by whose parents pay for their driving lessons so they can drive a massive box of death around and get from place to place, have better job opportunities. It's a big head start in life. But even though that's like my personal dig against the system, I think the more important thing to take from it is that every qualification we have, up until the very highest echelons, you know, if you want to work in, like, the government, the background checks they do on you are so intense. They interview friends of yours, and you know, it's kind of crazy. If you want to work with children, they do a background check that you feel like they should do for everyone. Like, they take your fingerprints, they check it against databases. They get, like, a character reference to make sure that you're not a creep who's gonna, you know, be weird around the children. They, you know, there's so many steps, depending on the state you work and live in, except, of course. Whereas, if you want to get most jobs, they're like, oh yeah, we'll just call someone you've worked for before. And then most of the time, they don't even call the person you worked for before. They're just like, well, you provided their name, so at least that proves that you would be willing for us to theoretically call them, which means you probably didn't mess up too bad. And the same thing is true for the driving license versus, like, actual qualification. It's there as a proof. So it's the same with school, I'd say. Like, at school, how much do you really learn? Like, sometimes quite a bit. Oftentimes, not very much. What you're really doing at school, when you do all these exams and all this learning and this hours of your life that you're dedicating, is you're showing, I can apply myself to something for longer. You're showing commitment to something. And the same is true for the driving license, in my opinion. You're not showing that you're so good at driving that you qualified for this rare qualification. You're showing that you are... also, look at all the ores we can see. Also, there's like a lot of stuff that we could later pick up. What you are saying is, like, I cared enough to get this driving license that I went through hours and hours of lessons. I learned lots of niche techniques to do with parking and road signs and, you know, like, things that people just don't do on the road, by the way. You know, it blew my mind. In America, you don't have to... In fact, even in the UK, you might think you have to stay on the left unless overtaking. I think it's the right. I'm getting it mixed up because I've been in the wrong side of the road for too long. But you have to stay on the outside lane unless you're overtaking. That's where you got to stay, on the outside lane. But that's not a law. That's not even like it's like good guidance. But in America, you can just drive in whichever lane you want. People regularly do go on the outside to overtake. And even though, like, it roughly follows the rule that the inside's the fastest, not by a huge amount. And yeah, that's wacky to me. Like, yeah, this whole thing, you would fail a driving test for not doing it, but you can just do it all day, every day, because it's not a rule. It's just good practice. And that's what a lot of things in school are. It's like, this isn't a hard and fast rule. We just all be better if you did that. And that kind of goes back to the, like, how much choice do you deserve over your own life thing. And the answer is, when you're doing some form of qualification, or when you're trying to get some proof of something for someone else, you want to show that, like, yep, even I am doing everything the best I can be. I'm giving someone else those controls over me. And so, yeah, I think that's something, like, that's what, like, college really proves. It's like, I paid money and I went to a place that wasn't always pleasant for 3 years of my adult life, giving up the ability to earn money, so that I could get this piece of paper that says I really care about applied mathematics, or, I don't know, underwater bowl weaving. Basket weaving is the silly one people say. But, like, you know, whatever it is, whatever your area of expertise is, you can show people you've got that. But the problem being is like we used to teach people. Oh, that's not good. We used to just tell people like, oh yeah, degree is this like magic thing that makes money appear out of nowhere. So you get a degree, now you got money because you know what? You got the magic money producing machine, right? I think that was probably a mistake. That was probably not a smart thing to do. By the way, things are going pretty well now, huh? We got at least 3 hours to go. One would estimate maybe more, and I'm going to need a lot of shears for those. So let's go up. Let's hop in my minecart. Should I bring... Is one of these full that I could bring with me? Honestly, there's one that's full up there that I need to bring back anyway. So I'm going to get in my minecart. I'm going to send it along its way. Gonna eat my 13th golden carrot. This is mostly damage that made me do this. I bet if I took no damage, if this was like peaceful mode or whatever, I bet you could do some insane distance on this. But yeah, I'm gonna see where momentum gets the slowest, and where that happens, I need to put down more powered rails. Like seriously, there's so many of these, I have no idea how this ever runs out. Like this, it's like 50% powered rails at this point. But yeah, let's roll over. Isn't this just beautiful, by the way? Isn't this just... Oh, gosh. I knew I should have gone higher. Okay. And now up to the top we go. We let it bounce off, and then we bounce it back. There we go. And now we go to sleep. I forgot... Okay, there's my bed. Kind of a dangerous place. Ooh, am I going to get shot? Probably. Ooh, they missed... Yeah, now they die. A lot of strays dead, too. Okay, so now we can take this minecart back with us. And we can also place some of my blocks just directly into it. Oh, it's not done because in the meantime... Yeah, whatever. That's fine. In the meantime, what happened is it... Also, please could you stop? It's very rude what you're doing there, friends. In the meantime, it was... Oh, yeah, that's frustrating. So I'm going to grab myself some iron. 10. I probably need all 10 if we're being honest with ourselves. I'm going to grab all 10 iron. And we're going to do our absolute best to shear up as much as we can. And also I'm going to check on this chest. Is there 2 in there? No, there's just 1. Yeah, I'll wait till the chest is done. And then I'm going to go eat lunch. And then when I come back, hopefully, just hopefully, not definitely, I will be able to go into the mines. And yeah, okay, I'm going to go eat my lovely... It's got bacon, some potatoes. I'm looking forward to this Caesar salad. And I'll be back in a second to do more. This is the one cut in the video, I hope. So, boom. I have returned from my very good lunch. I watched some YouTube videos too. It's weird, actually. A lot of the YouTubers that I watch, it's like clear that they also watch YouTubers. Oh, no, minecart. Okay. So if I... Wait. Okay, it's gone. It's gone. Let's just accept that loss and say that, hello, I'm IBX Toy Cat, and did you know this is a very long video? You know, it's one of those just fun ideas I've had forever of like, I want to prove so bad that people will watch a long video, that people do like long form content. And I feel like, no, not again. Okay. I feel like there's this big, you know, like, there's a big assumption that everything on YouTube has to be engagement edited down to the shortest time humanly possible. People don't even have, you know, like, people won't engage with you if they have to wait a few seconds for the next interesting thing to happen, because everything should be happening right now all of the time. And we live in an age of, like, instant gratification. And so I totally do get where people are coming from when they say that. But I also think that it's not true. I also think long form is not a dead form of content. I think it's one of the best forms of content. It's something I can really enjoy. I mean, I watched a very long video about the fact that... Did you know the Soviets landed on Venus? Like, I always used to think when I was younger, like, wow, all these planets in the solar system, and isn't it kind of wacky that we have all of these, but we still have we only really ever intend to go to Mars. Like, we sometimes talk about going to one of Jupiter's moons, or, you know, like one of Saturn. But, like, it's mostly about Mars, right? Mars is where the future is. And even that future is, like, years and years away, which is weird to me. That feels incorrect. However, it turns out the Soviets... the Soviet Union is what I'm trying to say there. They actually did try to go to Venus. In fact, they have multiple successful missions. 5 separate landers landed on Venus. They melted after, like, 30 seconds. And that's why no one's gone back since. But that's like a cool fact that I'm glad I learned about. That I learned about from a piece of long form content. I watched an hour and a 20-minute video about the Disney Fast Pass that I could have gotten a lot of that information from an 8-minute video. But it's still, it's useful to see. I think there is maybe value. Like I really do like shortened stuff. I've been reading a lot of book summaries recently, so instead of reading the whole book, I read an 18-minute summary of that book, and it means that I can read more things than I read before. And that's why I feel like you got to see long form as not, like rather than seeing short form and saying people only have 10 minutes in their day or they'll get bored. Instead, you got to see it as like, okay, so here's the scoop, right? By compacting your stuff down to short form, you can include more of it in the same viewing times. And I think that's what YouTube actually does well when compared to traditional media. Rather than saying, we have a 28-minute slot we have to fill regardless, we'll let the content run for as long as it runs. And I think that's what I'm trying to do here. Just like, this is going to take an amount of time. It's going to be an amount of time that is far too long to be one video, but what if we just made it one video anyway? Maybe people would enjoy actually seeing all of the steps rather than just having to trust that I'm doing the steps. Maybe they won't. Maybe this is the worst idea I've ever done. But it's going to be an interesting look at for engagement reasons, if nothing else. It's going to have like one of the worst click-through rates, one of the worst things. But I'm curious if that's enough to ruin a video on YouTube. It probably is. We'll find out, I guess. Anyway, so using shears for wool is one of those. I wish I had efficiency shears. Would really help out here, by the way. But it's one of those weird Minecraft tips that it's really well known about. But I bet there's someone watching this video who doesn't know yet. Same with the golden carrots. I love the golden carrot fact. I love what a good food they are. And I feel like most people don't know that. Because it's a hidden game mechanic that is genuinely mentioned nowhere in the game itself. If you want to know about saturation, you just gotta, ignore the game's actual, the words they say about hunger and saturation. Ignore your actual eyes, and you've got to use feelings instead. It's technically in the data if you, look at how long it is between when you get hungry, but who's keeping track of exactly how many actions they take between when they last ate and now? No one is, because that is insanity. That is, I think, quite definitionally insanity. Who can track something like that? No one can track something like that. But yeah, it's, if you were to choose to track something like that, you'd get some very interesting data, right? Okay, so, yeah, I think getting back on track, I want to get as much progress done, and as much, sectioned off progress. I want to have a big accomplishment every few minutes to keep me going and in the right direction. That's an important thing to me. So I'm going to make sure that I do precisely that. But the thing is about all these tips, Minecraft has so many tips that have been said to death, but I also think they need to be said still anyway. I think this is the funny thing about common truths, right? If you think about, I don't know, it's true for a lot of scientific facts, it's true for a lot of religious facts, it's true for basically everything you read on the internet that's this amazing life hack to help your life. Hey, did you know going to sleep for the right amount of time, doing that biological function that's one of your base needs, doing that the right amount of time every day improves your life. Did you know losing sleep actually shortens your lifespan? Wow, that's true. Maybe you should try getting more sleep. It's a basic fact, so you need to hear the same knowledge packaged in a different way. It's the same reason why I only learned this was true after I made my video about Easter eggs, and I thought they were pretty vague Easter eggs, but some people still said, wow, I've heard these a trillion times before. There's so many Easter egg videos out there. And it's maybe it's not there's so many Easter egg videos, because there is, and there's so many videos talking about the best way to find diamonds or whatever else. But maybe it's those are the ones that are statistically the most interesting. And so that's the reason you're finding so many. I know, some knowledge is just inherently more interesting than other knowledge. If you're a political junkie, one of the exciting times is primary season, right? It's when the parties decide who they're gonna run for the overall election. In the UK, we don't have the same system, but we do have something where the leaders decide, the party decides who they're going to run as their candidate, etc., etc. And, okay, one of these has to be a grey wool chest. Actually, let's make this the grey wool chest. It's just come back. It's got some skulk in there, apparently. But it's going to be grey wool as well. We're just going to send that all down. and we're going to make a ton of grey beds or something. I don't even know what we're going to do with all of this, but it's going to be good. Anyway, yeah, I think that the weird thing about knowledge is like there are some universal truths, but we also love novel, and so we need to hear like the same thing packaged up differently, which is why people are so revolutionized when they hear about a new mining technique that's really just the old one but slightly modified, because it's the same thing you like but slightly different. That's what we really want in life sometimes. It's the same thing we know, but slightly different. That's why TV shows work so well. They have a serialized format and idea, etc., etc. That's why YouTube works. You follow a channel, and then you know everything from that channel is going to be roughly the same vibe. Sometimes they'll change it up massively. You know, like I don't think I usually make 6-hour-long videos or whatever. You know, whatever this ends up being. I hope it's not 6 hours. If it's 6 hours, then something has gone wrong in my day. Yeah, it's still something that is interesting to see, right? Also, yeah, getting the shears out really helped with my sense of progression. Look how much more is gone now. Look how much less ancient city there is, and how much more destruction there is. So let's run through with a pickaxe and get the last of the stony blocks. Probably could use a... Actually, no. When am I going to be using an axe today? Actually, I say that too soon. I've got a lot of wood to destroy. After I've done the axe, I'm going to pull out my diamond pickaxe to help preserve this, because otherwise we're going to run into issues of that. But yeah, let's get destroying. Let's get a wood rolling, and let's get a moving. I think holding back from the weird blocks is holding back my sense of progression, which is something I can't be having. So let's get this done. But yeah, back to what I was saying. You know, honestly, in this video, is there such a thing as back to what I'm saying? Are there incomplete thoughts? Are there things we have to say, oh no, that won't work for, you know, for time reasons, for you know, like, oh, I'm worried that this won't have the ideal effect. No, we don't have to say that. I think it's also great because we can have the more nuanced opinions. The reason I think politics get people in hot water is probably because people have these, like, ridiculously... you know, like, we have to simplify our stuff down to make it easily communicable. If you think about Twitter, right? Everything is said in these 140-character tweets. Am I using the right microphone? I really should check. I am, thank God. Imagine this long into a video, realizing what I've done wrong. Well, that'd be fun, wouldn't it? But yeah, I think that the truth of the matter is that we really find it hard to, like, express ourselves, and so we kind of find, like, easy ways that have been found for us. And so, you know, with politics, rather than you know, like, it might seem as though every election is about different things, but I really think it's about the same base ideas, right? Like, you know, like, someone says something about something, let's just say something border, right? And someone else is like, oh, well, something... You know, like, every issue has, like, two fundamentally different... Or, like, it's actually a lot more than two, but you can group it down to two easy, very different ways to approach it. It's like, you know, like, I don't know, like, my favorite thing is, like, if you dive into that really incendiary 2016 quote about building some form of wall, right? Like, a lot of people just chant it, and everyone assumes, like, so are you really... You're really excited about walls? Is that, are fences what excite you? Do you want to... And it's like, well, that's clearly not that, right? It's clearly the message behind it. But then it's like, so the message behind it is that you really hate, you know, XYZ. You really want them out of the... You know, that's not a good message either. But it's actually like, okay, well, there's two ways to view, you know, like, illegal immigration, right? One is that, like, well, these are people who are doing lots of work and who deserve to have, you know, like, and whose life is made harder by the fact that they're here illegally and so need to... And the other way is, like, to say that, oh, actually, there is a really hard legal process to get into insert country here, and if you, by rewarding people who contravene it, you know, maybe it almost goes back to that same argument about, like, you know, the person who has their cake first and works out, you know, how to pay for it later, versus the person who, you know, saves up so that they can eat their cake one day. And then saying to the person who had the cake first, like, it's okay. You can have you don't have to worry about paying for that cake. It's like, well, that sends the wrong message to the person who does, you know, the legal immigrant in this case, who are often the people who are most against it. And so that's like the really nuanced take behind saying, like, oh yeah, I think that, you know, like borders should be abolished or build the wall or whatever. You know, like they're insane things that people don't really believe. There's just this. It's the easiest way to express this much deeper, more complex desire that is lying underneath it. That is almost impossible to express once you get down to it, right? Because, you know, yeah, that's the challenge, right? Also, we've got a lot of wood, and also I think I broke 4 torches, so that's gonna have to go in one of the weird niche item chests, I think. Yep, 4 torches in here. I mean, do we need to have them in there? Nah, we could argue no, but I think it's fun anyway, so we'll just keep doing it. So this is a filled up chest that I've got to send up. This is not filled up yet, so we'll get it ready to send up. I'm definitely going to need more hoppers because it can't hopper itself away while I'm not here, which is kind of a flaw in the system. Honestly, this would work so well if Minecraft didn't have simulation distance, or if it was allowed to be longer. Actually, wait, if I'm at -50, the surface at 60, I bet that I'm within 10, maybe 12 chunks off that area. If I just ran this with a higher simulation distance, it might all work. Let's not think about it. You know what, Minecraft facts? Do you want to hear them? Okay, fact number 1. Netherite is better than diamond. No, Netherite is actually a alloy material. So it's Minecraft's first alloy. A combination of multiple different metals. This is something that, like, humans discovered quite early on. That, like, if you mix 2 metals together, you get the advantages of both, without necessarily the downsides of both. And we used it to kill each other. Do you want to know about, you know, one of the biggest inventions? I knew about this one, and then I watched a video on it, and I knew I couldn't talk about it because this is the worst thing about knowledge is like, if you know something and then you see it, and then a video comes out on it by a popular channel. In this case, it was Veritasium. It's like, now everyone's gonna assume I learned from the video too. But yeah, if you don't know, it's a really there's a really compelling story about how we worked out a way to put nitrates, like nitrogen, into soil, which is amazing because it means that instead of taking 3 years to replenish the soil after crops, you can replenish the soil fully in 1 year. Basically, it like quadruples the amount of land, the amount of food you can get from a piece of land. It's more like triples, I think, for some reason, but it's a massive advantage. And so this is like a thing that could save millions of lives if used the right way. But placing more nitrogen into things can also be used to make highly deadly explosives. Even to this day, the easiest way to make massive booms, if you want to do that, is just nitrogen. Pro tip: use fertilizer. It makes big explosions. Fertilizer is like a heavily heavily controlled substance because it can be used for explosions. And so isn't it fun that was actually the first way we used nitrogen? Was like, well, we worked out very early on that we could feed billions of people, but we also worked out we could explode many, many millions more. And so that's what we did instead. I think there's something beautiful about that. Like, you know, with humanity, we often, like, when we're thinking about our society today, we like to think in these, like, utopian terms about, like, well, what is the fairest way forward? When in reality, for most of history, and even to some extent now, the way things still work is like, okay, so we need to make sure that other powerful people don't, you know, we are a group of cavemen sitting around a fire, and we're worried that some other cavemen around their fire will come steal ours. How do we stop them? You know, you can have the best ideas in the world about how we share our fire, but if another caveman comes and steals it, it doesn't matter how equally ours is shared, because it's not our fire anymore. I think there's something beautiful in that. It's also terrible, right? It's a reminder that we're really good at sharing utopian ideas. We're really bad at implementing utopian worlds, or like policies. Or, I don't know how you describe it, but we're really bad at making utopia. We're really great at imagining it. We're really bad at making it. I mean, the existence of the concept of, you know, heaven or eternal paradise or an afterlife or whatever. The fact that we've invented that premise many, many years before anyone has had it. Because, you know, something that bothers me. Actually, you know, something else that bothers me. You ever... I like to randomly pivot in confusing ways. So, you know, something I've thought about for a while is... Do you know how people always say stuff like, man, the worst thing about having money is probably that no one would ever love you for you. You know, they'd always be after the money. And I still don't fully understand how you would go about dating if you're the richest person on earth, or you know, like you're a recognizable celebrity, or if you're the president. If you're the president and you have a breakup, like, can you go dating? You know, like, does the Secret Service allow that? Do you go speed dating? And people are like, so what do? You're like, so I'm the leader of the free world, and yeah, I also love Pilates or whatever else. You know, I don't understand Pilates. Also, why is it spelled pilots? You know, you don't need a Pilates license, but maybe you should need one. That's all I'm saying. Also, thank you, Creeper. That was exactly what I needed. Anyway, so, you know, my confusion about Pilates aside. Also, look at this area. It's huge. And, yeah, it's so tiny when compared to the structure around me. Yeah, I think to keep my motivation going, I need to pick a easier structure piece to destroy. Like, all of this right here. Does this need to exist? I would say no. And so we'll torch it up. And we'll destroy the key bits. Do I have free inventory spaces? Yeah, why not? Let's destroy the area around this chest. Just to make some nice wide open spaces. I could do with those right now. Do a little bit of good for myself. Or we should chop down all the wood so we can be finished with our axe. I like that idea better. There's just a random little stack of it right here. Don't fully really understand what it's doing. And also I need to place a torch down there. And there we go. Everything is slightly better than it was before. Yeah, so one of the weird ideas is, like, how do you date if you're, like, at a certain level of prolificness where people will know those things, right? Because, you know, I feel like I feel like the actual reality, because people say, like, yeah, no one would ever love you for you. You know, if you're the richest person, if you're that level of celebrity, wealthy, etc., then people will always be thinking about that thing, and it's never going to be a good. You're never going to feel truly loved for who you are, or something like that. But I think one of the weird things about humans is, like, do you ever truly get love for who you are? Like, we have the phrase, like, unconditional love, but I don't think we really have much of the concept of unconditional love in the world. Correct me if you think I'm wrong. Correct me if you really think that we're this species full of absolute, selfless, lovable monsters. But I think, you know, if I may posit my own theory, I think instead that actually all the time, like, not just in the cases of, you know, like, rich or famous people, that you're actually seeing people in this almost shallow way. The first person who made me think this was, there was a girl in, I think it was in, like, my business class. It was like, yeah, I'm not shallow. I don't want to marry someone for their, you know, for their looks. Like, that's not what I'm all about. I'd much rather someone who is wealthy. Like, I'm gonna marry an ugly rich person. That was like what she said, and she said it very seriously, by the way. And like, then the teacher was like, oh yeah, you're right. That's not shallow, but I guess it's like shallow the other way though, right? And it's like an interesting reminder that, like, yeah, even though we can say, like, yeah, no one really ever loves you, they'll love you for your money or whatever, because it's the most tangible. You can take someone's money, you can actively spend it, whereas, you know, the other things that you might love someone for, you can't actively remove and lose. Like, you know, you can't take away someone's looks. You actually can. You get them to start smoking, you get them to eat unhealthily, and then, I don't know, like, you stop going to sleep for the right number of hours in a night. Maybe give them a drug addiction. You know, there's a lot of ways you can take away someone's looks, I guess, but you can't gain them for yourselves that way. Whereas money, I guess, you could. The horror stories are someone goes into a marriage, they get divorced, and now they've got half the money. It usually doesn't work that way. There's got to be some weird circumstances. By the way, just in case you're curious, like, that's not a real thing very often. But yeah, like, for most things, like, yeah, we are. Yeah, everyone is, like, shallow on some way. We describe shallow as when you mean just the looks, right? But, like, yeah, everyone has a collection of things they want. If you're saying to yourself, yeah, I need to, you know, like, I want someone who I can play games with. That's being with someone just because they'll play games with you. That's, you know, if you say to yourself, like, yeah, I want someone who is just attractive and makes me look good in public because I've got an attractive girlfriend or boyfriend. That's also very shallow. You know, like, what you actually are is just a collection of all your different characteristics together. and people decide whether or not they're going to date you based on that collection. Maybe sometimes it includes money. Maybe sometimes it doesn't. I imagined for, but based on the statistics, like, you know, like it doesn't lie that people seem to consider, like the fact that people who earn more tend to, like, people tend to date people who earn more money than them, even when they earn well above the, women tend to date people who earn more money than them, and men who tend to date people who earn less money than them, even when you go, like, way up the spectrum to where that doesn't make any sense. Like, if a woman's making 150k a year, most men are not, but yet she still will choose to date someone who makes 250k a year. And so, like, when you look at that statistic, it tells you, that tells you that people pair based on income around some weird reason. I can't tell you what it is. Like, in the modern age, I'm sure the basic explanation is like, oh, something children. But, like, people don't have children in the modern age, do they? Do you know anyone who's had children? I'll give you a clue, you don't, because if you did, you wouldn't know them anymore. That's a joke about how after people have children, they stop, like, being in contact with the world. It's a good joke. Thank you for commenting. But I'm gonna let the creeper blow up because I need to repair my pickaxe. Look at that. That is my foolproof strategy to not require any new stuff. Also, I can't believe all of this. There's so much skulk around here. I'm gonna have to take advantage of it. I just don't fully know how. Yet. I don't know how yet, I guess I should say. Let's turn that into a positive statement. Yeah, I think that people who say, the concept of shallowness, I think it's like a weird word because, like, yeah, everyone's got their line, right? Like, even if we go, I'm going to go ridiculous on this one, but follow me. If you say, yeah, I wouldn't date someone who was, like, aggressive towards me, who actively, I don't know, beat me up. It's like, well, that's like, I support, by the way, everyone should have that standard, please. Everyone do have that standard. But also it's like, oh, that's so shallow. I thought you loved them unconditionally. Is beating you up, is not beating you up not a condition? I think you'll find it is, you shallow monster. And it's like, well, yeah, okay, that's a really reasonable one, isn't it? That's a pretty reasonable condition to put on love. I would say, at least. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm going crazy. Also, I keep going back to empty out my stuff and then not putting it, like, not like fully emptying my inventory. It's a big problem. It's something I've got to work on. Also, I've got to work on staying on one thing at a time. I sidetrack between different things. This is a lot of people on the internet try to, like, call that, like, ADD, and I think it's very easy for people to associate with big, I know, like, what are they called, like, mental health conditions that help to explain why something about you is not weird, but is instead just, either a condition or it's like there's some explanation for it. Like, what is terrifying is when you think you're broken and there's no explanation for it. Like, I wake up in the middle of the night just so frequently that it doesn't even surprise me anymore. Like, and actually, I think that you probably wake up in the middle of the night and you just don't realize it. Like, my new theory for humanity is genuinely that we just wake up and we don't know because we get back to sleep so quickly. Because if you ever have your phone nearby you, like, you can see that you've, like, looked at it, but you won't, like, if you, like, have activity reports, or you've got, like, a Fitbit to, you've got some form of smartwatch that measures you'll see that you wake up all the time. Like, sleep is just going to sleep lots and lots of times until eventually you decide you should wake up now. Because think about it, like, how do you wake up at roughly the same time every morning? Because when you see the sun, you think to yourself, I'd better stop sleeping. But how would you see the sun if you were asleep? Because you're not asleep all night. That is my conspiracy theory. We don't actually go to sleep the way we think we do. We all have interrupted sleep. But I remember my interrupted sleeps pretty well. Maybe because I don't know, something about bad dreams, something about, who knows, whatever it is. I'm not gonna speculate on. Did I put this trident in there? I bet I probably did. That does seem like a thing I would do. So I'm gonna run out of here. I'm gonna go put all this stuff in a lovely little box. Also, I probably should, just while we're here anyway, just grab a few of these, just while we're here. Also, I think this is going to become more and more of an issue of slime spawning, so I haven't worked out my solution to that yet. Have not worked it out at all. Oh, also, I brought a night vision potion with me. Should we go consume that and then go place torches? Oh, you don't do this to my, okay. If that's a solution, that's a solution. Okay, let's place all of our blocks in here. We got a lot of miscellaneous ones. And then we need to work out... Okay, so sculpt goes in here. Where does wood go? Have we worked that out yet? We have not. Okay, wood goes in here. It's like niche enough that I think it fits. Maybe. Maybe it doesn't. And I'll take out the wool. Throw it in the wool chest. And there we go. We got more spaces. And I'm also... Okay, so I'm going to drink my night vision potion. And then I'm going to place down these 4 powered rails. Just to really maximize inventory spaces. So where should I place them? Wherever the biggest gap is. I think it's actually down here now. I think this little section just needs a couple more rails. And so, because it's closer to the... Yeah, actually, I think it has to go higher up. Because when it gets to the chunk boundary, where it gets, you know, whatever's happening up here is causing issues. So we just place an extra powered rail there. And an extra powered rail down here. Now, most of these gaps have been resolved. We should be able to push minecarts up. It probably won't work still because of the same issue. But there's always a hope. Also, just to stop... Eventually this will happen if I don't stop this now. We place torches around there. And then we place some form of block. I don't have any blocks lying around. So we'll just... I don't know. We'll remove some of these blocks. And make a little wall over here. Just to make life a little bit harder for any mob that wants to come through. Yeah, sure, like... just nothing should see me and be able to do anything about it. Yep, that looks good to me. That is plenty of light removal. In fact, from here, this is probably the best place to look at... Yeah, I like that. I got like a good view from up here. And now I take my firework rockets away. I take out my night vision potion. And I get to show you, after all this time, what it looks like. Ooh, yeah. So, yeah, we've got this really nice flattened, destroyed area over here. But you can see we're maybe like 15% into this. I'm hoping... when we reach the midpoint, that's going to be at the portal, so like 50. Are we halfway to that yet? I hope so. But I'm not sure if I think so. I think we've got so much to do around here. Especially because it gets more dense in this center area. So that's a problem I've got to address. But yeah, let's run around here and let's pick up the... you know, like these blocks right here. We have to just run in. Look how many of them there are. Oh! Night vision works very strangely with this effect. Okay, so we just pick up all the blocks we can. Scoop them right into my inventory. These are rare, valuable blocks. That's important we get as many as we can get our hands on. And then apparently that's fine. Break this block here. Place the torch over there. There's a lot of diamonds in these places. You wanna get your hands on some diamonds? Just come to the ancient city, clearly. Place a torch over there. Torch over here. There's a torch over there already. Place a torch over there. Is there a torch over here? Better believe there should be one. Yeah, I think we need a lot more torches than we have, and also we need to remove these things. Oh, there goes the warden. That was definitely my last warning. Yeah, that was... And then there's more over here. It's nice to be collecting these. I've got to admit, this was the project I wanted to do. I did 100 days in an ancient city, and my goal was, like, remove every single one of these, like, skulk shriekers. Having it in my Let's Play world is much cooler, because it means I can actually now build something from these. I have no idea what it will be, but I'm excited for it, right? Like, having the blocks means I can now make a more meaningful... I don't know, it gives me more options for the decision I eventually will make. Okay, so there's no blocks over there, which is really weird. There's a chest up here. I didn't look in this one. Ooh, you better believe I can get no swift sneak, apparently. Glowberries and bones are not my thing. Instead... Ooh, look at that! There is some... I'm going to leave those sculk veins floating in the air because that is really cool. And then, yeah, we got most of the big ones. We did most of the work, yeah. So now we can start doing the other stuff and destroying the odd bits here and there. Just these blocks didn't need to exist, and so now they don't anymore. Now they're gone. This whole thing just doesn't need to be there. I've decided no. Then we'll break through to the middle too. And yeah, life's gonna be good. You know what's weird is the way I do these videos where I'm like talking all the time. It's not the standard on YouTube. It is. I feel like most people, they're like, I'll take a little break now, and we'll just stare at Minecraft for a few seconds. But I've always had this like vibe of like, why would you? The whole point is we're having a one-way conversation. If this was a real conversation, it would be so rude that I'm continuously talking. Besides when I stop to take a drink, like so. Some Pepsi Max Lime, in case you're curious. I'm trying to drink more water, but I just. But by the way, that's one of those life pro tips. Like, you know, do you ever think to yourself like, how did that not result in my death? Well, there's a lot of zombies out here, huh? Oh yeah, I love this night vision effect. I'm gonna miss it when it's gone. I really am. But yeah, I'm gonna try and get as much light through to the other side of this as I can. Just destroy all the skulk I can, because I've got the hoe out anyway. I'm in the night vision mode anyway. Let's use it to make the most vision that we can for the other side. But yeah, back to what I was saying. Actually, was I saying anything? Oh yeah, I was trying to say that it's weird that this isn't the standard format. Even though it's a one-way conversation. It is, as much as you might like to contribute in this conversation, have a discussion with me, the very nature of YouTube is it's a recording. It's just me over on the other end. I've always found that to be odd that then some people are like, yeah, let's just have some dead air here. Because it's like, no one's going to fill that air. You know, I'm not going to be like, well, I guess I'll just watch them. And so, yeah, I know. It's always been my attitude that, like, if you're doing a commentary style video, like a live thing where you're not doing cuts. Because some people, they make cuts all the time. That's their thing. But for me, that's not how I like to do it. I like to have that non-stop, intense, full-on conversation. I think it's fun. I think I'm alone for thinking that, but I hope that you watching this are finding this fun. Isn't this just such a cool view? I need to get a second night vision potion for the end, because that is seriously cool. But yeah, I'm gonna... Did you hear that? I'm gonna make some cuts through this now, so I'm gonna like saw off some vertical sections, just so I can see through to the next thing, and I can get back to finishing that section and feel like it's adding to the overall project, you know? That is my goal here now. Let's do it. So yeah, have we spoken about flying cars yet? Because you know what the weirdest thing about flying cars as an idea is imagine the chaos. Like, the amount of chaos we have in 2 dimensions is crazy. Imagine the chaos in 3 dimensions. Like, already, people cause so much hassle by having drones and stuff at airports, and that's a tiny, tiny drone. Imagine the hassle of, like, oh yeah, you're accidentally flying too close to an airport. Yeah, another thing that I think is interesting is, have you ever seen modern technology? Have you ever tried to ride a scooter, like a rental scooter anywhere? Because you don't own the scooter, and because the scooter is illegally operating and needs to get all the brownie points it can from the local government, the local area can just set areas that you on your scooter cannot go above a certain speed on. And they'll always set it to be hilariously low. It'll be like 4 miles per hour or something. Like, it'll go slower than walking speed in a lot of cases, because they don't want... It's basically a way of saying, like, if you're going to have this here, it's just so you can walk it through to the next place you're going to ride it. But the thing is, these all work on it's all based on GPS coordinates. You know, the same GPS that's in your phone and that people love in there. But because GPS is not a perfectly accurate system, it's a good vibe for a system. Like, GPS can tell you to within, I think it's like 6 meters, 20 feet of where you are. It can tell you that you are somewhere in that circle. But it, you know, contrary to what people think, it's not perfectly where you are this very second. I actually think it can tell you exactly where you are to a high degree of accuracy, but only the military version can do that, because it was made by the US military, and they want their military to have an edge on everyone else. So everyone else can use it, but only the US military can see exactly where you are at any point in time, which is interesting to think about. Anyway, the weird thing about GPS is they use it on these things, but it's not perfect. It doesn't work all the time, and so they can just stop you at random intervals from going above a certain speed. Like, you want to go 50 miles per hour here? Nope. we've decided this is a 4 mile per hour zone. And it's weird because we have the exact same concept for cars, but the way it works for cars is the honor system. Or it's the honor system unless there's a police officer. But even then, it's like if there is a 20 mile per hour, a 30 mile per hour zone, you better not be going over 35 or 40, depending on where you live. Is how that actually works. And that's if there is a camera or a police officer, which there rarely is. People actually just go the speed they think is appropriate for the situation, and that's how cars work. But with every new technology we make, we try to make technological, limits on how fast a thing can go. And I think that's an interesting thing about the modern world. Like, we used to need morality to say, you shouldn't speed because it's really bad. You shouldn't... If you drive drunk, you're a monster because that can seriously impact other things. But now, like, if we want to make the system where you have to do a breathalyzer before you drive a car, that you can make that happen. Another example is train tickets. The way a train ticket used to work is and this is how it works in some parts of Europe still. A lot of parts, in fact. You buy a train ticket, and then at some point during your journey, someone might check and see if you have a train ticket, and if you don't, they'll fine you some money. On some busy trains, they always have a conductor, I think they're called. I'm not even sure. But on lesser busy trains, it's just a chance that someone comes by and asks you for a ticket. On the but in the UK, at the very least, the way it works now is you have a ticket that you enter. Also, why are these things even in here? You have a ticket that you enter into a machine to get into the station so that you can get on a train, and then you have to use the same ticket to get off the train at the end. These systems are so effective that they genuinely don't bother with inspectors on 97% of trains. It's very rare that you get ticket check, because if they just have staff at the barriers, you don't need to have staff on the physical trains, if that makes any sense. Or you only need staff on one of the barriers, because if you can't get in or out of the station without someone's help, then now you know who's coming in with a ticket, legally versus illegally. There's another fun example. If we have ever heard one. I'm going to let the creeper explode this big... Now, it's going to be one of these corner patches. Oh, but it can't be part of the structure. Yeah, using creeper... Again, I'm just going to use them right here. It's going to be a big hole in the ground, but it's going to be worth it because my pickaxe needs the boost. Thank you very much. I'll take it. Yeah, I think the corners are more effective. We're going to... Like that corner over there, that's where I'm going to take the next creeper. It's the smart way to do these things. So, yeah, that train ticket system I mentioned basically removes the need for, like morality of like, pay for a train ticket. It's the right thing to do. Because now it's pay for a train ticket or you can't get onto the train. And that's quite important in my opinion, getting on the train. You can't steal a train if you're not on it in the first place. And the same thing is happening with a lot of pieces of technology. It used to be that we used to need a lot of moral guidances. Now the moral guidance is like, well, can you physically do it? If you can physically do it, I guess it's okay. If it was really so bad, we would stop you from it. This is the problem that I think every social media site has fallen down, is they, even Minecraft, right, with their reporting system, which people have very opinions on. That's all, they have very opinions. It's true. Tell me I'm lying. You can't, because it's the facts. But people have opinions about this reporting system, and I'm not going to dive into that now. But what I am going to say is, we're also going to put this piece of blue carpet in there. What I will say is people have these super strong opinions because they're worried about what someone else judges their message to mean. But then the people who are in favor of it say, if we allow people to do something, if we physically don't stop them from doing a thing, it's basically the same as condoning it. This is the debate I guess Twitter had when it was being bought by a certain tech billionaire. There was this Twitter was being purchased, and one of the things they said is like, yeah, we're going to try and limit moderation, only make it legal, only things against the law are illegal to say. Anything else, it's like people can just choose not to follow you. It's the basic vibe. And a lot of people in the tech world hated this. They're like, why? I think it's important that we physically limit people, that we ban them when they say things that we think are bad. Not just things that are against the law, things that are harmful. If you say, conspiracy theorists are a great example of this. Certain conspiracy theories you can argue, have views that are so harmful that just by hearing about this conspiracy theory, just by being able to say this conspiracy theory, they're harming the world. Because some percent of people who listen to that message will hear it and go, oh, so the Earth really is flat and global warming is a hoax. And then if they believe global warming's a hoax and the Earth is flat or whatever else, now they're not going to be as productive and contributing towards fixing that problem, and therefore the Earth gets a magically worse place. Same with, like, I don't know, hate speech or whatever else. If you hear hate speech, there's a tiny chance you agree with it, which you can't in a world where you don't hear people saying that. Your environment really does shift your view some amount. I have to go get a lot more iron. Yeah, this place is so made of wool. Like, if you need wool in Minecraft, don't bother, like, making a sheep farm. Just come to the ancient city. There is no question that this is what you should do. Anyway, yeah, I think it's really interesting as an idea, but it's all kind of ridiculous when you think about it. As, like, if something is really, really harmful and bad, then people wouldn't like it. We can all, we can all collectively decide things are bad by ignoring it. When a child says, like, a swear word, and, like, if you laugh at it, you're encouraging the child to do it again. So everyone's like, hey, don't laugh at her. This isn't your laugh. You're not saying something funny. This is a grown-up laugh, or whatever. Like, if you laugh at something like that, you're like, yeah, no, it's not funny. You're bad. You try to make them, you don't want to reward that behavior, and that's how we do most things in life. But on the internet, it's not about rewards and disincentives. It's about physically allowing and physically not allowing. Because a lot of people are like, yeah, you should be like, if we could make a gun trigger that, like, you can make a gun that physically can detect if there's a person on the other side of it, and if it detects there's a person anywhere in the bullet trajectory, it refuses to fire, right? And it's somehow unhackable because, of course, it'd be, ignore all those questions. If you could make that gun, would you? Is a fun question. Or, like, the car, where if it detects that it's going to kill a person, it goes through everything it can to not kill that person, including potentially killing you, the driver. Like, like minimizing the number of lives killed. Like, that's the classic. What's the I guess moral dilemma? The idea of, like, if your car could save 2 people's lives by killing you, should it kill 2 people? You gotta come down, Mr. Creeper. There you go. Nice and easy. So we're going to lead him towards the wall over there. And I'm going to be very careful about this. But that's my plan here. Let's get me some XP to heal up this pickaxe. There's going to be a lot of holes in walls at the end of this. But again, that just kind of expands the open area we're creating, which is half the fun. Honestly, I haven't had enough thought about what it'll look like with no ancient city. It's going to be pretty cool, huh? Okay, so Creeper goes over here. Right next to that wall. And then we let him explode. He's going to explode some redstone. But he also gives me a lovely boost to my pickaxe. A much needed boost, if you ask me. And then for now, we're just going to put, I don't know, the gold and the redstone in here. There we go. They're technically valuable, so in they go. Okay, so we're going to get back to... I destroyed this whole thing here. Now we're going to destroy this whole thing over here, which probably has some sculpt sensors in it, because it's dark. It doesn't. We're great. So yeah, I think the idea of, like, morality is based on how should we live life. But when you live in a world of increased tech, we don't have to ask questions. We can overrule those questions and say, we can instead say, like, we don't have to tell you how to live life anymore. We can prevent you from living a bad life. We can prevent you from living a harmful life to other people. And it's almost like, it's like a dystopia. Like, it's one of those ideas that's so powerful, it's both dystopian or utopian, depending on how you use it. Imagine a world where we solve racism, because if you have a racist thought, your brain deletes it before you can even mentally think it to yourself. And it's like, wow, that would be great. There would be no more prejudice in the world anymore. But it's also like, oh, that'd be terrible, because now there is someone between you and your own thoughts. And so it can go both ways, depending on who is in charge. It tends to be the more power you have and the more control you have, things tend to go badly. But maybe it's a utopia. Who knows for sure? Until we do it, let's get right to it right now, shall we? Anyway, okay, so we've got plenty of inventory space. I've got a lot of mob drops I probably don't need, but that's okay. Something I've been pondering today is the idea of family, right? Because I live with my plumber, and he's from a different. He's actually. It's interesting. Like he's he's actually like a friend of mine I know for a while. I think it's just funnier to say I live with my plumber than to explain the full situation, because he is my plumber also. Yeah, so I live with my plumber, and one of the interesting things that he does is he sends money to his mother every single month. And what's even more interesting about this is that his mother earns more money. Oh, I just had a world crash. That was very tragic. I wonder what it honestly, you never even know that it's happened until it's too late. Also, I'm gonna die because my controller's not plugged in time. Yeah, you know what? One of the weird things about you know, I guess modern computing, right, is there these like wonderful machines that can do everything until they can't, and until they can't is apparently 48 minutes into a Minecraft recording session. No, it's just what an issue I've had on like every computer ever is just eventually it crashes. You know, something I do, some combination of like the wonky drivers for my webcam, or something, you know, something in the system interacts poorly with something else in the system, and it does it infrequently enough that I can't even work out what it is beyond just it happens maybe once a week or so. It's concerning, huh? But that's my crashing issue. Anyway, so speaking of crashing issues, I'm currently looking, because if you don't know, I'm making a very big life move to a different country this or next year, and one of the things that you need to live in America for, you know, interesting historical reasons is a car. Usually, they are very big on the automobile, and so just, you know, I've just been looking into like, okay, so buy a new car. You know, like what does it cost? What car do you want? You know, I'm not a car person. I've never looked at cars and gone, yeah, this one's real good because it's got a beefy engine, and this one's real good because it's got a chickeny engine. You know, I don't compare cars to meats as I go along. Also, I keep hearing phantoms. Is that just me? Anyway, so I instead of comparing cars to foods, I spend most of my life seeing them as fairly utilitarian. However, you know, like, you know, if it's going to be like a 2-year thing, and this is going to be like the primary way of getting around, as sadly it needs to be in the majority of the states that I can live in. It's a very interesting one, because it's like, okay then, so do you buy something, you know, nice and, you know, like really kind of excessive? Do you buy something that feels fun because you want to have fun on these days? Do you buy something with cool assists? Do you buy something for safety? There's like so many questions that you gotta look into, and it's really interesting from a market perspective, because it almost feels like you're not really supposed to know. There is an objective answer as to like what's the best car for you, and you work out like your priorities and in all those things. But instead, like, humans are happier just kind of looking at least it seems this way, is just seeing a brand that fits of your personality, that vibes correctly to you, and instead just buying that one. And that seems like insanity, but I really think that's how most people actually pick vehicles. It's like, yeah, I really identify with this brand, or this brand, you know, gives the you know, like, I know if you drive a Mercedes, everyone knows like, ooh, this guy's got money. If you drive you know, like a Volvo, everyone knows like, ooh, this guy cares about his safety. If you know, you can do this for every car. There's a certain thing that it emphasizes very heavily, that it tells the world about you. And so it's really hard as someone who's like never been involved in that. Like if you show me a car, I could tell you that, you know, like there are supercar brands that are more expensive than not supercar brands, and, you know, like I can tell you the very base level of stuff like that, but I can't tell you much more. I can't tell you what the best car is. I can't tell you, if you tell me the model of your car, I'd be like, yeah, that sounds interesting. Oh, you got an X5? Oh yeah, that's awesome, man. You got a B12? Oh yeah, I need to get more of that in my system. You know, like it's all meaningless numbers to me. Anyway, so it's one of the things I've been trying to do is like learn from scratch. Like, okay, which of these things do I want? And the answer is like it's very hard. Cars deliberately set up as many brands as they can, and they try to appeal to your emotion because they know that's what you're really deciding on. You're making this huge decision that's going to impact you for years. But that's and there's a best car that would fit you for those few years. Or how long does a car last? Like a decade. Usually, if you're not gonna sell it, you're just gonna drive it till it dies. Maybe 15, 20 years. Rather than like picking the car that would be the best for you, you pick the car that feels the rightest. And there's an interesting question that we all kind of have about the world at large, which is like, is that how people, should marketers, should people in the business of selling things, should they be marketing products based on what's best for people? Or should they be marketing things on what people think is best for people? It's the same with, like, I don't know, conspiracy stuff, right? But, like, this is the thing that so many health products have as an issue, is, like, we know, scientifically speaking, that GMO, like, genetically modifying things, it's what we've done forever, right? But so many people feel bad about genetically modified things. And so, would you rather have, should you sell people a worse product that's not genetically modified because they'll feel better about it and therefore they'll buy it? Or do you say, no, they're wrong about their decision to... And it's like, oh, yeah, as someone who really hates, like, pseudoscience being a common thing, it is hard to, disagree with the fact that, like, yeah, well, people do just not buy... people have the choice, if they really want, to just ignore this, but they're choosing not to. They're choosing to do something very different instead. I know, it's kind of like a crisis of, how do you... How do you do anything in the world? Like, do you choose your, should you choose your house based on an objective analysis of what you might need over the next few years? Or do you choose the house that makes you feel good? And the reality is we wouldn't have all these fun sales events and ads and stuff if people didn't choose based on feelings. And, as someone who works in advertising, I therefore effectively work in the feelings business. Before this video, and maybe some point during this video, I don't know where you're watching this on or, how or what, but, you might get an ad during this video, and that ad is going to say, hey, here is a brand you haven't associated with this feeling, but this car is cool. It's for 20-year-olds, or this type of, I don't know, this brand of alcohol is really good for drinking if you want to forget what's going on in the world. That'd be a good ad, right? I don't think it's gonna realistically happen because it's such a restricted product, and that's not how I tend to live my life. But I think the idea of making my own alcohol brand is a good idea, and that needs to be the marketing for it now. Like, hey, are there issues in the world you would like to forget? Try Toy Cat's alcohol that doesn't taste like alcohol. That's right. We know that alcohol tastes terrible, and we have all of the same good poison that makes you forget, with none of the terrible taste that makes you want to forget the taste. Yeah, this is golden. This is I'm onto something right here. I'm onto something. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna move on from this now, and we're gonna go further into the structure. I think this little corner is important. Don't get me wrong. But I also think that it's I like these little square structures that we feel good when they're done. I think we get more done that way as well. So let's move on to this. Let's go. Let's do it. Whew. I think this is probably the longest video I've made in a single day. I didn't really realize it before starting the video. I'm thinking like, okay, so we're in hour 3 now, right? Maybe. I don't have a timer because my recording crashed. I don't even know if 2 hours of this video made it in here, honestly. Sorry, 48 minutes, I think it is. But, we're at roughly the 3-hour mark, and the ancient city don't be gone yet. That's a failure if I've ever seen one. I think it might even be smart at this point to start making minecart tracks from here back there, and putting my minecart chests heading over there. No, I'm not going to do that. I'll just... But it's getting further and further away, right? So I think it's becoming a better and better idea, and more worth considering. That's what I'll say. So we'll put my redstone torches and my slime in here, because like there's just a lot of stuff that's building up, where it's like, do we need to keep this where this is? It'd be good if we had our auto-sorting system out here, actually. Then we could send the chests filled with their... Yeah, that's how I should have done that, huh? I should have had an automatic filling station out here. Honestly, it's such a good idea that I think I still could do it. If I start having chests for individual things. You know what? No, there's too many... If we had it automatic, it'd be great. But I do have too much just stuff. Okay, so all the sculpt goes in there. All my stuff that can fit in here goes in here, because obviously there's always going to be empty stacks if I'm not careful. And then we start a new one over here. We're going to have to go through a lot of these chests because there's a lot of Ancient City. But I'm liking the progress. I do see every time I look back, I see a little bit more it's gone than before. And that's what's important in my opinion. So let's do this section, and then we'll move on from there. Yeah, I think that's one of the hardest things to admit, because like I would describe myself as a very scientifically minded person. Like I am a big believer that most of the world's truths come from science. Like science is the measure of truth is almost how I would say it. Like everything else is about just not wanting to believe the truth. But the further and further I go, the more I realize, like, yeah, well, that's a good starting point. Like, of course, to believe something very radical is true, it's probably important that it be provable as truth. Like, what is an unprovable truth? It's not a truth. Is how it's always felt to me. But yeah, as I go further and further, okay, we're gonna lead him to this corner over here, and this is honestly, this is my favorite way to get a bunch of XP, because it's basically harmless. Also, wow, we got a second set. It's basically harmless. It's expanding the space, which we kind of wanted anyway, and it's also dealing with a creeper. Like it's synergy. I love synergy. I love when something is useful for one thing, and then it also massively helps another. That's just a really good feeling that it gives me. Also, we can't work on this little structure as much as I want to, because it's filled with wool. I want to do something that's purely stone. I want to have the good feeling of finishing a stone thing up. And I worry I'm not getting that over here. I worry that instead, I'm just going to be left with a bunch of floating wool, which is going to require some efficiency shears, maybe. But then I'm going to need to get, like, efficiency books, and just, there's a lot of struggles with that idea, in my opinion. Okay, so... honestly, I'm running out of places to run this creepers over here. Oh, there's 2 creepers. Okay. I don't have any torches on me. Need still a little run up for those. But we'll just let the creepers explode right over here. Perfect place for them. And that's some pickaxe recovery. Also, there's a lot of mobs in here. Isn't this meant to be the mobless structure? Isn't this meant to be the one place where mobs are not free to do their thing? Because I am definitely not seeing it that way. This is not what I am encountering in my lived experience, as people love to say. Okay, so yeah, let's run up 2 or 3 of our minecart chests now. The most full ones. This one isn't full. We could run it up. Actually, wait, we need to specifically focus on, so that's, okay, so we'll move this over here. We'll move this over here. Move this off the rails. Yep, there we go. And try and move this through the gap. There we go. Okay, so we'll move this up with us. We also probably should move this one, I think. Again, it is full. It is just kind of chilling around, so move it off there. And on they go. So now we dump this into here. We dump... we have to break this, because I need to push both of these. And then I need to follow them very closely, or they won't go up. In fact, it's possible that I push them and they don't go up anyway, but I'm assuming that's not how it's going to go. No, up you go, up you go. No. Okay, so it's going to be too late now. They're going to be on their way back already, which means I just have to wait for them to come back. Why is that the case? I cannot tell you. I can't explain it to you in any meaningful way that makes sense to either of us, but I can tell you they're going to come back. See? Why are they coming back? Why can't I send them by themselves? Okay, so then there's going to be a second one, maybe? Maybe there's not going to be a second one. Maybe they're both in the same block. Or maybe it's not coming back. Not my issue. I mean, it is my issue. It's not my issue yet. It's going to be my issue in about 30 seconds, and therefore it's not my issue. Yeah, if the other one comes back and launches into that one then launches into me, and then, yep, should have seen that one coming. It's a little bit frustrating, but it's fine. So we now break this minecart, and then we send... Is this the one I was trying to send? Yeah, that would send it all the way back. And we just have to make sure we can... Oh, man, this is beyond frustrating. No, this isn't what I'm trying to do. We can't even break them either. Like, even though there's a chest in there, it would work too much like a shulker box if you could move the stuff around. Honestly, I think that's design space they regret making. No, don't go up, don't go up. Like, if they hadn't made the shulker box, they'd be able to just let you store things in minecart chests and boat chests without having to... You know, like, but with the shulker box, it's defeating the point of another item by doing that. And they can't be having that, can they? Okay, so now we go up in a minecart. And as long as we're within 4 chunks of these two, they should keep going upwards. I hope. If not, then we'll... No! Okay. Whoa! So I found the spot they don't make it in. Okay, so we need to bring some extra spicy rail down into here. Because it's not working at present. It definitely should be working. But it's not. Also, I'm going to get some sleep in. Yeah, I'm going to need a lot more minecart rails if I'm not going to be empty at the rate that I want to be. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, so we'll leave our minecart here. Yep, nothing's going to come after it. We'll go to bed, which is very well blended in, by the way, in the snow. And then I'm going to grab 2 stacks of torches. I think it goes without saying I'm going to need a lot more than I am estimating, especially because when I remove the ancient city, there's now a bunch of, you know, like, space left over. Torch, torch, torch. Throw the 32 back in. Throw all of these fellas in there. Start activating the magic. And then we want more iron, because we need more shears. But also we want more minecarts. So we'll go through a lot of those, I think. So what does that create? Let's do the maths. We've got 37. So we make 1 pair of shears and 7 minecarts. Or we make 6 pairs of shears and 5 minecarts. We'll do the second one. We need a lot of minecart chests. We need, like, a lot of these things. We're going to be... And this amount of storage that I've planned right here is very... It's paling in comparison to what I'm actually going to need. It's going to go down many, many, many layers. In fact, we should probably just plan right now to move this up way higher. Because there's going to be a lot of hoppers. It's going to be a lot... That's the thing we're going to do, okay? It's going to have to happen. But it's going to have to happen in the future. What else did I want while I was up here? I really wanted my mega shears. I don't think... These little shears just aren't really going to do it great. But that's fine. I'll also take a bed from the village over here. Nah, I'll leave them be. I'll let the villagers... I'm impressed they're still alive. There's been a lot of nights going on. But I guess because I've not been in the chunks, they can't die. Which is how real life works. If you just stay really far away from problems, then they go away. If you can't see there's a problem, then there probably isn't even a problem. Okay, so yeah, you can see... okay, right here, this gap is a little bit too small. I think I just did this, which makes it extra weird and frustrating. But I think this isn't where the issues are. The issues are definitely up here, where the gaps get shorter. Or longer? Yeah, the gaps are longer. Was it this one? I think it was this one, yeah. So replace these 2 with 2 more powered rails. And then maybe they'll go up themselves. It's a fun test. The end result will be negative for me either way. But we'll find out, won't we? So it's going to destroy a bunch of blocks on the way down. Yeah, this is much nicer. Can't be hitting my head on the ceiling all the time. So just for the sake of speed, honestly. Just for the sake of speed. Okay. Now, stone goes in here. Diorite too, why not? And then we make 5 more minecart chests, which I'll put on this little loop, honestly. Because it's going to be a while till I deal with these. So just minecart chest. Minecart chest. Minecart chest? Okay, we can't do it there, so we'll place another one over here. It's getting a little bit cluttered out here. I have to admit. That's not an incorrect measurement. But it's fine. And then this... Oh, yeah. Okay, let's try and send this up. I know it's not going to work. But I want to see if there's a good reason why. Or would it go up if I went up with it? Whatever, we'll leave it be. If it comes back, it comes back. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Okay, back on to the project. Man, I had such high hopes for this concept. It's, but I guess I didn't believe in it strong enough. Because, actually, that time I might have. He's not coming back down yet. And it's only 64 blocks till the edge of the ender distance. So I think it worked. Unless it gets stuck out of simulation distance, and then that's why, because it loses its momentum. But that'd be dumb if they lost their momentum just because they're not being simulated at that time. That wouldn't make any sense. But, you know, I guess it's Minecraft Bedrock, so... we shouldn't rule out things just because they don't make sense. That would be the silly thing to do. Okay, so let's destroy this. Really think that if we're going to make any time progress, we're going to have to go get some efficiency shears, right? Like, it's fine, but it's not fast. We're going to waste minutes per patch of wool. And we can't really be doing that. Honestly, even a beacon, I'm not a big beacon person. I think this might be a beacon situation. I think this might be the time that we go ahead, we place down a beacon, just so we can mine a little bit faster using these shears. Because this is painful. Like, there's so many blocks that have to be mined. And just sitting here manually. I don't think it's going to work. Especially if we... especially with a time frame limit, right? This is all one video. I will go crazy if we have to do this in a time limit. By the way, if you want to download this map, you see the one I'm playing right now, you know, and you like these... Because I'm assuming if you're watching this, you have caring about this world. You can actually play this world. It's available in the marketplace. There should be an update coming out somewhat soon. It's been in certification for like a month. I think if I'm being honest, I don't know if I meant to say this, but this is my impression, is that the team would rather release new content, because that's how they make money, you know, like when people buy maps, than update old content, because it takes so long to get a map certified. And it's like, why do you need to certify my update? I understand on like a base level that like you need to make sure it still works after it, but it's like it's just an update. It's the exact same world. It's gonna have all the same issues or problems as before. I don't know. I don't know. It seems strange to me. Like they don't have any quality control either. Like it's all just technical stuff. Like you can release the Rick and Monty or the White Power skin pack, but don't you dare think about updating a world that you've promised updates for, because you know where's the and a long story short, if you want this Let's Play world, available in the marketplace right now. It costs 660 mine coins. What does that cost in your local currency? I have no clue. I just know what I just know that on the end of it, it's been the most successful map so far. I say so far. I've got one I'm really excited about that's going to be launching soon. I don't want to talk about it too much here, but like it's my favorite thing to make in this world. Like I'm always lucky when I get to do something like this, in my opinion, is when I get to just work on something that I wish existed. You know, bringing something that you wish was real into the real world. You know, making something that you want to be real is like the biggest privilege, the biggest, the funnest thing. Also, yeah, look at this area. It's too dark. I mean, it's for dark, I would say. So we're just gonna run around, place some torches here or there, make sure we're getting the most of it. Everywhere where there's darkness, we make sure there's torches, and that way only slime spawn. Which honestly, slimes are worse than most mobs. Maybe not worse than skeletons. That's a fun debate we could have. But they're definitely worse than most of the mobs that exist. Honestly, what's the most annoying Minecraft mob? We always say skeleton. I feel like I always say skeletons, because it's the one that always immediately comes to mind. But I think it might be more complex than that, because witches will ruin your day. Like, poison is an effect that lasts for so long Same with withering. Like, you can survive a wither skeleton encounter and die because there's no quick healing, and withering damages you at the same rate that you heal. It effectively means that you don't heal for a certain amount of time, but it doesn't feel that way. It feels like, oh, you're getting poisoned and it goes through your healing damage, and it's really, really disastrous in my opinion. Really, really, really bad. Not a fan. So yeah, let's throw some garbage we picked up into the hole, and then we can pick up the real things that we wanted. I think I'm going to make a nice big chunk of progress by tearing down this middle area around the portal. I want to have the portal be in front of nothing. I think that would be cool. I think that's going to be my next big little goal here. Big little goal. That's definitely not. Also, where are you coming from, fellas? Yeah, I think it's literally the structure itself. Like, it's so. Okay, so we'll dig into it and we'll place some torches in here. But it is going to cause me issues if I don't get this sorted soon. Oh, even this is filled with wool. Yeah, that's under planning on my part. I mentioned at the start of this, like, planning is important. This is the sort of thing that costs you a lot of time. Like, I'm gonna have to now go through what, like 10, 15 minutes finding the right pair of shears, probably getting multiple pairs of shears because, like, you know, they don't have a lot of durability. Even with unbreaking on, I'm gonna have to go through multiple pairs. Or I could throw mending on there, but I lost my mending books. I don't know when or why, but I don't have any mending books right now. So I'd have to spend some time getting one of those. You know, it adds up quite a bit. It is not as quick as you might assume to do all of this stuff. And yeah, I know, long story short, I think I'm in a place now where I'm almost like, it's almost like a commitment thing, like of or like a sunk cost fallacy thing. Yeah, I think I'll let him destroy this. Oh no, this isn't part of the structure. This is just the ground, as far as I'm concerned. So I let him destroy this. It destroyed a couple of basalt blocks, but hopefully I picked those up. Probably lost them for good. Now my count is only going to be 99% accurate. But yeah, back to what I was saying. I think the most annoying Minecraft mob, because the witch poison is annoying. The wither skeleton's up there. I mean, obviously we could go ahead and say, like, well, it's the wither boss, but the wither gives you, like, a great reward. I think we could go, like, you know, tangential on this and say, actually, it's, oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, this is getting insane because the structure itself isn't lit up. So that's where our issues are coming in. So we'll mine one block down in as many of these places as we can, and we'll start placing torches in there. Okay, so just every one of these holes we want to fill up. Or we could just max the mob cap up with some slimes or something. Not sure what's the better idea right now. Just kind of vibing my way through this. Break that. Okay. And now place one over here. And then over here. And then over here. And over here. You know, just every one of these holes. Oh god. There's so many mobs. This is too much for me. Place one on each of those. It doesn't make a big difference, but we might as well. There's just too many hostile mobs. Too many mobs. Too many mobs. Yeah. So this is the bit. Oh my god. Baby zombies always run faster than you think they do, and it results in many big problems. So we've definitely got a full inventory, too full to really be doing much good here. So we're now going to head back out. Oh yeah, that was just my bad. Yeah, we're starting to get to the point where the distance between me and where I'm going is actually quite great. Maybe I should start placing down some. Let me place down some rails over here. We place some minecart chests on them, and that way we save the visit back every time. As long as we leave it far enough away from creeper explosions, I think we'll be fine. And then we'll place extra torches to be extra safe. So just a nice strip over here. That on one side, and I don't know for now that on the other side. We'll go place some minecarts on there. Just because again, we're losing 15 seconds every time. I've lost a lot more than 15 seconds for other decisions, but when we can be efficient, we might as well try, right? That's my bad rule for life. I hope you don't mind hearing it, because you just did. And then we'll top this one up. This is my full boy chest. I want this to also... Yeah, me and this, and the chest that's up there somewhere. Let's go on a journey. In fact, should we send those up right now? Because if it works, that's big news, right? And if it doesn't work, I need more powered rails anyway. Yeah, let's send them up. Just to test the system. Let's go. If it gets hit by the minecart coming down, it's gonna be sad. Because it's crazy, because they both, like, it somehow never results in a way that, oh, yeah, it works. We were just a few minecarts short. Oh, this is amazing. I don't know why they're moving so much slower. Okay, we've still got a problem. Still not able to make it over this hill. So then we need some powered rails up here. Or we could just remove the gradient, honestly. Yeah, I think that's the easier thing to do. Yeah, let's just remove the gradient altogether. Because it does go up just to come right back down. So if we remove the coming back down bit, then that problem would be all the way solved. So just tunnel through a little bit of terrain over here. And this also should, like, keep things chill. It means I'll always bump into it, though. So maybe... Oh, no, don't come back. Okay. Okay, that's handy. That's handy. If it bounces off, it does get stopped here. So that is useful to know. And now, we don't need any more powered rails. But while I'm here, maybe I should invest. I mean, first of all, in some sleep. That seems like a good idea. Also, can you have two... No. Oh, just fine. Live your life. Can we have 2 minecarts on the hoppers? Also, it's empty. Okay, this isn't empty. There's a long time to go on these hoppers. Yeah, it's a good question. We got a lot of good questions out here. Don't know the answers to any of them, of course. We'll see if my sorting system, which I don't think actually works. If it doesn't, then today's... Oh, it's just I guess the hoppers probably, yeah. So this will regularly get jammed up with other items, which we then have to re-throw into here. I guess if we put, like, a big stack of, say, cracked stone bricks in here. Yeah, there we go. Now we'll try and fill the cracked stone bricks first. But that's not going to be a long-term sustainable solution. But, you know, it's a fun idea. We got something happening the correct way up here. Throw all of these in there just so they're in a chest somewhere. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so we do have something that works for all of our pain. It's not very much, but we do have something. Now I think that we're up here anyway. I think I'm going to bite the bullet, and I'm going to go get either a beacon, or I'm going to... Actually, I should get the beacon anyway. I'll get the beacon, and I'll get a pair of shears. It's such a long journey, but I'm going to have to go make it. Again, I'm 10,000 blocks away, just to clarify the insanity on that one. But what we'll do is we'll walk all the way back to the... You can see what's happening over there, and then we'll come back. I'll get some experience too, like keep the Neverite pickaxe moving. Maybe I can make a bunch of mending shears. No, because they do need to have efficiency, and I don't have an efficiency book, because you don't need efficiency very often, and when you do need it, you kind of already got it, right? Okay, so I follow the yellow brick road, and I get my fireworks out now, so I don't have to wait until something tragic happens. Boom. Let's fly. We're on a time crunch. I can use some fireworks for this. Yeah, I always get lost by this. It leads me into like a big... My own directions confuse me. I'm guessing the intent is that I've got to go left here. Yeah, I genuinely don't know. Is it telling me to go down there? It's not. It just... the yellow just vanishes. And then I'm left to wonder for myself. Where am I going? Okay, so through here, apparently. Was that it? I will work it out sooner. I hope. And if I go this way long enough. Okay, that's the Nether Fortress. So there is kind of a method to the madness. But if I'm consistently getting lost, then it's not a very good method. And it's a very good madness. Oh, here we go. Okay, so back to the overworld. It's, you know, it's going to be nice to see the regular... You know, after 3.5 hours of working on a big project, you start to appreciate the small things. And you know, I brought back some arrows with me, just because I really value those things. Whew, yeah, my least favorite mob always used to be the zombie pigman. Back when it wasn't the piglin, it was the pigman. It used to scare me so much. I'd be like, oh no, I'm gonna attack this thing just by accident, and my whole life is gonna be ruined. You know, like, there are some events in Minecraft that create this fear. I'd say the Warden is a great example of the modern thing, where it has to be like, there is an all-ending, unkillable Minecraft mob that ruins your day. But you know, there were lesser versions, if we go a little bit further back. Is this good? Is this... Okay, that's soul speed. We don't need that. I do need a new helmet, though. You might have heard mine broke a long time ago in there. I think I'm just going to treat myself to a diamond helmet. Like, it's not going to be enchanted, so it'll probably die at some point. But I think I need to do it anyway. So yeah, I'm going to grab a beacon. I don't know where I put my beacon. I know I put it somewhere where I thought, I won't lose this. But now it's gone, and so I clearly did lose this. Where is it in the end? It's wherever I was doing my next mining project that I was sure that I wouldn't need it again. But I don't know where that is, so... Beacon. Yep, no idea where my beacon is. I should check my other place, but we'll do that after we get some enchanted shears, I guess. Okay, so... This is my enchantment area. I like it a lot in here. It's where I store my enchantments, as you might guess from the label enchantment area. And we're going to see if we have a... Okay, we got Unbreaking. We got Silk Touch. I kind of need a... Okay, we got Efficiency and Thorns. I don't want to waste Thorns. Efficiency 4. There we go. We'll throw that on a pair of shears alongside Mending. But we don't have Mending out here, so I'm going to go on a long journey for Mending. Oh, well, I could use this, but... Do we have another efficiency book, perhaps? We do not. Okay, so... Efficiency... Oh, also, I have these shears, probably, right? I'm breaking and mending without efficiency, though. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is easier than going and making a whole bunch of new books. So, efficiency... It costs 7. Is this a valuable investment? No. Am I going to do it anyway? Yeah, why not? And then we're going to try and find that beacon, because if we disassemble an existing beacon, that would be costly. Okay, so the beacon was laying around in a project for a while. It was in my ancient city that I built. Do you want to go see that, actually? I think that'd be a fun contrast. Now, let's go do that. Is there anything else we need from here? Probably could pick up some new golden carrots. No, actually, I want to see how deep this stack goes today. Is there efficiency in any of these? I don't know why I keep some of these books here still. Feels like I should move them in with the rest of the enchantments. Because if I do have efficiency lying around, it would be silly not to use it, right? But I don't have it lying around. So it's not silly not to use it because I don't have it. It's not silly not to use things that you don't have. It's a pro tip with Toycat right there. We're going to need a single ore to operate the beacon. We've got that, but we don't have the beacon, which is the probably more important part of this. I could just borrow a beacon from somewhere else, but I'm not sure based on the fact that I lost this old beacon, I'm not sure I trust myself to re-deliver it. Okay, so this is where I left the old beacon. I would see it poking out by now if it was still here. You know, let's go show you the old one anyway. I think the scale difference will really kick in now that the update's it. Yeah, look at this. You can see it's so much smaller. This still took me so many hours to build, though. It was like a dozen or something. But also, there's a lot of boats in here. I'll take those boats for myself now, actually. I could use those in my new Deep Dark. So, you know, the boats are coming with me. Use the sword, because it's slightly better for breaking boats. Because you got to attack the boats, you know? You can't just... Does that make any sense? No, it doesn't. Does Minecraft make any sense? Not all the time. Okay, so my beacon went up there, and it's clearly not there anymore. So where did I move my beacon? This would be a good time to be streaming, but I'm not. This is just a long video. It might feel like a stream, but we had fun editing, and I haven't said stream chat once. I miss you, chat. If you are a stream regular, It's like this, but with a little bit more interaction. Some people say they're glad I interact with chat so much, but it's like my least favorite thing. I think that interacting with chat immediately dates the stream and makes it like a right here, right now kind of thing, which actually isn't good. That isn't the ideal, the goal, the thing we should aim for. I'm actually gonna have to borrow a beacon from somewhere then. Where did I put it? Oh no, I remember where I put it. I put it in the I put it near the museum. It was on the 1.19 thing. This is why you don't leave valuables lying around your world without documentation. Honestly, documenting your Minecraft world, one of those pro tips that people forget. Is it over here still? It is! Perfect. So now we can use the beacon. We should have used the beacon to mine the beacon, which is the hardest thing to mine. But hindsight, 2020 and all that. Here is my collection of all 1.19 blocks. There is 0 exceptions to that. Every single block from 1.19 is lying around right here. And that's my it's my Elder Guardian. He's a really good friend. I love him a lot. Also, there's nothing in my boat with chest. Feels like a waste. Also, oh god, yeah, we need to not activate that. Probably, actually, it's on the surface. I still haven't done my testing to work out, like, what is it that makes a Skulk Shrieker work? Is it the structure? I mean, it's got to be the biome because it's in the biome too. Does it have to be covered though? Could you have it be on the biome on the surface and still spawn a warden? Maybe this is a fun opportunity to do a super flat challenge or something. I think that's the best idea, at least. Maybe just me. Okay, so my goal is to get myself back to the ancient city now. I've got my shears. I've got 1 pair. I'm not infused. You know, that's not great. This is going to require a lot of healing, and I don't have a good source of experience with me. I could, like, make some villagers or, like, bring them down in minecarts with me. Should I make a village down there, actually, for the source of experience? Yeah, I mean, if I make librarians, and I just bring a bunch of books with me, maybe that's not a terrible idea. Bring librarians for the sole sake of trading paper and books. Huh. Yeah, I think I might have to get down with that. And then I'll get some free enchantments as like a side biz, right? Yeah, let's, you know, why not? Let's bring some villagers into our chaos. There's some glow ink sacks in here. I don't know if they should be in there. This isn't many books. Yeah, it's not going to give us a great source of XP. We'd be better off bringing whatever source of potatoes or carrots or whatever we have, but we probably don't have enough to be worth bringing. I could farm some before I leave with my fortune pickaxe. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. Just go up to the village, trade with someone over there. It's a shame there's no, like... I guess it's not... I guess, actually, I've got enough emeralds in my ender chest. I'll buy some stuff from the villagers. It'll be inefficient, but I think that's fine. I'm not too bothered about that. Also going to lose some bones here, but I just want to free up my inventory, to be honest with you. And now we're going to go all the way back. Our 10,000 blocks away from home. Oh, do I have the beacon on me? I do. That's an important thing to check. Probably before leaving. After works just as well too, though. So, yeah, this is another thing that I could have done before, I guess. This is the absent-minded personality trait. Or maybe forgetful personality trait. But the thing about forgetfulness, and this is really rude to say, which is why no one says it, but it's not being forgetful necessarily. It's just prioritizing things that people want you to prioritize highly, lowly. Or wrongful prioritization. But that's like kind of a societal thing, you could say. Like, I'm really good at remembering every single day, let's get a video going. These days, I'd say, like, due to trying to focus as much on quality as we can, you know, like, dropping the money. We're doing a lot of things to improve quality here. I'd say it's more like 5-6 videos a week now. But, like, for years, I uploaded twice a day. But if you asked me, you know, like, what birthday someone had, or... You know, these are all bad examples, but you get the point. Like, it wasn't my top priority. Things that you might have thought would be a good top priority were not my top priority. Okay, so this is where the cave is, right? Okay, no. Over here, maybe? When I see yellow, I know I'm in the right place. Have I seen yellow? I have not. This always happens. I'm always like, where am I? Okay, down here, maybe, and then like up again. Yeah, we've gone too far. I think it was like 6. Ah, there we go. Never mind. Perfect. I need to build some big things out here. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ignore that problem for another day because I've got other problems I need to ignore. No, yeah, that's what I think. Like, it's like same with task prioritization, right? Like, people are like, oh my god, you're so forgetful, and you're like, not. But it's like, in school, for example, I knew that this was busy work because there were 6 hours in a school day. Sorry, I'm drinking water. I'm not dead. Oh, you're ruining my... Oh, I didn't make the diamond helmet. I think I have diamonds in my ender chest. Yeah, we do. Oh, if I do this, then I can consolidate some stacks too. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now there's 61 diamonds in there. I'm just gonna treat myself to... Where did I... How does this happen to me so often? Diamond helmet. Look at that. That's nice. I probably could have put enchantments on it when I was back home, but you know what you could have done? You could have shut up because you're dumb. And now I'm gonna probably need those emeralds at some point, but I'll be down here if I need them, so that's all good. For my dirt and my diorite and my grass and not the rails yet. We keep on needing rails, so that's clearly very useful. And now let's bring down all of the iron. I don't know how much we're gonna need. Let's bring it all down, and also another ender chest because I'm gonna have to put some of it back. And who can be bothered with a whole trip to the surface just to do that? So I'm going to start this from the top down. We can work out mathematically that if this is... So that's down at -50. This is at +70. 120 blocks this way is where the deep dark is. And then we want to go a little bit further. Something like, I don't know, over here. And the reason for that is because we want it to be in the center near where the portal is. So I don't know, -4540. Let's find out if that's correct. Pro tip, by the way, always dig straight down. People who tell you not to dig straight down are trying to keep all the best stuff for themselves because it's a very efficient technique. Saves you a lot of time, saves you a lot of pain. You want to do this, trust me. Do I have any deep slate on me? I need to check now if I do. I do not. Okay. Yeah, they're just trying to hide the good stuff from you. This is the pro tip. The pro tip to end all pro tips, in my opinion. Just you know, you need to do digging. It's not like you want to go diagonally down. You want to go straight down. I'm not... Oh, man! Okay. So, okay. Oh, this is disastrous. Okay. That's why it's a good thing earlier in the video. Oh, no, okay. Just before this started... I decided to get a totem of undying. I was like, I might need that. I thought to myself, I'm just going to the deep dark. What's going to happen? And now we know what's going to happen. Well, you know, I think it was 6140, right? No, it was 6... Yeah, it was 6140. It can't have been. It was 6240? What coordinate? 6540? No, 4540. Yeah, 4540. If we go there and dig around, we'll find the right place. You know what the worst bit is? Whenever I dig down, usually, I get this real smug moment where I'm like, yep, and look how dumb you are for telling me this doesn't work. But this time, everyone who was screaming, like, don't do it, Toy Cat, you get to feel smug about yourself. But it's a one-time event. That is the only time you shouldn't dig straight down. I swear, that never happens. I mean, like, statistically, it happens, like, one in every so often. But, you know, it doesn't usually happen to me. And that's the important thing. Okay, so we're going to need to grab a stack of stone or something. And we're going to want to make this a lot safer. So I think I still have fire resistance, right? Is that correct? No, I don't. So I'm playing for keeps now. If a mob hits me back in there, that's all my stuff gone. Yeah, this is really tricky to actually manage. So we're going to dig around a little bit. Place some blocks down. Oh, this is deep lava too. This is not... Okay, there we go. So now we've placed lava blocks there. We can place blocks on the side of it there. We dig these blocks away. We dig... Okay, perfect. And now you can kind of see the name of the game, right? It's a little bit dangerous. Okay, remove that. Remove all of those blocks. Then we do the same over here. Block over there, stack all the way up. And so yeah, that's all you have to do. And look at all the time I've saved, even with digging straight into lava. Yeah, now I'm actually scared. If I dig straight down, I'm in the lava again. I don't have a defense mechanism. Should we do 2 blocks this time? What are the odds of digging into lava twice, though, right? You know, what are the odds? Not that high. Not impossibly low, though. So I'm just gonna... you know, because I don't have my totem anymore. I think I'm gonna make the more reasonable decision. Because I would have lost so much, like... Actually, I lost an empty shulker box and a beacon. Yeah, the beacon's actually a big one. That's a big one. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't lose the beacon. I guess that's actually a really good placement. It's a little bit further this way than I was going for, but it's like in a good way, you know. It's like it's solving problems for me rather than creating them. So we'll do a little test of the beacon. We just need what I need is to get rid of all these useless blocks, which are cluttering up the ground. Good thing there's a chest somewhere around here. Wait, isn't the chest meant to be? Is it only in some of them? Damn it, Minecraft. I needed one thing from you. So we'll place down our own chest. Right over, I don't know, like here. Just like somewhere no one's expecting it, right? Just hidden little chest. Because I want to keep the portal, but everything else around it's going to go. So, I'm not even sure. Chest placement is hard. When you got to consider that there's not going to be a structure on which it exists soon. We'll just place it down over there. Place all of my garbage in there. Like deep slate, that came from not the structure, it came from mining down, so in it goes. And now we can do the fun bit, which is the... Actually, no, we can't do the fun bit. We're gotta dump more stuff in here. This is my garbage chest. Do you like it? It's filled with garbage. Stone, deep slate, just, you know, all that stuff. And now comes the beacon. This is exciting. Getting some high-tech Minecraft stuff going on. Gotta improve our speed after all. Okay, so now there's gonna be candles on my beacon apparently. Worst case, we just have to move it like a block or two to the right. Oh, no, we nailed it first go. So now we throw... I guess now we make it 4 layers deeper. Although by doing that, we have to remove all the soul sand below the portal. And I'm not sure I want to remove the portal... You know, we can... No, it's too dangerous to leave soul sand that close to the portal. So we're going to have to put out the fires in the first 2 rows. Which isn't really ideal. Yeah, that'll keep me safe, I think. So now we just dig down, make another one, and so on and so forth. Although actually, if I'm digging down, I might as well have efficiency. Just while I'm here anyway, you know? Just give me... Oh, sorry, haste. It's like efficiency, but different. Ooh, that was nice. And now look at this. Yeah, do you see how it's slightly faster? You might not even, because it's not by much. Okay, so... They actually fixed a bug where they're like, yep, so we admit it, we accidentally made efficiency not any faster... Sorry, haste. Not any faster than not having haste. Because people are religious about beacons, and I'd admit, like, when you're spending... Like, it could have turned my 5 hours into, like... Well, let's be honest, at this point, my maybe closer to 6 hours into, you could have turned it into, like, 5.5, right? Like, because it's not gonna... Even though it's 40% faster, it doesn't change the mining time between blocks, and, you know, like, there's a lot of times it can't impact, like, running and getting chests. But, like, why would you not want to save half an hour? And the answer is because I didn't know where my beacon was. I only had to think about it because it was so urgent, because, you know... Well, I guess why was it even urgent? It was urgent because I want my shears to be better. I guess it's urgent because it was annoying me how slow my shears were. Which, if you think about it, is the most serious form of urgency. Okay, so one more block. Oh, okay. That's going to cause me some problems. Do we want to keep the redstone room lying around? Yeah, I don't really have a strong opinion on it, so we'll just mine our way out of here and come right back up to the surface. Yeah, when this is partially mined, it's a little bit more parkour to get around, but that's okay. So we'll mine all of this for now. Very awkward placement, do have to say. And then we'll place all the blocks down. And yeah, the making this actually into a mega beacon is going to be a lot more work than it seems like. But sometimes that's the fun. And other times it's absolutely not the fun. And this is one of those other times. Just for what it's worth. Just so we're clear. Mining this many blocks is not a normal thing to want to do. But you know what is a normal thing to want to do? I don't know, play the Toy Cat Let's Play World, which you can do soon, maybe. That's my high quality advertising. Do you want this thing? Well, it might not exist yet, but it will soon. Now, I'm working on a new map, and one of my favorite things in Minecraft, like one of my favorite things in any game, I used to love like level editors, where you could make your own levels. The first game that I played that had that was called like Revolt. It was like a racing game for the PlayStation 1. It was very fun. No one's heard of it. It's fine. But it was this really great racing game for the PlayStation 1 where you played as remote control cars. RC cars, I believe is the technical term. And, okay, so now we're going to dig a whole nother level down. And a lot of those blocks are going to go into here as well. But that's also just A-okay. So yeah, I played this game called Revolt. It was a remote control game, and they had a level editor, and I had so much fun just making levels in it. And the one that took things a step further was a game called Time Splitters for the GameCube. It was out for Xbox and PlayStation as well. Had full-on, like, game mode editors. You could make your own game mode. Even Super Smash Bros. Lets you, like, choose how the game works. And you radically alter gameplay. You find things that are more fun that are less fun. And I always enjoyed that process of, like, yeah, we make this more or less better, different as we go along, in a way that I know it made me realize that, like, you know, do I just want to be a game designer? Is that what this is? Because that's what it felt like a lot. It's like my whole childhood, I loved games, and what do you do with a knowledge of games besides make them? The answer used to be there wasn't really anything else you did. Like, yeah, you become a game, and honestly, I'm so glad I was born the time I was. If I was born like a little bit earlier, like 1985 or 1990 or something, there wouldn't have been any other, like, even the thing that I enjoy even more, like the career that got me started on the internet was like, you know, reviewing games, and more realistically was like games journalism. What's the newest news in games? And so without that, you know, like, thing that existed, I would have been like, yeah, I guess I'm going to learn to make games. And every game developer I know is, like, somewhat miserable. Like, there are some who, like, love their job and really feel like it's as satisfying as they want. But for most people, it's like, yes, I thought I would be designing fun things all day, but actually the soulless company that I work for tells me I have to improve microtransaction, you know, retention rate by 10%. And I've got to slightly bug fix the code that, you know, like, it's much more business focused than it seems. And like, it's fun because there's a lot of business focused jobs in the programming world, right? But in most of them, you get paid correspondingly to balance out the, oh man, we have just slightly too few iron blocks to make a mega beacon. So it's all efficiency 1, unless I can do something about that. And I don't think I can. I don't think I have the right stuff. Also, I don't want to lose all these blocks, so we're going to have to run around and collect them. Should have gone alley while I was there. That's another forget. Just should have brought... Even a single alley would have been cute, would have been helping me out in a bigger way. Maybe it's worth going back, because I need some iron blocks anyway, right? Maybe I go back, I pick up the iron blocks. I pick up the alley while I'm there. Because even with this mega shear set, right? Oh, that's actually really fast. Never mind. I was going to say how it's not very fast, but it is, so I guess that would be a lie. If I said that, it would be incorrect. And we'll place a boat down over here, and another boat down, I don't know, over here, and then another boat down, if you'll believe this, over here. And then, yeah, we need to move the minecarts still, but we can get to that. So now let's show you the difference now, by the way. This is haste, plus... This is efficiency 4. The difference is night and day. Like, you can see why I had to go and do it. It's nightmarish, but it's important to do. when you got a destruction project, it might even be worth starting from scratch and making all those things just for the sake of this low efficiency. If you forgive my pun, ha 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 ha. Yeah, I think it's really important. So now let's go get the minecart chests. Let's bring them over. And let's do this. There's a lot of them. we're gonna have like a one-time minecart to move them all across, I guess, is how this is gonna go. So break that one, break this one, and break this one. And then we need to put our wool away because my inventory is full up again. Put some of this away, I guess. Put the 2 extra wools in there too. And now we can go back over here. Yeah, this is the stage where like this is what I mean with like the reason you know, like bad memory isn't bad memory. The reason bad task prioritization isn't bad task prioritization is because you need to see things as being like, this is my theory at least. This isn't like science or anything. This is just guy on the internet saying words. Did you see that, by the way? That was the buggiest thing I've ever seen. Like some blue text appeared on screen, I swear. Did you see that? What was that? Anyway, so yeah, the beacon's not affecting me anymore, which is a big problem. Yeah, I think we want to breed some alloys. Using the amethyst shards we have here, actually, might be a good idea. Breed some alloys, bring them back here with us. Except alloys can't fly, so that's going to be a painful process. Yeah, let's not even think about it. Let's just not even think about it. What I can think about, though, is enjoying my new pair of shears. Because I thought they only broke like 100 blocks normally, but it broke like, it seemed like 3 or 4 stacks. So it's going to break like 1,000 blocks before we have to repair this. And that's an amount of blocks that I can just not even think about. Let's just do a mass destruction. Yeah, I honestly don't even think that Haste 2 would do much benefit to me here. I do think, though, clearly Efficiency 5 and Haste 2, you might be able to insta-break wool. So maybe that's worth considering. But it's so close to insta-breaking right now. Or maybe it is instant-breaking, and I'm just not realizing that it's not a big concern to me. What it is it's a big joy seeing that now we might finally be on track to actually destroy this whole place. The project looked like it was slipping away from me, but it's now slipping right back into my hands, which is what I like to see. We're definitely going to fill up our wool chest from back home, and then we're going to have so much wool left over. Like, this is insane. The tool is definitely the limiting factor here, which is why you always need to have at least 2 or 3 pairs of mending efficiency shears. Because one creeper explosion also isn't going to repair this. It's going to need a lot of creeper explosions. Presumably. I actually don't know how it's going to work. Maybe we could find out. Or maybe we could not. Yeah, this is slow and annoying. But it's fine. We're getting more light in here. That's what matters. Gotta keep telling myself that. But there we go. Lots and lots and lots and lots. And lots of blocks. Okay, so now we can destroy all these ground ones too. Oh, it's slower because there's no... Man, I guess Haste really does have power after they fix that. Man, I didn't realize just how much of a difference it really makes when it's actually working, huh? Because that is huge. That is monstrous. So now let's throw the... Oh, yep, we've finished this chest. I'm going to leave a few spaces in there for whatever other random carpets come up. Actually, maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should take these things out and just max this out. Yep, that's what we'll do. And now we'll put that on the road back home. Because now it can actually go. Actually, let's see if we can send it and it goes by itself. That's our tester, right? Because if so, that's like big improvement. Yeah, that's exciting. Just send away the chests when they're done. Get them sorted. Move on to the next one. Okay, so I want to do the blocks back here to make like a bigger completed section. But I kind of admit there's like a prioritization need, that where the beacon is where I should be. And so let's go be where the beacon be. This block in the corner is going to be my wool chest, because I'm going to be doing a lot of wool until this dies, which is really depressingly soon. Break through all these walls right here. Get the wool done first, get the stone blocks done later. Even just that little boost to the stone block should be nice enough to change some things. We're going to make sure we remove the fireworks and get torches out there instead. Just so mobs don't spawn out here and cause me any frights. And, yeah, this is nice. This is very nice. Honestly, maybe I should have left this one tiny centerpiece intact and destroyed the rest. It's hard to say, honestly, right? It's hard to say where destruction starts and where you should really call the start and beginning of it. But it's not my question to answer. The only question I answer is how many wall blocks are in an ancient city? And the answer is clearly... There might be tens of thousands of wall blocks alone. I think based on the fact that we've already got a full chest load, and we're filling up a second one, and I think we're less than halfway through, I think there's genuinely over 10,000 just wall blocks in this place. Which is crazy when you start to consider what that really means. But I'm not going to start to consider what that means, because it'll give me a crisis. Is that a creeper? Nope, that's a sticky piston. So let's come through. Let's destroy this weird wool layer that's in the middle here. Yeah, that's good. Watching it go. Very satisfying. Destroy these walls over here too. Yeah, this. We will kill these shears if we keep going. So no more shearing. As much as I loved them, we have to buy a bunch of stuff to bring this back to life. You know, Minecraft's a game that claims to be very, I don't know, something like, oh yeah, it's very socially responsible, and we love that we are promoting friendly, inclusive values. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, so you wanna fix your stuff, you better pay some villagers some emeralds. And by that I mean, like, you get experience from trading. You know, I like the capitalist system inside of Minecraft. It makes absolutely no sense, and that's what makes it so realistic. See, there you go. There's some political commentary for you. Yeah, this is a lot faster. I don't know why it's such a big degree faster. Maybe it's, again, just patching that bug changed so much by itself. But, you know, seems as though beacons are a lot better post 1.19.10. Okay, so mine our way through here, mine our way back, and do this continuously until the whole portal falls. I could see it being a whole hour just to destroy this area around the portal. Also, the beacon kind of uglifies it, right? It's a big problem. Very big problem. Do you think beacons can go through hardened deep slate? Because if they can, you could do a really cool effect, having the beacons, like, represent, like, a portal being lit. I don't know why you'd want to, but it's cool that you could. Okay, so yeah, destroying this thing is going to be nightmarish if we start from the inside. And starting from the outside doesn't make much sense. So I'm not sure I have an idea. My idea is that all ideas are a bad idea. Except good ideas. Good ideas, they're solid. Big fan of good ideas. Yeah, I've been going so long, I've gone hungry again now, by the way. Like, admittedly, I took a little break between eating and starting. And admittedly, there's been, like, a stream crash and all that stuff. But, there is more time than expected that goes into this. That's chill, though. Sometimes that's what you do. Sometimes the commitment to the destruction needs to be so great that that's what we do. Anyway, so podcast with Toycat time. Because I really do... I think it's, like, one of my favorite things is these long-form discussions, solely for that, like, whole podcasting thing. And that's... The annoying thing about podcasts is, like, they... You know how, like, every form of... on the internet besides video doesn't have a sustainable way to, like, run it. If that makes any sense, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to make a YouTube channel, YouTube pays you, like, as soon as you get a certain number of watch hours, YouTube just starts paying you, for the ads that show before your videos. It's a sweet little change. It's going to be next to nothing, but it means that you can see how much you're making and what your value is in a way that's very hard on other platforms. I don't think it's necessarily the most important thing in the world. Like, getting paid $5 for your first year of YouTube isn't make or break. But it means that you always know, like, okay, this is what you do. Whereas the way that YouTube Shorts or, you know, TikToks or whatever, or podcasts monetize, it all, and same with Instagram influencers, it's only for the top X% of people. There is no way to monetize a you know, I don't know, a podcast if you have only 100 listeners. Like that 100 listeners is worth 0 because there's no easy way to convert that. Whereas 100 YouTube views is at least worth, I don't know, 10 cents. Well, I guess 10 cents to 50 cents depending on all your information. But like, yeah, it's got a value at least. And this is the struggle I have with like a podcast, because if you get stuck at that point where you're providing value, where people like it, then what do? You can't, even with like a Patreon, you can't ask 100 people to chip in. You can hope that you grow more, but even then, there's no like definitive point where you say, now we can start making the money. And it always seems like very cynical to say, but wait, Toycat, if you love podcasting, you do it because you love it. You don't do it for money. And it's like, well, you see, as much as I would love to be someone who lives in a world where money doesn't matter, etc., etc., like it does, interestingly enough, matter in the world that I live in. Like spending time on things that don't do money is a dangerous, slippery slope. Honestly, this video is a grand example of that. Like, even it's gonna take me 6 hours to record this. It's not gonna. If it goes as planned and it gets as many views as a normal video, maybe let's say double as many views, we go crazy. It's not. You know how many minutes it takes for a video this long? Like, this is just the recording. Then we had to, we pay Harrison to go in there. Thank you, Harrison, again. Go in there, just add a few references on the screen. I just realized, I probably have got to stop doing those at some point in the video to, like, save him. Because otherwise he has to watch the whole thing. I could just say, you know what? After 3 hours, we stop doing them or something like that. But, so Harrison has to go through. We have to do that. Then he has to render it. It takes hours and hours and hours. Like, there's a lot of steps. Like, even after me. But also, it just takes way longer to record. My own time is way deeper in here. And it's because I want to do the fun test of concept. I want to see, would people watch a 6-hour video? My prediction is no. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm massively wrong. I think even looking back now, I wish I'd had the beacon from the beginning. I wish I made the minecart chests first and worried about the rail to the surface later. It would have been just fun to store it in minecart chests, right? There's a lot of things I'm looking back on and wish I had done differently. But not a lot of things that I think I realistically could have done differently. Okay, let's remove all of this wood now. Get some of those carpets that we're always talking about. And soon I'm going to go to the surface, just because there's so much wool around. I would love to destroy it so much. I would get a lot of joy from destroying this carpet. Anyway, so I think realizing that, like, all business, or most things that exist have, like, some monetary incentive. There's a few things outside of that. But, it's how we show we value things in the world. And the great thing about the internet is you don't have to directly ask for people's money for a thing. It's not like a car where you can make the best car in the world, but you need people to physically hand you money to like it. It's like, no. On the internet, it's like, you make a thing people like. There's an indirect, in the case of YouTube, there's an advertiser. In the case of, like other forms of things or a podcast, there's a sponsor who pays for your attention rather than for your money, because that attention can later be worth money. And it means that you don't have to sell a product to make money, which is cool, because it means you can focus on the creative medium of things and stuff, which is really, really wonderful. It's great, etc. It just has this weird knock-on side effect. If you don't acknowledge the business, that's where, like, things start to fail. When you just kind of assume, like, everything will just work out, maybe everything stops just working out. You need to have the numbers and the data and all that stuff to hand. Or maybe I'm just a crazy old man yelling at a cloud. Who knows which one it is? Not me. I just know I'm kind of hungry. I'm not me when I'm hungry. I'm just going to drink my beverage instead. Okay, I have advice now. Let me give some health advice. Everyone watching this right now, you're 4 hours into this. You hopefully trust what I have to say. You trust that I'm scientifically minded, and I like, I'm not just going to say things because I heard someone say them and it vaguely sounds right. I try my best to, like, see if things actually make sense before I say them. I'm going to give you advice right now, if you're watching this, and you are unhappy because you feel like you're too large. I think there's a really interesting argument to be made that actually the nicest thing you can do for someone You know, because a lot of people say, like, yeah, it's really nice when... Also, what is happening there? Do you see that? Huh. Can I place it in this chest? Or is this a broken stack? Huh. Well, that's a concern. But yeah, I think if you're unhappy with your weight, you know what? You should be. That's my controversial stance. I think it's really, really easy to say to yourself, yeah, also we need to leave a block there, I think. Should I place carpet? Will that do the job? Probably not. Let's see if minecarts can go through it anyway. Just for my curiosity's sake, though. And now let's try and see if these blocks will move. Ah, they moved! Okay, so it was only when they were 42 or whatever they were glitched. It's good to know. Are they going to stop at the... Are they going to bounce off it? No, they can go through it. That's interesting. Could probably use that for something. I don't know what, but definitely something, right? Okay, now let's keep destroying this line going all the way back home. We want to stay within the efficiency range, the haste range or whatever. Yeah, that probably means we're sticking to destroying this, if we're being honest. That's fine. Let's say okay. Oh no! Okay, that was a weird one. Creeper got in a boat, sat in the boat, almost exploded, didn't explode, and then did explode. That's fine. Just get back to the mining. I'm gonna have so many blocks. I haven't fully internalized how many blocks there are in an ancient city. But I'm internalizing now. As I break them all and place them into my carts, I appreciate the sheer number of these things that just exist. Okay, let's test the creeper. Okay, you see this lovely corner right here? Let's test the creeper with these shears. Let's see how this ends out for me. I'm hoping, in my dreams, it just instantly replenishes the whole shears. I know that's an unrealistic expectation. Okay, that's not bad. That gives me something. So yeah, we can work with that. We can do something with that. And by something I mean destroy a lot of wool. And then remove the blocks and place down torches. But yeah, I think that I think the reason it's a good thing to hear that, like, okay, yeah, you should be unhappy, is because, like, that's the thing that makes people make progress sometimes, right? Like, this is like a really dangerous slippery slope, and this is why you can only say it in a long form format of, like, actually dissatisfaction is what drives change. You know, the only reason that, you know, people are making better and better, I don't know, insert thing here every year, is because they're unhappy with how much they're currently doing. You know, they want a bigger share of that market, or they want a bigger whatever of that whatever. Yeah, this chest is going to be my garbage chest for a bit, because just why is it all building up so much? And so yeah, I want you to be dissatisfied with yourself, like, more rather than being a little bit dissatisfied where you can ignore it day to day and then just once every 3 days get sad. Be sad enough about it right now that you fix it, and then you're not sad about it ever again. Like, I think this is a big part of, like, effective therapy, or, like, this is a big part of, basically any problem solving. Is like, yeah, most of the time you care too much about things, but there's also the situations where you care too little, where it bothers you enough that it's, like, impeding you. Like, caring too much and too little are both problems. If you care too much, now all of a sudden, you know, like, it's absorbing your whole life in a really negative way. But if you care too little, you're not going to solve a problem. That's why we have all these consequence systems in the world. Even though it's cruel to lock someone up for 25 years... See? Cool back. It's cruel to lock someone up for 25 years, but we need to make sure that people think, oh god, if I do this terrible thing, the consequences are going to be so high, I don't want those. And, like, being self-critical of, like, I thought I needed to murder someone, but I also really don't like prison, so, you know, I'm kind of torn about how to reconcile that one. You know what I'll do? Even though I feel like murdering this person, I'm going to not murder them. And then, boom, win for the justice. Same with school, right? Like, people trying to make you feel bad all day about, like, ooh, you're not studying hard enough, you're not doing this hard enough. And I feel like the one that's socially unacceptable is, like, weight. And as someone who's, like, I struggle a lot with that myself, personally. Like, my default state is gaining, is like eating too much food in front of the TV. Like, that's the weird thing, right? Is we always act like it's like, like bodies just come in all shapes. There's it's just how they come. But it's like, no. The easy way out is what leads to me how I used to look. Honestly, me how I look most of the time when I'm not like actively trying to diet myself and make sure I'm eating correctly and healthfully. Like my default state is eating so much sugar in a day that I will eventually get diabetes. Like it will kill me if I eat the way my body wants me to. I love sugar so much. I'm picturing eating sugar right now, and I'm perking up. I'm like, oh, imagine like a one of those XL Slurpees from 7-Eleven, and then a slice of cake. Oh, a slice of carrot cake with the buttercream and, like with some walnut in there too. Oh yeah, a nice nutty cake with like so much frosting on top that you feel physically sick, but you keep going. Yeah, that'd be great. That's the default state. Whereas like being in shape, it's easy to just assume like that's just someone's body type. It's like, no, the amount of effort it takes. The fact that personal trainers exist should be proof enough of that, right? The fact that there's like so much advice on how to get in shape, but there's never advice on like, okay, so I'm trying to like gain 50 pounds, look a little bit disproportionate body wise. What should I do? It's like, no. No one's ever asked that. That's the default state for at least a healthy proportion of the planet. Like it's so easy. You just you don't think about the future. You think about right now. You find a TV show you watch. Maybe even just find a great YouTube video by some British cat fella, and watch that. Grab a bag of Doritos, Pringles. Pringles would be so good right now. What I do with Pringles is I don't eat them one by one. It blows my mind that most people do. What you do with Pringles is you grab like 5 at once, and you get this like potato mess in your mouth. It's like eating a whole potato, except the potato's been carved into slices, deep fried, covered in salt, and then you put it right back in there. It's amazing. It's the only way I can eat Pringles. Eating them one by one is tasteless. They're just regular crisps. If you eat Pringles one by one, they're crisps with a annoying, hand restricting jar. Like, why do we make Pringles that size? It's silly, unless you think about it from the perspective of someone eating 10 at once. If you eat 10 Pringles at once, yeah, now that's something, isn't it? Yeah. So yeah, I'm saying all that just to say, like, okay, so you're watching this, you're feeling happy about your body, probably a good reason. There's a lot of people with body dysmorphia, and that's bad if you think you have that. In fact, if you don't think you have that, check if you do. Like, just do some objective analysis, like, I don't know, do a BMI calculator. I know it's not perfect for everyone, but like, it's going to give you a vibe, and if it matches what your feelings are, then there you go. Now you know. If it says you're underweight, don't think to yourself, oh, but it's saying that to everyone. No, you definitely are underweight. But if it says that you're, obese, then assume that, like, okay, I have now got enough weight that not only does it make me feel bad, but it's a health risk. This is shortening my life. And I'm only saying all of this. There's like 2 things that I recommend that like aren't. I don't know why these aren't like the simplest things that we just say in school. Like, why don't we tell people, hey, if you want to lose a little bit of weight, if you want to reduce the number of calories you're consuming, it's really hard to cut down on binging food in front of the TV, on eating kebabs when you feel like having a kebab. Yeah, I'll admit that's a challenge. That's maybe even too much of a challenge. This is the greatest thing humanity's ever faced, and we just don't know the way forward. So yeah, we can, that's a thing we can say. Or, my God, I'm so hungry. You can tell the part of this video where I got hungry because we haven't stopped talking about food. But like, number 1 is soda. If you like soda, switch to diet. Honestly, the first time you switch to diet, you barely notice the difference. You'll notice the difference coming back, how much more sugarful it is. But just switch to diet or 0 sugar or low calorie or whatever versions of the drinks you enjoy. Like stuff like Gatorade that market themselves as healthy. It's like there's so many calories and it's sugar. It's not good stuff for you. Just switch it out. Ideally, drink more water. Genuinely, if you drink more water, it suppresses your appetite in a way that it's going to work out for you because if you have a suppressed appetite, now you're thinking about what to eat based on what you should eat rather than based on what you want to eat. And there's a huge difference between those two things, more than you might expect, right? And so, okay, that's a big improvement. You switch from just drinking soda because it's delicious sugar water to making decisions about what to eat and drink based on what would be good for you, based on what would be, and that's going to have massive differences. And then the final thing is like, okay, alcohol, it can be fun, but like cut down. And if you think like, well, I don't drink alcohol right now, okay, well, the closest equivalent, I don't know, like take the simplest, take the one unhealthiest thing in your life, just the one single unhealthiest thing, and don't substitute. Is that one unhealthiest thing eating dessert? Just when you go out to eat, a main is a lot of calories, and so you just don't eat dessert. There you go. And like if you make just like 2 changes like that, already it has like a big impact. I think I know this is the same thing I was saying earlier. If like, did you know sleep is important? I'm doing the same thing for like, did you know eat a little bit less and you'll gain a lot less weight? But it really is crazy how much good and bad effects can compound. How every maths class tries to teach you about the value of compound interest, and it really is crazy. The difference between if you save, I think it's like £100, $100 every single month from now until when you retire, that's $100,000. Actually, 100,000 in 20 years. It'll be like 250,000 by the time you retire. If you're watching this and you're in your 20s, that's $250,000 by the time you retire from 100 a month. If you can put away 1,000 a month, which is really, really hard, I think it takes 22 years, and then you've got $1 million. $1 million saved in cash that, on average, depending on the market, can make you, 70, 80K a year. So, you can earn more from that than you might from your job. That takes 22 years at 1,000 a month. Like, everyone earns at least 1,000 a month. Can you sacrifice that much is much, much, much harder. That's kind of the same thing as saying, like, all it takes is exercising, going to the gym twice a day, and only eating healthy foods, and you can look like an Adonis. But rather than saying, like, yeah, let's set our standards super high, let's try the very best, I think for most people you're better off just saying, like, okay, save any amount. Say the amount you have in savings right now, double it. And if that amount is 0, just make it 50. Just every month 50, and promise not to touch it for yourself. And then hopefully that makes you feel good, and then try to do higher. Try to double that. Try to add 10%. When you get a pay rise, 90% of the pay rise goes into your, simple things like that. You'll make a bigger impact. I think the same thing at home. My God, there's so many of you. This is getting silly at this point. I think simple tips work better because it's the same. It's the thing I was saying about task prioritization. Like, we are much better at doing things that we see the end of than like. Also, my God, there is another one. Okay, so I'm just gonna run around this way, and you're gonna repair my shears for me, friend. I think I'm definitely gonna. Now that he's repairing shears instead of my pickaxe is gonna start dying. Well, that's a problem I can deal with when I get to it. Okay, so let's let him blow up over here. It's a nice wall up there. That's nice. There we go. Look at that. So much shear recovery. But yeah, that's why I think in every walk of life it's true. They're just like, yeah, people resonate the best with the simplest things. Because you want to feel like you're doing great. No one wants to, like, it's the problem of, like, the second, or, like, I don't know, the third cheapest of something in a category. Some people want the cheapest because they're optimizing for money. Some people, a very few number of people will optimize purely for the quality of something. So, I know in the car example, right, you can buy a car that goes vroom vroom real fast that costs 100,000, or you can buy a car that goes vroom vroom like 1.5 times as fast and it costs you like 300,000 because wow, did you know? Oh my God, why is it creepers too? Like it's so many of them. I mean, they're doing the mining for me, but like at what cost? So yeah, it costs more because there's like a you know, there's a diminishing returns at the very top. And then there's people who like say, I want the perfect trade-off between efficiency and between, you know, like doing a thing. Like, yeah, I want to save the most money I can for the future. I want to eat, you know, like in a way that doesn't kill me at age 45 or reduce my life expectancy by 25 years or whatever. But also I don't want to like lose everything that means something to me in life. Because, you know, honestly, food is one of my big joys. Every time I'm eating, I'm having a good time. Like I'm watching TV, you can tell I'm hungry from how long this section has gone on. If I'm eating, I'm having a very good time. That is just a fact. There's no way around it. It's just if there's an eating happening, there's a happy happening too. Okay, let's throw the wool in here. Did I even pick up any wool? I don't think I did. Throw the deep slate in here. Got a lot of stacks of stuff. This shows that progress is happening at good pace though, if nothing else. And then all my garbage, which just keeps accumulating, goes into this chest. Oh, I got a regeneration potion. Okay, this might save my life. So I'm gonna keep this on the hotbar where the axe is right now. Next time I get stuck in one of these weird situations, I'm gonna drink that potion. Unless I get a totem if I'm dying, in which case I'll just ignore it. Like all good things are done. Okay, so let's move this way now. Get a little bit more destruction. Make the lines cleaner, you know? That's what it's all about. Want to have a nice clean line of destruction going up and over here. Okay, and now let's get back to wall destruction. My favorite part of this. The speed of this. Seriously, how did I go so long without one of these? It doesn't even make any sense. So yeah, that kind of optimizing for efficiency is what people like to do. Either the most efficient because it's the cheapest, most efficient because it's the best, most efficient because it's the perfect space between the two. Sometimes it's like perfectly within my budget, and like you convince yourself it's the best or the most efficient, and that's I think that's actually quite common. But you know, people are at least going for optimized, and so the same is true for, you know, dieting and food and stuff. Like, yeah, it's the best thing to eat is probably like, I don't know, like brown rice and beans. Yeah, rice and beans, right? It's also insanely cheap. Like maybe make sure you have some vegetables mixed in every day. But it's also a sad existence. You're removing the joy that food could provide you in exchange for the joy that later, you know, like either the joy or the health benefits that later it'll bring you. And so I think like that trade-off point. Also, let's just destroy all of these blocks, I guess. I think that trade-off point means that, like, who's going to choose to just do one thing slightly better than right now? No one wants to be like, oh yeah, so this will mean that your life expectancy only reduces from 25 years to 22 years. And, like, no one's going to care about it. But ultimately, that one thing is so easy, you can probably do it. Like, okay, so when you get cake, try not to eat, like, my favorite curry is korma. But it's like, because it's coconut and it's creamy, so I'm guessing it's full of butter or something. It's like so much worse for you than other curries, and so it's like, okay, that's the best curry. But if korma wasn't your favorite type of curry, it'd be like, it's just when you eat curry, which is once a week or once a month, depending on where you live. Maybe you don't eat any curry where you live. When you eat curry, just avoid the korma. That's like, boom, a year back on the life expectancy. It's like when you drink soda, fizzy drink, Coke, Dr. Pepper, whatever else. You know, try to just, you know, like when you get ice cream from the I love ice cream stores, like at dessert shops. It's my favorite new genre of store. I hear it's because more and more people aren't drinking alcohol and they need like a late night place to hang out. Late night place to hang out. My words are working very well, okay? They need a late night place to hang out. I love dessert stores. I don't go into them late at night all the time. A lot of the time it is, but not all the time. I should order my phone while I do this. Or imagine... Oh yeah, I could eat a lot of food right now. But I'm not going to. Instead... Oh, I've got a baby zombie, clearly. Yeah, I think if we want to move on to any other topic, I'm going to have to eat. But I wanted this to be all one continuous take. And because of the crash, this is already... You know, it's fine. It all ties together. I'm loving the progress so far. I really am loving it. But... Oh, actually, let's destroy all of this too. Let's... Damn it. We need to run over from the beacon to over here. And, like, try and keep the momentum flowing as we do that. Oh, I hate you. Just... I don't want your drops. I want an option for automatically... That'd be a cool enchantment. Automatically incinerate mob drops. I would put that on anything. Boom, I just came up with a new enchantment idea. Thank you very much. I'll take a 25% royalty on that, Mojang. And by that I mean, of course, it's your idea to use. I do not own any of the rights. This is your game, I think. See, that's the weird thing about companies, right? It's like, who is Mojang, and what does it mean that they own Minecraft? Like, Minecraft is just, you know, like, it's just code. Like, you can, you know, like, I own Minecraft, do I not? I think you'll find, right on my hard drive, I do in fact own Minecraft. But it's like, no, but they, like, own Minecraft. And it's like, why, what does that mean? It's like, well, the money from making it goes to them. And that's like the weird world of intellectual property we live in, where the most valuable things to have are like these digital rights to real things. That's kind of the vibe that NFTs were going for. Again, there's a trillion issues with them that we're not... You know, this isn't an NFT video, and we're not... I don't want it to be one. Also, yeah, let's destroy this whole row. Just to feel the extra progress. Isn't that so much nicer? The answer is yes, that is so much nicer. But yeah, I think that the, oh my god, there's so much. Oh no, my big axe. I think the weird thing about, like, intellectual property is, like, yeah, it's just the thing that Mojang owns is the right to make money from this Minecraft product that millions of people love, millions of people enjoy every single day. And because so many of those people enjoy it, some number of them decide to buy it every day, some number of them decide to buy marketplace transactions or whatever, and that's the business. They have the right to then license that to other companies like Mattel or Lego or whoever else they've done a collab with these days. That is what Mojang actually is. It's this ownership structure for the benefits of this. You know, it's like, imagine if every time someone said the word red, there's a company that gets paid. It's like, yep, saying the word red means you gotta pay these people some money. It seems absurd, but like, what if they genuinely invented from scratch the concept of colors? You know, this sounds like insanity. This sounds like fake, but you can fact check me on this. We didn't have the dyes for most of the colors until very recently in history. And so, like, physically being able to take a thing that doesn't exist naturally as, I don't know, purple, and making it purple, very, very, very hard. Like, you know, someone genuinely did discover the first thing that could dye things red, you know, reliably. And that's, like, because, you know, even though color's a spectrum that we've had forever, the ability to make things in any color, that's like brand new primo stuff, you know? And that's weird to say. It doesn't make any sense to me. And it related to something I was saying before, but that I totally forgot about. Because that's what good YouTubers do. They play Minecraft when they're hungry, and they talk to their viewers incessantly about food. Man, don't you love food? Like, every day I love food. I'm like, what food should I eat today? I'm thinking, you know, I'm thinking to myself, I'm thinking, like, should I spend an hour of my day going somewhere where there is good food so that I may enjoy their food? And it's like, that would be good. I would enjoy the food a lot if I did that. And I really would, by the way. Oh yeah, imagine some good food. So yeah, it's just doing the loops. You know what? We need to prevent that in ourselves. Right now, I'm enjoying what we've got. I'm enjoying what we've done. I'm even enjoying this zombie in the boat. But yeah, there's more to be done. There is more to be destroyed. There is more to be leveled, and it's gonna happen as soon as I eat because I am starving. Guess who's back? Back again. It's your boy, and I've eaten. There we go, that worked. Okay, hello, I'm IBX Toy Cat, and I came to the conclusion while I was gone that I really am gonna have to go and get some more iron. Like, I think it just logically makes sense, right? If we're doing this level of destruction, we're gonna want to go ahead and finish up the Mega Beacon. You don't place 90% of one of these, as tragic as it is, and as much effort as it's gonna require. I think that's something important that we acknowledge right now. I also think it's important that rather than, you know, as nice as it has been to tear into this main structure, it's very, very satisfying, don't get me wrong. I think we should also, get back to more of these weird structures around the edge. They really are all going to go, and that's something we gotta start tearing away at. So, yeah, I also got my potion ready, and I've got my brain ready. Yeah, I really enjoy living. One of the things I like to do late at night is I like to go for like a late night walk. I'm quite fortunate that I live in a relatively safe area of the city. I mean, I don't know how safe it is until I get murdered, I guess. But, you know, it feels relatively safe, and so I feel like I can... Where is the skulk sensor that caused that? Do you see it? You know, not my problem. I mean, it is my problem very shortly. But right now, it doesn't feel like my problem, which means it's not my problem, because feelings are reelings. That's just a fact. But, yeah, okay, we have to get over there soon. Okay, so let's do that now. Let's just break this. Please tell me I picked it up. I didn't. Slab is less important, but slime balls are less important than that. Oh, I'm trapped in a hole now. Man, life is hard. Anyway, so, yeah, well, I really like living in London. There's a lot of, like, great perks, in my opinion. And honestly, something weird about coming back to the UK that I realize is, like, no matter how much no matter how much you can objectively admit that there are, like, places that are great, there's something weird about, you know, the set of norms and values from your home that it's just like, there's always something relieving about being around. And I think that's, like, the inherently unadventurous part of our species, so it, like, kind of sucks on that level. But, like, I also totally understand why, and it does also make sense that we have to be like, oh, because, you know, the most exciting place in the world for you to live is probably anywhere but where you are right now. But also, you know, we have weird comfort factors, we have weird, like, inherently instilled values, and, you know, it's strange. Honestly, humans are strange. Is this your first time hearing about it? But, so yeah, one of the things I like is I live in an area with, like, a fair amount of nature, and so I go for a little walk, and I see a lot of, you know, honestly, I see, like, a squirrel doing a cute thing, I see some geese hanging out together. Something about seeing nature is really, like, relieving as a person. Like, I don't know, something about humans is we tend to, like, really focus on other people all of the time. You know, and in the modern world, that means focusing on social media and, like, you know, like, the most intense and craziest things people do. Even if you think about, like, a family gathering, no one mentions at a family gathering, like, yeah, so I had a bad week and I watched Netflix all day. It's like, everyone talks about the best things they've been up to, right? That's the normal, that is the thing that people do. And so the weird thing, to my opinion at least, the strange thing about, I guess, like, nature, is you look at it and you realize very quickly that, this is my wool chest, right? You look at nature very quickly and you realize, like, yeah, the most nature is busy doing its own thing. In a way that, also, I guess this is going to be my new sculpt chest, because I need to have one of those. Also, why do I have dark oak wood plank? Oh, it's from the structure, right? Of course it is. So I'll put my dark oak in here too, because the weird blocks go together. Anyway, yeah, I think it's really, really interesting to look at nature and see that, like, yeah, it has its whole own thing going on. It's not bothered about, you know, like a goose doesn't care what you think of it. You know, it's crazy to say, but it's true. A squirrel just wants to get some food. And it's like a reminder that, like, it's, you know, I think humans, we always see ourselves when we look at birds. Like, even there's this famous problem that people have where, like, when your children grow up and they're about to leave, it's called, like, empty nesting. There's also the inverse. When you're, like, a young 20s something, you're more likely to, like, build up a nest, is what we call it, a nest, but, like, you know, a house that is capable of being lived in. Partially because that's what your parents did, and, like, you see, like, okay, what would a successful person do? You know, like, how does a normal person navigate the world? Oh, you make a nice place. But also partially because whether you're doing it outwardly or not, you're preparing for you know, having offspring or whatever else. Like, again, most people don't want it, but you're still doing some amount of that, like, preparation just intuitively. You know, even couples that cannot conceive, right? It's like a weird biological function, or at least we explain it that way, because... Also, why have I got such a weird collection of blocks here? That's the annoying thing. To mine a big structure, you need to just have lots of the weird, like, you know, just why do I have it all? Also, I picked up a lot of wool, I guess. But yeah, we need to up my game on sorting this stuff out faster. I think yeah, I wish now with the hindsight I had the auto system out down here and then later sorted it into minecart chests that I could do fun things with. I think my system is the worst of all worlds because the hoppers don't run while I'm in here, which is something I probably should have considered more fluently, more I don't know, fully, I guess. Okay, so yeah, we're getting back to making progress. It's making me feel good. I think that's an important part of the whole process. This area, I'm not going to destroy the base off because I'm not sure if we can account that fully. I want to see what it looks like before we make a decision on something like that. But yeah, we are going to destroy this whole thing. Get all the wool out there, particularly from the second floor. I think wool that's on the second floor like really holds back the rest of this because it makes dark areas. It's dark up there. It's not pleasant overall. So we destroy the whole of it. And now that's at least one more problem that is gone. Anyway, speaking of problems that are gone, I think the cool thing about looking at animals is you realize, like, yeah, they have their whole own separate world there. And also they're very focused on, you know, like, I don't know, like what I like to call biological human needs, right? We very basic, you know, we need to eat. Eating is great. You know, as I mentioned twice in this video before, going off to take some snacks. I love food. It is great. Not only is it nourishment, but also it sends your brain the happy signals that you need so that you plan to eat meals on a regular basis. Like, imagine if we had no desire to eat food besides knowing it was a good idea. You know, the same way that most people feel about vitamins or, I don't know, drinking water. Like, it's weird, actually, because water is such a biological necessity, but almost everyone underdrinks, right? Like, we underhydrate. I guess that's probably, I don't know, like, I've heard that that's why some people overeat, is because you can get water from food, and your body would prefer to get water from food if it can't get it from other sources. You know, like, no matter how bad you want to drink water, if you're not near water, you can't. But if you want to drink, if you're really, really thirsty, you probably can find food easier than you can find water. Which is maybe I don't know, statement on the modern world, but I think it's just an interesting point about, how we, oh, God, every time. Also, I'm trying to take advantage of those guys, so I need to not be wasting the creepers. Let's get the this out. This is getting close to death, by the way. I'm not happy with that. It's making me realize just how much faster this pickaxe would be dying if I hadn't been replenishing it. But yeah, I think that it's an interesting, like, societal structure thing that we have so many resources pumped into. Okay, so don't put the iron away. Definitely need that out. We have a lot of resources in a lot of different ways. Kind of pumped into... Oh, yeah. Minecart mechanics is so strange. I can't believe of all the things they go back and fix, minecarts are just still like, well, we'll have to come back around to those later. It's like, you know, if there's any broken Minecraft mechanic, it's definitely minecarts, right? So yeah, destroying each of these is going to be a pain. So I'm going to start with the... walls and the lanterns, because these are just, like, annoying extraneous blocks, right? And then we'll come back around and we'll get the rest. It'll be great. It's a good reminder of where I need to place torches in the ground, because obviously, like, I'm removing a source of light. It's important that I put a source of light back in to replace it. Or maybe it's not. Maybe I should get some creepers to spawn so I can heal up my weaponry. Man, the Deep Dark is an amazing place just for the fact that you can heal your tools just by being here, if you have mending, you know? Personally, I think that's amazing. If you disagree, then you're wrong. So yeah, let's go over here, pick up all of these soul lanterns. We might even just end up having every soul lantern in the entire place. Like, that's what it feels like could happen. I wouldn't be too hugely opposed to it either. I'm pretty sure we got the last Skulk Streaker, based on the fact that one was really high up. Like, there could be another one on one of these, but it was really high up. Oh, okay, well, these are really high up too. Actually, no, there's more of everything around here, including... Yeah, this thing needs to go. Oh, that's a warden spawn, if I've ever heard one, right? Again, we're very, like... Maybe... the fact that he hasn't spawned so many times in a row is starting to lead me to believe that you really don't have to worry about him. Maybe the more you destroy the structure, the more power he loses. I know that's not how the mechanic works, but it is matching my experience pretty well, right? You've got to admit, the more I destroy, the fewer wardens seem to be bothering me. Also, yeah, this structure is huge. There is a lot around here that has to be looked at, and maybe even destroyed, we could say. But it also means there's a lot of experience to be gotten. There's a lot of deep slate in its brick form. Honestly, I think the reason... Also, what is this? This is so strange. The biggest reason I wasn't so big on destroying this thing... Also, there's another Shrieker. Come on. Oh, this time he's spawning too. Okay. So I'm gonna let the Creeper blow up. Just so I can get my shears in. Okay, so I'm gonna murder you. I'm gonna eat a couple of these. Switch out to the shears at the last minute. There we go. Oh, yeah, isn't that beautiful? Isn't that just great? So, yeah, wherever we see the warden, there he is. We fly past. He gives me the darkness effect. But while I'm up here, hopefully, I was hoping I could see on top of the pillars and see if there was any Skulk Shriekers. I don't see any. It's fine. The warden's all the way over there. Eventually, he'll despawn. All problems are solved. Honestly, the Fireworks got a big buff in this update. Now they can solve your warden problems too. You ever want to solve your warden problems? Just use Fireworks. I'm just saying, it's a good solution. It does work. Speaking of things that work, these shears and my technique, kind of questionable, but it is getting the job done, and that's ultimately the most important thing, right? Sometimes I wonder if it is like one of the big moves in like corporate culture all over the world is to prioritize like as many other things as they can over the base idea of like, yes, work is a place you show up to do things. It's like, well, you know, you should be thinking about work outside of you. You know, you're really representing us when you go home, and your political views are representing our political views, and so you better not be posting any, you know, you better not be having feelings about that privately. I wish there was a like you know, one of the craziest things. Like I genuinely don't like that, and people cheer this on whenever it happens. Someone like does something controversial, and then people like come after their employer or their apartment building, you know, like people in their life with power over them, and just try to make it as annoying as possible for that person to hold on to them. So much so that people just go, oh, you know what, fine, whatever. We'll kick them out. We'll fire them. You know, like, because you know, it's like a reminder that in the corporate world, a lot of people are quite replaceable. And it's like, yeah, that's a big win for me because I hate this person. But it's actually like a big loss for everyone because you know, like the system wins. You know, like the person just gets replaced at their apartment building or at their, you know, wherever they're headed at. But the loss is for everyone who, you know, like, you know, the big problem people really have with the 40-hour work week in my mind, it's that it's like, yeah, it's this big thing, and when you get home, you're asked to always be on in some cases, especially if you work like a managerial job. Like the physical hours you're at a place are not the hours you're working somewhere. The hours you're working somewhere can often be much longer, much more arduous, and you know, like lots more problems can come out of that. Also, I think we're gonna finally break the last sections of this. It's kind of strange that we haven't already, but that's an important thing, right? Anyway, yeah, okay, we might need to like place a second beacon. Oh, actually, I don't need to. I just realized if I have a ender chest, and I think I grabbed one. I don't know where I placed it in the end. I definitely wanted a second ender chest down here. Clearly, I didn't do it. I can just use emeralds. I've got enough emerald blocks lying around that I can just do that. Also, where did all those zombies come from? That was odd, right? Can we all admit? That was like that wasn't ideal behavior. Anyway, so yeah, I think that's a strange thing about when people cheer on, like, yeah, we beat someone bad. It's like the ideal is we plan for a system. You know, the individual wins and losses don't matter as much as the system that is fair enough that you can win and that you can lose. Or maybe that's me being crazy. I don't know for sure. I think about that for a lot of things. Like, you know, would you rather have, like, you know, like, does it matter about the individual you know, wins it. You know, like I used to love making maps in games, like I said earlier, right? Like that's the whole reason that I have the marketplace team. It's like that's the whole reason I made maps before there was any way to make money from them. You just let people download them and then, you know, like it. So the reason that I guess you had ad play links even back in the day, but are there any things here? There's not. The thing I always found interesting is like, yeah, you can make an interesting, you know, one-time experience, but it's not going to make a very fun map. This is a thing that a lot of games started to do, is like YouTuber bait. Like the idea of like, I don't know, Goat Simulator is actually a well-fleshed out example, but things like it, where it's like a really stupid gimmick that's like funny the first time you see it, because you're like, oh, that's ridiculous, that's not how games should be. But then, you know, instead of being a one-time ridiculous gimmick, they make a whole game out of it, and the whole game isn't fun, but it does make for a fun moment, so they can promote it and whatever else. And it's like, yeah, you have kind of two choices. You can make a fun system, or you can have like some fun moments. Making fun moments is easier than making a whole fun system. I mean, a whole system, think about how much effort that is. But ultimately, it's the fun systems that we fall in love with. But this is an interesting thing about, like, you know, have you ever noticed how, like, MMOs are the best example. Every MMO looks exactly the same. Games like World of Warcraft, even RuneScape, which was like one of the standout alternatives, changed everything about its interface to become more like World of Warcraft. It looks exactly the same if we're going to level with ourselves here, right? And so, given that, like, yeah, that's because when people play one MMO, like the biggest audience of people to recruit from are people who already play an MMO. Like if you could get people who didn't play any into one, which is what RuneScape kind of effectively did. It was World of Warcraft for people without money, perhaps we could say. That's why I played it. You know, the money was not the common resource I had in my childhood. Honestly, it wasn't a resource at all. I genuinely, it took me so long to understand the idea that like people just had money. They wanted a nice thing, and then their parents would go on then, because the thing standing between them and the nice thing was not like, oh yeah, you know, like how can you get the money together? It's just whether the parents felt like spending money on a thing. So like the biggest, you know, like the biggest thing in their life is like making emotional cases for things, so that people, you know, I think this is really where a lot of people's like economic differences come from, because if you're raised in a childhood where you have as much access to things as you like, it's just your parents holding you back because they want you to be a better person or earn it yourself or whatever, then your whole job to get the nice things that you want, to get an Xbox, or one of my friends got a second Xbox because, you know, like he's like, oh yeah, sometimes my brother wanted to play at the same time as me, so we had to get an Xbox for him. Like that is mind-blowing to me. Like, whoa, you not only, you know, like people who owned more than one console in a generation, that's already like a level of rich. Like, whoa, yeah, you get to choose which games you're playing, huh? But then there's the whole next level, which is like, yeah, I got multiple of the same console just so we could play it at the same time. And it's like, yeah, you either that's a lot of stupid decisions right there, or that is just a level of wealthy I can't comprehend. I think it's the second one, or maybe it's not. It's not even that wealthy, right? You just have to be somewhat wealthy and then be very loose with how you spend it. That's what actually defines that difference. Also, I didn't remove the soul lanterns, but in they go now. Gonna have a lot of those in exchange for my destruction. And yeah, I want this beacon to be closer to where all this destruction is needed over here, but it's not. And so I guess I'm gonna go out now, and I'm gonna go make. Have I moved the wood away? I have. I'm gonna go make some more chests, and I'm gonna go bring some emeralds down here. I wanted an alley, and I kind of am gonna have to worry about breaking blocks soon. Honestly, we should just switch out the shovel for the second pickaxe, and we're gonna start using this all the way till it dies if I have to. I'm gonna start using it on more tasks, I think, and also maybe if we're lucky. So. The junk chest shouldn't be a minecart chest, by the way. That's a mistake I've made that that's just hitting me now. Oh my god, I don't want the rotten flesh. Is there an easy way to just not? I guess I could have a full inventory, but like it's so frustrating to me having to deal with all the mob drops. Like I want the mobs. I guess this is why people play on peaceful, you know? Like I'm effectively playing a version of peaceful, but it's the version where you've earned it, right? Where you've got the stuff. And where you're not fully getting rid of monsters necessarily. You're just kind of, okay, so we're going to push them that way. Keep the speed going because I'm going downhill. there we go. Okay, I was like, this is gonna mess things up, I think, maybe. No, we're good, we're good. Both minecart chests are ready to go. Ready to sit on that. No. Sit on that hopper. Can we get 2 minecarts on the same hopper? You can't. No, you cannot. You can try, but it won't work. If you hold for. No. Okay, this is tragic. This is Okay, I have to like get out, and then I have to push this back. No. Why are they going through me? I went through all that effort to get you here. Okay, thank God the second one. You know, life lesson. Only make minecart rails for hoppers if they're in the same chunks. Like, you can move things up and down this way, but if you want to take things significant distances, you're going to regret your decisions real quickly. And it's going to... No. Okay. Give it a little push. And I want to be here before it hits the powered rail. Just push off me. There you go. One more bounce. And one more bounce. And there we go. So now we sit. Honestly, it just... There's so much push there that even now it's going to eventually hit the rail, right? Probably? Maybe not. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, so we need to make some more chests. Do I have a bunch of chests lying around? I don't. Do I have a bunch of wood lying around? I sure hope so. I do have an ender chest. I just didn't see it because I'm really silly. So we're going to grab an extra ton of these. And then we're going to take some of the iron from our structure. That way we can still make the minecarts, which need to store those chests. And yeah, we're just going to chop down a tree. It's going to be very simple because the tree is here. We can chop down multiple trees even. Let's go. Actually, wait, we don't need to chop down trees because I've got too much mangrove lying around anyway. Because I destroyed a whole mangrove forest or whatever. This isn't it. This is it. So yeah, we'll just take 28. How many chests does that make? Like 14. Is 14 chests enough? It'll probably do. Yeah, I'd guess it'll be fine. I might guess wrong, but I would guess it anyway. And so now we go back down, and you know, this powered rail, it goes. That's my new rule. Powered rail, don't be there anymore. Instead, we'll place a powered rail over here or something. Just, you know, just a little bit extra. It makes sense to me. Maybe it shouldn't, but it does. And now we go on a little fun minecart trip back. I might need to invest in some trading out here. Although, again, the village is too far away from the deep dark. With my current simulation distance, there's no point. In fact, if I raise my simulation distance, the villagers would just die at night because I don't know when nighttime is. Unless I had a clock, but then if I'm keeping track of the time, it's too much. I'm not going to do it. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to make some minecarts using parts of my beacon. Because that's what they're there for, right? It's going to make the beacons slightly uglier. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Also, I definitely should bring an ender chest down. I'm realizing too late. Just because of the... okay, so now we make... Just because of the fact that, like, I'm going to have to pack this beacon up at some point, and it's so many blocks. You know, people underestimate the amount of effort it takes to move a beacon around. And I think that's a big mistake. So we put 29 of these down to fill up the remaining spots. I don't know why it's 29. It's just the number of blocks that I felt like using, right? And then we can start destroying existing blocks and replacing those with emerald. We'll make it a nice ugly one because I think people love ugly. People always like, oh, Toy Cat, make your builds uglier, please. And now we see if it's got the secondary power. I think it does, right? Instantly haste 2. Let's confirm. Well, it's not instant. Is it going to ever take effect? Oh, no, you need to throw that extra... Okay. A little bit rude, but that's fine. So, I wasted a single iron ingot by not doing that more effectively. But that's okay, I guess. And now we make a ton of minecarts, and then from those ton of minecarts... Oh, I don't even have a crafting table all the way over here. I don't even have a crafting table. So we fly all the way back. Here is a crafting table here. And we make all the minecarts in the world. 12 of them? Sure. Can we make 12? Probably not. Let's do it anyway. Okay. So 6 minecarts will do for now. And then, oh, these emeralds are going to clutter up my inventory a lot. But that's fine. We'll have a bunch of minecart chests to tide us over. And also, I think we need to extend this minecart track to get closer and closer to the action. Because there's going to be more destruction happening over here. And so sure, we'll lay down some track. We can remove it later. Let's put some minecarts on it. Number 1, number 2, number 3. I think spacing them out so that you don't cause chaos, probably a smart decision. And there we go. That's going to be more than enough. And by that, I mean I'm going to come back to this and regret this not very long from now. But this is a fun project. I'm learning all sorts of things about myself. I'm also learning that haste 2 of a diamond pickaxe with efficiency 3 feels less than haste 1 with efficiency 5. See, there's the valuable lesson. Most important thing of all is actually your but most valuable thing you can have is actually your pickaxe. Honestly, does this feel different at all? Like, is there any difference whatsoever? You could tell me there wasn't, and I would believe you. Huh, yeah, that is strange. Maybe I should be using the diamond pickaxe before, just to make the comparison more fair. But I'm not seeing it. If it's there, my eyes don't perceive it, to say the least. So yeah, let's go through, let's mine a ton of blocks till we get a full inventory and have to start messing around again. I think we're gonna accept a lot more creeper explosions. In fact, we might even start encouraging them. Make a little dark area where the skulk is being stored. Because yeah, otherwise it's a real drain. Also, are these tough blocks part of the structure? Like, there aren't many of them, but like, maybe? I'm really not sure. I'm really not sure. Speaking of things I'm not sure about, see, I can still do transitions where this is where I thought the project would be done, and we're maybe at 50%. Does that mean this is going to be a 10-hour video? I hope that's not what we can take from that, but I fear it might be. I get the feeling that it might just be. You know, I'm probably wrong. Yeah, let's just assume I'm wrong. Oh, no, I need you. Okay, so there you are, Mr. Creeper. This is nice, but it's like kind of part of the structure, so I'd feel bad destroying it. I want you in the middle of that patch over there, probably. You know, this patch over here is fine too. Just big explosion. Did I lose the torch forever? I think I did. And then obviously, let's get a torch going right in that hole that we've now lost. Perfect. Let's empty out the weird stuff. I have candles that I'm trying to free up spaces by looking at stuff that I shouldn't have on me, but kind of just do. Like this one pair of shears, like it's kind of, you know, does that need to be there? Organization is hard. Let me tell you. We're gonna finish up with this chest because yeah, there's just, you know, it's important we have the stacks going as high as we can in as many of these cases as we can, and then yeah, now we start to fill up the next one, and we're gonna have a lot of deep slate, and it's gonna be good. This is the phase where the speed starts kicking in. Because we start mining and we don't stop mining. I say as I'm currently not mining. Okay, let's go. Also, let's place torches down on the ground. When it gets dark, I just kind of like... Minecraft is so much more miserable when you can't see things. Like, it's a rich and varied game. There's so much going on your screen. But when it's dark, what are you seeing? You're seeing my voice. You can't even see voices, idiot. That's an audio experience. And so it feels kind of wasteful. Whereas doing it this way... It makes much more sense in my mind. So yeah, I think we'll do the same thing we did before where we destroy the walls first, then the interior second. It just seems to be faster. I like that the walls are made out of like varied blocks. So we're going to have all the stairs in the world, all the chiseled deep slate. You know, we're going to have lots of variants of things. It'll be nice. Something I should start considering. I guess now we're here. Should we start floating ideas on what I should do with all of these blocks once I have them? I think that's something I should do. I think I have too many blocks now to start to not start questioning. Like, okay, what do I do with them? This is like more blocks than I can think about using. Maybe we should get it to the level where it's like there are forts for them. We could make like a seriously mega project. I could build this entire thing again on the surface if I wanted to. Don't know if that's a smart idea, but I could do it. You know, like, I get to start thinking about these things. And that's fun, in my opinion. So, yeah, speaking of fun, you know the phrase, the exception that proves the rule? I feel like that's a phrase that I've heard so much, and, like, it's one of those just things where, over time, we lose the meaning of a word because we say it so often. There's, a funny piece of word history that I didn't know until this morning, was that the word apron used to be napron, you know? Same with the word... same with You know, there's a few other words. I think an orange used to be called an orange. Like that's like the original name of the fruit. And so the reason it's called an orange, the reason we call it an apron rather than an apron, is because over time, an apron sounds a lot like an apron. You know, like just a tiny stress syllable difference. And the same is true for orange, right? An orange versus an orange. And so, like, just over time, because we have, like, lazy vocabularies, we slowly shift towards the easiest version of most things. And there's just so many zombies spawn, like, particularly zombies, too. It's very strange. Like, I'm glad it's not, don't get me wrong, I'm very glad that it's not slimes. They're not ruining my day-to-day. But also, you know, does it have to be zombies? Maybe it does have to be zombies. Maybe I'm being mean for no reason. You know what? I'm enjoying all of these deep slate stairs. Anyway, so the reason the exception that proves the rule is one of those weird, like, language things where just over time we've basically, like, remixed the same idea over and over again until the very meaning of it kind of gets lost. You know, people think the exception that proves the rule means that, like, oh yeah, if there is an exception to a rule, one exception, because, you know, like, it is true that if there is one of something, it could just be one. If you see two of something, there's probably a lot more, you know, like, if you see one person wearing a shirt that says, I don't know, I'm not a sex trafficker, it's like, oh, that's a weird person wearing a shirt. If you see a lot of people wearing those shirts, then it's probably, what is that noise? Oh, it's the warden. Oh, because he's not been in my simulation distance, right? So he doesn't know what to do about that. Anyway, yeah, if you see one person wearing it, it's probably just a weird person. You see multiple people wearing it, then, you know, maybe it's probably a trend. Like, it's a weird rule of perception, but, like, lots of 1 in a billion events happen every day. But how often do 2 of them happen nearby each other? It's, you know, it seems like it would be, yeah, it's a weird thing about probability, I guess, that it seems way more common than it actually is. I hope he doesn't destroy my chest. You know, let's go destroy him. I don't like whatever ledges these guys are spawning on. Yeah, there's just it's just a skeleton up there. Why are they? Oh, they fall because another skeleton spawns in and knocks them down. Man, that's brutal. It's also needlessly frustrating, but that's not my problem for today. My problem is getting rid of the rest of this this big old thing. We've done a good job on this side. Now we gotta keep doing a good job on the other sides. Just keep on moving it forwards, backwards, a little bit more every day. By every day, I mean every hour, every minute, every second. How long are these things? How long is this video? What is this Let's Play? Why is it so long? What is the meaning of an over 5-hour video? Who can watch that? No one can watch that. I'm uploading a video to YouTube that I know that no one can watch because no one has 5 hours just in a row. Like, yeah, I'll watch it. You know, this is what people requested, though. People were like, yeah, I'd love to see more long Let's Plays. This is the longest Let's Play. Look how long it is. I can see it, by the way. It's nighttime. It is, and it's going for way longer than I expected, too. I have an engagement not that awfully long from now. I fear I might not make it. Anyway, speaking of things that I fear I'm not going to make, a point about how the exception that proves the rule is it's this weird phrase, in my opinion. It's like, you know, it's because it's kind of been taken to mean like, yeah, if you see an exception to something, that proves that the rest of it's true. But the actual meaning of it actually makes more sense. Like someone explained this to me, and I was like, oh, I like that. And maybe this is a retroactive explanation, which maybe we can explain more later. But it's like the idea is like, imagine you're looking for parking, right? And you see a sign that says this space paid parking between 8 and 7 p.m. or whatever the sign says about parking. The fact that sign mentions how this parking spot is paid implies the rest is probably free, right? Like that's what you can assume. The exception to the rule that has to clarify it's an exception proves that the rule exists. If I know if a sign says like no murdering in this space, you can assume murdering outside the space is fine. It kind of is more complex because a lot of times businesses will have signs being like, oh yeah, just so you know, please follow the law. You know, they don't say it that way. They're like, okay, just to clarify, And no shirts, no shoes, no service, or something dumb. You know, I don't see those signs in the UK. That's one of those American phenomenons, in my opinion. By the way, I've been spending a lot of time in America, and that's one of the weird things, right? Because like my home city, the home team I'm rooting for, whatever. Oh, it's always London. Like I love. It's one of the craziest, most interesting cities in the world. But you know what? Are you still really like rooting for that place when you leave it for good? You know, like I was mentioning before, how like there's this inherent bias in all of us where we think one of the best places to be is where we're born, even though that's a statistical unlikelihood. But it's this is true even to people who come from like terrifying, scary places that no one would want to live in. You know, like someone comes from, I don't know, what's the most war-torn country you can imagine right now. They come from Yemen, and they're like, that's a bad example because it's kind of like an external thing. They come from Syria, and they're like, yes, if you just ignore our government, we're really great people, so friendly, you know, the culture, the food, I can't wait to go back. And it's like, well, you can wait to go back, first of all, because, you know, there's still a civil war, and there's a lot of, like, you know, friendly fire, it's not looking good right now. But also it's like, yeah, that must suck to, like, have this internal conflict of, like, I want to go back to where I am from. You know, I want to live in that. But also, it is currently under siege. So, it's and like and it sounds like I'm making, like, fun of that. But that's a genuine conflict running inside your head, right? Like, I love my home, but my home is also a war zone. Like, I don't know how you know, like, it is a terribly unsafe for me, or really for anyone to be in. Also, why don't candles get destroyed when you destroy the block under them? It just looks uncanny. Like, why can't you have, you know, why can't you place them in midair if that's where they're meant to be? There's a lot of blocks that fall in that category of have to be placed on a block, but can exist in midair. And it's like, so why can't flower pots exist in midair? Maybe they can. Maybe they've changed that and I just don't know. But I don't think they have. I think flower pots can't exist in midair. And it makes me question why. It makes me wonder, what's the scoop with that, huh? And the answer is I don't know what the scoop is of that. Okay, so just to keep my inventory decluttered, we're going to make sure we do a big train running through these. Because these polished basalt blocks, you know, like, where else are we going to get them? And just to save me some pain later, we destroy them now. I can't destroy the sculpt because that involves a hoe, which for some reason is not in my inventory, or not in my hotbar. But everything else is good. Now we run through the middle, where there's some more of these blocks. Pick up some stairs too, apparently. And yeah, we're good. And then I'll do a run through, get the candles, and then I can, like, do a big destruction on just everything else. It's a shame. Again, I think this project is showing me, like, first of all, it's showing me that I have terrible inventory management skills, but it's also showing me that, like, man, it would be so cool to have a, it would be wonderful if we had a inventory, some form of inventory expansion. I think, I'm always talking about, maybe it's just me. I'm always talking about ideas that could improve enchanting or whatever. If we have to make it an enchantment to expand the inventory, so be it. It's like, so I loved Call of Duty Zombies. It's called, it used to be called Nazi Zombies, but funnily enough, they changed that name. I wonder why. And one of the things they added, which is, like, really jarring to use, is free weapons. So there's like a switch between weapon button, and so instead of switching between the two weapons, it cycles between them. And it's actually, like, really hard to use if you're not used to it. Like, I don't know how anyone even gets used to it. But, like, because it's a thing you can choose to put on your character, and there's better options out there for most people. It's like a choice. It's fun. It's quirky. And so that's where I feel like enchantments could fit in Minecraft. If there are things that you think are jarring to new players, don't let new players use them. Put them behind some enchantments, you know? Like, you know, we need, like, a proper, rather than doing, like, one enchantment every now and then, an enchantment update that actually encourages decisions and choices and trade-offs, and, you know, like, the things that made the system interesting in the first place, when we didn't know the difference between blast protection and you know, smite versus sharpness. Like, you know, like, bring back the fun. That's what I'm saying. Make it more engaging, more interesting, with more unique options. And I think everyone's a winner. Also, this chest is going to fill up, so I think we should, like, preemptively make this a new wool chest. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we'll see. Okay, Factor destruction. It's just so terrifying when I look at it, and it's like barely any smaller than when I last looked at it. You know, it's the scariest feeling in the world of working real hard on something and not seeing the progress. I think that's the thing that will demotivate someone the fastest too. Is like just staring down a giant project and saying like, oh god, what? I'm not making any difference here, am I? Because we all like to feel like we're making a difference. That's our human trend. That's why so many people who work at like big companies, you know, like, do you know how many employees like, I don't know, Amazon has? It's something like 190,000, and that excludes all the third-party delivery drivers they just contract and say, hey, you can make this amount a day by delivering packages for us. You know, that excludes those guys. Maybe it's 490,000. See, the fact that it could be 190,000, could be 490,000. It's a 6-digit number, and I might be confusing them with Microsoft when I say 190,000. But it's like, yeah, these companies like try real hard to be like, yeah, we're listening to your views personally. We definitely care about those. Like, it's not true. It's like statistically very unlikely that it's true. Maybe we could say, to be less cynical. Maybe that's still cynical. But also, yeah, there's a skulk sensor around here somewhere. I guess there's no skulk activatey thing. So why do we care? Anyway, also we probably should leave the candles till later. Yeah, you know what? Let's destroy the rest around the candles. Keep them as a light source till we have the ground on which we can place torches. I think that's the smart thing to do here. I'll destroy a full stack anyway, just to, you know, be more efficient with my inventorying. But otherwise, I'm just going to make sure we make the best of this. Okay, so run along here. Or maybe we're not going to do that, actually. We'll just destroy all the ones that are this close to a thing. We pick up our almost stack, and then we get right back to it. I think this will be one of the most enjoyable pieces to finish. Because once we get this bit done, like, there'll be a huge stretch of empty between two sets of pillars. And that should help me, like, you know, rationalize it all a bit better. You know, I need a lot of help rationalizing this project at this point. Just like how, I'm sure, whoever invented the rule, the exception proves the rule, needs some help rationalizing how questionably people... No, that's me pushing things a bit. Though while we're talking about parking, here's an interesting difference. Is like in America, I feel as though like there is I don't know, like most it's assumed that like you cannot park on the road, or maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe where you live, it's like definitely not true. Whereas here, like everywhere that people live, the front of their house is the only place they have parking. And if they don't have a direct access to the street, which is surprisingly common, by the way, like I'm always like kind of shocked when I hear about how far some people live from a road that, you know, cars can access. But it's funny to me that like I feel like you wouldn't build houses like that in America, right? Like you have to walk down an alleyway between some houses to access the nearest road because it was built before roads were widespread, or it was built in a development where they didn't prioritize roads because they didn't know how big they'd be, even though they were kind of common. You know, it's or maybe it was just built by someone who was like, you know, people would rather have a cheaper house with no road. But either way, there are houses where you don't have roads, and so I always read about people being like, yes, I want to buy one of these houses, but I don't know how like Deliveroo drivers or Amazon, you know, like deliver people are gonna find me, and I don't want to put up a sign to like have to. You know, so what do you do about it? And the answer's always like, yeah, it always works out fine, but you have to leave a lot more instructions for your delivery guy. Which, to be fair, like you have to do when you live in an apartment building anyway. Like, I've only lived in apartments in the US. I haven't lived in houses. Everyone I know lives in a house. It's like, oh yeah, so I had to get my, I had to pay money to have my electricity hooked up, and also I get my water from a well. I live in the 1800s. And you know, it's like and these are people like, you know, like there is someone in my life who is extraordinarily wealthy, although like extraordinarily wealthy by like anyone's standards in the world besides apparently Californians. Anyway, so like they have like a multi-million-dollar home, and it's like, yeah, it's not connected to the water network, so they need a septic tank and you know, like a water well, and they, You know, they had to like dig their own internet lines. It's like that's the opposite of luxury. I hate to tell you. You know, you can tell me about how many square feet are in that house. I like my feet round personally, but you can tell me about all of these details that you want. But I'm going to assume that you live in basically a third world country out there, because that's what it sounds like to me. And it's always like, it's like genuinely shocking to me. I can't wrap my head around the idea of living somewhere where it's like, yeah, we don't have access to like services. You want to, you know, like if you buy a nice enough house, you can live 30 minutes from the nearest supermarket. Oh, isn't that amazing? It's like, what's the point of having space to yourself if it's worthless space that's near nothing, right? Like and the answer is, I don't know, if you're American, it's everything. It's lots and lots and lots of money. But what I don't get is like, there's so much land that's so far from things, but people want to be like this perfect distance away from other people and things. Like, you know, like driving half an hour to the store is what people love. That's great. But driving 3 hours to the nearest store, oh, that's terrible. Now it's Wyoming prices. And it's like, what's the difference there? I don't understand. Isn't it all like an uncomfortable... And like, yeah, obviously, like, again, if you're listening to this, you're probably saying, of course there's a difference, Toy Cat. Half an hour is a nice time to chill by yourself. 3 hours is a day activity, or something like that. But, yeah, this is all alien to me. I don't understand it, you know? Yeah, whenever I spend time in America, it's always in a city. It's like, the city is where the cool things are. The thing that America does well, besides, I don't know, like, violent crimes, is, like, it has to be, like, ooh, that was nice. The thing America does so well is, like, fun activities. My guess is because people work so hard so often, or maybe just because it's one of the richest countries in the world. I'm not sure which of those two things it is. But, like, if you go to a museum, they've invested some money. They've made it a cool experience. It's not just about seeing some stuff. They're going to have some fun multimedia. It's going to be next level. You want to go to an aquarium, they're going to have like a weird... Yeah, everything's like a different level. That's what I've noticed. And you know, Vegas in particular, like, is where I spend a lot of my time, right? And it's like, this is a crazy... And so like, if you're going to live in America and just live far away from everyone, it's like, so you get all the downside of living in this, you know, like living in the country, and you get, like, as far as I can tell, not much of the upside. Like, there clearly must be a huge amount of upside. Like, living by yourself far away from society, but still having strong opinions on it, etc., is clearly it's clearly popular enough that there must be some reason for it. I just don't understand it. That's just my personal view, I guess. But it's a personal view that I hold strongly. So yeah, we've made some good progress. I think I'm feeling better, less daunted. Once this main thing goes down, I'll really be able to actually, like, assess in time, what do we have to do? You know, maybe even suggest, like, okay, this isn't part of the ancient city. No one would care if that still exists. Because we're probably going to have to decide that for something, right? Like, it would be strange if we didn't reach that point sometime. Or maybe we don't. Maybe this is my life now. Maybe instead of being a 6-hour video, this becomes a 10-hour video. Or maybe not. You know, who knows? I kind of just winging it. Every single year, YouTube gets more competitive. And, you know, there's lots of benefits to that as a viewer. Like, people will invest, like, $1 million. Like, people will invest an amount of money that doesn't make sense, that they're never going to make back from a video, just as a proof of, like, okay, well, I'll make, you know, if they invest $1 million in this video, you make back 200 grand in ad revenue, and then, also, I need to use the silk touch for all of this, because there's too many regular deep state blocks that I'm unsilk touching. Anyway, actually, wait. If it's already cobbled, we can... No, this isn't cobbled, though. This is non-cobbled. Yeah, it's kind of crazy to me that, like, the amount of, like, the level of business that YouTube's gone to. And I really do like that on some levels. On the other levels, I see it then, I'm like, I see why it's smart to do so, and it's definitely something I want to improve my own ability at. But I always like this, like, hobbyist angle to YouTube, where it's just, yeah, this is just what some guys are doing. This is just what's up. You know, like that. The thing that traditional media did is, like, by spending more and more money, you need to have more and more predictable returns. Whereas when you're doing something for fun, you can, you know, like, this is a terrible return on my investment of time. Spending what are we at? 5 and a bit hours in here now. Okay, so I don't want to destroy this yet. we're gonna leave that in one piece, and instead just keep destroying around this center here. There's a lot of mobs, but I don't see any creepers, which is what I'm really craving. Just saying, buddy, you could improve my life by being a creeper. But yeah, so like the safer a bet you need to make, then the less interesting things can be. And ultimately, like, safe bet just means try to appeal to the most people possible. But sometimes you need to, like, take big risks. You need to do stupid stuff and feel like, you know what, I feel like it might go well, it might not. That's kind of fun. Maybe that is, like, I don't know, a version of, like, nihilism, though. Or a version of... I don't know how to describe it otherwise, but, you know, this idea that just, like, you know, I'm just going to make poor decisions. Because that's where a lot of people end up, like, artists or otherwise. Is just not even at the point where they're saying, oh yeah, I want to do interesting things. It's just, I want to make potentially terrible decisions over and over and over again. You know, like a lot of people when they're in like their exploratory phases, young in life, they're taking drugs not because they're like, oh yeah, this is going to expand my mind and my experience set, etc. Which is, you know, like valid enough reason to do whatever you want to do. I'm not going to judge what you do to your own body. But then there are some people who are just like, yeah, let's like mess this up. Like this is the thing that is like big bad, right? People don't want you to do it, and so I'm gonna do it. And yeah, same with like people on the internet who, people who say the edgiest things humanly possible. It's just like trying to get this response, trying to show like, yeah, I don't even care. And like showing I don't even care, as someone who admittedly spent a lot of time in that same kind of space myself. It's like it's a great fun vibe until it's not, right? Until, oh, another creeper, and there's a lot of skulk on the ground here. Let's take advantage of killing this as well. Yeah, look at that. Ooh, my shears are powerful now. My shears are so powerful. So I'm gonna go back from a chest. I'm gonna go fill it up with the nonsense. Like, there's just so much of stuff that just gets there, and you're like, I don't want this. What is it doing here, you know? Is this relatable? Is this everyone else, or is this just me with my mega projects? I genuinely don't know at this point. Yeah, what I think I'm gonna do as a little reminder to myself. Also, I'm now halfway through this stack. Man, this whole stack could last you over 10 hours if you didn't get hit by mobs. Like, I don't know how long it would be. It'd be insane, I imagine. I think I have to load out more stuff into chests over here. Okay, let's do it. I should have used boat chests. Like, I guess we're low down. This is one of those few times you need minecart chests, because raising up boats can be done, but it's, like, kind of awkward. And if you break it and all the stuff goes out, it's, like, very disastrous. This is one of the few times it's, like, super good. Okay, so I've got this spare pair of shears that are cluttering up the inventory. I'm going to use the entirety of these shears, which is actually, honestly, they're pretty fast. Yeah, the efficiency isn't doing an endless amount for me. It's just doing a little bit. I'm going to use them up just to free up another spot. Because I think that's an important part of the process. And it'll also make me appreciate my shears so much more. Sometimes you need to chain yourself in life. Sometimes, like, you know, the reason you need to do things that are not ideal. Because we're kind of optimized as a species to do the most comfortable thing as often as we can. And, you know, I'm not going to criticize that aspect of humanity. Kind of cool in some ways. But it's also, like, kind of detrimental. Because we grow, you know, like, people always say you grow outside your comfort zone. Or, like, get outside your comfort zone. It's so good. But it really is true. Once you're outside your comfort zone, that's when you start, you know, taking risks. And sometimes risks are terrible. But sometimes risks really pay off. Which is the problem with network TV, right? Like, they know they need to take risks, but they're, like, trying to take the minimum level. You know, like, you're not really taking risks when you're trying to analyze your risks correctly. Which, you know, maybe you are still taking risks, actually. I don't even know. I'm trying to think about it, and I'm not even sure what I'm saying. You know, is that because it's been five hours? Nah, it's probably someone else. Probably some other reason. Who knows? Man, this video is getting so long. I wonder if we're going to be able to get it done in time. Because since it's like a few different segments, we do need to stitch it together. Since I referenced there'd be editing earlier on, now we need to have editing in those little segments. You know, there's things that have to be done out here. I don't know how we're going to do them. You know, it's a problem for future me, though. Current me's problem is destroying an ancient city. And current me's doing not terrible a job at it, if you ask me. I thought he wouldn't be able to get me, but he can. Just don't, friend. Just, what have I said you could not? Would you like that? Because I would like it. Okay, so I'm gonna place another torch down. Just super important to let light in here where it can be. And then let's get up and let's destroy the rest of this. Yeah, haste 2 and shit. I think this is the combo. Like, if there's any tool that needs haste, it's shit. I think also mining obsidian is where you notice it the most too. That's like a big example. Oh look, there's crows outside. See, that's an example of nature that is interesting. Where did you? Oh man, they just come from nowhere sometimes. Like, oh yeah, there's a second one. Okay, that's gone. Whip these out. Oh yeah, and they're desert zombies too. I guess because it's a mesa up there. Making a mesa village would be a fun challenge. Man, I could spend like all day coming up with like Minecraft projects that would be interesting. I sometimes consider like, what if I just do that for a bit, you know? That could be like some videos. It's like, that could be some videos. Maybe it should be some videos. Man, them some loud birds. They've got, see, they're not even thinking about the fact that there's a guy recording out here. They don't even know what YouTube is. You know, are they happier for not knowing what social media is? There's the real question, isn't it? I guess let's get away from these guys. Let's fill up my new wool chest. I probably should fill the old one first, but I'm not going to. It is... Ooh, yeah, that's a lot of wool, too. There's just so much of it in here. We could make, like, an endless number of beds. Like, too many beds. But, yeah, I think there's a... Should we just give ideas for weird building projects? Okay, so a mesa village, right? You make it in the mesa biome. It's in the style... honestly, you know, I would love to build, like, an old-style Minecraft village. Like one of the OG ones. I think that'd be a funny project. Take, like, a 1.19 world, but only do things that were possible in the past. You know, is that a good idea? Is that just appealing to nostalgia? Oh, okay, there's a creeper. Getting him anywhere useful is going to be tricky because he's up here. But I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do my absolute best. Okay, so the creeper should be able to get down here. I can't believe the slime is still here. You know, I might have to take one... This like patch of skulk, it's arguably part of the structure. So I don't want to let the creeper destroy it. We're going to have to leave him into this corner, I think. Yeah, this corner is distinctly not... Like, when it's on the ground at this base level, I consider it not the structure. Where are you, creeper? Should I just start bringing my own TNT, actually? That might actually... Yeah, that might be a really good idea. Bring some TNT over. And then I can... Does that even work? Like, there's no reason it shouldn't, but it just doesn't feel like it's going to. Okay, so now we let the creeper explode near all of these guys. And we get a bunch of baby slimes. And a much better pair of shears. And let's also drop these on the ground. We'll leave them be, but I'm gonna try and stay away from them anyway, because of the noises they make. I don't like to live with it, you know? I don't like to live with slimes. They are not my favorite mob in the game. But yeah, speaking of things that aren't my favorite, should we make a list of things that aren't good? Okay, lawn mowers. Who don't have a lawn? If you why do we want grass so bad that we're willing to, you know, like put, you know, that this is like a lifestyle. This is almost like the same thing with like living out in the middle of nowhere. But then you forget that living out in the middle of nowhere means that now every time you want all the basics, you have to go so far. And it kind of ruins the point of living out in the middle of nowhere. Like, you spending all this money on this house now means that you have to travel so far, put in a lot of time, effort, work, etc. It's terrible. No one wants it. It's like, it's a mistake you only realize afterwards. Like, it's like, you know how having a child, you might think to yourself, like, oh, it'll be really cool because he'll be at school and he'll be saying, Dada, or whatever, I don't know, whatever people like about children. I haven't worked it out yet, but people will be saying stuff like that. It's like, no, having a child is this, like, negative investment. Every day, for the rest of his life, you know, hopefully short, but let's be honest, people are living longer and longer. That's like a 90-year commitment. You're not going to be alive for that whole 90-year commitment, but, like, at least 20 years of that is on you. And, like, that's going to cost you money. There's never going to be a time where he's like, oh, yeah, I found $200,000 on the street. Would you like it, Daddy? That's not going to happen with your child. You know what's going to happen is it's going to be like, oh, I needed surgery. You live in the United States now. That costs you money. Oh, I need this cool thing, or people will bully me at school. Now you either have to get guilted, or you have to spend money on a thing. Oh, I need food every day, by the way. Not like every other day. I'm not like a cactus where once a month you can just food and water me. I want it every day because I'm selfish and I'm a monster. That's what children are. That's what they are. They're big balls of take. Again, if they came home and if you came home and it's like, oh, it looks like your child has cooked you a Michelin star quality meal, as that'd be great. But that's not what happens. You never come home. It's more problems. And I know as someone who did nothing but create problems for my parents. It's like, yeah, I was a terrible child. Why would I want? It's like, when you're in like, if you've ever been in school, that's the biggest thing that motivates you not to be a teacher. Like knowing how awful you were to teachers makes you not want to be on the other end of it. Because like you don't even want to be awful. You just are like this is a person who's trying to make you do a thing you don't want to do. And so, of course, you're going to react negatively. Even though they're telling you to do it with your best interests at heart, doesn't mean you're going to feel that way. You're going to feel the exact opposite. I might even go as far as to say. Okay, let's throw it in. There's a lot of wool being picked up here, which is good. We're going to make a lot of beds with it. Yeah, this is a big project. I don't even know. Like, it took me like 14 hours to destroy a bastion. Why did I think I could destroy this in any less time? Why did I think that? What was going through my head? I thought like, okay, if things go real crazy, maybe we hit 6 hours. It's not gonna be done in 6 hours. What? Even this morning I was like, yeah, we're probably like a couple hours off maybe. But I'm looking at it and I'm not seeing anything that would give me that opinion if I'm looking at it logically. Like what am I meant to say from all of this? This is a valuable lesson in learning. I've learned about learning right now, and it's great. But no, yeah, children are just the worst. They're just balls of take. Just take. Never give. It's that was like, but the same thing is true when you buy like what's a high maintenance thing, like a car. Like cars give you a lot of utility if you live in a place where you need cars. I get it, don't worry. But like buying a car is not like, people will justify it being like, it's only $600 a month or whatever. First of all, shouldn't ideally, like right now you're listening to Toy Cat. I know this is like high horse thing. Try not to buy things on finance because you know what the worst thing. Oh, that's probably some glass that's gone forever now. Nope, it's fine. Whew. Try not to buy things on finance because then you're paying tomorrow for your things today, and money has a cost. Moving money from the future to now, because that's what banks do. That's what loans are. They're borrowing tomorrow's money now. It has a cost, so you're spending extra money just to borrow money from the future. Not an ideal decision. But the other thing is, don't think about a car as just costing whatever a payment on a car costs, because also remember it needs non-stop this dinosaur juice. Also, you have to pay insurance every single month. You have to pay some form of tax. I don't understand how the taxes work in the US, but like there's something called road tax in the UK. It's based on your engine size. I don't know why it's based on engine size. Apparently that's how we categorize the premiumness of a vehicle. But I wonder if you can take advantage of that actually. But my point aside is just to say with all of that, like there's something that costs $600 a month is actually a $1,000 commitment that then also needs not only does it need $400 just to stay afloat, it's also one day going to be like, I'm sick, take me to the car doctor, or he wants hundreds to check what's wrong, and then he wants parts, and oh yeah, I'm sorry, I just require it. A car is a needy child too. A car is a very needy child because unlike if you put the wrong octane gas in your child, he'll be fine. Put the wrong octane gas in your car, now it's making weird engine noises, might be damaging it, taking it to the doctor sooner. Your child might complain if you give it, I don't know, turkey dinosaurs instead of turkey alphabet figures, or whatever. Actually, turkey dinosaurs are the best. They're going to be mad when you give them something instead of something else. Is my point. But they're not gonna fall apart into pieces. Or maybe they will. Your child mileage may vary, of course. Also, the amount I'm being hit by stuff today, very unpleasant. Have to say, not a fan. Just you know, I would like fewer mobs to spawn. Is that a big ask? It might be a big ask. So yeah, let's run over here. We have to still finish up a lot of the lighting process still, especially where these creeper explosions are. It's a work in progress. There's always more torching to be done, I guess. Okay, so I think when I run around to place the torches, I get distracted and I start destroying something. I think that's one of my big problems. I mean, one of my many big problems here, really. But it's one that I need to fix. I mean, there's lots of problems I need to fix, but you know what I'm saying. Okay, so let's get right back to it. And now we can use the hoe to take advantage of just a big destruction wave. With the haste, I think we really get a whole other level going on this thing. Which is what I want, right? I want next level. I want very impressive. I even want the skulk sensor. It's finally done. Honestly, just seeing that, like, little bubble, or whatever you call it, the on-screen effect where it moves, that was annoying me enough. So I think finally getting rid of it, quite a good thing. But yeah, this is definitely the fastest part of the process. I think if we just put skulk catalysts everywhere, actually, that might be a smart move. If we place like a bunch of skulk catalysts and then kill some mobs or something. I guess all it's doing is converting XP into blocks, which you can then easily destroy. It's just there's a bunch of XP kind of hidden down here. Yeah, that's the way you should see it, I guess. That's a fun way to see it. Okay, so finish up on the skulk, just so I can come through with a pickaxe and not feel like I'm stopping every few seconds. Because, you know, mining one of these with a pickaxe is painful, doesn't fully work, and you know what? So yeah, car is like this thing that continuously requires money, and so it's a bad investment not only because it's a depreciating asset. You're spending X amount on it now, and it's worth, you know, half of X in 2 to 5 years. But it's also like it just demands more money. Whereas, you know, like even some things that at least make you money back, like I don't know, a house. Every year you have to put roughly 1% of a house price into maintaining that. So like I don't know, your boiler's gonna die eventually, or sorry, your furnace. I don't know why it's called a furnace in America. You know, maybe that's why Minecraft has furnace minecarts rather than boiler minecarts. Or it doesn't have furnace minecarts if you play Big Salmon Edition. You know, that's the trade-off. Do you want Big Salmon or do you want furnace minecarts? Maybe I should make a whole video about dumb reasons to play Java. I think it'd upset people because they'd be like, you know, there's actually this as well. Haven't you heard about... Yeah, people wouldn't get the joke. That's the annoying thing about the internet. Too many people don't get jokes. Like, everyone has to take everything seriously all of the time. But, like, what if things are funny? What if, you know? Imagine that, right? Imagine a world where people said things that weren't what they believed, but were actually kind of comedic. Oh my god, how did you get up here? How was that even possible? I made it deliberately impossible for a mob to climb up. Yeah, I think I want to check on top of these, because they look kind of skulky up there. Doesn't deliver promise as far as what else we're going to find. Maybe I should just go to the deep dark. There is a deep dark biome just up there, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe we should just go there. It'll be dark around. Look for a creeper. Destroy the creeper. Might be a good move, huh? Might be a good move. Okay, let's finish the rest of these. Let's fly away from the slime. I am running out of fireworks. I think I have some in the ender chest, which I put it away. Yeah, that was a terrible arc, huh? Grabbed something just to later put it away. So I've got a junk chest around here that I'm looking for, but I guess I don't have any junk, so it's fine. This is fine to dump these things into. This is my sculk chest, right? So top that up. Yeah, I have very few sculk for all the work you know, that tells me there's a bunch of sculk on the ground. That tells me that if I go over here, I'm going to find endless amounts of sculk. Oh, and also, all the deep slate I mined from the ceiling. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, right back at it. Let's go. Mine your blocks gently down the blocks. Mining blocks. I am doing the mining blocks right now. Let's row your boat, but adjusted to my current life circumstances. It really does feel like my whole life is invested in this project. Like, there's no way I can do anything else with it until it's done. Like, you know, I made a commitment until I'm finishing this project, and when it's finished for now, it's finished forever. Like, I can say, like, oh, let's just come back to this next week. That means let's never get back to this. It's the thing about task prioritization. I think I mentioned way earlier. Maybe it was a different video. Maybe it was like a video weeks ago. I genuinely don't know. But task prioritization is did I mention that in this video? You know, with a 5.5 hour thing, I think it's fair to say that we've mentioned every single topic under the sun. Also, is he going to do it again this time? It will actually annoy me if he does. Okay, he's not. We're great. Yeah. So while I'm talking about every topic under the sun, you know, which is quite the undertaking. Also, I went through all that effort just to get rid of the slime, and then he's right back, just immediately, just straight back where you don't want him. Yeah, honestly, I think the big pro tip here. Also, this is too dark. Needs to have a block to keep the light out. Probably another one over here too. Maybe another one over here. I'm not even sure at this point. I just don't want mobs spawning in, ruining my day, as they are currently doing quite violently. Also, yeah, we got some minecarts stuck in an infinite death loop. It looks like. You love to see it, and by that I mean you hate to see it. But it's nice to say you love to see it. You love to say you love to see it. You really do. Oh heck yeah! We trapped the slime. He's gone. He can't harm me anymore. Okay. Is there anything there I need? That's just a boat. We do not need that at all. Oh yeah. Now we're on the final stretch of this little area. Like one more inventory. I think it's all gone. I think we're finally at that point. I'm gonna do one big run through just because I think I left some blocks on the ground. I don't want them to despawn. What's the point in mining a block if you don't pick it up, right? But then after that, yeah, there's some more sculpt veins. But yeah, we're pretty good. There's not a huge number of blocks on the ground like I feared. By doing it this way, by the way, we come into the big advantage of getting more time with mining efficiency. Or with haste, sorry. I keep calling it efficiency. They're the same effect, basically. So, you know, can we really even be that mad? I guess we can be. Can be mad about anything. Okay, so we run back into the efficiency mark, and then we can start mining away from it, and then we get that big boost, which is important. And then we run back out, we'll run into it again, and then run back out of it, and so on and so forth, until we're living a happy life. We can actually make it almost all the way to the very end, too. So it really does work out in my favor. Rather than doing the efficient thing, which is mine both ways, it might work out more efficiently to come right into it, and then mine back out. It's actually, see, some blocks don't really feel like they've got a big difference between the pickaxes. Or am I just going crazy because I thought it was a bigger difference? You know, when you're expecting a really big difference and you see a small one, you know, it's like, it seems like it's basically the same. And when you're expecting no difference and you see a small one, you're like, whoa, it's such a big difference. It's one of the reasons we need, like, scientific studies to, or, like, you know, like a scientific method to see, like, I don't know, how fast a car can go, or, like, how much emissions it has, or how many calories are in food. We can't just go, this food feels unhealthy, this food doesn't feel unhealthy. You know, like the vitamin thing I was talking about earlier? Did I say I'd come back to it? I think I did. Like, there's this funny thing about vitamins in particular, where, like, some percent of the population is convinced this is 100% necessary. They take one every day, because if they didn't take it, very bad things would happen to them. And then there's the majority of the population, 95, 98%, who don't think about vitamins. Like, know what they are, and they're like, oh, this is vitamin B, that's cool. But, like, they're not rearranging their lives around putting more vitamins in their diet. And what I think is most interesting about these two groups, oh god, is, like, we haven't been able to, like, scientifically say, like, okay, there's this one pill, because most people who take vitamins try to do it via pills. So it's obviously better to get it naturally via food. But, you know, you're busy. You can't be eating blueberries today. So you take a little pill that says, no blueberries for me. And anyway, it's weird to me because, like, it seems odd that we haven't worked out super scientifically, like, yeah, if every person just took this vitamin, we would save 6,000 people a year from diabetes, 8,000 from lung, you know, like, all these things that they're supposedly good at preventing. And I wonder, like, you know, because if it was really that good, you'd figure. Because I know in America you got like a weird, but in the UK and in a few other countries, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, there's like a public healthcare company. Like the amount that it costs to treat a population is a direct government cost, which means because, you know, people like to believe government has money. It's like, well, government has the ability to take, you know, to raise money from us and you know, raise debts off the back of us, right? That's what government actually has. But yeah, it's this interesting idea that in these countries, the healthier the population is, the better financially it is for the country. So everyone's a winner when everyone gets, you know, when everyone is less unhealthy, the country as a whole wins. I think there's kind of a contradiction there, because if you die, like, I think smoking is the one example where, because it costs so much in tax to smoke, and because even though it's costly to treat lung cancer, most people die fairly soon into developing like, and then you don't take a state pension, which is like £10,000 a year for like. Instead of taking a state pension for 25 years, having one 50,000 surgery and then dying is a much better outcome for the government. So like, and then also, even if it was equal, it's like, well, the amount of tax you pay on cigarettes and stuff, it actually works out as economically smart the more people who smoke. Which is why it's so cool, in my opinion, that government still puts so much effort into, you know, restricting it into, because it's not even like a self-interested move. It's just like, yeah, we would like for people not to be addicted to cancer sticks. But the weird thing about it is that for every other public health issue, and even for that one, right? Like, we care about the public being healthy in general anyway. It's like, just, you know, like, we have public health experts in every country, even ones without government-run, socialized, whatever you want to call it, healthcare. But it's really interesting because, therefore, in countries where there is an economic incentive, as well as just a health incentive, why haven't we worked out, well, like, yeah, if we just give everyone a vitamin, just here's a vitamin, here you go, this one will reduce your risk of mortality from this, that, the other. It'd be like, boom, done. We have succeeded. We have done our magic. But it's like, no, we don't do that, do we? We go, yeah, taking vitamins is good. There's scientific studies that say it reduces heart risk by 8%. But like, when you're talking really low percentages for things like that, for things that should be really big, like something I used to always think about, and I think I said this in the early years of YouTube. Like, one of the stats that stuck with me from a science textbook is that there is no scientific reason why living near power cables, you know, the big overhead giant lines, is bad for you, right? There's no scientific reason. But people who live in those communities, despite that lack of risk, they do have worse health outcomes. They'll die on earlier. It's something like 16% earlier. Maybe it's 3%, but it's a notable, like, genuinely their thing. And so that tells us there's something about it we can't spot on short term, maybe, or it just tells us that there's a weird coincidence happening here. And I always read that and I thought, wow, that is crazy. But as an adult, I realized that, you know, there's this, like, causation, correlation issue. And especially when it comes to, like, ugly environmental factors. Prisons are another example, but, like, you know, isn't it crazy that prisons tend to be in low-income neighborhoods? Wow, it's basically trying to send people to prison. It's like, well, actually, the reason is because prisons are a stable source of jobs. If you're rich enough already, you don't need a stable job, and, like, you don't want to have prisoners nearby you. But if you don't have a great source of money, having solid, reliable prison jobs actually a really good thing for, you know, and so therefore prisons tend, you know, like, through the consent of both parties, you know, the state or federal government needs to build a prison, the local community wants those prisoner jobs so they can have money pouring in. You know, everyone becomes a winner, right? It's I guess not everyone becomes a winner. There's lots of fundamental issues of sending people to prison for their whole lives, but that's a point for another time. Yeah, it's an interesting example of, like, that. It seems like a one-way correlation, but it goes the other way. It's not that we put them there so we can send low-income people there. It's that there's a lot of people going into the prison system, and it just so turns out that because it's seen as unsavory, it works better in areas where they care more about money than image, right? And, you know, the less money you have, the more you care about money over image. The more money you have, the more you care about image over money. It's actually, I read about so in my school, it's quite surprising because it's an American book, but In my school, we learned about the American dream because of the death of a salesman. It was, I think it was an English literature class, which I'm just saying, that was American literature, not English literature. You failed us, Miss, I forgot her name. She was really attractive, but, attractive redhead teacher too. Like, what a shame I can't remember her name. You know what, she had a name though. It started with Miss, you know, she was definitely Miss. She was probably Mrs., but you know, yeah, it's just, I feel like I called all teachers Miss, and it kind of messes with, you know, she wasn't married, not yet. She hasn't come to her senses and realized there's a Minecraft YouTuber talking about her English classes that she hasn't been seeing all this time. Anyway, that was a long rant just to say, wow, I had a minorly crush on my English teacher, huh? Anyway, I don't think that's the craziest bit is when you look back at these things, they're not even like attractive people. It's just you're a teenager, which is when you're in the most like, that stage of your life. And like, these are the only adults you see on a day-to-day basis outside of your family. And so whoever is like most normal and not grotesque looking, you're like, ooh, she kind of nice though. You know, that's my take on these things at least. Anyway, so she like where did that tangent come from? Okay, so we read Death of a Salesman, The American Dream, and yeah, there's like two basic tenets in America, right? Like you want to be rich, successful by that metric, but also generally people want to be successful by being liked by a lot of people. There's a reason celebritydom, especially in America, has like this big craze around it, because that is part of the American dream, to be loved by so many. And so, oh yeah, get some more sculptor strayed, why don't we? Also, look, it's all gone. It's finally all gone. It looks less impressive because of this ground that's raised up, so might have to destroy that too. I might have to. But yeah, like I was saying, so it's like a key part of the American dream, and it's one that's like, it's the less popular part of it. The American dream's usually seen as like, yeah, you get to make your own money and stuff. But an equally valuable part, an equally important part, is to be liked by people around you and to like have those people like show they like you. And like, so when it gets sad and desperate is when you get delusional and you think that people like you way more than they do, and like, you know, all of these things, right? That's the struggle, that's the crisis that is the American dream. And so the whole idea of being liked by people, it tied into what I was saying really well before, but I've forgotten what it is now. It was probably important. Or maybe it wasn't important. You know, if it was so important, why don't I remember it? There we go. That's a flawless argument. Also, there's still a Skulk Catalyst over there. I'd be willing to bet there's still a Skulk Shrieker, if there's still a Skulk Catalyst. Also, I'd like to see a Creeper. I really could do with a sheer top-up. Yeah, look at this. You are gone, my friend. There's also some more candles, and there's also whatever this corner is, surrounded by lava. I bet there's Skulk Shriekers somewhere out here. Huh, apparently not. Oh, there's a chest, though. Yeah, let's get into that chest. See what's happening here. Ooh, we got some mystical cucumbers. Got compass. Got some... Yeah, this is nice. This is a nice chest. Glad I found it. After all this time. But I think we should head back. Ooh, there's this as well. This is real dark. This is, like, suspicious. There's so much skulk out here. It's not even a chest. It's just skulky. So yeah, I think I might do the thing I said before, where we go into the deep dark biome, like the part that doesn't have the structure, and we let a ton of creepers explode. I imagine we'll find more out there because there's no brightness whatsoever. I could be wrong about that. I could be entirely wrong. But that's beautiful thing at life. You don't know if you're wrong until it's too late, and then you just got to accept what you got. Also, it was good to see you, Mr. Wandering Trader. Do you think they get turned into zombie villagers when they die on hard difficulty? That's my question, huh? Is there an answer? If you have the answer, send it to www.ibxtoycat.store, where you can get... Yeah, you thought I was going to give you an email? I gave you a website URL. We'll show you to presume what I'm going to tell you. So yeah, the golden carrot is an amazing tool. I think I'm going to hate going through this on the way down, by the way. I'm not sure yet, but I just think that. Okay, so it's a big biome. Oh, because of all the mobs back there, it might take a while for them to despawn. and for creepers to spawn out here, right? Okay, no, we got a spider. We got 2 spiders. Just kind of need a creeper. Do you see a creeper? Do we have a whole... it's kind of torched up. Man, skeleton... Okay, give me a batch of creepers. Don't just give me... This is why people have experience farms. It's because you don't have to wait on Minecraft RNG. But what if I want to wait on Minecraft RNG? What if I find it to be satisfying to just let creepers explode and use that? Ah, there we go. That's my tool replenishment strategy. It's the creeper explode. Oh wait, no, too close. Oh, that would be a way. Okay, there's no one over there, so we'll let this one off right over here. Okay, and then we'll let this one off. You can see one's already gone off quite nearby. So I'll get in the hole, quickly grab all of this, and then let him off. No, not in the hole. Okay, thank God. There's a lot of skeletons, by the way. Like, you guys should attack each other. He's not close. Oh, yeah, that was a lot of hits too. Didn't really get great advantage from it. So we're going to run through here. I guess we'll kill the spider. Makes sense to me. And then we'll let off the creeper. I think also the same spot as the other one actually makes the most sense. Like roughly over here. And then we whip out this and just, oh, it's definitely more glorious when you hit a wall. Like that wall over there is going to have much better results than this. Oh, there we go. Yeah, let's grab the creeper. Let's lead him all the way across the biome and into a wall. Should we kill the skeletons too? They are taking up part of the mob camp. In fact, if we just find another creeper out there, we won't need this one. That's my dream. Oh yeah, when it's like covering the ceiling too, this could be the glorious moment that I've needed to fully replenish the shears all in one. Look at that. Oh yeah, that's so much XP. Oh yeah. And yeah, we need to do this with a pickaxe too, but it's not going to work anywhere near as effectively as I might like. So it was a fun idea. It was I'm glad we did this little diversion, but it was exactly that, just a diversion. And also, I don't know the way back down. It's over here. Good to know. Let's go down the slow, painful, bumpy way. Get followed by a skeleton, and then a skeleton behind him. We're doing a little convoy out here. Whew. Okay, so now that's gone. You know, there's a fun. Do you want to know British-American differences I've spotted? The word caravan is never used to mean caravan in the US. A caravan is like a convoy. You know, like, we're a caravan of vehicles. We're heading out under our own sun. Because that's what red-blooded Americans do. Do you like my American accent? I like my... I gotta work on it. You know, the cool thing about Vegas is there's no, like, distinct Nevadan accent. I'm sure there is, and it's just a Californian... It's very similar to that style. But because people come there from all over the country, I get to see a lot of accents. You know, it's like all blended into my brain. Good place for me to be. Good place for me to just pick up general American vibes. Ooh, I'm American. I'm from the South. I love pickup trucks and guns. I put guns in my pickup trucks, and I make my pickup trucks look like gun. I paint my pickup truck gunmetal gray because it reminds me of my favorite thing in the world, which, need I remind you, is a firearm. I love firearms. They're really good for me and for, like, you know, Toy Cat, earlier you were saying how it's a real good thing if we look after people. But you know what would be great is if we looked after people by handing them... if we're going to hand people vitamins, let's just give them guns. That's the easy... Honestly, it probably reduces healthcare costs by a lot. Because, like, if you get shot in the... Like, do they even bother trying to perform, like, you know, like, recovering surgery on someone who's, like, got a bullet through their heart? Or do you just say, like, okay, GG, but, you know, good run, but it's over now? I'm sure they say that... unless you're, like, the president or something. I'm sure they just say the second thing. It's like, well... We could have tried, but it's, you know, it's over. Sorry about that one. You know, it's like healthcare triage is a real thing. Like, you wasting resources on someone who has a 99.99% chance not to make it. Especially, you know, and especially if it's like a business decision as it is. You know what? You're not going to make it, right? You're not gonna be making that decision anytime too soon. And so, you know, what am I even talking about? I'm talking about how Minecraft would do really well if we had another cave update. I know what you're saying, Toycat, we just got a cave update. But, like, did we really get a cave update? Did we get everything we needed from it? Or did we get a few caves in the space of 18 months, and then they moved on to, you know, like, I don't know, what was the last update even? Like, they updated the mangrove, they gave us a biome, and then said, like, yeah, you better be grateful. You better enjoy that one biome, because it took us forever. And we're gonna have a few months before we even consider working on another update now. I actually do think there's something being worked on behind. I don't know what it is. I don't know any details or anything. But they're working on something. But when it's behind closed doors, you don't know if they're making good progress on it. Like, is it going amazingly? Is it going terribly? Who knows? We don't know. All I know is that repairing my shears was the best decision I ever made, because now I can get more wool mined. It's so much faster than mining the rest of the blocks. And so if you think about it on that level, it's actually a really smart decision to do this first and this exclusively. Let's just switch this to a shear. How about I just mine every block of wool in an ancient city? Do I need all of the other blocks? Is there anything rare or special or unique about them? I think you'll find the answer to that question is no. I think you'll find there is nothing that will be rare or unique or special or advantageous. It's just all here. Speaking of things that are here, my my belief. Honestly, you know what? Something I find weird, because as this goes out, I think I'm just about to launch a brand new. Like I've been working on like 2 big merch launches this year. One was my own store, and one was a brand new makeshift thing. Like probably the last ever makeshift thing I'm doing in a while. I'm really excited about it. Like a lot of people who have the previous ones like that they have this like limited timepiece. A lot of people have asked like, so where can I get a Toycat? Because it would make, I'm sure there's like commercial sense in like relaunching it right now. But I like that it was this one-time thing. It's this special like reminder of this piece of history. So I want to do one more of those. I want to make it as affordable as possible. So I've been doing that very deliberately. It's a small item, but it's a really cool one. Like I've had it for the last couple weeks. I'm really excited by it. It's super cute. But so as well as doing that, I also had to launch my whole own store, which yeah, it took a lot of stuff because I'm a big believer in quality control. I want to make sure stuff is good before I send it to people. You know, it'd be easier to be a YouTuber who didn't care, but you know, I don't know why someone, yeah, why I'm the opposite of blessed with the need to care, but I am, sadly. It's terrible, I know. And so yeah, like the quality becomes that, and then also we're getting a brand new map coming out this month, and then also on top of all that, including like the weird products that didn't make it, etc. I've been trying to do more and more third channel stuff as like, you know, like properly produced and edited, etc. And I wondered to myself, like, am I doing a lot? Am I doing like, you know, what I should be doing? You know, like something I like something I feel good about for myself is when I exceed expectations. But like, what should the expectations be of myself? You know, what should be the barometer of what I exceed? And that's always a struggle when you work in something like, you know, like when you're making your own business. Is like, how do you measure when you've done enough? How do you measure when you've done not enough and be honest with yourself about what more you need to do? Because it's really hard to know, you know, like, is launching a new keyring, spoiler alert, for the new makeshift product. It's really cool looking. I love it so much. But I'll share more when it's about to launch. But which might, I think it is actually. It's gonna be literally like tomorrow, I want to say, as this goes live. Not tomorrow as I'm recording this. There's a lot of days we need to allot for putting this video together, huh? But there is a yeah, he's gone full invisible. Okay. There's a blue ice in there. I don't want it at all. Appreciate you offering it to me though, bud. But yeah, I think the reason doing this section by section is because like right now we're like 80% done with mining it, but it doesn't look like it, and so I'm gonna feel like I get more progress than I'm worth, and I'm gonna be depressed when I start mining the next thing and it doesn't all just start disappearing, crumbling into the aether like this. Or maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's my feeling on it at least. Okay, let's mine the floor now. I kind of didn't want to mine the floor, but I think the time has come to mine out the floor. Place down the necessary torches to prevent the skeleton pain. It's important. Yeah, one of the struggles I have in my own life, because I try to put everything I can into this. I like that that means that I can take like a week off every like couple months or so. That's like a huge. It feels huge, and I never really take proper time off because like I'm always doing some of the videos. But like feeling like I could spend a full like 5-6 days doing nothing related to it, and it might all run by itself. That's like the joy that I tried. That's like what I'm actually aiming for in the end. Is like having something that works without me managing every little element of it, right? And ultimately, that's really hard to do in any business, in any little subgenre world, whatever we want to say here. Because, yeah, there's lots of moving parts, and lots of people don't know how to move all those moving parts in just the right way. Wow, am I describing how business... Have we gotten to that level where I'm describing my business woes to all of you? But yeah, so one of the concerns I have is, like, are you doing enough? And the answer is always impossible to, like, be sure of. Yeah, I think this whole area has to go. I think that's an important thing. Let's remove the last of the blocks here, because they make the rest of it look uglier. Oh yeah, this mass destruction. I'm gonna be sad when the haste goes away. I'm gonna feel it, Oh, I'm not gonna feel it yet though. Oh, I feel it now. See, that's so much slower that I genuinely think it is worth going back regularly. Drop the wool that we got is kind of unnecessary, right? Throw this in there. Now let's go again. Okay, let's keep the mining speed. Let's power through. Yeah, it's incredible. Compared to what we were doing with just the shears of no enchantments, no beacon, this is like next level, right? This is amazing. Genuinely think it's worth doing the distance on each time. Like, okay, let's run back towards the beacon. We could probably activate it from like over here. Yeah, there's like a corner over here that's probably the sweet spot for it. And then let's get right back into it. Let's run this way. Power through. We're probably going to use up all of the shears on just this one little section. But I'm going to get all the grey wool a person could ever want. So, isn't it kind of worth it when you think about it? Like, seriously, it's fast. This is a useful method. Very effective, have to say. Whew. Okay, so very close to dead shears, but very close to dead wool. Yeah, one last batch. I would really prefer. I really would like a creeper now, just to get me over that line. But it's fine. These will last for the last blocks of this. I hope. Let's find out by doing it, and then seeing if the shears break. I'll be a little bit heartbroken if they do. But sometimes you got to accept what you've got to accept, right? Now the question is, should we keep running back and doing the thing for these blocks? Because it is also quite noticeable. But is it worth the 16-second gap? If we can find the exact sweet spot, I bet it is worth the gap. Because the sweet spot's like here, right? When we can see the beacon, we're only a few blocks away from the beacon. The beacon has something like a 64 block render distance. Maybe it's... Yeah, I think it's 64 blocks. And I think it has a 50 block radius. So where we spot the beacon, we're 14 blocks away from its effects. I think. Might be wrong about that. Might be wrong about lots of things. You can just say words, and no one even stops you. So yeah, we'll take advantage using the Netherite pickaxe. Because this is... but then when we're using the Netherite pickaxe anyway, it's not worth the difference. So I think that's how we make this decision. Do we need to get another boat out here? You better believe we do. Am I going to do my best to work around needing a boat? You better believe I'm going to. And yeah, we'll just stay on the other side of this to him. We'll be fine, I guess. Whew. So, yeah, it is, my goal is to get, like, a nice, impressive vista going. I want a shot of the area that makes you go, wow. That really is, quite the destruction, huh? That's what I need. It's what, like, I will not function without. And, gotta say, it's mentally a challenge to pull yourself forwards and further into what definitely looks like from the outside, like just pure plain insanity. But I think that's some of the fun, isn't it? It's in... Oh man, he just climbed up there, because of course he can. If I make it climbable for me, it's climbable for a slime. Something you gotta realize. But yeah, okay, nice. Get some of these, get some of that, get some of that, and let's go. I think that... Ooh, a little half slab too. I think that, like, pushing yourself past the barrier, which is where I was, like, a while ago, it's important to do. I don't know how far past we're gonna go, or how fast you should go, or how fast we even can go. Past... Also, were these blocks ones I have to mine? They look like they are because they're, like, just arbitrarily here. So I'll take them. I'm not sure if I'm happy about taking them, but I will take them. And then we're going to move over here next. I would love to mine the... would love to get this wall mined, but as you can see, no way to do that at present. I could go trade for some... Yeah, no, I don't want to... Don't know the trades right now. I want to get some creepers. We found the method. Maybe we really should do TNT. Just explode a bunch of this. It might be the fastest way on a dime to get experience. Like, long term, it's better to trade or make like a decent XP farm. But if you're in the moment like I am, maybe this is the best way. And no, something to consider. It's definitely annoying that I have to keep on running back and forth because of all these mobs spawning. Reminder about the importance of mob-proofing areas is, you know, place your torches down. Oh, placing the torch down seemed to fix the zombie, though, so... Don't place your torches down if there's a zombie nearby. Also, even though the light level has changed significantly about what you need to have down to prevent mob spawning, it still exists. So yeah, we'll place a few on the ground around here. Definitely one over there. And they'll get right back to the mining. All the blocks on this side of the staircase need to be gone, which is mostly clay right now. Not clay. I'm mixing it up with... I wonder how the brain even does this. Like, it's grey wool, and my brain's like, yep, that's clay. Like, it's abbreviating down even that. It's like, well, you can't abbreviate grey wool. That doesn't make any sense, does it? But also... I didn't even know what I'm saying at this point. Do you want to come look at my progress? I'm going to split him into tiny slimes, so he can't hurt me. And we're going to enjoy the view. Oh, that is so much destruction. It's taken its time. But it is... Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's taken its time, but it is happening, huh? Whew. Okay, so I've got a important thing check. Okay. I'm now going to mine the craft. Okay, this is the wall. This is where my brain says just stop. You've done so much. You've destroyed so much of an ancient city. But it's not enough, I tell you. There is more that must be mined. And it is I who must mine it. Okay. It's really hot. It's like British summer is never like disastrously hot, except when it was disastrously hot, at which point it was absolutely disastrously hot. But it's only like 25 degrees or something. But it's still okay, we need to switch out to this just for when we get those blocks. But like, because I'm running this recording setup, because I'm in a really well insulated room, because we design rooms around winter because winter lasts a lot longer than summer. I mean, it doesn't actually last longer than summer. That's what annoys me about people who say like, "Oh, we get 4 seasons." It's like, well, yeah, you live on the Earth. We have 4 seasons on this planet. You're really smart for paying attention in school, but don't burden me with your belief that that is original, because I hate to tell you, but it just is not. It just is not. The whole planet has 4 seasons. I guess what they're really saying is like there's 4 distinct types of weather. But like personally, I find that to be like a horrifying idea. Like, yep, You have to buy 4 sets of clothes. You have to have 4 mental mindsets. Because, you know, mentally preparing for the cold is different than mentally preparing for the heat. Mentally preparing for wet. And you like, also physically, like building buildings that can withstand all those things. It's a very different task, depending on which one you're doing. And so, also tough mines really fast. Look at that. Look, it just, it instant mines. That's what's happening. So we'll... Okay, we'll break 3 of those. Or kill 3 of those. Just to get that little boost to my shears. It's definitely not enough to start mining again yet, but it's bringing back the confidence. I think I've filled up my inventory again. Should go and empty that. Also, we found another skull catalyst. I don't know if that's going to be useful for anything. If you explode skulk and you're near a skulk sensor, will it just create more skulk? I wonder if you can use that to your advantage. Just use a hoe to mine skulk so experience comes out of it, and then a skulk sensor will turn it into more skulk, right? Is that how that works? I'm not sure if that's how that works. We've reached the stage of the video where I'm starting to have ideas, you know, and that's a good time. But yeah, so it's really hot. It's been going on for hours. I have other videos I need to record. But that's the beauty, isn't it? It's the fact that we'll keep on going. This isn't a race. It's a jog. Wait, what's the phrase? This isn't a marathon. It's a sprint. This isn't a sprint. It's a marathon. Is it a marathon? No, wait. This isn't a. Yeah, this is a marathon. And it's a marathon where halfway through you're questioning to yourself, like, what am I even doing? But then you push through it, and you tell your body, yeah, you're gonna do what I tell you to. You know, those people who can do that are impressive, because when you're running that far for that long, your body must be like, is this really, really worth it? And it's like, if you think about like the nature explanation, it's like, yeah, running that long just for fun, not a good idea. If you can walk to a place, then walking makes a lot of sense, just because you feel like going. So like the reason your body is like constantly trying to get you to stop running is because it's like, unless this is like literally the only source of food and you need this, in which case you can like reassure me and I'll go away. Like you better convince me this is worthwhile, because I'm not seeing it right now. Is what your body basically says when you do a I guess any endurance sport really, right? Is it's just trying to tell you like, hey, this is very unnecessary. What is happening right here? You gotta have a compelling reason. And so as soon as but when you give yourself the motivation, you keep going. And so what like to me marathons are about, besides like obviously having the body health, I couldn't run a marathon no matter how mentally motivated I was. But running a lot of marathons, doing it for a living, you need not only to be in shape, but then you also need to be able to convince yourself over and over again, yes, I need to do this. Yes, this is worthwhile. You know, it's a mental endurance sport as much as it is a physical one. And that's kind of metal to me. That is, I like that. I think that is seriously cool. I think the idea of a sport which is like mind taxing is a really cool idea. Also, we're picking up so many stairs again. Like we have all the stairs in the world. If you ever want deep slate tile stairs, just come into an ancient city, start mining away. It'll make you question the questions you start to have to yourself when you're under pressure. Like, it's an interesting mindset to be in. Like, it's definitely draining. It's definitely making me say to myself, like, what are we doing here? What is anyone doing when they attempt a project like this, really? But as well as making you question what you're doing, it also, I know, it awakens a very different part of you. Like, the reason being comfortable is like so bad for you, in my opinion, is because I'd say like different parts, like different feelings, you know, physical things, invoke different mental, like, I don't know, sensations, different. It's almost like different personalities. You know the phrase "you're not you and you're hungry." There's like some genuine truth to that. Like, you are basically a different person. You don't have the same responses to stuff. You'll get hangry. You'll start snapping at things because all you want right now, you might want in your normal life, like this self-fulfillment of feeling like, you know, being the first, I don't know, being the first person to swim across the Atlantic using only your bones, your legs. That's a bad example because it's an extreme athlete. You might want in your life to be real comfortable, have a cabin in the woods where you have to drive half an hour to the nearest supermarket because that's your definition of luxury. But then, you know, when you're hungry, you don't want any of that. All you want in that moment is like, please, can I have food? You know, it's a different mindset. It's a very interesting one to be in my opinion. Also, I ran away. I got too far away from the chest. So it doesn't happen again. It happened again. And I lost my pickaxe too. Well, I didn't lose it, but like, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Okay, put this back. Put this down. Okay, let's go. And so yeah, like, being exhausted is like terrible, but being there reminds you of how much you hate being exhausted. Like, you know when you're sick and you're like, oh, it would be so great not to be sick? But then when you're not sick again for more than a day, you just forget about it. Right now, I'm not thinking to myself how great it would be not to be sick. The cool advantage of being sick is you remember how awesome it is not being sick. And so, in the same way, the great advantage of being super, super uncomfortable. Maybe you're doing a silly endurance project that makes you question things sometimes. Also, I put out the wrong pickaxe. Also, why do I even have the other pickaxe here with me? I don't need it. I've used these scaffoldings once. I don't remember when I used them. I think it was lava on the very first thing. Yeah, after that, it's been useless. They've just been taking up a slot that have slowed me down. So yeah, being uncomfortable is this useful reminder, in my opinion, about a lot of things, but mostly about, it's mostly a useful reminder that you need to be in a different state, and my brain is giving up on me. You know, you might say, how are you going to have 6 hours of conversation topics to look at? But allow me to tell you right now about how great it is to be in this like state of exhaustion. Because it's terrible in one sense of the word, sure. But again, it's also like this like great reminder that like later tonight, you know, when I'm in bed, when I'm watching some TV and chilling down, it's going to feel extra good. Like, there's this weird thing about relaxing where it stops, the more you do it, the faster it stops working. Like, if you've ever been on a holiday where the goal is to lay on a beach or lay on a deck chair by a pool, like, you know, they set up resorts to be super great for that. Like, food is tasty, but it's quick. You know, there's a buffet you go to, at least the one I went to. There's a buffet you go to. So you spend literally like 40 minutes in your day doing something essential, you know, like showering, eating, etc. And then the rest of your day is all about do nothing. Do whatever you want. Watch Netflix, sure. I think that's a really interesting like place to be in, because you realize very quickly, not everyone realizes at different paces, but the whole point behind those resorts almost are to make you realize that doing nothing is boring. That's why there's always people there selling you on tours. It's like, hey, you want to do something? Well, you're in the middle of nowhere, but luckily there are people who bring buses out here to go take you to exciting things. Every time I've been to one of those places, someone's been like, yeah, I can't stand doing nothing for that long. But like, unless you are in the situation, unless you go on a holiday to realize that you don't like doing nothing, you'll feel like, oh god, what I need right now more than anything is just a holiday. Sorry, a vacation. I love my American translations. I know everyone understands me when I say holiday, but I like to mix it in anyway. It adds a lot to my day. I hope it adds something to yours. Yeah, so I think like being in this state of like crazy hard work makes you enjoy. It works the other way too. Like when you relax too hard, you're gonna enjoy your work a little bit more. You're gonna remember why you like having a sense of purpose or whatever else you're looking for. And it works the same way when you work super, super hard. I don't want to say overworking yourself is smart. Like planning to overwork yourself is maybe not so smart. Working I'm gonna drink a lot of water. It's been too long. Let's get some sips in. You want to see me, internet? Yeah, I'll give you a quick glance. This is me now. I'm gonna switch out to mouse and keyboard too. You know, let's put the green screen up. Yeah, look at that. Now you can see a little bit of Minecraft behind me. But yeah, it's important to sometimes like push yourself, because partially you realize the point where you're enjoying pushing yourself, you realize where you're not. Partially you enjoy your time off way more. I mean, I've been rewatching Community for like the third or fourth time recently. You know, this area here is so good for a creeper. I haven't even been appreciating it. Yeah, look at the glory that is a creeper explosion out here. Oh yeah, this is joy. Oh, that is absolute joy right there. I think I need to start putting more on my pickaxe and less on everything else. But that doesn't mean I'm necessarily going to. But yeah, I'm hot. I'm mentally drained. But I'm gonna push forwards a little. Oh god, I don't want to see my achievements. I'm really sad because ever since I stopped playing Minecraft Xbox, I don't have all the achievements anymore. But I'm also not inspired enough to go out and get them because there's like 120 now. And like it's not fun to get achievements for the second time, right? That's not an exciting activity to anyone. And so I'm kind of stuck. Okay, look at this. I'm finally gonna live my dream. And I'm gonna be able to mine all the wool over here with this mega efficiency that just, oh, it's just so enjoyable. It's so noticeable too. Like you really feel it, every ounce of it. Even now that we're slowing down, I'm feeling better about the slowdown there. Okay, so I'm gonna switch out the second pickaxe because it's basically dead anyway for the axe, because I'm gonna break these. You know, they're just kind of getting in the way, and that means I can also finally remove this little ladder, which has been taunting me for too long. And I'll place all these blocks now over by that big slime. Isn't it crazy how high up all these chests are by relation to the rest of the structure? You don't realize until you realize. But then when you realize, you've realized. So this chest needs some more wool, right? Yep. And it needs some more carpet. Oh, I think I already sent up a full carpet chest. Because I remember I had carpets in one of those. Does this have stuff in it? It does. Let's throw some... You know what? I just don't like you, slimes. I wish you'd realize that and leave me alone. Okay, so I've got some ladders. I'm gonna probably break a couple more sets. Wait, do you see? Is there other blocks over there? There are. Okay, let's go inwards before going outwards. Make two little diagonals over here. Okay, I'm a little bit too far apparently. Right there. Okay, let's go in there. Let's pick up those blocks before they despawn. Important we do that, in my opinion. Actually, did it despawn? I can't even tell at this stage. And then let's also get all of these ceiling blocks. Yeah, now we can officially destroy this area. It's going to be a satisfying one to see go to. It's going to be very satisfying to see it go. I think we should finish off this pickaxe, just for the joy. Just so we can say a pickaxe died for the sins today. It's an important part of this, in my opinion. Do you ever... Oh, creeper, yes. Yes, and there's a perfect corner over here for him too. It's like such a good corner. This corner was designed with creepers in mind. Like, it seriously was. Look at this. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Just, oh, like, it's amazing the difference it makes. Okay, and that's also going to be a big difference to my motivation to get this little corner just fully wiped out. You know, I want to look at this place from the entrance and be like, wow, there sure is nothing out there. You know, at the very least, having it be entirely gone from the entrance, that's like a minimum product at this point, right? But how long are YouTube videos meant to be? You know, why do we trim them down and make them so watchable when we could just make 7-hour monstrosities? I've accepted we're gonna hit the 7-hour mark. I don't feel great about it, but it's an accepted truth now. I think escaping 8 or 9 is gonna be very hard. You know, maybe this hits 10 hours. Maybe that'd be a fun. Maybe that's a fun idea for a project. Is we start, and then it actually takes more than double as long as we think, and then we hit how many digits? Double digits, but on the hours, so like 4 digits if you include the seconds. That's no wait, no minutes. There's minutes and there's seconds in an hour. See, I think I'm also a different person to talk to when I'm hungry. Like when I'm hungry, I'm going to talk about food nonstop. You know, when you need something more, you talk about that thing. That's a crazy element of the human condition. Yeah, I like this area because it results in creepers. So I'm gonna hang around here a bit. Well, I'm not going to apparently because there'd be too many blocks in my inventory. See that speed of my brain. See how fast I can think right now. That's a mindset you can't always get in. The wall chest is full. Wow, that is something. I should go put it in the other one, but I'm not going to. I'm just gonna run over. I'm gonna do a big mine across. Yeah, let's go. Just all the way gone. Just make it not so anymore. This is. It's always cool. Like, seeing the whole project done is the ultimate satisfaction. At this point, I'm not even excited about the ultimate thing. I'm excited about all the individual pieces. Maybe that's how my brain is, like, rationalizing with itself. Like, you can't finish this. There's just no way you can. And so rather than, like, saying to myself, like, I can't finish it, and that's okay. It's like, you don't want to finish it. The real joy is in finishing enough that you get a real nice screenshot. You know, that's what you really want. You want to change your goalposts so that they're still impressive, but it's definitely not on whole ancient city. But maybe that's not what I want. Maybe that's not what my whole heart desires. Maybe what is actually going on is you know, like an effective dopamine releasing system or whatever you want to call it. A brain power smarts. An effective system, an effective, like, head is one that says, like... Because when you chase unreasonable targets, you can only be disappointed when you fail them, right? Unless you succeed, but then they're not unreasonable targets. The perfect sweet spot is in wanting exactly achievable things. Which is a very tricky thing to want, because you don't know if something is achievable till after you go after it. I think that's actually the biggest difference between people who are, like, really successful and not. Is in how big do you aim a goal. I mean, the actual biggest differences are all environmental and stuff. Oh, I never finished my point about power lines. Yeah, the reverse effect there. Also, I want that creeper to come down. Can I tempt you down, Mr. Creeper? I can give him some scaffolding, but I don't think it's worth it. Maybe if I, like, encourage the zombie to walk at me the right way, he'll knock the creeper down. Yeah, I think that'll work. Oh, it's working the other way right now. Well, it was a good idea. There are diamonds up there, too. There's so many diamonds in this place. Like, for real. Do you see them all? Okay, my inventory's full. And it's, like, cluttery full again. So let's go back. Let's empty the clutter. This is my clutter chest. So in goes some redstone, some slime balls. I've got some sticks on me, and I don't know where these came from. Like, I clearly put them there. But when, why, how, what, where, wow, you know? That's my question. So not going to get any good answers to that anytime soon. You know, isn't that suspicious? No one's answering my when, what, we, wow, wiggle questions. I think I'm going to place the rail behind the minecarts now. I think I've reached the point where I want to do that. We'll place them on it later. But for now, we're just going to move this... Oh, I see why I would want to, like... Oh, man, they have so much momentum. Just, like, come on. You know, where was this momentum when I needed you all the way up there? That's all I'm saying. So we'll move it this way now. Gonna need some more rail, but I'll pick it up and place it as I go, I guess. Okay, this corner needs to get done. This part of the success is non-negotiable. Let's go. Yeah, I think I get a bigger boost from the diamond pickaxe being speeded up. I didn't put away all the deep slate stuff. That's fine. You know, I'm gonna pick up more of the deep slate stuff, so it's really no loss. I should put away the not deep slatey stuff. Oh, they didn't put away the wool either, so you know, I'm not sure what I'm doing right now. I can mix the two stacks. Yeah, see, Minecraft is a game that teaches you math. You got to know if two two numbers add up to greater than 64. Because if they added up to 65, there'd be no point combining the stacks. Because I'd have the same amount of inventory space dedicated. But because I could work out in my head real quick, that was 63. It saved me from a lot of pain. You know, I mean, by that I mean it saved me from like half a second and maybe a bit of embarrassment. I'm gonna do something bad. I'm gonna break this with my shears so that I get the experience for my shears. Yeah, I did a no-no. I did one of the sculk blocks that was probably definitely part of the build. It's gone now. There's, you know, the whole project makes no sense. We're at the self-sabotage phase of enlightenment. You know, hopefully we do a full loop round back to happy. Okay, so this section is look. This is a joyous moment I would like to share with you, internet. We spent many hours here together. It's been a journey. We've spoken about power lines and reverse causation, and how vitamins are probably a scam. Same with, you know, same with like acne care. This annoyed me so much as like a teenager who had pretty bad acne. People insisting that like their face care routines are what solve their acne. It's like no. Like it's like mostly genetic. Like it's obviously there's some amount of like wash your face, and if you don't, oil will build up more than if you don't. But like people have been like, oh yeah, there's this one product that solves it, and it's like no, you had a breakout, and the breakout would have gone away naturally. Again, assuming good hygiene, and then you happen to use this product, and now you associate it with the good. Same with vitamins. Like oh yeah, I started drinking more water, stopped eating like crap. Gave up alcohol and also started vitamins. It's probably the vitamins that did all the good for me. It's like no. It was the other things. It was definitely the other things. All that other stuff you did, that was the difference maker. Oh, okay. Let's get my my beacon effect on, shall we? Oh, we have to go quite far this way. Okay, now let's sprint back in. And let's do some mass wall destruction. Okay. Oh man, yeah, it's so good feeling. It just cannot get over the speed. It's amazing. Okay, so we're back to regular speed. Also, not picking any of the blocks up, but that doesn't faze me. That's not my biggest concern. So yeah, I think that now we had that little break and we appreciated so much more what we have, right? I think so. I think we can say that fairly definitively. And that's good. Appreciation is important. If you don't appreciate what you have, you'll never ever feel content. You'll always feel like, you know, that's so many people are always looking for like more, bigger, better. And that's a good part of humanity, but it can be used for evil. Well, not for evil, it can be used for wrong. Also, let's move some of the wool from this to there, just so we can oh, this one's fallen off the rails, it seems. The sole benefit of this being, of course, now we've got more space in there for what we need. Also, let's dump out this garbage because it just piles up. Let's pick up this block and let's go. If we fly, then the effect will last for longer, which is what we need because we've got so much of it to destroy up here. There's just so many blocks of wool. It's just everywhere. I don't know how there's so much of it, but there really is. Okay, so yeah, this is gonna be a whole minecart chest by itself. Just you can tell by looking at the sheer volume of it, right? This is gonna be a whole task in its own doing. But that's okay. Also, I'm gonna leave the mine shaft intact. I think that's what I've decided I want to do. Right, obviously, what I also want to do is get this creeper to explode over here. There's some sculk thingamajigs, so that's a concern. Okay, so I'm gonna let the creeper explode. Please don't blow up the sculk sensor. And we're gonna give it my pickaxe this time. And we went on a controversial one there. Also, yeah, those sculk catalysts are really mellowing out my vibe. They're ruining my vibe, harshing my mellow. I don't know what the word is. I don't know what the collection of things I have to say is. But they're doing the bad version of that. Okay, so torch goes here. Torch goes here. Torch can go over here too. I think not having torches actually works out quite well as long as it's not a slime chunk. In fact, even if it's a slime chunk, these other mobs kind of work out in my favor. If we had like a smite bow enchantment as well as infinity, so I could take them out from a distance, that'd be nice. That'd be really good. I would love an enchantment that kill. I guess honestly, start wearing Thorn's armor, because if you got mending on, just let mobs kill themselves. That might be where the money's at. Are these all filled with? Okay, this is my new wool chest. I've only got 2 stacks of wool, which cannot be correct, so I'm gonna have to go back and make sure I didn't miss some somehow. I'm also gonna go for like, is there ever gonna be a time where I want these rotten flesh? There's probably not, but yeah, I'm storing them in a chest anyway. That's gonna be like hoarding mentality. You know, like you know you don't want something, but you're storing it just in case you do. That's not healthy, right? That's not like ideal behavior. That's a problem. That's a problem masquerading as a solution. You know, I think people are filled with problems masquerading as solutions, by the way. I said it as a funny set of words. But I think it's really true. I think we're all filled with like what we think of the solution to some big problem, but it's really just the start of the next big one. Like really in life, the struggle is in finding what are the things that actually bring me joy and remove sadness. What actually does that for me? And the answer is, it's really, really hard to give that a reasonable answer. The answer is that we're all wired differently. And also, there's lots of things that are like bad for us that bring us joy, and there's lots of things that are good for us that don't bring us joy. But then, and like everyone kind of understands that. Like, yeah, if you enjoy poisoning yourself with various intoxicants, but then there's the dangerous area of things that feel like they're good but aren't. Also, there was deep state inside of. Should I leave that there? I guess it's gone now. Things that feel like they're good for you but are actually harmful, and things that feel like they're harmful for you but are actually good. You know, like if you, I know a good example might be like, I don't know, avocado. I think avocado is like relative. It's better for you than you might expect, but it's also really fatty. It's like you need to lower the rest of the fat consumption in your life to balance out an avocado, rather than treating an avocado as a standalone vegetable. Or like potatoes are the same thing, right? Like they're not really a vegetable because they're so starchy. Like it's better than eating other non-vegetable starches, but not better than not eating not vegetable. Also, I get the effect from this little corner. That is useful to know. Okay, gonna run in. I'm gonna do the big wool mine now. Let's go. It's actually really far till we can get there. Okay, let's go. Make the progress. Get the destruction in. All the way through. Oh, so satisfying. Just so enjoyable. It's all gone too, and we're all the way at the next level. Yeah, that is enjoyable. And then we'll mine out on the way out. Just mine along here. Remove all the blocks. And then we'll come back in. Yeah, this is immense now. Like, because we were mining in a straight line, it was harder to see the total progress. But now you can look at that progress. It hits different, you know? Yeah, I think it might be the golden carrots that are our limiting resource here. I'm shocked to say this, given how it was looking earlier. But we might end up running out of golden carrots before the structure is gone. I don't want to believe it's true. But what else can we believe? Given the circumstances. The tragic, tragic circumstances. Okay, so back to mining over here. And then we'll run off over to this side just to finish off all the wool. There's obviously some in the ceiling, but I think this is the bigger batch. The more important batch, perhaps we could say. So all out the ceiling we go. I think I should go up there just in case something's fallen onto something else. Because now we have removed all the wool. Okay, so let's make a little staircase up. Obviously got to get those soul lanterns. Those are very important. And, yeah, we must be at... Every single chest holds 1,700 items. We're definitely at, like, 12.5 chests, maybe. We're like 20-something thousand blocks in. Which is crazy to be able to say out loud when you start to analyze that mentally. It's cool to be able to say out loud, perhaps we could also say. It's also scary, though. It's also scary. Okay, let's mine these blocks down. And then we're going to have to go to another... Oh, no, we're not full. We're going to do one last push for the last little bits of grey wool up here. And up here as well. Just, you know what? It's important. So we're going to make sure we value it like it's important. Also, using that mining fatigue, or mining haste, whatever, to do this. Ooh, yeah, isn't that great? Mine through here. And then up to the ceiling we go. A little bit less efficient, and a little bit less efficient feeling. But still, important nonetheless. And there we go. Nice. Yeah, definitely running away from a beacon as fast as you can. Mining blocks along the way. A better strategy than you might assume. A better strategy than you might assume. Also, yeah, Minecraft has this big issue with mine. They don't like mine shafts going through ancient cities. I've solved your issue for you, Mojang. I found your problem, and I have removed it. That you will no longer find an ancient city near my mine shafts. You know what's terrifying is if one of these files like fully corrupts. It's like, what? You know, no one's gonna believe like the whole after like having the whole statement about like at the beginning, like, oh yeah, so we're not gonna do that cut away and say, ooh, so here's what I did off camera. The whole point is it's all on camera. This is a very on camera video. This is too on camera, this video. Yeah, I have to start like preparing to leave my house soon. It is very late, but I have a meeting, which is a fun way of describing meeting friends, right? Don't say, oh yeah, I'm hanging out. It's like, no, I have a meeting to attend. It's much more formal. People take it much more seriously too. That's something you realize real quick. Like, so I was mentioning like, you know how like children are like money drains. I got a friend who does very well for himself, but his mother does even better for herself. But you know, like part of the culture for him is like, of course, you give back to your parents in exchange for, you know, them having given birth to you and looked after you for all those years. But like, it blows my mind the idea of like, yeah, of course you give money to your parents. It's like, why do you give money to them? And like logically, it does make more sense their way around. That's the worst bit. Like, yeah, you are this massive financial drain to your parents. Give some of that money back. Ideally, give them a return on their investment that makes them proud of having you. But like, you know, at least give some of it back. Whereas I feel like in our culture, you almost like you despise your parents for having made you. Like, why would you do this to me? Why would you make me alive? Now I have to exist and feel emotions. I can't believe you've done this. Also, getting up here is going to be a pain, but I need to do it. Let's fly into the ladder, maybe. There we go. Then mine down from the top. Okay, there we go. That's what I like to see. We're going to run over to this set of chests, just because I want to check them out. I feel like I've got like a partially full chest. Could do with some extra blocks, just like this. The sculk over here definitely needs some topping up. Oh, look how many sculk blocks I've mined. I was wondering why the hoe was running so low, but it makes sense that I've been using it a ton. I just didn't really know that I was using it a ton, you know? Like, I don't know why that doesn't register, but it doesn't. That's just how life be. Yeah, this corner could use a good creeper explosion too. There's a lot of parts of this world that just need an explosion in them. And it really is disappointing. It really is a huge disappointment. So, yeah, I think that's an interesting cultural difference to me, like how, you know, like you give money that way. Because it would be cool if having a child was like, yeah, if you do better with a child. Because right now, one of the things we kind of collectivized in the Western world is if children do badly, it's everyone's problem. And if children do well, it's everyone's success. I think that's called the neighborhood effect. But like if you know, if you give birth to someone who creates the next I don't know, like eBay, who creates the next social media platform and gets 10 billion in venture capital funding, everyone gains on that because, you know, when you make 10 billion in shares in a year, you pay income or capital gains tax depending on how you've structured your business. But like 20 to 40% of that goes straight back to everyone. You know, we all make some money from that. And so, and in reverse, when you mess up as a parent, it's not your retirement that's ruined. It's not your stuff that gets stolen, although maybe that happens too. Like, your children go out and start stealing from other people. your children go out and start committing serious crimes, you know, like violent sexual crimes, like violent comma sexual, not necessarily violent sexual at the same time. I hope it's not both of those at the same time, but like they're doing these like terrible, tragic things, and society at large has to suffer for what you did with your children. And in reverse, like, you get some benefit in being able to, like, humble brag about how great your child is. Oh yeah, he founded Snapster Chatgram, and it does this amazing thing where the only way to talk to each other is through 3-second long videos. And, you know, so you got 10 billion in funding. I'm kind of, you get that, but that's kind of it. You don't think to yourself like, heck yeah, I'm in for a payout. My son made 10 billion. He knows he owes me 25%. And I think that's like a fascinating, like, same with, like, you know, if you won the lottery, I think that's the one circumstance where it's assumed you might give your family money. But I don't think they would. I don't think, at least my family, no one would hold it against me if I didn't give them lottery money, which is probably how I think, which is why I think it's a good family. But it's a really interesting difference to me, that just where is the money expected to go? Whose gain and loss is this? And I wonder if it is better the other way. If having people be incentivized to make good children because it's their lives that are ruined, if not. But then you could argue, like, well, the current system, like, having a child that goes to prison is, like, going to be really embarrassing, you know? It also sucks because you can't see him while he's in prison. You know, that's objectively true. Having a... okay, we got our effect again. I don't think it's worth coming over here and doing. I'm just doing it to break up the mining. Sometimes you need to do that in life, you know? Sometimes you need to do that. Oh yeah, this is good. This is greatly enjoyable. There we go. That's some good speed. I think we did it. I think we destroyed all of the little hallway that started here at spawn. I think every block all the way out to that corner is destroyed. You can just see the mine shaft, and then you can just about see the portal over there. Which is pretty cool, huh? It's pretty cool. I bet, actually, wait, what's the view like from up here? Can you even see the... Yeah, you can barely see there is an ancient city out here. Oh, actually, there's a few blocks chilling in the sky up there. I wonder why I didn't get these. Oh, I don't wonder why anymore. I guess I need to plop these down on the ground. And then I need to scaffold myself up. Whew, it's like a ladder, but like worse. Okay, so we stack up and we mine it. I think I see some skulk over there, unless that was the same blocks. And did I see skulk? Am I going crazy? Yeah, apparently I'm going crazy. It's fine. Okay, so now we got our blocks. Make sure we pick those up. We throw them in our chests. And what does the minecart tell me today? Actually, yeah, rather than having this go around in like silly circles, I think I should start building it towards over there. So I'm actually gonna borrow some of these tracks, and by borrow I mean, you know, whatever the opposite of that is. If we leave the track like this and then we replace it, it'll become a curve, right? Can you break it with your fist? You can. Becomes a nice little curve, and then from there we can make our thing. It's gonna have to go across here, so that's kind of ugly. We also can break this and make this part of the whole system. Yeah, there we go. So as long as we remove that, it'll eventually go onto something over here, and we can build this, go in the right direction. And now we need fewer minecart rails to connect this all later. Because we do have to start moving resources away. I thought I would use fewer minecart chests, but I thought incorrectly. Okay, so next up, I think this is the next thing that has to go. I think it has to be. It's a pretty easy structure to destroy too. Oh, I haven't even emptied my inventory. All that just looking at the minecarts. I didn't even bother emptying my inventory into one. Yeah, I think, also, do I have wall space in here? I do. I think this has to be the next thing to go, because it's also relatively easy. You know, like, what do you have to do? You have to destroy a few pillars up, destroy a few pillars down. I think this is a nice structure to have as a next challenge, because after those exhaustingly long ones, and after this, which I'm still getting through, I think I need an easy win. I think I'll take the easy win right now. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go. Whew. Okay. So we I think now is the time. While I'm in like high spirits. Here's the thing, like quitting while you're ahead is usually bad advice, by the way. But I think right now I'm gonna take that advice myself. I'm gonna allow myself some time to like mentally compose, so I can hang out with friends without feeling like, you know, like, hey, do you want to hear about this thing I just did? So I've been destroying this city all day. Yeah, we're gonna have to approach this again tomorrow or tonight. If I'm coming back and it's tonight, I've made some poor life decisions. I'm sorry, internet. Sorry to burden you with those. But hopefully I'm back here tomorrow and all is well. There's 2 enchanted golden apples in here. Jesus Christ. So yeah, we got a nice easy win tomorrow though to start things off. And after that, sky's the limit, right? Well, I mean, wife 25 is the limit. But you know what I'm saying. Ooh, let's get that creeper down from up there. He is in just the right place. Also, there is still skulk sensors up there. Actually, wait, there's a creeper up here. I genuinely think it's worth stacking up to him. Yeah, it's gonna be funny to stack up to him, if nothing else. So let's do it. Okay. Where are you, Mr. Creeper? I did tell you it would be funnier. And you know what? I stand by that. I stand by that. I think there's a lot of XP up there still. You know what annoys me more than anything else in the world? The phrase EXP. I said I was going, I'm gonna go. This is what we're looking like so far. Let's see what we... Also, look at this area. It's so huge. This is what we're looking like so far. Let's see what it is in a minute. And I'm back after being hit by a slime. I had a good evening. I think it was important. You know, taking breaks from things that you enjoy is important. Taking breaks from things you don't enjoy is also important. But I really am enjoying this in a weird way. Like, I think by now, if I didn't like it, I could have easily justified my way out and said it'd be a 4-hour video. But you know, I still have my golden carrots, and so I'm still going. That is my that is my way forward, and I'm gonna make it work. It's gonna be great. Anyway, so yeah, I went to a really cool place actually. If you're curious, it had it didn't have a name. It just had shapes as the name, and like it's kind of weird going to a place and instead of having like like their name written above it, it had like just a bunch of shapes. Like it was called circle, triangle, square, something like that. And yeah, it's really interesting because well, so we're gonna place down some torches. I'll place one on the wall over here just to light this area up while Again, I like light. But yeah, so it's kind of weird because like you're so used. It's like street names and numbers. We're so used to the idea if there is a street number or a street name that when you hear about the systems they have and like I don't know, there's I think it's in like Baden somewhere in the state of Baden-Baden. There's this in Germany. It's a big city. It starts like a H, I want to say. I can't name it right now. But there's this big city. They don't use street names and numbers. They use city blocks as their guidance. Like, you're named not by where you are on your street. You're named by which block that you're... Come on, leave me alone. You know, it's very rude that he followed me around, I have to say. Anyway, you know, like it's normal for us to have addresses that are based on the street number, but it's not normal... It's you know, my German city names aren't very good right now, but there's a city in Germany that does it that way, and it's weird. In certain cultures, they still haven't fully adopted the idea of street names and numbers. They still use, I think it's even Hawaii. They still use like, yeah, you go past the medium-sized oak tree, and then obviously not the main island, but like it's interesting to me that like the very concept by which we direct people to places still aren't standardized. And so when you are somewhere where it is standardized, it's quite surprising because it shouldn't really be that shocking that like, yeah, turns out, oh man, it's just so dark. I wish it wasn't. This is sad Minecraft. The more darkness there is in Minecraft, the sadder a time you're having. That's just true facts right there. But so yeah, it's really interesting because you're so used to place having names that like, what do you do when it has no name? Woo! Like a part of me is even thinking like, is it legal to not have a name as a business? Like or it has a name, it's just not. pronounceable in regular letters, but like, could you have a foreign name? If you could have a foreign name, why can't you have a letter made up of shapes? And so, I know, yeah. Clearly, by the way, the whole reason that got a shape the names thing, it's like a gimmick, right? Like, if you want people to spend time in your place, especially adults, you need gimmicks, because I think there's this weird concept of novelty we all have, where, you know, like, getting people to do the basic standard thing, you know, they'll just do it, like that, kind of instinctively. No one ever plans to go to McDonald's, you're hungry, and so you end up going to McDonald's, right? Like, no one ever plans to eat too much late at night. It's just, like, you know, you've got a box of, a whole bag of crisps. No one thinks to themselves, I'll have the whole bag. It's just you have the bag in front of you, and so you're watching your TV show, and now the whole bag is gone. Maybe you ate a whole bag of crisps during this video. Did you plan to do it? I don't know if that's true. Maybe it is true. I don't know. Like that. I sometimes enjoy sitting down a movie and being like, yeah, this is gonna be the worst thing. I'm gonna have so many snacks during this. It's gonna be the best movie. And then I enjoy the snacks more than the movie, and I question why I can't just do that by itself. But it feels unceremonious because there's no novelty. It has to be for a reason, for some special cause, or why wouldn't you do it every day? And you know, maybe you should do it every day. Maybe if you enjoy something, you shouldn't wait for special occasions. And that's the weird thing about like the very premise behind, you know, big holidays. They have to, you know, the reason we have a birthday every year, the reason we have Christmas every year, like why do we need, you know, like people always say this is such a stereotypical line. Why do you need Valentine's Day just to show people that you're special? You matter to me 365 days a year. And it's like, first of all, shut up. But second of all, you know, like, we do need novelty. It's like having that day means now it's like especially important that you show your love on that day. And like, as grand gestures, it's weird. You can't do a grand gesture every day, even if like that would freak people out. I genuinely do think if every single day you're like, oh, I got you flowers to your work, or I baked you some cookies, or guess what, I got you a holiday. You know, like that grand gestures run out soon because they stop being grand, which is the very kind of appeal and point off Valentine's Day, or any other example, like Christmas. Like, spending time with your family shouldn't be limited to once a year, but having one time a year where, like, I guess the American, I know you also have Christmas over there, but like, it feels as though Thanksgiving is the time where everyone actually goes home for the holidays. I think Thanksgiving is the busiest time for flights, which tells me that mathematically speaking, more people must go home for Thanksgiving than they do for Christmas. Which means, you know, I don't know what that means, honestly. It tells me interesting things, though. Speaking of interesting things, let's just keep loading some blocks in here. I think we're doing it inefficiently. Like, again, if we had some sorter, it might be better. But you know what else would be better? If we solve world hunger. Do you expect me to do that in this video, too? I hope you don't, because I'm not going to. Although, you know, while we're speaking of hunger, I'm not very hungry right now, but, like, I could eat. I ate too much last night. This is the problem with... This is the problem with making, like, one bad decision, is one bad decision leads into another. This is why, like, I don't know. I think I mentioned earlier, maybe I didn't, like, you know what? Just cut down on the poisoning yourself with alcohol. Yeah, let's do it right here, actually. I think I could have gotten more out of that. I think I should have gotten more out of that, but I didn't, so how about that? Place some more torches. We're going to need more of those later, but it's fine. I'm going to run away from the spider, and we're going to do a little bit more work on this center. I think we can make a real nice impact on this thing. I think the inside's going to have to go soon. I kind of don't want it to go. I feel like I have this like emotional attachment to it. But since we're destroying the walls over here, I guess it makes sense that soon enough we should start destroying more than the walls. You know? Maybe that's... I think that's what we have to admit at some point. That everything goes, walls and all. Speaking of walls and all, yeah, I think we have this like novelty inside of us. And so... A bar having no name and just having shapes. It's like a quirky, like, ooh, it doesn't have a name. It's marketing, right? Weird things happen all the time because, like, it's like I was saying, like, you need a novelty factor to compel you to make, especially something that you can only do once a week. If you're, or once a month or once every few months or whatever. Like, going to watch a movie, people just won't do for just a standardly good movie. Like, generic good action movies, what was the last one I watched? It was like The Lost Treasure, I want to say. Or maybe Uncharted's a better example. I watched that on a plane. I wouldn't pay to watch that, even though I hear it was a good movie. Actually, you know, from what I watched of Uncharted, I didn't watch the whole thing because it wasn't very good, by the way. So, spoiler, movie is not good. But Is that even a spoiler? Can you just assume that movies aren't good these days? I feel like you can. You make a pretty good... You know, disliking movies is way more fun than liking movies, right? Just have to throw that out there right now. Put my biases on the table. It's fun to dislike a movie. It really is. If you don't think it is, then you haven't disliked the right movies yet. Because it's fun. It's just objectively true that it's fun when you don't like a movie and you get to talk about how much you don't like it. Because having strong emotions is, you know, it's not okay in society, besides when it comes to movies. It's like, you know why I hate this movie is because it ruined my wife and the kids and turned them against me. And you know what? Those cheating bastards. It's definitely the movie that is there. You know, like having an outlet for emotions. Maybe that's what we all need. Honestly, that's why I think sport is so popular. Like when you examine sport on any level, it's a really dumb thing. By the way, I'm saying that the closest thing to a sport I can get into is Formula 1, which isn't really a sport. It's people driving cars around and calling it a sport. But I digress. But I think the useful thing about sport is you get to be like, yeah, you know, like, what else in your life are you allowed to be like every single week? Like, yeah, minor insignificant thing happened, but I'm letting out some happy. Or they let a goal in, they did. Or I didn't want them to get the goals. I wanted us to get the goals so we would win, but they won instead. Oh, this is tragic and unpredictable. And, you know, like, I'm going to throw my, this garbage over there. Just because I could pick up this stuff, and that's important. You know, it's a societally acceptable show of emotions, and what's not to love about that? What is not to love about societally... you know, actually, I guess, how about we have a big debate about it in the comments? Let's let out our feelings on societally acceptable shows of feelings, shall we? But more seriously, I think that is the... Oh my god, I hate slime so much. Give me a creeper. If you're going to give me all these hostile mobs, I think I'm owed a creeper. I think that's the only fair way to do it. Where's my creeper? I need the blocks. I mean, I need the experience. There we go. That's just what I asked for. Yeah, honestly, running around the dark parts of the ancient city, because apparently I still have some, just to fix up the pickaxe, might be a smart use of resources. You know, I say might. It is a smart use of resources. Witches, on the other hand, that's just a way to get poisoned real quick. We'll take the XP because it is double as much as normal. But yeah, I'm mostly just here looking for a creeper in the corner. If there's no creeper in the corner, then there's no me in the corner. Yeah, there's a lot left to this thing. A lot of the, you know, like, these big hallways are big killers. But I think it's the big portal in the center that's really breaking us apart on time. So I think once we get past that, we'll be in a much better place. Emotionally and physically. Anyway, so yeah, well, the reason we need novelty is, like, if you're only going to do something once every X, you need, like, a big reason. You can't just be like, oh yeah, I figured I'd see that. It's like, you know, this is the problem we have in politics, where you can't just like something. You've got to be passionate and ready to talk about it so that you sway other voters or whatever. If you're just like, oh yeah, that person's nice, I bet we'll have a prosperous time under him. And it's like, well, or under them, you know, there we go. Yeah, then, like, that's a thing. But if you say, like, you know, oh, this person's the worst, or this person's the best, he's gonna literally bring back, what old things can we not bring back that we want to bring back? He's gonna bring back the good old days. Or he's gonna literally take us into flying cars in space. Yeah. You wanna vote for a leader that's gonna slightly, you know, fiddle with policy? I'm voting for a leader that's gonna literally save the human race. So I'm not calling you selfish monster. But, you know, like, maybe you should consider what you're really being there. There you go. That's politics in a nutshell right there. Yeah, it's good that we do this every now and then to, like, refill up an old chest. I think we should take all of these out and throw them in there, actually. That's my... Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Now that I've spotted the blocks that are being regularly not filled, we move them from one to another. And then we open up another chest, because we need that too. We fill that in there, and we open up another chest, because these stairs are definitely... There's somewhere that these can go. There is. And also, let's throw in the wool, because I did see my wool chest recently. There it is. I only got 4 of it, but that's something. Then we put our skulk over here. And, yeah, things are looking good. I've got a few... I'm still picking up needless blocks here and there that I'm not really dealing with great. But I think we're getting better. Okay, so the walls of this, that's my next big target. Once all the walls are down, the main structure will be slightly less intimidating. Like, it doesn't really make full sense, but it makes a little bit of sense to me. And so we're going to go with it. There's a little bit more of wall breaking to be done here, but it's mostly destroy the blocks. I'm even considering leaving the portal floating in the sky. Like, because obviously we have to leave the, what is it called? Hardened deep slate. We have to leave that existing in midair. I think leaving the portal around it might be a smart decision. I can't quite, like, express it, but it feels like leaving just the deep slate. I know it might be bad for some reason. Maybe it's going to be really good. Maybe we're going to be glad we did it. I'm just not so sure. And you know, is being not sure about things bad? I would say, personally, that it is. Also, you know what? I figured, rather than doing what I did, I should have just made a nether portal down here. I don't know we're 1,000 blocks away from the other one, but I bet we're not far off. And given that we've also gone quite a bit down on the y-axis, if we made a nether portal down here, it would be at least somewhat successful. Worst case, it goes one way, and we have to take the minecart down the other way. But I think I think I'm learning from this lesson. Of like, okay, plan out projects better next time. Made a whole thing at the start here about planning, and I didn't realize what a bad job I was doing all along with my planning. And that's a useful lesson. Don't know how to really take advantage of the useful lesson, but it's a lesson. This is I'm just not going to be able to use this hoe if I keep doing it like this amount. So I think I'm gonna that patch over there I might have to let be destroyed by creepers. I'm not sure yet. I'm not committing to my bad ideas. I'm just saying it looks like it's a possibility. So oh, see, now I have to commit to that idea or not commit to it. I don't think we will yet. I think there's this area here that already needs a good bit of chipping off. So I'll let the creeper come over. Creepers have a really short range, huh? Maybe it's a bedrock thing. Like, there's no way it's meant to be that short. Like, zombies will follow you. Baby zombies will follow you to the end of time. And creepers will follow you till you're very slightly outside their range, it seems. There we go. Give the pickaxe a good old repairing. I wish this had mending on so I could mend this up too. But I think what we're really realizing is that, like, one pickaxe, one pair of shears, and one hoe, not enough to destroy probably close to 100,000 blocks. Who would have guessed? I would not have guessed, personally. I am shocked by this revelation that I am just having for the first time right now. There was no way this could have been predicted, too. That's the crazy thing. Literally no way. Anyway, so one of the things I love, because oh no! What a waste. Like, it saves me a few blocks of mining, but then I think some of the blocks don't always get broken because we're playing bedrock, and it's really hard to go in the code and change, you know, 30% break to 100% break. I don't know why it's so hard, you know, obviously, but, like, you know, the fact that it hasn't happened tells me that either no one cares enough to consider doing it, or there's some reason that it's hard to do. And let's politely assume the reason we don't have 100% creeper broken blocks is because of that. I'm complaining about a weird, vague thing that most people probably don't even know about. But when you explode blocks on Java, 100% of the blocks you break drop. It's a change they made in, like, I don't know, 1.14, 1.15. And it's a feature that is gonna come to Bedrock, but we don't know when. Also, another creeper. Heck yeah. That's what I like to see with my full inventory. We'll lead him over to... yeah, is this a corner? Yeah, this is a corner, right? I don't know what that's all about, but... We'll let the creeper explode the slime, too. That's always a good thing when that happens. So just bring him right up against the wall, and then let him explode. Oh, that's so much experience. That's what I like to see. Yeah, this is a fun way of doing it. It's definitely not the most efficient way of getting XP, but if it's not the most fun, yeah, if you don't think that, then I think you're a heartless monster who doesn't know what fun is. So how about that, yeah? You like being called heartless? I bet you don't. You know how you could stop being called heartless? By having a heart. Life tips of Toy Cat. Yeah, no, I believe, personally, in a world where everyone is judged not by the... Yeah, I don't know what I was going to say. I was going to make some grand statement. Like, not because I believed in it, just because I wanted to throw people off. You know, I've been talking too much about food in this video. But speaking of food, yesterday, again, so after making the decision to poison myself, which is what drinking is called, I'm pretty sure, also, I think I need to put more. Yeah, I've got so much wool. Jesus, just building up. The real reason it's bad for you is not just because you're drinking so many calories. Like, no one would just sit down and say, "I'll have a glass of orange juice." If you have, a pint of orange juice, or multiple pints. Imagine drinking 6 pints of orange juice. How bad that would be for you. And now imagine there's something that's worse for you than orange juice. But still has a similar amount of sugar, despite not being sweet or delicious like orange juice. But then the worst bit, it's not even just that you're drinking, but also the poisonous orange juice encourages you to think like, oh yeah, what if I just had like a whole pizza and a kebab? And it's like, oh yeah, you're gonna do it too. You're aware going into it. You're aware as it's there, like, yeah, this is too much. But who's gonna stop me? I'm the one in charge now. You're almost a different person, like I was saying before. It's this beautiful, tragic thing. And so I went to a pizza place with some friends, and we split 2 pizzas between 3 of us. I think that worked out as about 4 slices each. But then afterwards, I was like, I'm still kind of hungry though. And then I went and got another pizza. I figured like, well, there's a pizza by the slice place. But pizza by the slices, it's always bigger than a real slice of pizza, right? I didn't eat 5 slices of pizza. I ate 4 slices of pizza, and then a mega slice that was basically a small pizza in its own right. And, that's on top of all the snacking and all that. And it's like, man, yeah, this just adds up to like a couple thousand calories of absent-minded, I want the carbs in my brain right now because they make me feel good. And it's crazy that you can do that. It is crazy that you can do that. One of my favorite foods for that like makes me feel terrible after it, but I just love it. I'm craving it right now. It's fish and chips. I know I'm British. I like fish and chips, but it is one of the things that I really love about the UK because you get it in other countries, but it's always expensive and it's not quite the same thing. It's maybe because it doesn't make you feel as bad afterwards. Maybe that's what I'm really craving is this feeling of it tastes like pure oil in my soul. But that's what I love about fish and chips. And it's weird, right? Because loving fish and chips is something that feels like a me decision. It's a part of me. It is one of the things that I love. It makes me unique as a person, right? But like, how much of liking fish and chips is really my decision? Right? I mean, even if we ignore the fact that like, well, you have taste buds, but like, how much of that is based on me, and how much of it is just what my taste buds like for? Even worse is like, well, if you dive into it more, not everyone grows up in the UK where fish and chips are a commonplace food, right? And so it's like, okay, so not only is it not my decision to have my taste buds aligned, it's not my decision to, to feel like, to be born in the country where fish and chips are common. It's not my decision even to, grow up in a lower income household where, a really cheap filling meal that can last you a day for not very much money. It's like a really, really, common thing. Whereas, maybe if you grew up with, maybe other people have different nutrition options depending on their situations. You stack all those things together and you start to realize that, like, actually, even though, my favorite foods, they feel like distinctly me, they're kind of not. I mean, ignore it. I think also on a statistical level, the fact that there are so many other people who would say, I don't know, like a nice battered fish could do them nicely right now. There's probably a lot of people who fall into that boat, which tells you that, like, yeah, well, it's not unique. But like, well, I didn't think fish and chips was a unique food to like. But it's also not really me. It's not my decision to like fish and chips. It's just what happened based on my environment and my circumstances and how, And so the same way, I wonder, I've always felt like, rather than being proud of what we get through no effort, like, wouldn't you rather be proud of something that's like actually you? You are, what makes you is the decisions that you make. It's not the way you're genetically born. It's the things that you do with that. Like the reason people find like Paralympians to be so inspiring is because like, man, this guy who was born without functioning legs is better at basketball than I am. What's my excuse? And the answer is you don't have an excuse. I think a lot of people like it because it's like, it's inspiring that people overcome that. No. What's inspiring is it shows that you have no excuses if you can't. That this man is blind and he can play chess better than you can. And it's like, is chess in the Olympics? Am I mixing up something with something else? But, you know, these people are shockingly good at what they do. And it's a reminder, almost, like, yeah, you don't have excuse. We're all so... One of the things we are amazing at as a society is making excuses for why things are going poorly. And, the excuses are never like, oh, yeah, I'm just feeling lazy today. It's always, you know, like, which it should be. We should just admit that to ourselves more often, because, you know, that's like a changeable thing. It's in our control. We love when things are outside our control. I'm in the, hopefully by the time you see this video, it's gone through and I have a date for when the house is actually sold. But I'm in the process of selling a house. In the UK, it always takes like 3 months. You're always a month away from selling a house, like 3 months in a row. Like the house, we agreed to buy her in like April. It's like, it's August now. It might have been May, so maybe we're just taking 3 months now. But like it was late April, early May. And so, like, admit to, you know, to me, and this is like a large part true, but it's also a little bit of an embellishment when I say, like, yeah, the way it works in the UK is you've got to, you're always a month away, you're always right next to something happening, and then nothing does. It's just a massive freak event. But it's not actually a freak event. Like, what it is you have to push the process forward. There's nothing you can do with regards to selling a house, right? Like, I can't draft the forms, I can't do a local property search on the area, make sure there's no outstanding, I don't know, warrants or you know, like, can you get a warrant on a house? Am I thinking of a lien? Gotta make sure there's no outstanding bills on the house and that there's no planning. Because, you know, if I was leaving the house because there's this huge thing being planned that will lower the property value, the buyer needs to know that. And so I can't do any of those things. In fact, all I can really do is sign up on a thing saying, as far as I know, nothing is horribly wrong. I did all the work I did to the house legally, but I didn't do any work to the house. I got a new boiler installed. And I think that's literally what I did. In this particular house, I knocked down a wall, etc., etc. I think I might need to like speak to my builder and see like, do I need like a certificate for this or? Yeah, he mentioned building control a lot, and he was like, I had an Albanian builder, or he's actually Kosovoan, I think. I wonder why he called himself Albanian. There's gonna be something to that. Anyway, so I had a Kosovoan builder. And he was like, yep, if I do this wrong, then building control comes and they put me in handcuffs. So, like, you know, I need to do something about that. But long story short here, is selling a house is real hard, and I can't actually do anything, but it's still in my control. Even though it's 100% outside my control, the way you get a house sold in 1 month in a system where it takes 3 months, or where it's meant to take 1 month but always takes 3 months, is you've got to just repeatedly annoy people so they do their job. It sucks that this is the system. This is how so much in life works, by the way, is like annoy people till they get the thing done that they need to do for you. When things are going slower than they should be going, you've just got to send every single day I've got to be sending them a phone call like, where are we? How is this going? And it's annoying because then they spend a lot of resources answering those phone calls and going, okay, good news is we do this. We're getting the searches back on Monday and we should have an exchange date by Tuesday. But it's like, also, man, this is a real spicy situation happening here. It's like, it's dumb that I have to send those messages. Every single day, they should be messaging themselves like, where are we on this case? How could we be moving forwards? But instead, unless you're actively harassing them, they'll focus on the people who are actively harassing them because they want to be actively harassed less. And it's one of those, it's almost like a tragedy of the commons thing. Like, the better things get for you, the worse things get for everyone else. And it actually makes sense to some extent. They're like, yeah, well, I don't need my house sale as bad as, you know, these people might need their house sales. And so, like, you know, like, I'm just doing it because I want to, you know, like, I need to do it, like, eventually. I need to do it in a few months' time. I'm paying a mortgage payment, but, like, the mortgage payment comes back to me, right? Because, you know, I'm then gonna sell the house and you know, whatever. So it's like, it's all relative and like, I guess it makes sense really when you think about it. It's them doing me this great favor by... Also, I'm going to eat my rotten flesh first. When you've got this much hunger that needs to come in, it's so much smarter to do it rotten flesh. So we use the golden carrot. The whole of the saturation of the golden carrot, which is, need I remind you, the best saturation in the game. Use golden carrots and code TOYCAT to get 5% off. But, man, we're going so far on this. What is this video? Like, who just decides they're gonna make an 8? Who's watching an? Are we at 8? Yeah, I think we're approaching on 7. So this is gonna be 8 minimum before we finish, right? And that's being so optimistic that it's hilarious. That's like me assuming that I've already, you know, like, it's not 8 hours, but you know, I'm using that to mentally make myself feel fine about this. And so the question here, the big question, maybe we should be saying, is oh, it's hot, by the way. You know what? I mentioned this before, but it's summer in the UK. This is like, and I'm one of the few lucky people in the UK. We don't have air conditioning. It's just not a common thing. It's got you know, big upfront costs that only affect you 2 weeks in the year, if that. Honestly, some years you genuinely don't have heat bad enough that you would want AC. Like, you might benefit from it, but you don't like actively need it or anything like that. Okay, so drop the bones down so we can pick these blocks up. And now let's mine some blocks on the way down. Oh, slimes are spawning all over this too. Yeah, maybe we've got to start destroying the inside. I think, to me, that is the logical... That's the way I see forward from this. We're going to destroy the whole of this inside. I'm going to leave the portal in place. I think I've decided that's going to stay. Because it'll look funny floating above nothing. If nothing else, it'll look funny. And you know, who am I to argue with funny, right? The answer is I'm no one if I'm not arguing with funny. But yeah, it's there's this funny like rationalization process going on now, right? Of like, how did that get there? Where I'm like, okay. Also, I should have eaten a golden carrot there. I think it probably would have worked out. If not equally good, then maybe better. But yeah, now my golden carrot goes further, which means I can get slightly more out of this stack, which is important to me. When you're spending this long in a place, you want to get the most of it. Also, my diamond helmet, I crafted that in this video, right? It's almost died. How did we live before enchantments? I mean, they had a different... Like, enchanting came out just after they changed the armor system. It used to be that your armor got better depending on how repaired it was. So my diamond helmet would protect me less now that it's mostly damaged. Which makes more sense from a real-world perspective. It's just also terrible from a gameplay perspective. You know, it's interesting how things work that way. The, like, realism and gameplay are often at, like, odds with each other. Like, direct odds. Okay, so I ran out of places to put blocks. Oh, does that mean all these chests are full? No, there's got to be some empty chests along the road somewhere, right? Yeah, there we go. We got this one. We got this one. You know, it's fine is what I'm saying. Is this chest fine? Oh, man, I guess that tells you just how much extra mining we got done. Which is a good sign. Okay, let's break all the parts of Carpedon. I like mining carpet or blocks under carpet because you get double the blocks for the same amount of effort. It's a big win as far as I'm concerned. I'm gonna have a lot of weird miscellaneous, you know, like I'm gonna get a target block out here. It's gonna, you know, I'm gonna have a lot of blocks that I wouldn't necessarily choose as I do this, but I like that we mine and we get 2 blocks for the price of 1. It's a small victory. It's not really even a victory because it's like factored into the, but it's a victory. Okay, let me have my victory. I have my victory. Thank you very much for letting me have that. And it's also nice because we're just mining deep slate tiles. I bet some of these are cracked. Yeah, that one looks cracked to me. But we're getting 3 solid blocks, which means the stacks are working in a favorable way rather than against me, which is nice. But yeah, with free will, it's like, you know, it's funny because anyone who says that free will is a thing, I think what they're really saying is like they disagree about what free will is. Because you don't have free will in the sense that you can choose to do anything, or really that you're even in that you I think what would we call it, the id, the part of the brain that where we're thinking to ourselves. You know when you think in your head, that's like, oh yeah, so what am I going to do today? Like if you think in language, think about how nuts that is. No goose is sitting there thinking to itself like honk 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 honk. You know, it's not thinking that. It's thinking like, right now, a picture of food. Maybe even a picture of food is too advanced for what a goose really thinks. But they're not thinking like in deep thoughts about like, do you think the other geese like me? I think they need. None of that's happening. I'm sad because as I record this, my geese have left me. I wonder if they're coming back. They came here all of a sudden. They had children. The children grew up into full adults, and now I guess they're leaving. You know that those geese have a solid family unit going on. There we go. I said it correctly. Also, yeah, it's hot, but I got some ice water this time. I've got a pro tip for you right now. If you're watching this video, let's say you're somewhere without air conditioning. Like me, I live in a house with air conditioning, but I work in a room without it because I'm an idiot. I'm just an idiot. There's no other explanation that makes this make sense. I might have to move my recording setup. You know, actually, by the time I move it, it'll be cold season again, and we'll all be fine. I think yeah, you know, that's how I'll justify it. But next year, I'm gonna move things. Because I hate my desk so much. Let me tell you about, okay, this is like embarrassing. I don't like to admit this. It's like a pride thing. I spent a lot of money on a desk. I say a lot of money. I spent like quite cheap for a desk. But I got an up-down desk, you know, like a standing desk. And I really like the up-down function of it. I like the size of it. I like the finish. It's quite nice. But it wobbles. And I've tried so many things to fix the wobbles, but I cannot. I do not have the engineering capabilities to stop my desk from wobbling. And you know why it's so heartbreaking? Do you want to know why? It's because it's an expensive thing and people really like it. You don't want to be like, oh no, it's terrible, because you know why it's terrible? Because it doesn't stand correctly. Everything like vibrates a little bit, and it must be messing with audio quality, or if not audio quality, it's messing with something, right? There's something about it that is not working as one might hope, and that's sad. Also, there's more carpets to be gotten. Let's go around here and get them. Yeah, we're doing it. Okay. Yeah, this structure's not so bad to mine. I think the thing that's gonna be so bad is there's a missing minecart here, right? There was definitely two, unless the other one's just rolled down. Yeah, let's assume it rolled down. Makes my life a lot easier if we just assume that. And yeah, with regards to the rest of these blocks, we're gonna try and load them into other blocks, but it's not gonna work, right? Yeah, we're gonna have to start taking. Okay, this one's got spaces for the weird ones. Max it out. Okay, we did not max it out. This is my wool chest. It has space for some carpet, I do believe, sort of. Okay, that technically counts as space. If I take this out, put that in, and put that over like there, then yeah, we got like we got 9 more wool blocks, which can go somewhere important. Somewhere important can be here, and you know this wool chest will mix in with other stuff. Just that's how it's going. It's been decided. Oh my god, there's so many blocks in it. How many blocks are in an ancient city? I'm gonna be the one who knows at the end of this. That's the good news. I will be 100% aware of the answer to that question. But yeah, yeah, committing to like doing all of my destruction in one video, and then doing it all as a live, you know, none of these cuts, just all live, is like one of those really silly ideas. And I'm like looking at myself right now, like, man, you could be making you got some fun ideas for Seed Sunday. You got this video you want to make, like a mining guide. You got all these great videos you could be making, but you're sitting here and you're mining blocks in an ancient city. You know, you don't even intend to use these blocks yet. You know, like obviously I want to do a big recycling project, but like knowing that it takes this long to mine them all, how long will it take me to actually, you know, like to place them all? It's going to take an insane, an inordinate amount of time, an unimaginable level of time. How am I gonna? It doesn't make any sense as an idea. It just doesn't. And so how are you gonna make that make sense, huh? And the answer is I don't have a way that it makes sense. Okay, go this way. Place a little torch there too. It's just important to get these things in there, right? Okay, so there's more carpet around here. I feel like once the carpet's gone, you know, like I've eradicated that, then we can move on to the rest of it and feel good about it. It is, it's the definitely nicest thing. I agree with what I said many times here. But having those, like, points of progress, by doing this, then that, then this, then the other, we're definitely having a good time on it. But yeah, the real question of, like, are you really in control of anything that you do is kind of semantics, because everyone agrees that to some extent things are outside your control, and you know, like that you are not you're not the one who decides that you are hungry. As a basic example, you're not the one who decides I am hungry, I will eat kebab. Your brain is thinking, I want, I don't know, like, what is in kebab? Like, low quality protein, lots of carbs, and some I don't know, some spicy mayo. That's, oh, not spicy mayo, like garlic mayo. Spicy mayo is so much better than garlic mayo. You know, garlic mayo was game changing. When it hit the scene, I was like, yeah, this is as good as sauce as ever gonna get. But then you try or like I like buffalo ranch. So it's like ranch is like, I think it's just mayonnaise with eggs, but mayonnaise already has eggs in it, so I don't know how that makes ranch, but it does apparently. We don't question it. And buffalo is it's the nice hot sauce. Like, I don't like when hot sauce is focused so much on we're just gonna heat your brain up, your body up, your soul. And then, you know, like, that's not fun. Let's be reasonable here. How about we have hot sauce that it has a bit of spice, but has some flavor to back it up. You know, it's not spice for no reason. It's spice for purpose. I think it's a good idea, personally. Apparently, the food and beverage manufacturing industry disagrees with me, because so much spicy food is just, oh, it hurts. Oh, you didn't even notice it was spicy until your mouth hurts afterwards. It's like, why did we do this? What was the point? Imagine like an I don't know, like imagine cigarettes, but they don't have any addictive chemicals in them. They just give you lung cancer. I guess that's cigars, really, isn't it? Actually, you know, now that I mention it, you know, people are stupid. I guess actually cigars are tobacco, so they probably have the same nicotine effect. Is nicotine a part of tobacco? I think it is. Anyway, imagine how stupid you have to be like, I want all the downsides and none of the upsides. I want a car that actually just sits in my drive-thru and then the engine just makes emissions that pollute the environment. I don't want to go places. I just want to sit there revving the engine and having fumes come out. That's what I want from my car. It's like, no, that's you're missing the point. To be fair though, you know, I guess like one of the things people hate for environmental reasons is flying. Ooh, can we get him to come down? I bet I can. Honestly, I need to mine these blocks soon anyway, so let's get my axe out. And let's break the blocks underneath him until he falls down. And then let's walk him over to... Is that good? No, there's been destroyed. We'll bring him over here. This little corner, still got plenty of destruction left. And my pickaxe could really use of it, Mr. Creeper. I'm not mentally prepared for this pickaxe to die, so... You know, if you could oblige, that would be good. And I don't really want to switch out to using diamond pickaxes either. Maybe what I need to do is I need to just do a massive netherite thing. Okay, there we go. I think I took some hits on my armor, which is bad, because then the armor's taken some of those XP blobs. But that gave me at least something, right? Okay, we got another creeper. Heck yeah. Okay, so we'll bring the same creeper to the same area. Yeah, we're starting to get less... This corner has definitely gone down in quality. I think this one is still just as good. Yeah, nice area here. You're doing some good things for yourself. And we also got some baby slimes to destroy. Just what I like. Oh, that should have been lower down. That was a missed opportunity. Also, I let it hit my armor again. It's just suboptimal. Suboptimal. You know, waste of 2 creepers. What beautiful mobs wasted on such silly endeavors. Yeah, I think I have a characteristic trait where even when I am totally aware that something would be faster, better, easier, etc. You know, I'm like insistent that I have to stick with my... Yeah, I'm stubborn, I guess we could say. Also, you know, let's destroy these pillars. I don't know why I was so hesitant on doing it till just now. There's skulk sensors in there. And that's... Also, there's water, which is going to be a pain to get rid of. Actually, it's not going to be a pain at all. We place a block, right? That's all we have to do. Single block. Any full block. You know, I'll go with this. No, I won't go with the skulk sensor. I'll go. Actually, do you think carpet gets rid of... Carpet must get rid of water, right? Because otherwise you can waterlog carpet? Today I learned. I don't know what the benefit of having waterlogged carpet is. But I like that you can do it. Also, you gotta stop over there, friend. This is getting silly. Okay, so we break these out, and then we replace it with one of these, and then we replace that with all of this. There's probably a better alternative for, you know, I guess we could just use a water bucket or something. But I like our current system. Ooh, that noise didn't sound good. I know it's just the noise that redstone lamps make, but I'm so used to that being glass and feeling like, ooh, did I just do something wrong? That I'm not fully aware of how to proceed in not that direction. Okay, so I need another minecart. Oh, I've got, you know, if I can make a, yeah, if I can just make more minecarts, I can make more minecart chests. As should be obvious, perhaps. Can you put leads on minecart chests? If you can, that could be a fun way for me to, like, lead stuff across here. Let's put the rotten flesh in there real quick. And then let's empty out my inventory here, just because, like, there's spare chest capacity, right? It's, oh, there's just a whole chest over there. So we'll bring that chest to me, no questions. That's going to have to go without saying. Yeah, looking at the stuff, just filling up it. It's making me realize a lot of things. A lot of interesting things are being realized today. So we break this chest, bring it with me, no brainer. And then we make 4 more minecarts. Yeah, 4 minecarts. Fill them with chests. We're definitely going to need more than 4 more. But I like being optimistic. I like to believe all my problems go away if I just believe they go away. I'm big into whatever that fake medicine is called, homeopathy. I love that it. I love that instead of like fixing your problems, they just go away. Like, this is a thing you can do in life oh so often. Is there's like 2 ways to deal with a problem. You can fix it, or you can wait for it to go away. And waiting for it to go away might sound like fixing it, but let me tell you about how it's not. I don't want to tell you about how it's not. That would involve addressing some of my problems. So place that there, that bounces into that, which bounces into that, bounces into that, and that doesn't go too far. Can we put the boat on the line? I wish you could get minecarts into boats, because they are an entity. You'd figure it would work that way, and then we bounce it that way, and then we start the whole chain reaction in reverse. Perfect. Just what the doctor ordered. I've got an axe out here now, and I'm going to finish this. This, like, bridge is just ugly. I should have stood on the bridge and then broken the rest from the bridge, actually. Let's go do that now, so I can seem real clever. Okay, let's stand on top of the bridge, and then let's break it from there. I'm going to have some... I think these are the only fence posts in the entire structure. I could be wrong. You know, we're going to find out if I'm wrong soon. Or sooner or later. Soon is definitely relative when you're talking about a video of this length. But we're gonna be learning that information in no time. And now we break all of this. I need to go pick up the redstone lamp. I think it's sitting on the ground. The despawn time has probably started. Those are important blocks not to lose. Also, how is the skeleton still up there? Like, come on. This is silly at this point. Do the same thing over here where we replace this with that. Break this, and then because we remove the block, that makes things complicated. Then we're going to jump down. I hate all these hits I'm taking, but I want to be done. Okay, so break this. And now break this. And then from up here... Oh, we're not up there anymore because we broke the water. Well, you know, I can get all the redstone lamps. I can get all the wood. I can get the miscellaneous blocks. And that's what really matters here. Yeah, I think to destroy more of this, we're going to have to make, like, more forward bases. Like, this little forward base here was clever. Well, not anymore because it's lost its minecart tracks. But you get the point. It was clever. Them sitting off to the side, yeah, that's clever too. That's intentional behavior. That's what I like to see. And yeah, now we're going to start just loading it up with weird blocks again. Except the real weird blocks we actually have to go over here for. You know, maybe we should have a speed beacon out here as well. Yeah, maybe what we should have done... I actually think this would have been smart. I don't know how smart, but, like, you know, it would have been interesting looking back. Is if we'd made a double beacon, so we'd have speed. Because the faster you can run, the less time you need to spend coming in and out of the beacon's radius. So there's that, right? There's that. Oh, yeah, we're going to have a lot of glass panes, too. What's my best silk touch tool? Probably my shovel. Yeah, the shovel's going to be the best thing to use for, like, these things, just so I'm not wasting my otherwise limited tools. Oh, it smells really good right now. It smells like good food. You know, whenever I say it smells good, it smells like food. People who like, floral smells or whatever, like, I associate floral smells or, like, you know, good smells that aren't food with other times that I've smelt those things. Like, oh, this smells nice and clean, nice and fresh. Well, that's a good smell. But I'm never, you know, like, if you want to get me, like, excited for a place, good smell should be pizza. People who don't like food smells, it's like, you're in the wrong business, the eating business, you know? You need to, and by that I mean, like, we're humans and we have to eat. I'm not saying I have restaurant chef friends. Yeah, that's the phrase. I'm not saying I have friends like that. You know, I wouldn't be friends with a chef. Do you know what they do to food? They chop it up, and they tell you not to eat at McDonald's. Who can live with that? Not me, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm coming out right now. I'm anti-chef. You ever think about? Do you know a single chef who's not a terrible person? Can you name one? If you can, they're faking it. There we go. That is a flawless argument for why every chef in your life is a vacuous liar. That you need to cut out. You need to get that toxicity right out of your life right now. Girl, honey, friend. We should use the shovel for breaking. Also, what is that? Oh, it's like a redstone room that has some wool in it. Is this the ground level? No, it's not. Let's place a torch anyway. Getting dark and depressing again. You know, is there anything worse than dark and depressing? It's a trick question. The answer is no. Ooh, we've got 13 torches left. This place is going to be so lit up by the time I'm done with it. Maybe that could be like a fun side project. No side projects. Not while I'm working on one this big. Oh, yeah. You know what I definitely need in my life? Ooh, I need to have access to the food facilities. That's what it is. I'm sorry to say it out loud right now, but I would love a kebab. You know, given that I had so much pizza last night, I'm gonna tone it down. I'm gonna have like I don't know, it's gonna be like some moderately unhealthy thing. Maybe just a burger. Maybe just a burger. You know, we get like a couple big juicy burgers in there. You know, why is it called a burger, but then there's burgers in the burger? I know it's probably... some people are like, it's a sandwich, actually. No, you call it a burger. You don't, like, go, oh, do you want to go get a sandwich? Let's go to McDonald's. Getting a sandwich is a Subway task. Let's not pretend it's not. Let's not do that to ourselves. I should have broken that way. We all deserve better than this collective delusion that you're trying to impose on us. And I'm not going to stand for it anymore. I'm coming out hard against your... Also, being below the beacon and mining blocks from down here, interesting perspective, huh? Is that a witch? It's not. Also, stop. Just stop. I get so mad because I want to just ignore them. I really do. That would make... It's like a bully, right? It's like you just ignore it and it goes away. No, the way it goes away is if you make their life unpleasant too. They're getting a joy out of the fact that you ignore it and it goes away. Which, you know, like honestly, that's what you want to do instead. Is you wanna say weird stuff. You wanna say, oh yeah, bully me harder. You wanna say, oh yeah, you know how you're being real mean to me? Reminds me of how my dad used to beat me. So keep doing it because I miss him. You know, you gotta come out with more unique lines than just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take the high road here. Like, no, you trying to seem cool. You gotta make yourself so uncool that even bullying you seems like the not cool thing to do. You gotta go the nuclear option, you know? Mutually assured destruction. It is... Oh, it smells so good. I don't even know why I smell other food. I guess someone else's vents must be near my office. But it does smell so good, doesn't it? It's just delightful. It is new level of amazing. You know, something I think one of the signs that we're like the laziest species that have ever existed. So I'm on the 3rd floor of my house right now, and so that as in like it's the floor that is 2 levels above the ground floor. It's just to make everyone on the same page here. So the interesting, like something I've spoken to like multiple people and they've said this about is like, yeah, it'd be really nice to have a bedroom up there or whatever. However, it'd be nice, but the problem is that you would not have a, you know, like if you moved your bedroom here, you'd have to walk downstairs to use the bathroom. And you know, that's just not acceptable. And when you think about it, it is true that like, yeah, modern house design, you could have one bathroom for most houses. But people love having their own bathrooms. And usually, like, especially if you have a 2-story house, you're gonna have at least 2 bathrooms. It's weird. I don't fully understand it. And it seems like a lot of people's logic is like, yeah, well, what do you want to do? Do you want to walk when you need to use the bathroom, like they did in the 1600s? I don't know what's gone into you, boy. I mean, they don't say that because they're not 1700s slave owners, but you get the point that you get what I'm saying, that is a real thing, and it just shows that, like, my God, we have developed a whole new layer of laziness. If that's the level we're at now. I'm gonna check my mic again. Yep, that's the right mic. Always important when you're making a 7-hour video to wait 7 hours in and then check if everything's working. That's the good time to be sure. No, I've had so many things just randomly, like, I want a computer. I don't know why this isn't a standard thing. It's like, hey, when you turn this computer back on, it'll be exactly how you left it. We're not going to decide to rearrange the audio devices. We're not going to mess around with the video sources and make them in different orders. Just when you turn this computer on, the previous microphone settings you used, we'll assume you want those unless you tell us otherwise. I would pay so much good money for a computer that's like, yep, it is good enough to run Minecraft. You know, that's honestly a Minecraft problem more than a computer problem. But, like, I just want it to run Minecraft at reasonable settings and record at the same time. I feel like I'm being unreasonable when I'm being like, oh yeah, so what if Minecraft didn't run like arse while recording? You know, I've got a top like 10% PC or something, and it's like, yeah, you better stick to 12 chunks around a distance, or we're gonna have regular lag. When you switch dimensions, it's gonna be bad. Sorry, it's just the way things be. Also, you know what? Okay, I'm over this. Mr. Skeleton, I don't know how you have... Oh, there's 2 creepers. Come down, creepers. Okay, oh, heck yes. That's perfect. Gives me opportunity to despawn the... Okay, so we're going to break the blocks below the creeper. Oh, no, he's smart. He's got a pathfinding thing in his head. And so we can come over here to where the good stuff is. The good explosion-based stuff, that is. Yeah, it's really, really satisfying to see. It's quite telling the amount of time we had to throw into this center portal, though. Like, it is intense. But sometimes you need intense. Okay, so yeah, I think this is the place to be. We're gonna break the torch preemptively, save it the 33% chance of being destroyed. Let it be on the ground floor there. Ooh, should have gone a little bit further away. But let's all heal up the pig. Ah, yeah, there we go. Right back into 2 little red bars rather than 1 little red bar. Because we keep getting dangerously close to having to leave, and you don't want to leave now. This is things are just getting solid out here. Also, I think I want to work out a way to light the ceiling. I'm not sure what it's going to be yet, but I think I want to do that. Okay, so this, honestly, yeah, if you look around, besides this hallway, okay, so we've got, like, I'm going to take inventory real quick, just because I'm getting closer and closer to getting food, and when I come back to this, I want to, like, mentally picture it all. Okay, this hallway is going to be a huge one. It's going to be very, very needlessly huge. This little ruin, easy. Those little structures, individually, not that big. There's, like, 10 of them, though. That thing back there, that thing over there, I don't think I've even seen that before. It's all easy. It's this hallway that is the big boss after we finish this. Okay, that's easy to know. That's easy to know. Although I think we should go for this one first, because it's, like, heading in the right direction. It's, like, closer to my beacon, I should say. Less movement required to make it work. So I'm going to keep on breaking down this wall, because it's going to let more light into the room down there. And, like, so then why wouldn't I? And I'm going to use the pickaxe to the death. I think we need to have a moment where a tool actually breaks. And my iron helmet just didn't give me the feelings enough. I want to remind you just how long a diamond pickaxe can last when it looks like it's just about to break any second now. We can count the blocks, but you know, later we'll use that later. Like next time I need to talk about how you can use your tools way more than you think you can. We'll just use this clip and fast forward. Also, I think it was meant to be a staircase, so I've kind of lost that ability. We'll just play this clip, fast forward or whatever, and it'll solve all of those problems. Do you see how I just keep on going? Do you see how the pickaxe looks like it died a while ago? But I've still got hundreds of blocks to mine. That is what I like to call reality. You might not be familiar with it. It's not the common. It's not the common orthodox. Oh my god! Just stop. Just no. There's so many annoying mobs in Minecraft where it's like we could make them less annoying, but then what would be the point? And it's like I disagree with that. But yeah, let's fly over to my chests. We'll load this up. I think I need another wool chest. I don't actually need one, but I think I need one, which is kind of like needing one in how your body will react to it. And also, yeah, I need to find a place for these glass panes. Like, the place is obvious. It's just far away, which means I've got to say that I need to find a place. When actually what I need to do is I need to go slightly further away, which is, you know, that's just going to take some time. It's going to be a thing. So, yeah, big destruction projects really are my favorite, like, form of catharsis. Because, oh no, what a waste. Also, we might have destroyed some blocks. Even worse. Maybe I should build... Where should I build my ancient city? I think that's what... Let's discuss that. I'm not like... Well, my... Oh, he actually managed to mess up the beacon. Oh, and I managed to mess it up just as bad, clearly. Okay, so I'm getting some redstone. Come on, come down. Okay, so I'll throw the redstone not in here because it's actually part of the structure. We'll throw the bones and the arrows and just like, oh, come on, stop with this, Minecraft. I'm gonna shear off all the redstone now because like these are weird blocks. We'll just accept them now because we're about to go do a journey to the far away anyway. Oh, actually, we need to pick up all the blocks that we left on the ground. So yeah, we'll just break it all off. Just all gone. Place down a torch, and it's just so satisfying. How can you not love this with all your heart? And now we've got more blocks that are gonna be on the ground. So okay, we're gonna be real delicate with this. Just plop those in there, and then run over to the backside. It's all still there, thank God. Run to the backside. Pick all of these up. Hope that there's not more than 3 varieties of blocks that I broke. I don't think there should be, but just important to pick them all up anyway. This is why you always do it at the time, unless you have an ally, which is obviously game-changing for this sort of project. It's funny that would have been the great way to like link this into current update, being like, ooh yeah, it's all about allies. But instead I'm just like, nah, I'm just gonna do this the old way. I'm not even gonna use beacons, just because I love that every single time. I love the reactions of people telling me to use one. It makes my life, my day. It makes things for me, okay? Thank you for making things for me. It's it's important. You know, the world is made up of people making things for each other, and you contributed to that today, and you should feel good about it. Okay, this is a wool chest. Perfect. I've got a lot of wool. This is an empty chest. Perfect. We'll throw in some of that. This redstone needs to go in here. Perfect. See, look, here's the redstone comparator. Yeah, all makes sense now, huh? Okay, back to the structure destroying. Just so we can use up this pickaxe. It is efficiency free, so it's like kind of a waste, you could argue. But that's half the fun, isn't it? Actually, maybe we should go combine it with another efficiency free. And yeah, I mean, I've got the levels anyway. Yeah, I think that's what we should do. I'm gonna go back, do the tiniest bit of trading. I don't know if I can bring myself to do the trading, actually. Like, I know I need to do it, but it doesn't mean I can do it, you know? There's lots of things that I need to do that I'm not doing, like eating right now. And just along that list somewhere is going... I think getting allies would be cute, actually. You know what? Yeah, let's do it. Let's get some allies. Let's repair my pickaxe up. Yeah, I shouldn't have gotten rid of all those candles. Should have left, like, one of them there. Let's go get some allies. Let's go repair my pickaxe. And let's maybe get a little bit of XP going into this guy, because he's needing it. But that means getting a whole sugar box full of sugarcane and sending it off to my... You know, there's lots of steps involved. But since I need to also fuel up on firework rockets, I think that's what we need to do. I think we need to come back at this stronger. And right now, as great as it's looking, and by the way, it is staggering how much it's destroyed. You know, this would already be the biggest structure in Minecraft. If it was just this big, the amount I've destroyed, but it still keeps going, and that's the impressive thing. That's what people aren't talking about. See, I'm just gonna move over here, pray there's like a creeper in the corner or something. Would be nice. And since there's not, we're gonna go up. Also, I'm gonna bring some obsidian with me. I'm not gonna remember all of this. I'm gonna make a mental to-do list now. Allies, pickaxe, sugarcane trading to heal up my pickaxe that needs it, and obsidian. Is that everything? It's everything I can remember. If there was something else that was important, then it's gone. It's a long journey too, so doing this unnecessarily kind of is going excessive. Okay, let's push into that. Okay. It's good to know you're doing well, Mr. Ally. I mean, Mr. Phantom. It's like an ally that's friends of you. It's like a really fun blue ally. I guess allies are already blue. I guess it's a really fun nighttime ally. Oh, the skeletons come to the Nether with me. I don't think they burn in there, so I think that was actually a net loss. Yeah. Okay, well, he's still burning, but he didn't burn from the previously inflicted. Also, yeah, I still can't work out the actual way that I take from here back home. Like, I do it so often, but I never really know what it is. Like, I follow the yellow, and then there's like a arrow going this way, and there's yellow this way, which makes me think like, yep, this must be it. But then it definitely just... Oh, wait, there's an arrow... Oh, that's from here. So the yellow just kind of takes me to what is, like, definitely a dead end, right? There's no questioning that this doesn't go anywhere. There is a cave that it leads into, and last time I did take the cave, and it didn't go too bad. Is it this way, maybe? Is there... Like, I need more yellow concrete just to make this clearer to myself. Maybe it deliberately isn't clear. Did I go into this cave last time, or this cave with the lava? I'm not sure. Let's assume it was this cave. It's right next to the yellow. And so you follow the glowstone down. And then from here we take like a left to get out of the cave. And then presumably that takes me home. Imagine dying now, by the way. The disaster that would be. And we're going to go this way. No, not that way. We want to go this way. That's my portal in the fortress. Okay. We're in the right place. Yeah, I think I want to make a direct path. I've got this sunk cost fallacy in my mind. Like, well, I've already done this bad path so many times. If I make a good path now, those noises are horrifying. That is... I don't know what it is, but I don't like it. I think it's a gas suffocating. Well, that's fun too. You know, Leneva is a logical place that makes sense. It's been hours of game time since I've been back to this part of the world. I wonder if it recognizes me. My cats are going to be like, so who's this guy? New house, who dis, or whatever. It's going to be fun. It's going to be cool. So yeah, we're going to get fireworks, ally, pickaxe, and then other pickaxe. So the logical division of labor on that one is to do the... Oh, I didn't bring the crystals with me. I hope I have them somewhere. Also, I brought a bunch of... Why would I bring the items around with me? Oh, what is wrong with me? Okay, we're going to have to shulker box those up. Yeah, that is needlessly dumb. I did it too impulsively. I didn't think, like, what should we do before we leave? And now I pay the price. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna break a bunch of sugarcane. Not like too much, because I'm not gonna be here forever. Or in fact, I won't use any. Given that this is a special video time. Yeah, we'll go here first. I'm gonna... Where would I keep crystals? If I have crystals, they're on this side of the world, so we'll go this way first, actually. Then we'll go that way to pick up some leather for the books, because that's where I kill cows. And then we'll work everything else out from there. Let's go. Also, using minecart from the Nether. It's a quirky thing. I like that I have the minecart. It allows you to fly upwards without wasting a firework, which, as we all know, is a valuable, rare, limited resource. We just don't have many of them. I think we're gonna use that. Oh, look at that whole stack used. I have to craft more fireworks now. That's how bad things get in here. Craft a whole other stack. Throw them back in there. We have 11 emerald blocks on me, which I... How long ago should I have put those away? Plus the iron can go in there, of course. And the rest of this kind of needs to stay on me, doesn't it? Yeah, it's fine. You know, it's okay. Now we're gonna make a bunch of books. So we take a shulker box and we fill it with sugarcane. We could probably just max out our inventory, but just keep things easy, we won't. I think one of the few times I want an automatic sugarcane farm is whenever I'm here and I'm like, I see how that would be beneficial. I think an automatic leather farm too would allow me to trade books indefinitely. And you know, long story short, what I'm saying with all of this is I want faster experience from villagers, and I don't have all the pieces yet. And whenever I do something manual like this, I realize how much time I'm losing from doing it manually. But then I think to myself, well, someone's going to tell me to do it, and then if they tell me to do it, that'll make me not want to do it, and then I feel better about myself. I feel like it's all okay. Ooh, there's some pistons active. Oh, that's my melon farm. If you don't know, I have an absolutely beautiful melon farm. It works very well. Oh, look, it actually has got some melons on it. That's what I call a success story. And also while I was out here, so I got fireworks and I got paper. Now we're going to go repair... Oh, and I need crystals for the alley. That's an additional... I've got a few of them in here, if nothing else. Okay, so we do need this for the sugar. Actually, yeah, rather than putting the sugarcane in there, let's put the blocks that we... Yeah, let's put these blocks in there. The weird blocks that we have on top of us right now. Okay, so then we break this up. Look at this, my pickaxe is still alive, by the way. How is that possible? I hear those of you who won't use one when it's dying asking. It's because you're wrong is the answer. It's because you don't know how to play Minecraft. You should watch this great series on the IBX Toycat channel giving guides on how to play Minecraft. Maybe you would learn. Okay, so amethyst shard is what I need. And over there is where... I should have taken the minecart down. Oh, also I heard a nasty explosion. I hope it was in the ceiling and not on my stuff. I won't know until I next go there, and then it's all broken, of course. Yeah, if you don't take the minecart down, then the minecart's not down here when you need to take it up. Or I should just send it down when I'm up there. I'm going to work out one of those two systems. Yeah, I guess since I can fly down, I should just send the minecart back, like put it on a little loop. Yeah, that's the logical thing to do. It's definitely the logical thing to do. Okay, so there's one ally chilling in here, but there's another ally who's just, like, loose somewhere. I think he died in the Nether, actually, so... I'm going to be really careful about it, because he loves throwing blocks to me. I want to keep one trapped in there, you know? You know what I'm saying? And I don't know the gaps that they can be fed through. But if I stand here, he can't get past me, right? So... Oh, he needs music to be playing. Okay, so I'm going to make sure he goes back in there. I think we have to, like, throw a glass block to guarantee that. Yeah, I think I made a mistake here. There's a glass block on the... Can I punch him? I can't move him by punching him. So I can now place a block over here. It can't be scaffolding. I place, like, a chest. And then another chest, maybe? No. And then... No. Okay. Go back in. Go back in. Just in you go. Give him a big old push and then get the block done. Why do you make life so tricky for me? Do I even have a jukebox on this side of the world? You're not sure. You can hang out in the house now. I'll wait till another one goes in there, and I'll lock him in there in your place. Okay, so we take the disc. Oh, there's not one in there. I guess because of the download, and the game is to find as many discs as you can. I wish I had other side lying around. We'll play chirp. It's fine. Do you like it? You're dancing? Yeah, me too, man. And now we got two. And... I guess we'll lock them inside until... They could go out through the ceiling is the problem. So now we'll breed you. Oh no, he just took a crystal. Could I have that back actually? If that's not too much to ask. Okay, I don't think I can have it back. Maybe if I throw this on the ground, and then when it's empty slot, there we go. Yeah, we got it back. Okay, so we'll leave this running till I next come here. Oh, okay, no, didn't work. Yeah, if you could go back in that little cupboard under the stairs. I mean, Oh, are you going in there? Please go in there. Oh, there we go, perfect. No, stay in there. Oh, what? And they get really dead set on going past you too. They never, like, decide, You know what? My path is blocked. I'm going to turn around. I still don't know how to, like, reliably store alloys. I haven't worked out a system on that yet. Come on. Oh God. Why did he let me punch him? Oh, I guess because he's like a wild ally. Whatever. And now we got one that's like breedable out here. We got one that's in there. Honestly, I want to breed the one in there though. So we'll have to give him an item and then give him a... We'll work that out. We'll work that all out. For now, we'll leave Chirp playing. I'll keep my amethyst shards on me, I guess. And honestly, the fact that I only have 7 of them is concerning. They must all be somewhere else. Or I must just not care about collecting them. It's one of those two. Not sure which yet. Okay, so I've got an efficiency 3 in here somewhere. And if I combine this with that... do I have an efficiency 3 in here somewhere? I do not. I have... Oh, this is efficiency 2. Ah, there we go, efficiency 3. So now we can combine these two together. And it makes some breaking efficiency 4. I'll confirm this is the smart way to do it. You've always got to check. Yeah, this is a smart way. And now that pickaxe is slightly better for the foreseeable future. What we can also do while we're here is take all of this sugarcane. It's not that much sugarcane, so we need 3 per book. But it's, you know, it's like enough, I guess. We take all of this leather. It's a disproportionate amount of one to the other, but that's fine. And we take it all the way with us to the other place. Where the books... We're going to sell books to some librarians. And what's going to get mending? I think this diamond helmet, we're going to put mending on it. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but it's cheap to buy mending, so why wouldn't we? So now we go into a nether portal. Oh, I want to get some obsidian while I'm here. I'm going to forget that if I don't do it now. And that way we can, like, try making a nether portal directly into the thing. Worst case, it's just a fun nether portal. Do I only have obsidian on the other side? I guess because I use too much of it. You know, it's all my problem. I'll just mine obsidian when I need obsidian. How about that? That's my new solution. It's not a good solution, but it works. You know, our working solution's underrated. I feel like in modern corporate culture, it often is, right? Like, what if we could fix this problem we have? Is second to like, ooh, but we need to be seen as doing a good thing while we fix this problem. And I guess it makes sense on the level of, like, actually, the world and the stock market and all these things are way more about optics than they are about problem solving. But it also then removes... Oh, also, I think it's... No, it's this way. Way further this way to get to that. Ah, there's my ally. Thank you for coming back. I thought you were gone. I mean, I guess he is gone. But I don't know what he's doing in the nether all the way over here. Like, I'm glad I found him. I just don't know what he's doing. It's very confusing to me. Okay, we fly up and over and around and left and right. And this is a normal way to reach your village, trust me. Honestly, yeah, I think I should, like, up my nether hub game. I think using some stone bricks, making a lovely trail, it's nice. But we could do it on another level, right? This way for the mending village. So then we're going to go to sleep as soon as we get there, so we can reset their trades. The way it actually works is never really clear to me, but it's basically what I said. Make sure that creeper stays in his pen. He's going to stay there. He'd have exploded me by now. And then we craft some books. I think I might have some lying around over here already. Is he... Yeah, he's still trapped. Yeah, I've got too much leather, not enough paper. So I need an automatic sugarcane farm. I think I started one. Nope, I didn't. I had the idea to start one, which is most of the work when you really get down to it. And now we make some books. So paper, and then we condense that down into books. Lots and lots and lots of books. Then we whip out our very damaged pickaxe, and just every librarian we see. Wait, 20? Oh, right, he's a first level. Is it worth? No, it's probably not. I've got very limited supply. Are all my librarians like reset levels, or do I just have new librarians? No, okay. It's fine. He wants 5, but that's fine. That's totally okay. Do I only have 1 stack of these, by the way? Yeah, if it takes 3 stack, yeah, I guess we need a lot more sugarcane than I predicted. So I'm not going to sell up the entire stack, and I'm also only going to sell it to people who sell for 4. But oh yeah, that must be some bad steals. But we're also going to try and buy some mending books while we're here. Multi-shot, no. Aqua Affinity. Was that Aqua Affinity twice, actually? Is that Aqua Affinity 1 there, and then Aqua Affinity 2 here? And this one costs 70, and this... You're the same villager, friend. Okay. He just gives me a discount because I know him so well. That is a normal thing. So now I'm going to craft more books, which I can do in my inventory, thankfully. I'm not going to use all of them on trades, but I'll use a lot of them on trades. And then I'll buy some lanterns while I'm here. Just, you know, important to pick up some lanterns. Always a good thing to have. And then we're also going to buy some books. Those are expensive, but I find them to be a good investment. That's me. Yeah, if we make a sugarcane farm out here, I think that's what we got to do. Or we got to, like, an automatic one of some form. Or we could do other things. But that's what I think is the smart decision. Okay, so now we're looking for mending guy. I'm pretty sure it would be this guy who's, like, locked away in his own little house. 34 is very expensive, but sometimes you need what you need. Do we get better experience for spending that many emeralds, or is it just one trade? You know, who knows? I don't know the answers to these questions. I could know the answers, but then I would know less things about other things. So yeah, we buy a ton of those. We pick up thorns too. Yeah, I'll pick up some thorns too while I'm here. And then I'm also going to definitely buy some more mending. I don't know how much more mending, but we're going to buy more. Just seems smart. Yeah, I think we need a silly-sized sugarcane farm, but maybe one that's like actually automatic out here. Just because this is actually where I need to use... yeah, this is where I need to use it on a bigger level. So you only get 2 mending books at a time. That's probably why I have so few of it. Is because, like, who can wait for all of that? I could buy a bookshelf, break the bookshelf, get some books, because you get 3 books per bookshelf, then trade those for emeralds. But I don't think I'll do that. I think I'm good without it. So this was barely a touch-up on the pickaxe. Wish I'd remembered just how things actually worked. But it's nice. We got a little boost. And we got mending, which was important. We also got thorns, which is, you know, arguably very important too. Throw my lanterns in my little collection here. Throw my sugarcane in the chest. As you can see, very, very, very good chest we got out here. And maybe take some hay bales. Actually, wait, is there a guy out here who's buying wheat? Are you buying wheat? Are you buying wheat? Are you buying wheat? There's got to be a farmer out here buying wheat. Or why would I have so many hay bales? There's got to be a reason. There's got to be a logic to it. If there's not, I'll just take a few of those. And let's head inwards over to the cow farm, and we'll finish things up that way. Again, like, this isn't enough pickaxe to really finish this, so it's important that we do get enough pickaxe. Because if you don't have enough pickaxe, do you have enough anything? So I think we did all our tasks. Oh no, I wanted to bring an ally with me, so we didn't do all our tasks. Also, as well as bringing my ally with me, which is important, we repaired the pickaxe. We did pretty... Yeah, everything's all good. Everything is as it needs to be. We could bring a second beacon with us, but I don't really know where that'd come from. I need to do, like, a massive grind on ancient debris, and I need to do a massive grind on wither skeletons and the wither. I feel like I killed the wither, like, 3 or 4 times in a recent video, but I think I need to do that, like, to a different level. You know, a whole new level. Also, this guy, I want him to come with me. Is he going to follow? Do I need to put glass on the ground? Maybe if I take his block and then I replace it with... Oh, I've got 2 books. Okay, so we'll take his, and then we'll give him, like, I don't know, a torch? No, he's just going to fly off if he doesn't have me to follow. Yeah, I'll give him a torch or something, and then he can follow... He can follow the torches I place on the ground. And then he's going to pick them up, and he's going to bring them to me. Which is great. There we go. Yeah, it's working. And then we'll replace that later with the actual thing we want. And it'll be great. Throw 4 on the ground this time. Please don't throw them at me while I'm next to fire. You know, I feel like allies aren't designed for the Nether. I think they were originally for the Nether update, right? Which is kind of a surprising thing, given that they don't fit with the Nether at all. Maybe that's why they got delayed. I mean, by delayed, they turned it into a vote. You know, that's what makes the vote even more insulting. Is it's like, it's a feature they already wanted to add, and they're like, but we can make it part of our mob vote obligations. And it's like, I guess you could. I mean, looks like you have. So yeah, I don't know where the alley is, but just putting a torch on the ground seems to bring him home. And now we go home the correct way, and we do this. Yeah, I'm gonna have a good lunch. Thank you for asking. It's gonna be exceptional. It's going to be the best lunch anyone's ever had. Let me tell you about it. Oh, wait, no, the alley has to... You know, the alley... Oh, he already came through, so it's fine anyway. So we're going to bring 2 allies with us for, like, fairly common blocks. And then they can pick them up, and it'll be fun. I don't know how useful... Unless we have all of the alleys, actually. There's a real argument... Oh, no, we don't want to let them out. There's a real argument that, like, unless you have allies for every individual block, you're not getting too much help. But I don't accept this argument, and so therefore it is invalid. Gonna have to move a bunch of stuff with me. Like mending, we're later gonna put on some stuff. We're gonna break this chest. And now we're gonna see what's up over here. You seeing any alleys? I feel like we had one in there and then... Okay, that's my glass one. Okay, so... Now we take glass alley and we take torch alley. And we bring them with me outside the house. And then also, because the music is not playing... I don't know if it's going to work again. But it's worth trying, because I've got these on me anyway. Worst case, I can breed my one guy again. Oh, okay, he bred, which means torch guy is definitely going to breed. I don't know where a torch guy is, though. Torch guy. Place him on the ground. That's how we'll find him. Mr. Torchy. Okay. So then we'll breed him as well. Okay, so we've got a lovely, lovely collection of allies now. We'll give them each 1 block in the nether. And, yeah, we'll give them each 1 block. I'm going to put this away for now. Yeah, this is how my storage gets disorganized, by the way. I'm seeing it now as I'm doing it. It's totally making sense. Put those in there. Okay, let's go. Are we good? Friends, this way. You seeing the torches? Oh, the newly bred allies need to have blocks too. Well, they're not going to follow me. So I'll give them all torches. You can have a torch. And I can have a torch. And there was definitely a 4th one, but we'll find them later, and we'll be confused about it. It'll be great. Okay, so drop this on the ground, drop these on the ground. Right near the portal. Yeah, this is going to be a mob that's going to be hard to move between dimensions. That's my official guess here. Okay, so if we drop one on this side, they're going to come through the portal to try and get it, right? Okay, one's gone through. Glass on the ground, more torches on the ground. Just go through the portal. You know what I'm trying to get you to do here. How about you just do it, huh? How about we just go through? Yep, just fly past. Okay, just see this? Have you considered going through it? You know, this is the reason that it wasn't worth using ally. This individually, we've just proven the point right here. You don't come with me now. You stay here. It's been decided. This is for you. No, it's for you. Okay. So now we're in the nether. We've actually got all of them, which is great. And so then we place our torches. Do our little brick from road. We can't fly where we need to go. Yeah, this is needless and silly, but I think we should do it. If we're 7.5 hours in. Brevity is clearly not our priority. So why do we pretend like it is? Just drop a torch here and there. Torch goes here. Torch goes there. Torch goes everywhere, you could say. Yeah, these... Oh, hello. Thank you. Yeah, I think these alleys are going to speed up our mining by at least 300%. And so it's all gonna balance out after that. Also, the glass one is following me just as well. So you know what? Maybe we don't need... Oh, don't blow up my... Okay, it's fine. They're fine. Don't know how they're fine, but they are. I don't think that 3rd ally is going to follow me in here. But he doesn't need to. As long as 2 allies make it. Honestly, as long as 1 ally makes it. As long as I have an ally for this silly process I'm doing, I'm going to feel okay about things. The ally is a big elytra nerf, because now you can't use elytras if you want to use the ally. I mean, it probably shouldn't be that way. They probably should be able to follow you even when you're flying. But you know what? They don't. And so you gotta... Can I have my torches back? Thank you. And so you gotta realize these things. Okay, so I'm gonna fly up just a little bit to get over this, because I don't want them to go into the scary place. So we fly over here, and we drop a torch on the ground, and they're still good. Yeah, we're gonna use a lot more fireworks with allies nearby. But that's fine to me. I think I came from over... Ooh, yeah, that's not good. I think I came from down here. I could be wrong. But I don't know where I went up is the problem. It was like over here somewhere. Like, I'm not going to find that exact same cave again. So instead we just fly down and under. Yep, usually a bad idea. But it's what I'm doing right now. And then up through here. Oh wait, we flew too fast again. Was focused on my direction. Lost the allies. I don't even know which way I came from, if I'm being totally honest with you. Yeah, this is a conundrum. You can bring the allies to the Nether, but they're never going to be able to follow you anywhere meaningful in it. That's fine, we got 2 allies. Like I said, that's worse than 1, worse than 3, but it is still better than 1. Honestly, I guess boats might be the... Yeah, we're going to get one of them blown up. That seems like an inevitability. Okay, so... I'm going to glide. Instead of flying, I glide. Even that, I'm going too fast for you guys. You gotta up your pace. No offense, fellas, but you really do. Okay. Gonna waste a lot of fireworks moving allies to the right part of the world. But it's okay. It's okay. They're still in my simulation distance. They're gonna just weave over here in a nonsensical way. And then once they're here, we can resolve our disputes then. So now we're gonna fly up. I don't know if they can do upwards well. If I place a torch up here, can they? Looks like they can. And then we want to go at least a few hundred blocks this way. Actually, wait, is this a cave over here? Is this the cave? It might be the cave. It might just be a cave. Got 2 allies. Don't go in the lava. Thank you for not going in the lava. Yeah, this is painful. This is an escort mission. Minecraft managed to make escort missions, and I'm not happy with that. This is greatly disappointing to me. Oh yeah. Have you ever tried this? This isn't okay. This is not okay. Okay. So yeah, this has to be my biggest single issue with 1.19. Like, why can't they just teleport around like dogs do? I feel like dogs probably have the same issue. Why can't we just design simulation distance so it works better, huh? Why can't we just? Yeah, this is definitely a dead end, and it's also... We've gone a bit too far, I feel like. Oh, that's not good. It's really not good. So yeah, this is the dead end I always reach when I'm looking for it. I feel like it's just past this wall somewhere. So, I'll use the pickaxe. Oh no, it's not that. It's got to be this way, right? Maybe honestly, why don't I just keep track of coordinates? It would save me a lot of tunneling through holes like this. Because I think it's about 800 on one coordinate and about 600 on the other. Yeah, there we go. Maybe. Oh, what's this over here? Is this it? Oh, there's some yellow. Yeah, that is it. Okay. So there's some method to all of this. 2 allies still. We did it. We got here. Mine all the way across, or bridge all the way across, and then bridge over here. We're gonna confuse future us when we're like, where should I fly? Well, that's not current me's problem. That's future me's problem. He has enough. He has future me's a slacker, so he kind of deserves this. Just gonna throw him out the portal. You know what? I'll just do the thing I did last time. It clearly worked. They fly through the portal, trying to get their hands on some. Come on, guys! Just go into the portal. Is that a big thing to ask? Okay, one of them's through. Are you through? Are you coming? Hey, there we go. We got 2 allies now. They are definitely going to make up the time that I wasted on them. Trust me on that one. We still have to make this whole system work with the hoppers and whatnot. Oh, I need more iron if I'm... No, I guess I can replace the iron with emerald and get iron that way. There's going to have to be a lot of iron for this system, which means a lot of wood, but it's fine. I can make a lot of wood. So yeah, let's hop in my minecart. I'm hoping at this point that one of the minecart chests is... Oh... is going to be emptied or full or whatever. I swear I had 3 minecart chests up here. It's very odd that I do not anymore. Yeah, let's see if we can't... If I just remove that block and I make it like a partial block, like a fence, so this hangs halfway off its block, I think I could do something quite cool. I don't know if I can really trust myself to do that, but it would be cool, would it not? Yeah, we definitely just need to make more of these into hopper-doodle-doos. And also we can now take all of these blocks and we can place them into just that main chest. Just, you know, it's all coming in there now. Just all in you go. Honestly, why don't I just place it in the main chest? Why would I place it into the... Yeah, what am I thinking? Okay, there we go. So the hoppers are working. The minecarts are working. I got some spare netherrack that's going on the ground. I didn't use up... I was going to use the hay... I made a whole point about how the hay bales were not enough. Oh, yeah, God, that's a problem for future me to deal with. Yeah, future me has got this. Yeah, this is a big project. You guys realizing that? I don't know if it's sunk in yet, but the number of hours this video is getting to is starting to convince me that actually... Wait, I should have just broken the minecart. Now they're not gonna... Okay. Maybe they would have been able to follow me without it anyway. I mean, with it anyway. I don't think so, actually. Let's speed they're going at. We'll say it's a good thing. We'll say it's a good thing. I'm looking forward to this. This is like the moment I've been waiting for. This is the moment. This is it. If do you think the violence is necessary? Do you think it's like a good value for humans to have? Or do you think it's like a barbaric, like, holdover from our past as monkeys? That's my question. People aren't asking it enough, but I'm gonna be brave here, and I'm gonna ask: Are people just monkeys, or is it good that we're like that? Also, yeah, I think breaking more of these skulky things, like that one up there, doesn't probably need. Like, I feel weird leaving them up there, but also, you know, it's a weird thing. I guess we could remove all of that from this biome. And actually, wait, I just realized we have this now destroyed deep dark. The better thing might not be the blocks that we're collecting by the by the minecart chest load. The better thing that we might be getting here is the like, if you think about it, we're getting a whole area where mobs can't spawn. I mean, they can spawn, but like where mobs shouldn't spawn. Besides slimes, apparently. I don't understand why. Why are slimes exempt from the no mob spawn rule? It's because Minecraft is illogical, that's why. Okay, let's dump this in there, and then we'll dump the 25 candles in here. It's, you know, they just about fit together. Also, all of this wood, I'm pretty sure, because it's dark oak, it's from this thing. And so now what we can do... Okay, I'm going to mine the most common 2 blocks. I'm going to guess it's deep slate tile, non-cracked, and it's deep slate brick. That's my guess. And so what we do is we get 2 torches back from my good friends. One of these is cracked. I'm going to get my torches back from my friends over here. You are my friend. And now you are going to have a deep slate tile. And so you, over here, where are you? Do I see him? There's definitely a second ally. There we go. You, give me that torch back. There we... Actually, does he give the torch back? I think he does. And so now we got 2 allies. And look at this, look at this. Destroy some blocks. Don't even have to pick them up myself. Yeah, it's being dealt with for me. And so now even better, we make a what's the word for it? A note block, right? Oh, we don't even have to make a note block. There is one in here, I think. No, there's no note block. There's a target block. No, wait, there was... Oh, there's skulks. There's something or other like what I'm trying to describe. I think. Maybe. Maybe I'm going crazy. Is there no blocks? There's no blocks in somewhere. There's possibilities for note blocks. I think they can spawn naturally, but not in the central area. And then we could use that. Or we could just use some redstone. I think I'm going to use redstone. It's going to be like some naturally mined redstone. But there's going to be some redstone to mine around here. Like right there. There we go. So we mine it like this. Now we got that. Mix it with some wood. Do I have any wood down here? I don't have any wood down here. But if I did, now you see what I could do. Okay, so... I have redstone ore in here, even. So, I'm having a good time. I'm approaching the 8-hour mark, it looks like. But I'm seeing the future now. And the future is allies and spiders move my minecarts for me. So I'm going to be back after a little bit of lunch. It's going to be good. It's going to be real good. Oh, dear God. Okay, hello there, Mr. Slime. It seems as though... By the way, why doesn't he despawn? It was literally like... It's been some, like 12 hours or something. Side note, this is a big project. Who would have figured? I don't even know if it was smart to do this. Like, I think it's such a cool, dumb thing to make a video this long. Because this is the sort of thing no one makes a video this long. Because why wouldn't you just do the classic, oh, let's just cut away. And, you're just going to have to trust me. But I think also... there's something beautiful about actually seeing the process that is also terrible. I love the idea. I hate the idea. Welcome to Minecraft. Speaking of welcome to Minecraft, today there's like an actual deadline I have to finish this because I need to go and do something else in this Let's Play world desperately today. If it doesn't happen today, then a lot of other things go off schedule and I have to do this. It is non-negotiable. And, there's this funny thing about time and completion and stuff like that, where we, I don't know, it's, having deadlines makes everything so much more important, but also starts to oh yeah, there is no way past that. It's so much more stressful, right? And it makes you realize that stress isn't like, an accidental feeling. It's not like this weird, just you feel it. Stress is like a very deliberate, it's a feeling the body has to make you realize how important, it makes something so important to you mentally that it hurts you physically if you don't do it. And I think that is a, surprisingly important, feeling to have as humans. And it might not sound like it is. Also, I should have gotten a new hoe. I don't know why I'm still using this very broken thing. The worst bit is I could just add another diamond hoe to it. Because it's diamond, it's not even that hard to... That's what I should have just done. Should have just thrown an extra diamond hoe in there. In fact, I even got a mending book. I could have just thrown the mending book on there. But yeah, I think I'll just break more of the... If it really comes to it, I'll break more of the thing and make it happen. Anyway, yeah, having stress is such an important feeling for human beings because it makes us really need to do a thing on a much deeper level than we seem to do as a standard day-to-day basis. Also, I need to get more light in here. I'm done with the lack of light, so we're gonna break through here. Okay, that was wool, and then this is ground, and then that's a torch again. Just the more torches we add, the more better things get. That is just how this one works, I think. Okay, now we're gonna switch out to our shears. The shears are definitely close to death, but it's they can get this done at least. And yeah, it's feeling good overall. It's feeling very good. The one thing I do have an issue with is this video length. I feel like 4 hours or 5 hours or maybe even 6 hours, that's kind of funny long. 10 hours isn't even funny long, it's just, what is a video doing being this long, even if this was a live stream highlight, you'd be like, what sort of a, 12, how much time do you think we have here, friend? And it's no one can watch this in one sitting. It's just impossible. You're gonna fall asleep. Well, I mean, I guess if you do it at the very start of your day, if you planned a whole day around this video, but that's, can you do that? Is that possible? I don't even know. Here's the thing. I'm sticking to my word, because I find honesty to be very important. I said I'd do this all. I said there'd be no cuts, even though it makes more sense to cut away. Listen, I could do some stuff, be like, here's what I did. But I'm sticking to my thing to prove the commitment to actually being honest. It's something that's really important to me. Wherever you can be honest, you should be honest. I don't know why it's not more important to more people, but it is important to me. And the reason I mention that is because sometimes, when you really care about something, it's not when it's easy to care about the thing that you're showing you care about it. It's when it's difficult. When it's difficult to be honest, That's when you're showing your commitment to honesty. When it's difficult to be, when it's difficult to be whatever you really strongly believe in, that's when it kind of matters the most to be that thing. Like, I know this is it's kind of a paraphrasing of the argument people make around free speech that, like, well, you know, we gotta have free speech that has limits when it offends people or whatever, you know, like, whatever they're effectively saying with their words. But it's like, no, but the issue is that, like, we don't need to defend speech that doesn't offend people. We only need to protect it when people would otherwise seek to silence it, right? Like, you don't need to protect all humans all the time. Not if you could put every human in witness protection programs or whatever, but that would be silly. We do it when people are most at threat because they've done something to offend some mob boss or whatever the story is. Honestly, do mob bosses really go after people like that? And does witness protection really work? I don't actually know. I'm kind of making the guess right now. Okay, so throw this in there alongside some glowstone lamps. Really starting to max those out. Also, yeah, thank God for these guys coming in. Actually, well, they haven't delivered any blocks to me, but, like, you know, they would deliver me blocks. And that's really nice of them. You ever think about how nice, like, they want to be? And really how nice we should treat them as because they want to be nice? Yeah, I bet you didn't think about that. Okay, so let's, we got some redstone. Thank God there's a redstone dust. I don't know where this torch should go, I guess. Also in here. But then this lever needs to go somewhere. So I guess we'll move that out. Okay, there we go. Perfect, yeah. And now the lever's in there. And then we just find a place for the deep slate tiles. Should be nice and easy. Go in here. No. Goes in here. There we go. Almost. We just keep finding a chest until one of them makes me happy. Okay, and then we also have a wool chest over here. And oh gosh, there's just so many chests. I don't know how I'm ever going to keep track of them anymore. There's just too many of them. I think that's most of the wool that we have left to mine, so that's good if nothing else. But yeah, I said I'd show you all of this project, and I intend to show you all of the project. It's hard to do, but that's the interesting point. Like that, you know, I think, you know, like believing in your principles, even when it's hard, is kind of the hard thing about having principles, right? And so, like, and obviously I'm a big believer in, like, at some point you need to say, well, no! Why is it by the beacon that this happens? And it actually destroyed 2 iron blocks. What is... How? Why do I spend so long looking for these guys and they spawn right next to my one super valuable thing? That's so upsetting to me. That is so ridiculously upsetting. But yeah, when it's hard to be something is when it's most important, is when it's most challenging. Oh my god, I literally can't. I can't get the extra blocks until I go back up. I mean, I could mine all these diamonds around here. Should we do that just for now? Yeah, why not? Okay, I got the fortune pickaxe for a reason, right? So we'll just mine some diamonds while we're here. All the diamonds get mined. Because there's so many of them. If you wanna find diamonds, just mine an ancient city. That is my advice to you. Is there more down there? Surprisingly not. So that's 7. Oh, that means this fortune has been really bad luck. 7 diamonds for 5 diamond ore mined. Really bad odds. So I need 2 blocks of diamonds. So let's see what we can find around here. Come on. You know I deserve more than what you're giving me, game. Okay, so I need 18 minimum, and I'm at 13. I mean, I guess it's just a matter, like... The cool thing about this is I have got myself in a situation where the diamonds are relatively easy to find. And oh, there we go, there is another one. So that should take us up to where we want to be. I think the 2 diamond ores, a little bit of a stingy number to be given me, but it's fine. We'll mine this one too, and that brings me perfectly up to 18. Using diamond blocks in a beacon, I don't think I've ever done it in survival because you just wouldn't. It's just not worthwhile by anyone's definition. But you know, sometimes a creeper blows up your beacon, and you gotta work around that. You know, sometimes that just happens, and when that happens, you gotta work around it. And by working around it, I mean mining some diamonds. Okay, so yeah, it was 2 blocks. Very ugly looking, gonna have to say. Oh no, there was 4 here! All of them got destroyed permanently. Every single one of them. You're telling me that's fair creeper explosions? Right, not dropping 100%, not dropping, you know, any percent, 0% of the iron blocks destroyed by the creeper. One of the stronger blocks in Minecraft, by the way. They just vanish forever. I don't understand how Minecraft's so big on, like, we shouldn't affect your worlds. And then a creeper can still destroy permanently. Permanently destroy. It's gone. There's no, oh, we could find these if we just like... No. It's gone forever. The beacon is destroyed irreparably. They lost me 54 iron. That's most of a stack. Do you know how long I had to mine to get most of a stack? I mean, nowadays it's less because of fortune. But do you know how ridiculously unfair that is, Minecraft? Do you know? I don't think you do know. That parity change is the one we need more than anything else. I think that is so ridiculous. I am beyond livid about it, and I'm sharing that with you right now. But no, yeah, sure. Like, it's when it's really hard to be, honest. Is when it's most interesting. Is when it's most challenging. Is when it's actually more of a question than a foregone conclusion. So, like, I don't know, like, should you lie to protect yourself? This is one of my few places where I had to conclude, like, yeah, you kind of have to. Like, if there is a, I don't know, if a homeless person asks, do you have any money? Do you know how much of a, like, hassle it is if you say yes, but I would not like to give it to you? You know, do you realize how quickly that goes sour and makes you look terrible and, you know, maybe even puts you in genuine danger? So you say, nah, man, and it's a collective lie we have. Because no man actually is the collective lie for, I of course have money because I am, you know, like, I live in a society, but I would not like to give it to you. Because, you know, like, money is such a weird relative thing, like, everyone has and doesn't have money at the same time. Like, you clearly have money because you have all these obligations in your life that cost money, but also you can be broke. This is, you know, one of my things. This is, like, my least popular thought ever. Because every single politician in the world always panders to the middle class. Because the middle class is the largest class. Majority of people fall somewhere in the definition of middle class. And so we're going to be like, I love a strong middle class. I think they're important. But I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say... Also, where did this Netherrack come from? That can't have come from this structure, right? I think I've got a... Whatever. But I'm genuinely the opposite. Like, if you're working class, if you're whatever you want to call it, like lower class, I think maybe, then you are poor. Your expenses are most of your income, or you don't have income, or your only income is supplemental benefits received from XYZ, or family support. You know, like there's a that is what this is, and so. You actually are broke. You don't have spare money of any form. And then so like high class people, like, okay, we've got access to money. So now that we've got this excess money, we can afford nice things like, I don't know, holidays, cars, etc. So the middle class is what annoys me about the middle class. Let me come adamantly out against it, even though I know it's unpopular because I know statistically if you fall into a class grade and you're watching this, it's probably middle class. But I'm going to criticize what I hate about you anyway, because this is my honesty here. But like I hate that it's all of the like feeling as though you deserve all the things that the very richest in society have. Like, I'm sure this person earns 100 times more money than me, and his investments are what's making his money. And so this is after they've invested in everything they need to keep the rest of their life secure. I'll just get it now. Either with credit card debt, you know, paying way more money for a thing because you need it now. You know, like that is being definitionally a petulant child, right? Like, I want it now. I don't care how much worse it is. For everyone else and everything else. But the worst bit is then to want all the nice things and to do your best to get them via finance or whatever else, you know, like, oh yeah, I just financed a new Porsche. I mean, you know, sometimes you gotta treat yourself. Whatever ridiculous thing people will say to justify their bad impulse decisions. Oh my god. Oh, there's more diamonds in here. But then to use the language of the working class and be like, oh, I'm just broke. It's like, no, you're not broke. You made poor financial decisions. And not only that, by the way, It's like using broke to effectively mean like, yeah, I'm, I like using the actual limit of money which exists as a way to justify not to like that. It just annoys me so much. It's like, no. It's fine to say I can't do this. I think it's not the best fit for my money right now. But to say you're broke, say you have no money, it might be polite to some people, but it's so annoying to me. It is just, it's an inaccurate lie, and I don't understand why we accept it. Speaking of things I don't understand why we accept, have I mentioned I don't like slimes yet? Have I mentioned that? I feel like I should if I haven't. But no, yeah, so should I make myself a hoe while I'm out here? I don't have a thing to take advantage of it, so maybe not. I wish iron spawned down here. Then I could make myself an anvil real quick. We can move on. Oh wait, this is the portal I think I'm mining. Yeah, we got to be very careful not to mine that for now. So yeah, this is the last set of blocks we mine. We'll keep it nice and in place. But yeah, so I think that one of the most challenging things is like, should you be honest when there is a danger to yourself? Should you be honest to protect yourself? If there's it's some famous I think it's like an Aristotle thing. Maybe I'm mixing it up with the weird dude who really liked to confuse Aristotle a lot. But an interesting piece of philosophy, right, is if a murderer walks into your house and asks, where are your children sleeping? Should you tell him the truth? You see he's like, I would like to do a murder tonight, and where are your children sleeping? Or where is your wife sleeping? Where is your girlfriend sleeping? Where is your mother sleeping? Whichever relation that you have that you care the most about, should you tell that person about the thing? Is like this most interesting piece of philosophy where like, most sane people, of course you're going to say like, no, not telling that. But like that is an act of dishonesty. You are now just as bad as the murderer. I mean, you're not just as bad. But you're bad just like the murderer is bad. Because you are going against the convention of what it means to be a good person. You're arguing that you're doing it because like, well, this person will murder my family otherwise. But just because you fear something bad, it doesn't mean you should be dishonest. Right? That's just to clarify. I don't know if I could wholeheartedly sit there and tell a murderer where my family lived. I'm gonna love you. I'm not sure. I'm sure that falls under my thing of like I would have to think a few times and try and like it would be hard. You would try and you'd even try and like because the best thing honestly like dishonesty is pretty upsetting to a lot of people. But like half honesty is saying, oh yeah, I don't want to spend money, but that's rude, so I'll just say I'm broke. It's politer and it could plausibly be true, and so everyone's feelings are less hurt. And so the same with half honesty would be like, rather than saying a fake location or saying, no, I don't know where my family is, or whatever you need to say to protect them from harm, rather than saying something like that, just ask a question back. Why would you like to know where my family are? And he's like, that's not your problem. And I'm like, I think it might be my problem. That there you go, you haven't really lied, right? You're expressing your concerns in a more valid way. Whereas if you say, oh yeah, they're just they're down the street. They're actually in Mexico right now. I'll get you some I'll give you a lift to the airport if you wanna go see them. Something like that. There's all sorts of things you can do that are not technically lies, and so aren't technically you doing anything wrong. But also, okay, this is a big chest we basically just filled up there. But also, I think it's a very intense situation, which is mostly used to prove the point. Also, yeah, half lies. I just want to kind of point this out right now. Half lies are like just such a standard, key, normal. Like we are in a society that is filled with like, yeah, well, it's not technically fully a lie, but it's basically fully a lie. Oh wow, more diamonds. I didn't realize you could find diamonds underneath this structure. Again, that kind of proves that the deep slate under here is just the cave itself going up a block. But we're mining it anyway, because, we are. That's just how it be, apparently. So yeah, like, half honesty is saying things that are, like, not disprovably false and which are politer than the truth. But sometimes those are the real damaging things, in my opinion. Like, sometimes, like, we genuinely, like, if you, okay, so when you get into a debate about, I don't know, Fahrenheit versus Celsius, or, okay, wait, actually, here's the better example. The way sales tax is done in the United States, it is excluded from the price of the item. So when you go to the till, they will tell you what the sales tax was on your item, and then you pay, for instance, if sales tax is 5%, when you go to buy your dollar item, it costs you $1.05. Whereas the European system, it's a value-added tax. There's actually a few distinct differences in the way the tax is administered otherwise, but all you really need to know or care about. Also, what even hit me off there? Was it this slime? Like, what happened to me? Is it a skeleton up there? It is. There's a skeleton up there again. Don't know how he manages to stay there for so long, but he clearly does. But, yeah, the European system, it's a value-added tax, so it works differently. But the long story short of it is the tax is included. You can then see it on your receipt, like, it's clear that I spent £100 on something. I actually spent, you know, £83 on something, and then 20% tax, and that's how I spent £100. And, so if you talk to people about this, it's like, again, it's like, rather than getting into a debate, because there is a really interesting debate in there about who should the tax burden fall on for sales tax? Is it the consumer or is it the business? In Europe, it's effectively the business that shoulders it. I mean, it's always the consumer that shoulders tax eventually because, you know, like, if a price goes up for a business as they try to cover their costs and you can't afford it, or, you know, you will pay the higher price that they ask you to pay. Right? Like, that's the nature of business. But on the moment-to-moment level, the real debate there is who should shoulder the burden of sales tax. Who is doing the thing that is a taxable event? Is it the business selling the good, or is it the buyer buying the good? But that's a really contentious debate. That's one that's like, you know, you start diving into politics and government and taxation and all these like quite controversial areas. And so instead, what it's called a retroactive justification. Instead, what Americans say, and I'm sure someone already went to go type it in the comments, go delete your comment right now, because what people will say often, as they're like, I think you have missed this, Mr. Toy Cat, Monsieur. What they'll say instead is like, no. You see, the reason we can't use that system, there's no debate to be had here. It's just that we cannot use the system you are describing because in America, sales tax is different in every single state. It's different in some counties too. But because it's so different place by place, there's no way to include it in the pre-tax price. It just, you couldn't put it in there, right? Like, because the pre-tax price is different everywhere. And so, there we go. It's impossible. You know, like, how much does a Whopper cost? There's no way of knowing until you go to the checkout, because it depends on where you go. And at first, that sounds like, actually, yeah, I guess they make a good point. Until you realize that's it's called a retroactive justification. Because first of all, Canada uses the same system, despite only having 10 separate tax rates across their entire country. And so it's like, okay, well, for Canada, like, they're still doing the same thing, which means, actually, I think the debate is deeper than just, it's impossible to do because we've got too many jurisdictions. Second of all, the size of, for instance, California... actually, I think California is different by county. But, like, the size of states that have a statewide sales tax, or statewide, you know, like, that they are just as big as some European countries, which have... By the way, you know, like, in the UK, VAT is different than it is in Ireland. I actually don't know what VAT is in Ireland. I think it's 21%. It might be 19%. I know it's 1% above or below the UK. But they have a different rate of tax that they pay. And so if you're in Northern Ireland, you can cross the border and products will change price. They don't only change price, by the way. They change currency. People, like, you need two currencies if you live close enough to the border in Northern Ireland or Ireland. Or Gibraltar and Spain. They use the Gibraltar pound. They're right next to the euro area. VAT rates are different. It is a real thing. Within Portugal, they have different VAT rates depending on where you are, and it's still all included in the price. And you know, conversely, in America, and the reason it doesn't matter is because when you're buying something, you're buying it in one physical place. There's no, just at the checkout, let's confirm where we are. this store, you know, your local Target has never moved tax jurisdictions. I'm assuming, actually. Maybe it has. But I'm assuming your local Walmart, your local Target, even your local McDonald's, it hasn't changed jurisdiction. It hasn't changed, you know, like, it's in the same place. I hope we can agree on that much, right? And so, given that it's in the same place now as it was previously, maybe, just, you know, this is just a thought, you know, it's not a guarantee, but since it's in the same place, it's unlikely that taxes, I mean, actually, you might have tax rates for various roads or building projects or whatever, but it's unlikely the tax rate has changed there. It is likely that the exact same tax rate has been true from when it was made to now. And so actually, yeah, there is the more interesting debate in there about who should shoulder the burden of tax. Like, because ultimately it is all eventually the consumer, but also it doesn't mean the consumer wants to be the one paying sales tax. Who should be, you know, like, should businesses be exempt from sales tax? Should they be able to... Because right now the way it works is you claim back VAT if you're a business. Only the end consumer has to pay VAT, right? And so, like, who should be responsible for it? Is there even such a... Is there an answer to such a question that is fair? That can be found or that can exist? Who knows? I don't know. There is a really interesting debate that's contentious here. But to protect everyone, because, you know, let's be honest, during political debates, a lot of people who are, like, particularly emotional, feeling and charged about their politics, they do get their feelings hurt. That, you know, there is a real risk that you will hurt people that you care about and you might not like to hurt during a debate about some dumb policy somewhere, right? And so, given that that is true, you know, would it be easier just to not hurt people? Wouldn't that be cool? Okay, there's another minecart chest here. And there's another one over here. Okay, so load it up. You know, rather than hurting people, what if we just didn't? What if we just said, oh yeah, so this sounds like a good debate we're having and all, but fortunately for all of us, it's not even a debate because taxes change by area. It's not even a lie. Like, enough people do believe it. Enough people do think. Yeah, same with Fahrenheit versus Celsius, right? Like, there probably is an interesting debate in there. People would just go, oh yeah, I like Celsius because the boiling point of water is at 100. And it's like, well, I mean, there's something really nice and specific that happens at 100 Fahrenheit, I'm sure. But, like, because, you know, like, boiling water isn't the biggest use for temperature. So instead, if you're raised into a Fahrenheit system, you say the number one thing that, you know, temperature is important for is measuring weather. You know, 100 is real warm and 0 is real cold. As if, like, Celsius people have no idea when they look at the temperature, like, oh my god, is it hot or cold right now? What does 28 mean? I only know that we're 28% of the way to boiling water. Which is the implication, right? But yeah, with the debate there, it's like, yeah, we pick our sides, and it's like almost we pick very different, unopposable views, because it's easier, it's more fun, and that way, like, polite lies are good, right? Polite lies are way better than having to, because you know, like, if you do get into politically engaged things, you know what? One of the things that Americans like to do to me, as a British person, a European, I think, in this case, it is European versus not just British person, but as a European living in the United States, what Americans love to say to me, and only, you know, a certain number of politically engaged people in a very specific politically engaged way, but what they love to say to me is like, oh yeah, y'all guys worked out that gun thing, huh? And it's like, yeah, I mean, you know, like, and it's like, it is like uncomfortable. Whereas at least if they were just like, oh yeah, so in America we can have guns because we are big and we have scary bears everywhere. Whereas, you know, in the UK you don't have bears, so you don't need guns. That's the logic. That's how we do these things. Just trust us. It's all good. Also, just look how many slimes there are. It's too many, right? You know, if I kill them all, I'll get some... Okay, if I kill them all, I get a real nice boost to my pickaxe. That's nice. Oh, God. I think I'm wasting my golden carrots. Yeah, this is a disaster. How did another one spawn? Where are the creepers? See, like, unless I'm by my beacon, creepers don't spawn. It is endlessly frustrating. So I'm gonna eat one now. The golden carrots. I want to finish this project with the golden carrots. I don't know what I'm gonna do for myself if they run out. It's all gonna be over. I was sure the golden carrot... It looked like I was on track to make the golden carrots last. But, you know, then Minecraft got in the way, huh? You had to get in the way, Minecraft. Had to ruin my day. Okay, no, I can do this. I'm just gonna stay on track. I'm not gonna let myself get into fights. I'll kill mobs, you know, like I don't usually do that, but when you've got high quality food, it is important. And I'm gonna make these 2 carrots last, so I can at least have a nicer finishing point or whatever. But yeah, I think lying to protect yourself and others is like the whole, at least the most noble reason to do it. You know, people who lie for no reason are frustrating because it's this very powerful tool. You know, humans, the thing that we do amazingly is we create fictions inside our heads. This is something that geese can't do. This is something parrots or llamas just cannot do. They cannot create fictions outside of themselves that exist inside the brains of other animals. Like, right now, okay, think about this for a second. It might hurt you. But does Harry Potter exist? Does Homer Simpson exist? Like, yes and no, right? The only correct answer is yes and no. Like, of course he exists, but also of course he doesn't exist. He is a fiction. He is a collective, made-up concept that we have, and it's important for telling stories. He tells the story of, like, the counterculture view of Americans during the 1980s, and now he tells the story of how if a show is successful enough, they'll keep it going, even if maybe they shouldn't have done so. But, you know, like, he is a useful character that we can all picture his mannerisms. He's fake and yet he's real. And so the same is true for Diamond Ore in Minecraft. Does Diamond Ore in Minecraft exist? It's not a physical thing, but we've done such a good job of making the concept that you can see it with your own eyes right now. But that doesn't make it real. It is a shared... Also, man, there's so many diamonds over here. It's this shared idea that we have created for many purposes, but it has some very handy benefits, right? So yeah, I think that if I were to describe this any better, I would say that okay, we've got the bottom. We've got everything under the portal basically done now. It's a good. Actually, no, this whole thing up there has to go, and I don't even have a staircase up anymore. The color red. The fact that we have a word for it, and we have a way to identify not something physical, but a color. I can say, if you shut your eyes right now, you can picture red. Even though, like, you know, you might picture a thing that is red, but I'm not telling you to picture that thing that is red. You're just able to do it solely from what I'm saying about picturing red, right? You getting the idea of fictions? They're like this amazing premise. And so creating fictions is to some extent lying. If I tell you about this guy, Homer Simpson, and what I really mean is a cartoon character, like, it's not fully lying, but it kind of is, right? Like, well, what's what just happened there with the deep slate? Okay, I guess this is a common bug in Minecraft now. You know, not really lying, but also definitely lying. That is how I would describe. That's how I would describe telling you about my friend who isn't real. Maybe if you have to clarify, like, oh yes, he is a fiction. In the same way that you can say, oh yeah, you look really good today. I'm lying. And something about, you know, it's a human psychological thing. Even if you admit you're lying right afterwards, people still feel better about being told they look good. As long as they genuinely believed it in the first place. Even once they learn it's a lie, they have some positively held emotions that carry over. And that's crazy, but it's true. It's the weird nature of humanity is our ability to create ideas from scratch, from thin air, and then for them to be real in their own way. You know, they're as real as many other things, and it's absolutely fascinating. But so this is a powerful ability that we have, and the reason why we hate it when people lie is because it's using this powerful ability and using it for effectively no reason. You know, like, in the same way, if you have a gun, you know, it's a very powerful ability, right? It's a weapon designed to kill things. It is a remote murder device. It's for people who think, oh, yeah, I'd like to murder, but I'm not close enough to the thing to murder it now. Boom, here's a gun. Now you can murder whatever you want. I mean, not whatever you want. There's laws. Oh, the laws are the exact same thing. You know, like, there is a law that says do not drive above 70 miles per hour. The law, that, you know, the sign is the representation of it, but the law doesn't exist. It's a thing inside all of our brains, right? We all just collectively agree that law exists, and so it is true. You know, like, oh, you can't do that, it's against the law. I guess you're right. Oh my god, no! How? Where are these guys spawning? Like, he spawned behind me on there somewhere? And then, oh man, I've got so few golden carrots. And by that I mean literally 2. You're throwing me all the way off course here, friends. Yeah, this is the world's biggest advertisement for golden carrots, right? Do you know how many hours this video is? And by the way, this is with me taking damage all the time. If I'd have done this flawlessly, or if I'd just done it on peaceful... I guess if you did it on peaceful, stack of golden carrots will last forever. But if I'd have just lit this place up a bit more effectively, I could still have 30, 40 golden carrots, I bet. Or at least 20. This is insane, as far as an ad for golden carrots is concerned. Yeah, I think we should just place a torch up there. It's going to get destroyed eventually, maybe. But in the meantime, it's worth it. And yeah, we'll destroy everything down to this layer here, because that's the actual portal. Everything else is kind of not. And anyway, so the interesting thing about the incredibly interesting thing about fictions and like laws, the speed limit exists but also does not. We have all sorts of ideas like this. And so in the same way that a gun is this powerful device, and we hate it when people have this immense power and they misuse it. The same is true, like, yeah, if you have a gun, it can kill people. Please try not to kill people if you have a gun. That's why we do safety courses or whatever. I don't know what the requirement to get one is, honestly. But, you know, in a lot of states, there is a safety requirement. I think my doorbell just went off. No, wait. Maybe. Oh no, it's my camera spotting me recording this video. I got a camera in my office when I'm gone. Just that this is where, like, all my valuable stuff is. And so it's like, just being able to look at it. It's like loading up your bank account and checking, like, did my bank go under? Okay, it's all good. Anyway, so there's this funny concept to me. That is, like, nothing really exists. But also, that because of that, you know, we got to use our ability to create nothings that don't exist. Very, in the same way, if you have a gun, like, and you're shooting up in the air, that's irresponsible and reckless. If you have a car and you're driving at double the speed limit and almost crashing into people, that's a really reckless use of a powerful tool that can kill people, right? And so, it's not good to be recklessly almost killing people all the time. I can attest that is what people do not like, I believe is what they say. Also, is the slime coming towards me? I guess a slime is coming towards me. I don't know why I use my pickaxe for that. I just do not understand. Yeah, if I get another creeper in here about now, that'd be good. Because I'm about to eat my penultimate golden carrot. So now it's all about the cleanup job. I mean, we have no more golden carrots. I think we could have done the entire thing with a stack of golden carrots. I think that could have happened. But we didn't get there. Because of all the mobs. So this is my failure, you know? It'd be easier to lie to myself, lie to all of you as well. Say, well, you know, the reasons, because Minecraft slime spawning. You know, I could have worked around those mechanics. I could have been prepared for it. But no, this is on me. This is my last golden carrot. And so now I'm going to make this underside look a bit prettier. I think it's important we mine the last of these blocks. And also, I think we should take down the skulk over there. It does ruin this perfectly flat area. And so I think it should go. So, see, just little errant blocks like this. Make sure there's a consistent base. I think that's important to do. Anyway, so yeah, I think lying is really, really hard. You know, like I'd be lying if I said I didn't want it. I didn't want in my heart of hearts to do this whole thing, and that I'm not super disappointed, and that I wasn't even like that I didn't have like a secret part of me that was prepared to be like, ooh, what if we could, you know, what if we just get one more stack of golden carrots? I'd say we're probably over 50% done. If we're leaving the portal in place, because I think it looks kind of cool floating by itself. If we're leaving the portal in place, then isn't it like aren't we like really like 60% done, 70% through this maybe? I could even say 3/4. I think we're a surprising amount through this compared to what you might expect. And so couldn't we say, okay, that's good. How about we just grab one more stack, finish it up? I think the best reason not to is because I've probably, you know, like I really, one of the things I like, so again, I'm just going to be honest with you, one of the other things I think is important is loyalty. Again, it's really easy to be, in the same way it's really easy to be honest when it's easy. It's really easy to be loyal when it's easy. You know, I'm loyal to I don't know, like, what's an easy example? Like, I'm loyal to I've been loyal to my, most people are loyal to their country in the sense that, like, yeah, they live there and they support the teams and, like, you know, all that nonsense. But it's like, well, it's really easy to do it when it's all you've known, and it's like, oh yeah, I'm loyal in the sense that I pay my taxes. It's like, for most people, if you're not a self-employed person, it's like, it's very, taxes are like opt-out. It's really hard not to pay them. And so you're not paying them out of loyalty, you're paying them out of easiness. But, like, when it's, like, hard, when you have to, like, no one would ever know if I just didn't report this transaction, just didn't add this to my tax return at the end of the year, that's when you're actually being good in the way that you're paying those things. When, you know, I really do intend to get the most out of this last golden carrot, by the way. I'm going big on this one. When it's easy to do something, that's not when you're being tested, right? When it's hard, that's when you're actually showing something. Also, I don't really want to, but the bare minimum we should take the lectern. Maybe we should also take the target block. I kind of like leaving it there. I don't know, just as a reminder of the whole structure underneath. The lectern definitely should go, but the rest of that, it's got some charm, right? And now I guess we start pushing minecarts away. Obviously, after we load them up with every block that they will take. But yeah, let's push it away. And now this one, throw that in there, plus the lectern and the free grass blocks and a block of you know, just why did this stuff exist? And now we push that onto the rails, and we can start moving the rails that way, and that'll be fun. That'll be an interesting moment. We're gonna need to do some interesting things to, like, actually use the rails in a meaningful way. But for now, we've made some good progress on that. Okay, so. Next up, I think this whole thing here needs to go. Even though it'd be better to destroy it to explode, and even though it's a waste of a hoe that, like, doesn't have mending on, yeah, that's my problem. This does ruin the flatness and the destruction effect of the area, which is something that is important to me. So I'm gonna go through, and we're gonna get it, even if it brings my hoe all the way down. I'm gonna make sure I kill these guys. Be cool if there was an enchantment that turned enemies into golden carrots. So that's what or into hunger maybe. You know, that's a fun idea for an enchantment. I mean, it defeats a mechanic in there somewhere. But instead of mending for XP, it's mending for hunger. So as long as you're getting experience, you never have to eat. Would be good for the PvE experience. I actually do think that's a fun idea. You know, once you play enough Minecraft, I feel like silly enchantments is what we need more of right now. Could just make a video on 50 enchantments that Minecraft would want. Anyway, yeah, one of the things about basically picking anything is like, yeah, there's always going to be easy moments where you're not really even deciding to do something. Like, you're not deciding to be a good person most days, even though you might feel like a good person. You're deciding to be a good person when there's something challenging and it's like, oh, I don't want to do this. Side note, do you want to know something that hurts? Like, I want to share some pain with you, internet. when I was in Barcelona airport, some number of years ago, a British guy came up to me, and he's like, so yeah, my airline, we missed our flights. He named his airline. It's Vueling, in case you're curious. And also, where were these glass originally from? Did I just place them myself? Did I mean to do that? Is that a good thing? But anyway, so I was at Barcelona airport, and yeah, apparently there was this guy who just was like, he asked politely, like, hey, we missed our flight by like 5 minutes, and Vueling want to charge 60 euros or something, just to get us on the next one, and that, you know, we were really hoping there'd be some way people could help out. You know, if you could just give like 10 pounds or 10 euros, maybe it probably was euros, given that it was in Barcelona. But he was a British guy, and he was like, "Yep, here's my wife. She's okay. Could you please give me 10?" And I was like, "That's, you know, it's such a small amount for such a believable story." And then he's like, "I can pay you back. Here's my, you know, like I'll give you my email address. I'll give you." And like he was very compelling, and so I figured, you know what? I think he actually will give the money back. He's insisted it enough times that, unlike most people, because most people when they say I'll give you the money back, that's a lie. That's a polite, like, in this moment I want it, but when I have the moment, that's not what I'm going to want. Or you're not my number one priority to pay back. But this guy actually seemed like he really did mean it, and so I gave him the money. I gave him like 10, 20 euros. I remember it being like, not a massive amount, but like an amount where I was thinking to myself, like, well, it'll be cool when he, you know, repays it on Monday. And if you want to know the real heartbreak, it's the fact that, okay, I send the email, and it's like sounds professional. It's like Chris Tavant or something. So I send him an email. And, you know, I just say, like, oh, yeah, hey, there's a guy I helped you at the airport. How about that? And, you know, at this point, I'm still, like, genuinely believing he's, like, yeah, he's just a guy who's... And, you know, I think there's a small chance he just gets the email and figures, why would I pay someone back that you know, all he can do is email me about it. Like, you know, some people would be like that. Like, if no one's socially pressuring me, if there's no need to pay someone back... Why would you do it? That's sadly how most people seem to exist in money. And so I assumed, like, yeah, maybe he'll be like that. But, you know, let's hope not. And so I never got a response to my email. And then even worse, I only learned this really recently, is apparently Spanish airports have a really bad problem with begging. For whatever reason, other countries kick beggars out the airports. Spain is not as good at doing so. And so Spanish airports have a big problem with begging, panhandling. And, you know, the exact same... I watched a video where someone's like, oh, yeah, this guy just asked me for 10 euros for, you know, for something or other. But then I see him asking everyone else in the terminal. And I was like, no... It broke me so much, knowing that not only did this guy not pay me back, and probably didn't have an intention of paying me back. Because let's be honest, if you're so desperate that you're scraping for 6... Because he said that the reason he couldn't use his card is because it was cloned in a restaurant, and, like... You know, in retrospect, like, should be... I was suspicious at the time, but I was thinking, like, oh, that does... you know, getting your card shut down overseas does happen. But, like, you know, in reality, I'm sure an airline would work with you and say, yeah, we'll give you... Just pay it back real soon. You know, actually, wouldn't an airline let you get into debt? Or they literally strand you in another country till you can contact a relative? What if you're an orphan? I guess even orphans have friends. What if you're an orphan with no friends? Do you just get stranded wherever you go until you can beg in their airport terminal? But he had a wife. His wife had family. If his story was real, you wouldn't ask strangers for money. I wouldn't ask strangers for money. I mean, maybe the internet. Be like, hey guys, can someone just send Whaling 30 euros so that I can get home today? Maybe I would ask strangers for money. Different types of strangers, right? The parasocial strangers. I could never imagine asking strangers, which means that, yeah, when I learned that there were, you know, like, professional panhandlers, like, going it, it's like, that's just the most effective pitch. The fact that it worked on me, I'm like, you know, kind of, I know, I'm not it's you know, a lot of people receptive feel really awful when they see homeless people. I feel awful, but I refuse to make someone making me feel awful by being like, oh yeah, you know, I refuse to try and turn that into a business opportunity for someone. Like you are in, like with money you can, you know, vote with your wallet. You can make things that you like happen more often, and things you don't like happen less often. Why would you choose to make terrible things happen more often? And so yeah, by the way, last big explosion. I think the explosion might damage the allies if they get too close to it. It's something we should definitely be considering right now. No, a little bit closer to the wall. There we go. Perfectly played. Thank you for agreeing. And so, yeah, he was a panhandler, and it just, man, I don't know why this hurt me so much, but it's like, the thing that I try so hard not to do, which is, again, like, the problem with begging, like, I understand, like, why some people need money. I think it's important that every country that I have lived in, where this is a thing for me, has social services available for for people, right? Like, it's just that, you know, like, that has strings attached, like, you know, to stay in a hostel, you can't be actively doing, not hostel, I think it is a hostel is the term. You can't be actively doing drugs, or, you know, like, there's strings, sometimes they're not the most pleasant places, and because usually, like, you know, in America, instead of giving people money, you get, it's called food stamps, right? But it's money that can only be used on food. It can't be used on alcohol or on other purchases, and like that is a string attached that I would not like on my own life. I'll level with you right now. That's why it's a bad string to attach. It's like, it seems unnecessarily cruel. But the point is, we have the programs, even if they sometimes have strings attached. And but even if you didn't, you're effectively saying, like, I would like to incentivize, because when you buy something, you're telling the market you want more of that thing. For better or worse, that is how the capitalist economies we live in work. And yeah, I try not to tell the market, you know what we need more of? People who guilt you so bad that you feel you have to give money. Like, same with charities. Even if I love a charity, if they approach me in an uncomfortable place, it's like, no, I will come to you like, and then some rude words I don't actually say to a person. Like, you know, like, charities make so much money. I know I have a lot of friends and relatives who worked in a call center. I have no idea why where I live was a hotspot for call centers, but it was. Yeah, when you give to charity, they put you on a list because they know that their sales pitch of just do it just this one time works on you, and now next time round, oh, guess what they can do, huh? They've worked out where the money can come from, and so also, this is a really weird way of doing what I need to do. Also, I'm still on half a hunger bar short, so I need to get all my stuff out here soon. Should we take the beacon away too? I mean, given that it's missing blocks anyway. Yeah, I think the beacon has to go away. We'll throw this into one of those, and this a minecart chest of just 10 of those. There's got to be an empty minecart chest somewhere, actually. I guess this could be my empty minecart chest. We'll throw our beacon stuff into it if we need to, but just for now, having one fewer chest, that works just fine for me. You can put minecart chests in minecart chests. Whoa. Okay, so it shouldn't actually be a whoa moment, but it kind of is, right? Anyway, so yeah, that's like, it's horrifying what charities do to people. So like, I donate to charities in my own time. I don't mention it here on YouTube because then I feel like you're kind of turning your donation into charity into a PR thing, which, you know, sometimes that's fine. Sometimes that's like actually mutually beneficial for the charity, but I try not to mention it too much. It's like not, you know, it's not what I want you to define me as. On YouTube, you are defined by the collection of what people think about you, it seems. Okay, so we're most of the way there now. Now we can just take this track. I guess if we take that, we're going to be doing some counterintuitive things. So we take some of these extra tracks which don't really need to exist by moving the minecarts onto them. Yep, just move minecarts onto the tracks, and then remove the tracks. And then remove the tracks. And then remove the tracks. And then this one in particular, we'll bend it round. And there we go, we got 11 more. Is that enough to bridge the divide? I reckon not, but we'll try it. Yeah, bringing it all the way to the left there does seem a bit silly. I guess we're going to do it anyway. And let's try and get all these minecarts out there. Let's also take away our beacon. And then once it's all moved away, we can enjoy what we did with a stack of golden carrots. Honestly, if you'd have told me at the start the stack of golden carrots won't last 4 hours, I'd have said, ooh, maybe you're right. Like, if in an hour-long speed run, you eat a stack of bread. And so is golden carrots 4 times better than bread? That seems impressive, but bold. And, maybe, optimistic, though. Also, I destroyed another tower. Can we give me credit for that? I think all of this does have to go. I think if you're destroying a whole ancient city, I think these do count as some of the base layer. Anyway, yeah, I think that, generally speaking... Okay, let's... Should we mine those blocks too? I mean, it's going to be so hard to. But I do have the scaffolding. And I'm going up anyway, so we might as well. Let's do it for ourselves. So, yeah, I don't know. It's like, I think trying to add to the happiness in the world and not to the sadness in the world is an important task to me. I know, like, this is too deep, but in my teenage years, I kind of worked out that, like, like, people always say, like, life is the most important thing. But I always just kept thinking, like, life for the sake of life isn't important. Like, it's about good life. Life quality. Life... If you don't have that, what do you have? The answer is a lot of sadness. I've gone through some real sad times in my life. I would trade a good year for 2 bad years. The ideal is obviously 2 good years. But we, especially, like, medically speaking, we more and more start to just see life as a means and an end all to itself. We've seen the last few years during COVID. And it's like, we need to worry about life quality years. If we're destroying, if we're destroying mental health, what are we doing? And so, if you can add to people's day, if you can add to their thing, then maybe that's worthwhile. This video being, I don't even know, what is it, like 9 hours? This was a huge effort, and I'll be honest, a drain in some ways. Like, I need to do something else that relies on this being finished, and that's like draining me in a way in its own. But it's also important, in my opinion. It's also incredibly important, because someone out there is going to really enjoy this. I know from past experiences having done this, I always get like a nice comment or two being like, I know that you might say that it doesn't work out, and sure, this thing might have way fewer views than my average video. And, on a money per hour basis, I probably got paid less than minimum wage. But I think it's going to be important to someone, and I think having 9 hours of discussion about everything under the sun is something that maybe you enjoyed. I don't know. Is it something that you enjoyed? Is it not? Let me know. It's something I've wanted to do for a while, especially because... Also, come on, Ali. You shouldn't be doing that. Did I actually get... No, I need to destroy my scaffolding. I think leaving them, it's unsightly. We need to make sure we bring all of those with us. Anyway, yeah, I really do think that, I do believe, that, like, these small little things are important, and that, like, because, I've had days, one of the things I always do, the reason I make these super long videos where we're just chill and we're genuinely talking about things, is because during some of my worst times, a video like this, it might have been 40 minutes and not 9 hours, or 4 hours, like I was kind of originally going for. But a video that's long, where we really do just talk, where it's honest and it's straight, is important. Because in a world that's filled with fake things, like, lying to protect people seems real good until they don't trust you anymore. And it's easy in society to feel jaded and lack of trust, given how many opportunities the world gives you to feel jaded and to take away your trust. But also, even just when it's, like, when people are nice to you and they lie to you that way, like, it's a nice lie. It's a lie for the sake of narrative. I mean, sure, people are profiting off it on the level too, but it's also a nice lie to say, here's what I did off camera, so you can imagine the 9 hours of work we did off camera. And ultimately, in my videos, there are going to be times where we have to cut. And I hope that when you see something like this, you know that when I cut, I do something seriously. If not for you, if not for your, like, the importance of truth in your mind, for the importance of truth in my mind. I'm going to break this minecart now. I've got 20 spare rails. I'm still going to keep mining more as I bring the minecart train in, though. Because I need some rails to make this whole system work up there. So let's bring them in. Actually, this could be a good ending point. 24 extra rails. Seems like plenty to me. And now let's see how we're going to get the minecarts out of here. It's going to be a fun journey, but that's half of the fun sometimes. So just do. I don't know why I didn't do this from the start. Just like try and power the minecart forwards, because I should have known that I'd be destroying by the portal by the end, or at least theorized, at least guessed, right? I don't know how I didn't. I guess we're pushing them backwards, but we're creating more power that they're using to push against each other. Okay, so now we get in front of this. Look at the number of minecarts. We get in front of the train and we start pushing from here. Okay, so this way, this way, this way, this way. Okay, this is actually quite satisfying. Sending a lot of minecarts down a rail. Actually very enjoyable. Maybe, well, actually, here's my idea. If I get in a minecart at the back, I can just push them that way. They can't push me, and I can't go through them because there's too many of them, right? Ah, yeah, this actually works. If you want to push a series of minecarts, just get in one at the back. Oh man, this is... Unless there's a slime in the way. Yeah, this actually works, huh? Oh yeah, look at that. We're going to send one up soon. We're just about to send one up. Oh no, okay. It finally got strong enough to push me back. But I can reverse that. It's totally fine. Gotta kill the medium level slimes that come out of that. Oh, there's 4 of them. That's a lot of slimes. Yeah, I think these slimes are gonna start messing with the everything, honestly. Okay, there we go. Oh, so much power is being pent up here. Look how far it's pushing me. I'm pushing all the way this way I can, and it still isn't enough. Okay, let's roll back over here. Let's get some force on this. Oh, okay, you can't without powered rails. Send the minecarts down. And let's give them a big old push again. We should get enough momentum in there that we start sending minecarts up. No, I think... Oh, no, one came back down. I guess that's the simulation. Okay, so enough of them are close enough nearby. We can start sending them up. And trying to... Okay, up you go. Up you go. I don't know what's really going to happen. You know, this is the whole system. This took me, like, the first half an hour of this video. It has to work now. It has to work. It really does, right? Okay, this is actually very cool. There's going to be some huge issue. Okay, oh no. Okay, it does not work. I don't know what to do about that. Okay, so... more powered rails is the simple answer. Yeah, I guess if we just get more powered rails, we accept that it's a one-way... Yeah, because they're going to keep coming back down otherwise. We need to make it a one-way powered rail, or we can keep going up and down with it to make sure they all go up there. So we send 3 minecarts, we do a loop up, we do a loop down. Yeah, it's not a terrible system, I guess. Roll ourselves up. And see if that gets the minecarts up there. I suspect it won't. Oh, no, yeah. Okay, this one's going up though, right? This one's going all the way up. I don't know why this one could make it and the other ones couldn't. So yeah, we spent so long making a minecart system that doesn't really do its job correctly. Is the long story short of this one. But that's okay. I need to go to sleep anyway. We have a lot of minecarts. Oh yeah, we have a lot of minecarts. We don't even have the end storage for them yet. Once we have that, we can work out the system along the way. So this needs to start going way up in the air and start sending minecarts along. Oh no, I don't have the hunger for this, friends. Please stop. Please realize that my health is important too. I mean, we could just start eating rotten flesh. I said a stack of golden carrots, but what about a stack of golden carrots and a stack of rotten flesh? We ever considered that? Have we ever considered it? I don't know if we have. Okay, so here's my minecart. We've probably lost one over... You know, it's fine. Okay, we're good. So now, yeah, we need to have a bunch of hoppers. I think we could do it like... Hopper into chest into... It definitely goes upwards some. And then we have... Okay, we got some gold on us anyway. We got the beacon on us. So, throw the beacon in here alongside this and that, and this. Oh, I had gold blocks I could have used too. Now we're going to have to make a lot of hoppers. And I mean, like, seriously too many hoppers. And then we're going to... Because right now what we've done is we're going downwards, which is... It's a way of doing this, I'll admit. But it's not the way. The way you want to do this, I think, is... Okay, we make 16 chests. And now we make 12 hoppers. And so the way we're going to do this is that'll be a double chest above this hopper, which leads into a double chest, which leads into... You know what I'm saying yet? Okay, you might not get what I'm saying. Okay, so we place a double chest here, right? And then we place a hopper, which, there we go, directly on top of that. And then we'll have that hopper feed into more and more chests. And then, you're not... Yeah. This is all making sense. If it's not making sense to you, then that's totally understandable. And then, so on top of this, instead of having minecart rails like we do now, please don't... I don't want to send them back. I think I'm going to remove these rails for now. Just, you know, for my own sanity. I think that's important. Remove those rails, replace them with some regular rails. Yeah, this seems about reasonable. And now instead of what we have here, we're going to go up a little bit. Just up one block to these chests. So move this a little bit. Okay, move this a little bit, just that way. And then we'll break the powered rail, although we're still going to need that in the future. Place a chest there. And then instead the hopper will be up here. We'll actually have a hopper here and here as well. As well as like a hopper, I don't know, over here. And over here. You know, like the whole rail on top of it. We need to have hoppers for a lot of separate minecarts. Yeah. Yeah, sure, why not? So we have hoppers for a lot of separate minecarts. And the way we do that is by removing all of these now defunct rails. Although there's a minecart there that I... Okay, I know how... This would save you a lot of time if you considered the system before doing it. Let me tell you. Also, am I sending minecarts back? Oh, I am. No. Okay, that one's going to hit that one. Oh, and then that's what's going to cause it to go... Okay, no, they're both having the strangest physics I've ever seen, but it's fine. Okay, so we remove all the minecart and even, you know, the dirt below here now. Remove this dirt, remove this. And yeah, hopefully this makes more sense as to what I was talking about now. Because now the chests can go out into more in each direction. You know, like this double chest can go into a double chest here and here, as well as going into a chest down on the other side. And then eventually it filters into a whole ton of chests that are at the right level. I don't know how many chests it's going to filter into. You know, for now it filters into this many chests. And so this left half we're going to destroy. I know the left half is the one that has all the good stuff, so it's going to be an absolute mess, like a massacre. But it's fine. Oh, yeah. Expectable. So now that... okay, so we need another chest. I just broke a chest, but it's somewhere in the items that I can't pick up. So instead we move as many of them down here as we can, I guess. Just to free up the inventory. There we go, yep. We're picking up some stuff. And then as soon as I get the chest, we're in a good place. Because we can just move that over to the right. And then all the things that we got kind of lost go in there. Okay, easy. Perfect. We've worked it out. As for how the sorting's going to work, that's also another issue that we'll deal with when we get to it. And so yeah, now we need another double chest that goes here. Which means, yeah, we really are going to start pounding into our supply here. Because all of these blocks... Okay, so another 16 chests, it seems. Perfectly normal thing to go through. 16 chests. 8 chests? No, 16 chests. And yeah, this is where we're going to store it. In reality, like, this isn't saving me any time. I thought it'd be cool to, like, move from my shulker boxes from here. But in reality, this takes more time than just putting it straight into shulker boxes. So, because that's what should probably be at the bottom layer of all of this. We place a shulker box down, like, over here, right? And then from these... I don't know why it's 3 chests. I guess because these can't expand into 4 each. Only into a shared one. Now there's 3 chests here, and those 3 chests filter into 3 separate shulker boxes. One over here, one that will go over there but isn't, and one that goes over here. And then that allows me to move things without having to manually do all of the sorty movie. So, place a hopper over there, place a hopper over there. Now the shulker boxes fill up. And I can move them as desired, based on what ends up... Okay, it takes on the top left first. But yeah, we're going to make sure we actually don't activate this hopper for now. Or this hopper for now. Just because it might be smart too, but I have to organize the chests first. But to organize the chests, I have to make this whole system work. And you hopefully get what I'm saying. Okay, so next up, we have to get the minecart up there. I've got some spare dirt blocks, as it so turns out. And so we go up a block. I don't know why I removed that block, actually. We just go up one. Then we go up one. And then all of this should probably have powered rails. Or at least the first and the last block. Powered rail. Powered rail. Yeah, and then in between, it's all regular rail. Can you have powered rail come off a curve? Yeah, you can. Of course you can. Okay, so now we have the system. It is in place. We send our chest up there just to confirm it works. You need a lot to get a chest up a too high thing, it seems. But now he goes over there. And he starts... Oh, he's already empty. Okay, well, that's cool. We emptied the chests. Yeah, that process took so long. It saved us from our chest. And now we send another minecart chest up. Just to kind of confirm it is how it should be. Gonna remove these 2 blocks, probably unnecessary. And that way I have more powered rails. Because this bit here is gonna need it. This just a little bit of power would be nice. So, I don't know, activate a powered rail here. Yeah. Now we can, when things work. Also, why is this not working? Oh, I need one of these blocks. Clearly. Probably this one based on the lack of... Yeah, can it be this one? No, it has to be this one. Okay, that's fine. I've got 2 powered rails again somehow. Anyway. So now it's going to knock it into the powered rails. No! Okay. So, we got a system. It just about works. I'm not familiar with Bedrock minecarts. I played console when I was really into minecarts. And so the mistakes I make... are painful, but sadly, this is me playing of... That's the interesting thing about Minecraft. It's the only game where you can learn a mechanic entirely, and then it turns out, oops, we changed that kind of subtly, and so now you don't know that mechanic. Okay, so we get right out. That was interesting how that minecart worked, but that's just fine. And we're going to send these up. Just because I want to get a feel for where it goes wrong. Because we are going to see that. Right? They're going to come back down from some point on there. Yeah, it's got to be up. No, I don't know. I think it is just simulationist. I think we literally have to escort every single minecart up. I think all we'd have to do is make the minecart elevator be in one set of 4 chunks. Or we could do this off the realm. Because obviously there's too many. Yeah, if we did just... If from here it does a little loop and it starts going back towards the world, that would make a lot of things work. Should we just do that? We don't have the hunger to. We don't have the hunger to really do much. But I want to start the minecart organizing system. As insane and crazy as this is, It must be done. So we'll send a minecart up, and then we'll go up to save it. As long as we go up soon enough after the minecarts, they will go up just fine. So you go up, and now... Okay. No. Okay. Maybe we need, like, multiple entrances. Multiple, like, ready blocks. Okay, so send it up. Send it up. Send it up. And then we have to go real quick. And so now we are following the minecarts. If they both make it, it's proof my theory. If the first one doesn't make it, and it still bumps into the second one, then it's my tracks. But they do make it, because it's in... Yeah, this is moderately frustrating, some would say. The fact that I can't choose my own simulation distance is also, I would say, frustrating. And yeah, now we can shunt them all. And we can test with a decent little batch here. Just shunt into the minecarts, which I shunt into the minecarts. Did that work? Okay, so we're shunting you forwards. Also, I'm going to go to sleep in one of the villager beds tonight. It doesn't make a big difference to me, but it is a red bed. So actually it makes a huge difference to me. And yeah, now this system allows me to come over here and to move all of these blocks, should I need to move them. Obviously, I can pick which blocks are important by putting them in the hoppers exclusively. And also, obviously, eating rotten flesh is not good for you. I recommend golden carrots, today's video sponsor. Wow, do you like honesty? You might like it when Toycat lies to you about who's really sponsoring the video, because golden carrots are fictional and therefore cannot sponsor the video. I mean, I guess you can be... Yeah, you can't be sponsored by fiction. Actually, no, companies are fictional, and so I'm sponsored by fictional beings all the time. But outside of those, this is going to go disastrously at some point, yeah. This is some point. And there's so much power, they're actually going to make it to the... No. And there's my minecart gone too. Okay, so not what I would have wanted. You definitely need to have like a release area. Yeah, honestly, that's just what you got to do. You just got to have a no minecart track area, and then I can push them onto... No. Oh gosh, why would I do that? We have a no minecart track area. That's all you got to do. You make right up here no minecart tracks. So it goes up. Okay, like so. It's easy to fill it up. You just like this. Everything on the ground turns into a thing in a chest. It's a handy pro tip. I really like it. One of my favorites, in fact. Okay, chest is full. All my inventory stuff is in there. And now, still a few blocks to pick up, I guess. Now when the block hits that, it just goes onto the ground. When in doubt, send your blocks, and then we can manually push it. It's not going to get too lost. And we send it. Except it's only going to do it when there's space, but now when it runs back, it runs out of space. Easy. Okay, so we need to have a block at the end there to prevent exactly what is happening now from happening. Do you think both chests are being drained or just the one on the end? That's another question. Okay, that one's being drained, and that one's being drained. If they're being drained by the same hopper, then I think we've just found something amazing. I think we found out the way to get two chests to drain at once. So now we get a block on the side of that, which we cannot do for some reason. And we want to move this minecart to be... Oh, no, I don't want to... I'm not trying to push them. I'm not trying to push them. I'm just trying to get it over there. And we can get like a fourth minecart chest up. But that is actually about the limit. That does seem to be about where this stops making sense. Oh, no, even then it's still going to push them down. Yeah, it doesn't work with free. So it doesn't work with more than free. We need to make up a system where it does, honestly. So maybe if it's a loop, it all works out. Yeah, that's probably the way, right? You make a little loop up here. So now we have another stretch of grass blocks going, I don't know, this way. No, it has to come off here, I guess. No, there should be hoppers underneath if we're going to do this, though. Okay, there's a hopper over here, and then there's a dirt block over here. And so now this is also a powered rail, in particular. Ooh, of course it doesn't work. And so now this is a curvy rail. But the curvy rail goes the wrong way. And so now this is how that works. And so now we can leave a minecart there. And then we can come bring another one over. And then they can all drain over. It goes into a very elaborate chest system where one chest drains into 2 chests. For now, it's only going to drain 1 hopper. Oh no, actually both hoppers are working. It seems as though, despite my previous convictions otherwise, we have something out here. And yeah, you could do this, by the way. This could expand over and over again to make a really silly large hopper system. But you need to have the number of inputs that match the number of outputs, because not all of these are going to be draining at the same rate. Oh, apparently they all are. And then that all drains into this double chest. So yeah, let's now, by the way, see, here's how we can alter the flow of things. Let's throw that into this top chest up here. All of these things. And so there we go. Yeah, we have a very interesting thing that we've made today. Honestly, today's mining project has been ridiculous. But it's not over yet. We've gotten a start on this. I don't want to, getting more than a start is clearly a big challenge. But you deserve to see the start to the finish, especially for, you sat through this long. I think you deserve to... Oh, why would I do that to myself? You've sat through this much of the video. I think you deserve to see the after. You've seen the before. What does it look like after? The answer might just shock you. Okay, so... Yeah, as we round out the longest ever episode of the Updated Adventures Let's Play. It's the longest by such a wide margin, too. Like, what is the length of this video? But as we round out the longest ever video, we had an ancient city here earlier. Now we just have a portal. We had an entire we had an entire structure out here. Now we have some skulk with some holes in it and some mined out diamond ore. And also, I have 64 fewer golden carrots, which cost me, I think, it's like free. You get like 3 golden carrots for 4 emeralds or something like that. So I spent about 1 stack of emeralds, and I did all of this, which is why you should use today's sponsor, the Golden Carrot. Thank you so much for watching. I really do mean it. I think it's cool that I can sit down and do something insane like this, and it's not so insane because so many of you will be out there. Even a few dozen of you. Maybe if just a few of you. A few dozen is being optimistic. But the fact that there's even one of you watching this video means an amount I can't describe. Thank you so much for being here. And for making this... And thank you to Harrison for editing this. We're gonna break Harrison this week with a... Think about... not just rendering this file, all the editing. And thank you for watching. And you know what? Thank me for sitting down and... honestly, anti-thank you to me. Why did I decide to do this? There's no good reason. Just like why there's no good reason that it ends right now. Goodbye.